Chapter 1. The Awakening of Magic. 3 years have passed, and my body has finally returned to normal. A chubby little boy clad in a diaper lay on the hospital bed, expressing his sentiments. This little boy, originally named Xiao An, bore the English name William Chaos Wolowitz. Xiao An was once a young employee in the 21st century, a fresh graduate who secured a contract at a foreign enterprise during a campus recruitment event. He worked diligently as a white-collar worker for 2 years, managing to avoid living paycheck to paycheck, yet he had saved little. After accumulating some work experience, he recognized his shortcomings and decided to pursue a master's degree. After a year of dedicated effort, he successfully passed the entrance exam and the interview, allowing himself a moment of relaxation. On a whim, inspired by various professional data he had encountered and the specialized knowledge he had yet to return to his professors, he authored a paper on economics, which fortuitously got published in a globally renowned academic journal. However, after receiving the offer from the journal, seeking to unwind, he indulged in some drinks and unexpectedly encountered his parents' adversaries. Though he triumphed with the help of rescuers, he succumbed to excessive blood loss. Little did he know that upon regaining consciousness, he would find himself cradled by a fair-skinned elderly woman singing an English lullaby. Upon inquiry, he discovered he had been transported to England in 1984. Upon Xiao Zian's arrival, he was unaware of the reasons behind his circumstances. He merely caught a glimpse of the world before falling into a coma. For 3 years, each time he awakened, he could hardly remain awake for long before succumbing to overwhelming drowsiness. Each awakening was a frenzied absorption of external knowledge. Despite having barely passed his English proficiency test in his previous life, at the tender age of 3, Little An could articulate fluent English, complete with a British accent. Due to the extensive sleep he had endured over the past 3 years, coupled with the physical limitations of a child's body, Xiao An had become reliant on diapers. This predicament led to his guardian, Jessamine Chaos Wolowitz, and her friends affectionately referring to him as the diaper boy. This moniker irked Xiao An, filling him with embarrassment and shyness, preventing him from engaging in much conversation with his grandmother, Jessamine. Concerned for little An's intellectual capabilities, Jessamine often teased him, only to be met with his swift attempt to cover his face, eliciting delighted laughter from her. Fast forward to the present day, Little An had awoken for a longer duration. Yet, due to his physical condition, he could not engage in vigorous activities and could only manage a few steps. After realizing he had once again soiled his diaper, he noticed the door ajar. In an effort to avoid the embarrassment that might arise from an adult's spirit, he rushed to change his diaper. However, his frail condition resulted in a mishap, leaving his hands smeared with an indescribable substance. Staring at his soiled hands, Little An felt a surge of anger. Although he had previously resented his body for its failures, this time, he could no longer suppress his frustration. Just as his fury reached its peak, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. The vile substance on his hands began to vanish. What on earth? Little An gasped, bewildered by the incident. After a brief moment of reflection, he began to question the nature of this occurrence, pondering various possibilities. Could aliens be conducting experiments with this substance? Is it a supernatural ability? Or perhaps my grandmother is playing tricks on me with magic props. Yes, it must be her. She's certainly watching me from outside the door, and will soon come out to tease me. Contemplating this, he ambled toward the door, peering into the empty living room and straining to hear any sounds. Confirming the silence, he closed the door and returned to his bed, sitting quietly against the headboard. Grandmother isn't hiding. Could it be that she's not the one teasing me? But wait, I awaken at this hour every day to read. If it were her, she would surely be lurking nearby, watching me. Could it be a supernatural ability, akin to the powers depicted in tales of the supernatural? No, it must be magic. With this thought, little An's eyes sparkled with excitement. Supernatural abilities? Magic? Is it that the heavens have deemed my previous life too burdensome, thus granting me special powers in this life to become the protagonist and attain my desires more easily? I must test this immediately. Little An mused aloud. As he spoke to himself, he sat up on the edge of the bed, scanning the room for something to experiment with. Suddenly, he noticed that the door had indeed closed behind him, leaving him momentarily stunned. I closed the door myself, could it be? He gasped, raising his small hand and striking forward with determination. Ha ha ha. Imbuck, my body is finally normal. Little An exclaimed joyfully, flailing his arms and legs, bouncing around the room in exuberance. After about 10 minutes of unrestrained excitement, he remembered that he had yet to conduct his experiment regarding the vanishing substance. He quickly grabbed a pencil from the table, his bright eyes fixated on it. Half an hour later, gazing at the unscathed pencil in his hand, he finally succumbed to disappointment. It seems the likelihood of supernatural abilities is rather slim, that leaves only magic to explore. With this thought, he suddenly pointed the pencil backward and declared, Avada Kedavra. Watching as nothing materialized from the pencil, he muttered to himself, though it didn't succeed, I must admit, the pose was rather impressive. Scourgify, he commanded, directing the pencil at the soiled diaper. Despite the lack of results, he suddenly felt an unfamiliar energy coursing through his body. Sensing this flow of energy, Little and became increasingly convinced that he possessed supernatural powers. Initially, he believed it to be mere coincidence or some other cause for the disappearance of the substance. But now he genuinely thought he wielded magic, attributing the earlier incident to a magical surge akin to those in Harry Potter. Cleanse, 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 cleanse. Littlin recited the incantation repeatedly, feeling the energy within him flow. After reciting it over 100 times, the energy finally transferred from his body to the pencil and shot forth. Just as the incantation was unleashed, he suddenly fainted. Chapter 2. The Prodigy. 3.5 hours later, Littlin finally awoke. Upon opening his eyes, he saw the white blanket draped over him, and upon looking up, he noticed the pristine white walls, turning to see his grandmother dozing at the foot of the bed, with a 4 needle inserted into his foot. A wave of emotion surged within him. At that moment, a nurse clad in a white coat entered, holding a glass vial. Upon seeing the nurse, Littlin quickly made a shushing gesture with his hand. The nurse paused momentarily, then noticed Littlin pointing at his slumbering grandmother. A smile spread across her face as she approached the bedside, gently patting Jessamine's shoulder and softly saying, "Elderly individuals shouldn't sleep like this, it's bad for their health. For her well-being, it's best to wake her." Such a considerate and adorable little one. After rousing Jessamine, she began changing Littlin's bandages and offered some advice on suitable resting methods for the elderly, casually recounting the events that had transpired earlier, before exiting the room amidst Jessamine's expressions of gratitude. After conversing with Jessamine for a while, she left to fetch a nutritious meal for Littlin, leaving him alone on the hospital bed to contemplate life. 3 years have passed, and my body has finally returned to normal, allowing me to leap, jump, and engage in activities like any ordinary person. The chubby little boy clad in a diaper lay on the hospital bed, reflecting on his circumstances. It seems I possess magical powers and have learned how to wield them. I must have entered the world of Harry Potter. How delightful. It appears my previous lives just has manifested into reality. Perhaps it is because I endured too much in my last life after my parents sacrificed themselves for the country. I lived alone, supporting and caring for myself. After graduating from university, I toiled in a monotonous job, and even after a year of hard work to secure a place in graduate school, I had no time to enjoy the hard-earned student life before arriving here. Thus, the heavens have granted me magic in this life. Littlin lay on the bed, reflecting calmly. 5 years later, in a modest classroom of 20 square meters, Littlin, Jessamine, the principal, and 2 representatives from Harvard University's admissions office, Will and Jess, gathered. Today marks the day of Xiao An's high school graduation and the celebration of the prom. However, Xiao An finds himself attending an admission interview at Harvard University, arranged by the school authorities. Over the past 5 years, since Xiao An's health returned to normal, he has exhibited a maturity that far surpasses that of his peers, influenced by the souls of adulthood. Reluctant to engage and play with other children, he ultimately persuaded Jasmine to allow him, a mere child, to enter high school through the art of charming persuasion. Retaining memories from his previous life, Xiao An found high school subjects exceedingly simple, leading him to delve into various academic papers. His foundational knowledge from a past existence, coupled with a lifelong immersion in an English-speaking environment, enabled him to comprehend the content of these papers with relative ease. Remarkably, at the tender age of 8, he published a mathematics paper which garnered attention across the vast ocean in America, prompting Harvard University to reach out to Xiao An in hopes of enrolling him. "Mr. William, we have reviewed your growth history and are genuinely eager for you to join our institution. We will waive all tuition fees during your studies and have prepared a substantial scholarship to alleviate any financial burdens you may encounter," stated the interviewer, Will, with utmost sincerity. "I apologize, but while I understand your admiration for our Xiao An, he is still quite young. We cannot consent to let him travel to such a distant land for his education." "Thank you very much," Jasmine's grandmother asserted firmly. Ultimately, under the strong insistence of both Xiao and Jasmine, he chose not to commence his studies at Harvard immediately after enrollment, but decided to wait until the year 1993 to immigrate to America with Jasmine. This would provide a year to ascertain whether Jasmine's health could withstand the long journey should she struggle. They would seek a school closer to home for Xiao and to ensure Jasmine's well-being. After the prom concluded, Xiao An, being too young to have a dance partner, retreated to a corner to contemplate the flow of magical energy within him. Once the event ended, he returned home to prepare a bowl of nourishing porridge for his grandmother. After watching her finish, he took the bowl and spoon to the kitchen, and with a flick of his small hand, the utensils were cleaned effortlessly. For 5 years, inspired by watching the Harry Potter series and related literature from his previous life, Xiao An recalled a number of frequently used and easily memorable spells, including the levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa, one of the most vividly remembered spells, given its prominent appearance and impressive effect in the first Harry Potter film. The Lumos and Nox spells, the Scouring charm, Scourgify, the Patronus charm, Expecto Patronum, the fire-making spell, Incendio, the unlocking charm, Alohomora, the Jinx, Rictus Sempra, the killing curse, Avada Kedavra, the soul-sucking curse, Soul Extraction, the torture curse, Cruciatus, the shattering curse, Shatter, the forgetfulness charm, Obliviate. Except for the Patronus charm, the Jinx, the forgetfulness charm, and the 3 unforgivable curses, Xiao An could perform the rest of the spells without a wand. For reasons unknown, he found himself unable to perform the 3 unforgivable curses without a wand. Despite being able to feel the flow of magic when reciting the incantations, he could not release them. As he began to learn and experiment with magic, Xiao An awakened his powers early, leading him to fear becoming a squib. He recalled that squibs are often the result of young wizards repressing their magical abilities excessively, which prompted him to release magic fervently every night before bed. Initially, he could only manage the Scouring charm, causing Jasmine to suspect he had an unhealthy obsession with cleanliness. However, as Xiao An fervently practiced magic each day, his magical prowess significantly increased over the 5 years. He progressed from fainting after casting a single Scouring charm to effortlessly casting dozens of spells without breaking a sweat. Through the combination of his initially frail physique, daily magical training to the point of exhaustion, and a subsequent surge in his magical capacity, Xiao An concluded that magical power is a reflection of one's soul strength and the ability to harness it, or perhaps a manifestation of mental and willpower. Chapter 3. The Leaky Cauldron and Hermione. 13 days after the graduation ball, at 6:30 in the morning, Xiao An was on his way to find the Leaky Cauldron. For the past 5 years, each time he accompanied Jasmine outside, he would continuously search for Diagon Alley, relying on his scant memories from his previous lives' descriptions of the Leaky Cauldron. Having graduated and with Jasmine aware of Xiao An's magical abilities, having discovered years ago that his room was always impeccably clean, he had shared the truth about his magic. Jasmine no longer monitored Xiao like a child. Instead, she granted him a degree of freedom, though she still kept him close for her sense of responsibility. Yet, Xiao An was not content to merely play near home. Since Jasmine was quite elderly, Xiao An rose early every morning, eager to relieve her of the burden of cooking breakfast. He had learned many medicinal porridge recipes from an old Chinese herbalist in Chinatown. After preparing breakfast for Jasmine and sharing a meal together, he announced his departure, and Jasmine said nothing to deter him. As Xiao An gazed at the last unexplored area on the map, he felt the Leaky Cauldron drawing ever closer. With renewed determination, he embarked on his mission to uncover its location. Meanwhile, in Jasmine's room, she and the lawyer she had hired were discussing several documents. Jasmine wore a serene expression, a smile gracing her face as she nodded in agreement with the lawyer across from her. Upon spotting the sign for Charing Cross Road in the final area, excitement surged within Xiao An. He hurriedly dashed into the street, searching until he found a grimy, dilapidated wooden door nestled between an old record shop and a bookstore. A crooked sign hung above, inscribed with the words Leaky Cauldron. With a heart full of anticipation and trepidation, Xiao An cautiously settled into a blind spot near the door, taking out a children's storybook from a satchel. He opened the book and began to observe the small wooden door. After about half an hour, a neatly dressed couple appeared, leading a little girl with fluffy hair and prominent front teeth. Seeing the 3 individuals approaching, Xiao An quickly concealed herself and began to observe them discreetly. The trio, led by a bewildered young girl, entered through a small wooden door. Seizing the moment as the door opened, Xiao An called out to them, "How could you two bring a child into a bar? I am going to report you. Is this how parents behave?" Xiao An stated with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing her exclamation, the 3 turned to her, and the adult woman among them chuckled, remarking, "How adorable. Can you see the Leaky Cauldron?" The girl with the tousled hairstyle inquired, astonished at Xiao An's presence. "Of course I can see it. Such a large sign, albeit a bit shabby, is hardly easy to miss." "I am not blind," Xiao An replied, adopting a haughty demeanor. "It seems you are a little wizard from a muggle background," the girl said with a smile. "Hello, I am Hermione Granger, and these 2 are my parents." Hermione spoke with pride and joy. Muggle? What does that mean? Magic? I adore magic. Can you perform magic? Can you conjure a little axe? I simply love little axes. Xiao feigned ignorance, her curiosity piqued. A Muggle is someone who cannot perform magic. I have yet to master transfiguration, but I can turn into a bird. However, I cannot use magic outside. You can come inside with us, and I will show you, Hermione replied playfully. A bird? Many people like to transform into that. All right. I want to see, she exclaimed as she approached Hermione and her parents. As Xiao An drew closer, Hermione's smile broadened. She then turned and took her parents inside the leaky cauldron. Upon witnessing them enter, Xiao An wore a sly grin for a brief moment before adopting a look of curiosity as she followed them inside. Inside the leaky cauldron, Hermione, brandishing her wand, uttered the incantation, Accio. Suddenly, a flurry of small sparrows appeared, fluttering above her head. Xiao An gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, how impressive, isn't it? But this is not magic, it is wizardry. You will learn it someday, little one," Hermione said, her demeanor exuding a sense of sisterly authority as she tousled Xiao An's hair. Magic? Does it truly exist? Is this what magic is? But could you refrain from touching my head? It might stunt my growth. Xiao An playfully swatted Hermione's hand away, pretending to be annoyed. At that moment, the bar was nearly empty, likely due to the early hour. Only old Tom was behind the bar, wiping down damp glasses. Observing Xiao An and Hermione, he chuckled softly and teasingly remarked, "Ah, the youth of today is truly spirited. One can hardly enjoy the sweetness of love." Hearing this, Hermione's cheeks flushed crimson, and she stomped her foot playfully, tugging at her mother Jean's sleeve, saying, "Mummy, look at him." Instead of defending Hermione, Jean regarded Xiao An with an approving gaze, akin to a mother-in-law assessing her son-in-law with growing satisfaction. Noticing her mother's reaction, Hermione decided to ignore them and turn back to Xiao An, continuing to stroke her hair. "Of course, magic exists. I am a true wizard, and you are a wizard too. When you turn 11, you will come to my school to learn magic. But you must study diligently to reach my level after your first year, as I am the top of my class. You must promise to work hard." At that moment, Hermione's mother approached, gently taking the hands of the two children and saying with affection, "Dear Hermione, let us introduce our lovely Xiao into Diagon Alley." Upon hearing her mother, Hermione took Xiao An's hand and led her towards the entrance of the leaky cauldron, saying, "Come, I will show you the magical world." Upon reaching the entrance, Hermione produced her wand and counted 3 bricks up on the wall above a trash bin, then 2 bricks to the right, tapping lightly 3 times before stepping back. Xiao An attentively observed the position and sequence of Hermione's taps. As Hermione stepped back, the wall slowly transformed, taking the shape of a door. Hermione stepped forward into Diagon Alley and turned to Xiao An, uttering the phrase she had long yearned to hear, "Welcome to Diagon Alley." "Welcome to Diagon Alley," Xiao An echoed internally. Chapter 4. The Passing of Jasmine and the Madness of Xiao An after a delightful tour of Diagon Alley with Hermione. Xiao An, having only a modest sum of 20 pounds saved up, asked Hermione to assist in exchanging it for 4 galleons. She treated Hermione to an ice cream and purchased 3 books: Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, Beginner's Guide to Charms, and Intermediate Charms. With that, her money was nearly spent. Since Hermione was not particularly fond of spending, after their shopping excursion, she decided it was time to head home. At the entrance of the leaky cauldron, after exchanging their addresses, Xiao An bid farewell to Hermione, who promised that she could visit any time at her mother's urging. As Xiao An approached her home, she spotted a white ambulance parked at the entrance. Rushing forward, she reached the vehicle just in time to see her grandmother, Jasmine, being carried out on a stretcher by 2 medical personnel clad in white coats, followed closely by a middle-aged man in a suit carrying a briefcase. Seeing her grandmother being wheeled out, Xiao An cried out, "Grandma," and hurried to the stretcher, following the medical staff into the ambulance. Inside, the middle-aged man introduced himself as Lewis, explaining the circumstances surrounding Jasmine's condition. After confirming the details of her medical care, Lewis was about to leave when he noticed Jasmine lying peacefully on the bed, having passed away. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly called for an ambulance using Xiao An's home phone. Xiao An arrived home just as the ambulance pulled up, and the events unfolded as she had witnessed. After listening to Lewis's account, Xiao An reached out, placing her hand on Jasmine's neck, then checking for her breath with a finger before withdrawing. That evening, Xiao An sat on the living room sofa, holding a photograph of herself with Jasmine, her eyes red and silent. 3 days after Jasmine's passing, at 10 in the morning, Xiao An remained on the sofa, staring at the photograph, her eyes swollen and red. A knock echoed through the door, but she remained unresponsive, as if she had not heard it. At that moment, Three individuals approached the front door, Lewis, and behind him, Hermione and her mother. As they converged outside, Lewis was using the key Xiao An had given him to unlock the door, and Hermione and her mother happened to arrive simultaneously. Hermione's mother, upon witnessing this scene, immediately called out to Lewis with a warm smile, "Hello, you must be Xiao An's father. I am Jane, and this is my daughter Hermione." She is friends with Xiao An. Lewis heard Hermione's mother's words and replied, "Good day, Mrs. Jane. I am Mr. An's attorney, here to discuss the funeral arrangements for Mr. An's grandmother, Mrs. Jessamine." "Funeral?" Hermione exclaimed, astonished. "Indeed, Mr. An's grandmother passed away 2 days ago. According to custom, the funeral will be held tomorrow. As Mr. An is Mrs. Jessamine's sole relative, I have come today to inform him of the details. Since you are friends with Mr. An, you are also welcome to attend the funeral tomorrow. By the way, since you are friends with him, could you please go in and encourage him not to be too sorrowful?" Lewis said with a sorrowful, pleading expression. Having spoken, Lewis opened the door and gestured for Hermione and her companion to enter. The three of them stepped inside, finding Mr. An seated on the sofa. His eyes swollen and red, his lips cracked. They were all taken aback and filled with deep sympathy. Observing this, Lewis gently patted Hermione's shoulder, signaling her to console Mr. An. "Mr. An, please do not be too heartbroken. Your grandmother would not wish for you to suffer like this. Take care of your health. Do not let her worry for you in the afterlife," Hermione said softly, half squatting before him and placing her hand on his leg, feeling the presence of someone before him. Mr. An looked up to see Hermione, then lowered his head again. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he shot up and raised the hand clutching a photograph, seizing Hermione's shoulders in a frenzy. "Hermione, it's you. You must know of a way to save my grandmother, don't you? Please tell me." Witnessing this scene, Lewis hurriedly stepped forward to restrain Mr. An. "Calm down, Mr. An. Please relax." "No, you do not understand," Mr. An shouted, forcefully breaking free from Lewis's grip and pulling Hermione with him as he attempted to rush outside. Fearing for their safety, Lewis quickly caught hold of Mr. An's other hand and, with a hint of anger, urged, "Mr. An, please calm down. You need to rest and gather your strength for tomorrow. As farewell to Mrs. Jessamine. Do not act this way, please." As Lewis held on to him, Mr. An turned and bit Lewis's hand, breaking free once more, barely registering Lewis's words. He merely said, "You can decide on your own. If you need me, come back tomorrow morning to take me." With that, he dragged Hermione towards the door. Seeing them run out, Hermione's mother, concerned for Mr. An's state, quickly followed, assuring, "Do not worry. I will take care of Mr. An," leaving Lewis standing there in confusion. Outside, Mr. An pulled Hermione along, sprinting forward. Hermione nearly stumbled as Mr. An tugged her along, and despite her efforts to stop him, her strength proved insufficient against his determination. Since regaining his health, Mr. An had been running daily, pushing his limits, and after 5 years of training, he had become far stronger than Hermione, a slender girl. Realizing her attempts were futile, Hermione called out, "Mr. An, could you pause for a moment? Wherever you are headed, can we wait for my mother? She has a car, and it would be much faster than running." Upon hearing this, Mr. An abruptly halted. However, Hermione, caught in his momentum, could not stop in time and crashed into him, resulting in both of them tumbling to the ground. Chapter 5. A sudden encounter in the car. Mr. An conversed with Hermione, seeking knowledge about resurrection from the magical world. Yet, Hermione, merely a recent first-year graduate, could only recount her experience with the Philosopher's Stone, which had been destroyed by Dumbledore. Eventually, Mr. An handed Hermione £1,000 to exchange for galleons, instructing her to purchase books at Flourish and Blots in search of information on resurrection. As time passed, the car arrived at the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron. The moment it halted, Mr. An flung open the door and dashed out. He burst through the doors of the pub, making his way toward Old Tom, hoping to have him open the entrance to Diagon Alley. Midway, he spotted a wizard extracting his wand before the brick wall leading to Diagon Alley, prompting Mr. An to change direction and follow him. Once inside Diagon Alley, Mr. An hastily ran towards the location of Nocturne Alley, which he had learned about during his previous visit. After scouring the area, he finally located the entrance to Nocturne Alley. Upon finding it, Mr. An straightened his attire and gathered a few nuts and some coins before rushing inside. Upon entering Nocturne Alley, he noticed several peculiar wizards conversing by the roadside. Seeing them, Mr. An quickened his pace, intentionally shaking his pocket filled with coins to produce a jingling sound. Then, he dashed into the depths of the alley, observing his surroundings as he ran. Eventually, Xiao An found himself in an uninhabited area and spotted a dead end nearby. Without hesitation, he pivoted and sprinted towards the cul-de-sac. discarding the gnat and coins from his pocket into a pile of refuse before quickly hiding behind the debris to observe the alley's entrance. After approximately 10 minutes, one of the peculiar wizards from the group at the entrance approached. Upon reaching the Y junction at the entrance, he began to scrutinize the two paths for a moment before opting to proceed down the other route. Noticing the strange wizard had departed, Xiao An emerged from his hiding spot and followed closely behind. As time elapsed, the distance between them diminished, and with utmost caution, Xiao An trailed the eccentric wizard. Feeling that he was close enough, he extended his right hand, pointing his index finger at the wizard while silently reciting a spell, fall into a stupor. To his astonishment, a spell shot forth from his fingertip, aimed at the peculiar wizard. Upon witnessing the successful launch of the spell, Xiao An audibly chanted the next incantation, shatter to pieces, repeating it thrice. Just as the spell was about to strike the wizard, inexplicably, it ricocheted off him. At that moment, the wizard drew his wand and swiftly turned to direct it at Xiao An. However, Xiao An had already unleashed 3 shatter to pieces spells in rapid succession. Before the wizard could react, the spell struck their target. This time, the wizard was devoid of any protective charms and endured the full force of the 3 spells, resulting in the loss of his right arm and a gaping, translucent hole in his abdomen. Witnessing the wizard's dire state, Xiao An suppressed his discomfort and aimed another spell at the wizard's head. As the gruesome remnants splattered onto the ground, Xiao An could no longer restrain himself. He opened his mouth and retched, but having fasted for 2 days, he could only expel a stream of bile. Coupled with his tear-streaked eyes, he felt utterly miserable. Unbeknownst to Xiao An, while he was tailing the peculiar wizard, a greasy-haired male wizard clad in black had taken notice of his strange behavior. As Xiao An seized the opportunity to ambush the wizard, the slick-haired man observed the entire scene unfold. After regaining his composure from witnessing the child's act of violence, the oily-haired wizard approached Xiao An. Once Xiao An had finished retching, he forced himself to approach the fallen wizard's body, beginning to search it. First, he retrieved the wand from the severed arm, wiping the blood on the corpse's pant leg before stowing it in his coat pocket. Subsequently, he rummaged through the body and found 3 galleons, which he pocketed, before unfolding several tattered parchments for examination. As Xiao An perused the parchments, the oily-haired wizard, having recovered from the shock of the murder, straightened his attire and walked towards Xiao An. Upon opening the first parchment, Xiao An's eyes fell upon the initial 2 words, Avada Kedavra, prompting him to delve deeper into the text. However, just then, the oily-haired wizard emerged, startling Xiao An, who feared another dark wizard had arrived. In a panic, he drew his wand from his pocket. Having just been immersed in the details of the killing curse, he instinctively uttered the incantation, Avada Kedavra. To his astonishment, this time, the curse he had previously struggled to release manifested effortlessly. Yet, the oily-haired wizard was no ordinary foe. In an instant, he enveloped himself in a cloud of black smoke, reappearing just out of reach of the deadly spell. However, the man with oiled hair, who had evaded the killing curse, did not draw his wand to retaliate. Instead, he scoffed lightly and remarked, "Children these days are truly remarkable. At such a tender age, they dare to cast unforgivable curses and even take lives. Quite impressive." Seeing that the man could effortlessly dodge the killing curse, Xiao An felt a surge of panic. Just as he was about to unleash several spells in a desperate attempt to confront the man, he heard the latter's words and noted his lack of immediate counterattack. Exercising caution and wishing to avoid provoking the man further, he refrained from casting spells immediately. Instead, he merely pointed his wand at the man, feigning anger and speaking in a taunting tone. "For a powerful wizard like you to engage in such heinous acts against a mere child is truly remarkable. Very well. If you have the audacity, tell me your name, and let us engage in a proper duel rather than resorting to the cowardly tactics of ambushing a child." To Xiao An's surprise, the man reacted with indifference to his challenge. He waved his hand and cast a disarming charm, sending Xiao An's wand flying into his own grasp. With a stoic expression and eyes that resembled dead fish, tinged with ire, he stated, "Do not point your filthy wand at me, little dark wizard. Do not speak to me in such a disrespectful manner. However, I will bestow upon you the courtesy of revealing my name. Remember it well, boy. My name is Severus Snape, the greatest dark arts master in the world." Chapter 6. Snape and the Resurrection Stone. Severus Snape? From Hogwarts? Xiao An inquired, bewildered as he sat on the ground. "It seems you are familiar with me. Which family do you belong to, little giant? Who taught you the killing curse? Such cruelty. To take a life at the very first opportunity," Snape replied, maintaining a stern demeanor. Xiao An cast a disdainful glance at Snape, retorting, "Fool. Can't you see the clothing I wear? This is from the Muggle world. I hail from there. And can't you see my skin color? I am Chinese. Little giant, why are you here? Where are your parents? I see you have not enrolled in school. I shall let you off this time. But I must inform your parents lest you disgrace Hogwarts with your lack of upbringing, Snape said. Despite Snape not resembling the character from the movies of his past life, some features did align with the original description, much like how Hermione did not resemble her cinematic portrayal. This led Xiao An to believe that the man before him was indeed Snape. Recalling the tales of Snape from the Harry Potter series, Xiao An hesitated, contemplating whether to disclose his plans to Snape. Raising his head to meet Snape's gaze, he solemnly asked, "Professor Snape, can I trust you?" In that moment, as Xiao An looked up, Snape noticed his swollen eyes. The sight stirred something within him, reminding him of the time he wept for Lily. Snape's expression finally shifted. His eyes became animated rather than lifeless. Surveying Xiao An's face, taking in the swollen eyes and cracked lips, Snape involuntarily nodded, observing Snape's subtle change in expression and demeanor. Xiao An felt convinced that his prior knowledge had not been entirely erroneous. He then proceeded to share his story with Snape, earnestly requesting his assistance. Once Xiao An concluded his narrative, Snape drew his wand and cast a Muffliato charm, ensuring their conversation was private. After hearing Xiao An's tale, Snape felt a sense of empathy as he gazed at Xiao An's tear-streaked face. With a sigh, Snape agreed to help, though he remained skeptical about the resurrection magic. Nevertheless, seeing Xiao An's distressed state compelled him to assist, since Xiao An did not mention the resurrection stone, only expressing a desire to learn the killing curse and fiend fire to control a few dark wizards capable of apparition. Snape posed his questions. Using the killing curse, apparition, and fiend fire will not revive the deceased. However, I possess knowledge of both the killing curse and apparition. There is no need to seek other dark wizards for assistance. I can aid you. To Snape's words, Xiao An countered, "You cannot be the one. You are a good person, and I consider you a friend. It cannot be you. While the killing curse and apparition cannot resurrect the dead, have you ever heard of the Eastern concept of borrowing a corpse to return a soul? I need the killing curse and apparition to obtain something, the resurrection stone. Have you heard of it? The resurrection stone? You know where it is. Let us go." "We must depart immediately," Snape exclaimed upon hearing about the resurrection stone. He was aware that Dumbledore possessed the Elder Wand and, coupled with Lily's demise, had previously sought the magic of resurrection and understood the tale of the three brothers. After encountering Dumbledore's Elder Wand, Snape became convinced of the story's authenticity. Over the years, he had been searching for the resurrection stone but had found no leads. Upon witnessing Snape's reaction and hearing his agreement to help, Xiao An shared his complete plan without reservation. "You mean to say the resurrection stone is in the Gaunt Shack, protected by dark magic crafted by Voldemort, and has been turned into a Horcrux?" Snape nearly operated away upon hearing this. However, upon hearing Voldemort's name, he restrained himself, gritting his teeth as he asked Xiao An. Seeing Xiao An nod, Snape seized him and led him deeper into Diagon Alley. They soon encountered several dark wizards, but they passed by as they were in groups of 5 or 6. Upon spotting 3 dark wizards together, Snape drew his wand, casting a Petrificus Totalis on each, followed by a killing curse, compelling one of the dark wizards to apparate with the others towards Little Hangleton. The journey was silent, with the 5 of them moving in quietude. However, due to the inadequacy of the 3 dark wizards, they soon succumbed, bleeding profusely. Ultimately, Snape was left to guide the remaining individuals. Upon reaching the Gaunt Shack, the sight before them revealed moss-covered walls and a wooden door nailed with a dead serpent. Observing this scene, Xiao An recalled descriptions from his past life regarding the Gaunt Shack and remarked, "It appears we have arrived. The resurrection stone should be here." Upon hearing this, Snape pulled Xiao An forward, kicking open the wooden door and swaggering inside the Gaunt Shack with the others. Inside, Snape, still holding Xiao An, surveyed the chaotic interior and yard. "Where is the resurrection stone? Hurry, let us proceed," Snape urged. Xiao An rolled his eyes at Snape and replied, "How would I know where it is? I didn't place it here. I only know it is within the Gaunt Shack. We will have to search inch by inch." Snape cast a disdainful glance at Xiao An, muttering "little giant" under his breath before drawing his wand to cast a detection spell. He then ordered the 3 dark wizards to lead the way as they followed the summoned light. Following the light, they arrived at a grave. Observing the bare tomb and moss-covered headstone, both Xiao An and Snape fell silent, scrutinizing the surroundings but failing to locate the resurrection stone's hiding place. Thus, with a resolute heart, Xiao An instructed Snape to administer treatment to the 3 dark wizards before commanding them to topple the tombstone and excavate the earth in search of hidden secrets within the grave. Upon hearing Xiao An's words, Snape realized her physical condition was rather poor. He promptly retrieved a vial of potion from his satchel and urged her to drink it. Once she had consumed the potion, he filled the bottle with fresh water, offering it to her to alleviate her cracked lips. He then produced several vials of potions for the three dark wizards to ingest. Chapter 7. Lilith Snape. After the dark wizards felt somewhat revitalized from the potion, Snape ordered them to commence digging at the grave. Upon receiving the command, one of the wizards stepped forward and kicked the tombstone. However, it was evident that the wizards had neglected physical training, resulting in the tombstone remaining upright while his foot suffered a fracture. Though the gravestone remained upright, it had been kicked askew, and in the process, a mound of earth was dislodged, revealing a beautifully crafted wooden box. Upon sighting the box, Xiao An immediately urged Snape to command the limping wizard to retrieve it. At Snape's directive, the wizard crawled over to pick up the box and opened it, revealing a ring adorned with a black gemstone. Upon seeing the gemstone, Snape's eyes widened with desire, and he instinctively reached out to grasp it. However, Xiao An, aware that the resurrection stone had been turned into a Horcrux by Voldemort, maintained her composure and, noticing Snape's movement, quickly seized his clothing and pulled him back forcefully. Notably, Snape, a master of mental fortitude, sensed Xiao An's actions and recalled her earlier warnings, regaining his composure and adopting a stoic expression. He then commanded the limping wizard to wear the resurrection stone. Without hesitation, the wizard donned the ring, and as soon as it encircled his left finger, it turned jet black, its darkness rapidly spreading. In mere seconds, the wizard's skin darkened beyond recognition, and shortly thereafter, his body withered away, lifeless. Observing the demise of the first wizard, Snape ordered another dark wizard to put on the ring, and this wizard met a similar fate. When the third wizard donned the ring, he fared slightly better. While his left arm turned black, he did not perish. Snape swiftly pointed his wand at him, casting a fiend fire, which engulfed the ring. As the flames bore down, the ring produced a protective black shield, but as Snape intensified his magical output, the shield began to shatter. Eventually, a horrifying skull emerged from the ring, letting out a wretched scream before dissipating into black smoke after half a minute. Remarkably, Snape continued to incinerate the ring for another half hour until only the resurrection stone remained, singed but intact. Gazing at the stone on the ground, Snape contemplated for a moment before casting several spells, including the Killing Curse, Cleansing Charm, Freezing Charm, Warning Charm, and Dark Magic Detection Charm. Yet, the resurrection stone, true to its nature, remained largely unscathed, its edges merely deformed. Other gemstones would have turned to ash under such scrutiny. Noting the stone's cooled temperature and the lack of reaction from the warning and detection charms, Snape picked it up with his hand. Both Xiao An and Snape struggled to maintain their composure as they beheld the resurrection stone. Xiao An's hands clenched tightly, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "This is the resurrection stone. We have obtained it." "Indeed, we have finally acquired it," replied Snape calmly, though his trembling hand betrayed his inner turmoil. Once Snape had regained sufficient magical strength, he and Xiao An apparat to the location of Jasmine's remains. Upon reaching Jasmine's body, Xiao An's eyes filled with tears again. Taking the resurrection stone, she shakily called forth the spirit of her grandmother. Upon seeing Jasmine's spirit, Xiao An could no longer contain her emotions and cried out, "Grandma, I finally get to see you." However, Jasmine gazed back in confusion, saying, "Xiao An, why are you crying? Please don't cry. Shall I prepare your favorite braised pork?" Xiao An, momentarily taken aback by her grandmother's words, recalled a discussion from a forum in her past life, which suggested that the resurrection stone summoned not the souls of the deceased, but rather phantoms shaped by one's memories. Undeterred, Xiao An directed the resurrection stone toward Jasmine's body and cast several binding spells, yet to no avail. Jasmine, observing Xiao An with her wand, looked bewildered and said, "Xiao An, why are you pointing your chopsticks at Grandma? Are you trying to perform a new spell for me? How wonderful that you've learned a new magic so quickly." Hearing the unchanged tone of her grandmother's voice, Xiao An's last glimmer of hope extinguished, and she sank to the ground in despair, her wand and the stone falling beside her. Snape, having witnessed the entire process, understood the true nature of the resurrection stone and, feeling utterly drained, sat down next to Xiao An. After a few minutes, he regained his composure, stood up slowly, approached Xiao An, and gently placed a hand on her shoulder, offering comfort. "Do not be disheartened. Death cannot be undone. Embrace your grandmother's love and live well." With that, Snape picked up the resurrection stone and, standing still for a moment, summoned the spirit of a young woman. Although Xiao An had never met her, she recognized it as Lily Potter. Snape's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he gazed at Lily's spirit, uttering, "I am sorry, I love you." Afterward, He commanded the resurrection stone to dismiss Lily and turned to Xiao An, saying, "Thank you, Xiao An, for helping me fulfill a long-held wish." Xiao An met Snape's gaze, sincerely replying, "Thank you, Snape, for accompanying me through this childish folly. Do you still want this stone, Xiao An?" Snape gazed at Xiao An and, upon observing her shake her head, threw the resurrection stone onto the ground. He then drew his wand and resolutely intoned, "Fiend fire." Both Xiao An and Snape watched as the stone burned, gradually disappearing in wisps of smoke. Once the resurrection stone was completely consumed, Xiao An cast a glance at the calm Snape, reflecting on his fate. Determined to save him, she resolved to offer Snape a life filled with the spirit of Lily. Chapter 8. Mentorship. After placing Jasmine's remains back in the mortuary, Xiao An returned home with Snape. At her residence, Snape observed Xiao An, who appeared dejected as she sat on the sofa. He proceeded to the kitchen, conjuring a beef sandwich with magic. After she finished her meal, he prevented her from cleaning the plate, stood up, and carried the dish toward the kitchen. However, as he moved behind Xiao An, his right hand, which held the plate, suddenly trembled. In that moment, Xiao An felt faint and leaned toward the dining table. Just as she was about to collapse, Snape's hand moved once more, and she began to levitate gently. He placed the plate on the table and, while maintaining the levitation spell, slowly guided her to her bedroom. In Xiao An's bedroom, Snape delicately laid her upon the bed, tucked her in, and then sat at the bedside, gently stroking her hair. He smiled softly before leaving the room. At the door, he cast a final glance at the peacefully sleeping Xiao An, smiled once more, and quietly closed the door behind him as he made his way to the living room. The following day, Snape accompanied Xiao An to the funeral. At the service, Hermione arrived, and, upon seeing Snape, her eyes widened in astonishment. "What is he doing here?" she exclaimed. Jian, hearing Hermione's words, followed her gaze and saw Snape standing alone, clad in a black suit, his long hair cascading over his shoulders, holding a flower with a solemn demeanor. "Do you know him, my dear?" Jian inquired. Without thinking, Hermione responded, "He is the potions master at our school, Professor Snape." Jian, influenced by her maternal instincts, immediately took Hermione's hand and led her toward Snape. As Hermione was pulled along, she protested in a fluster, "Mom, where are you taking me?" "To meet your teacher," Jian replied, disregarding Hermione's struggles as she brought her closer to Snape. "Good day, you must be Professor Snape. I am Jian, Hermione's mother. I appreciate your care for her at school," Jian said politely. Upon hearing her introduction and recognizing Hermione's mother, Snape, who initially wished to deliver a sarcastic remark about Hermione being an insufferable Gryffindor, instead softened his expression, offering a warm smile. "Ah, it is Miss Granger. It is a pleasure to meet you. Hermione is an exceptionally diligent student, quite gifted indeed, and currently ranks first in her class. Clearly, your influence at home has been significant." Hermione, taken aback by Snape's smile, instinctively pinched her leg, gritting her teeth as she replied, "Hello, Professor Snape. What brings you here?" Noticing her little gesture, Snape merely nodded in acknowledgement before turning away, his expression returning to its usual neutrality, no longer engaging with the two. Jian, observing Hermione's reaction and Snape's demeanor, offered an apology before guiding Hermione toward Xiao An. Reaching Xiao An, who was engulfed in sorrow, Hermione stepped forward to offer her comfort. "Be strong, Xiao An. Don't let Grandma Jasmine see you so upset, all right?" Xiao An turned to face Hermione, nodded in gratitude, and returned to her grief. Seeing that Xiao An remained profoundly saddened, Hermione refrained from further urging and instead inquired, "Xiao An, how do you know Professor Snape? Are you related?" Xiao An glanced at Snape, reflecting on the morning spent in bed, the warm blanket covering her, and Snape sleeping on the sofa in the living room. A smile unconsciously crept onto her face as she replied, "He is a good person, my best friend, and a true master." After the funeral concluded, Lewis called Xiao An and Hermione over to announce Jasmine's will in the presence of government officials. Jasmine had bequeathed all her assets to Xiao An. However, due to Xiao An's tender age, the inheritance could not be granted to her yet. Furthermore, with Jasmine's passing, Xiao An was left without a guardian in Britain and would have to reside in an orphanage until she came of age. Lewis then inquired if Jian would be willing to adopt Xiao An and care for her until she reached adulthood. Given Xiao An's reputation as a prodigy, the government agreed to allocate a portion of her estate tax for her living expenses to ensure her welfare. Jian, observing the sorrow on Xiao An's face, perceived her as a dutiful child. Recognizing Xiao An's intelligence and hoping to provide Hermione with a companion, she considered accepting Lewis's proposal. Listening to Jasmine's arrangements and then to Lewis's question, Xiao An looked up at Jian. However, her thoughts drifted back to Snape. Turning to face him, She approached and looked up earnestly, saying, "Severus Snape, would you be willing to care for me?" Snape regarded her sincere expression, recalling his own past. And fearing for her safety, he initially contemplated declining. Yet, upon meeting her imploring gaze, he instinctively nodded. Seeing Snape's agreement, Xiao An beamed and expressed, "Thank you, Godfather." With the matter settled, Snape smiled and replied, "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Severus Snape, your mentor." Xiao An, aware of Snape's true identity, smiled at the unfolding scene without objection. However, Lewis was unfamiliar with Snape. Recalling Snape's previous emotionless demeanor, he grew concerned that Little An might be deceived. Thus, he approached her with worry and inquired, "Little An, who is he? Do you know him?" Upon seeing Lewis, Little An replied, "The Godfather is a professor at a school. I will return to that school to study, and with him looking after me, I will thrive there. And Jane is also aware of him." Lewis turned to see Jane nodding, and thus he offered no opposition. Consequently, under the witness of Lewis, the lawyer and government official, Little An and Snape formally established their godfather-godchild relationship. In Little An's government documents, Snape was officially recognized as her guardian. After signing a plethora of documents with the government, it was noted that Snape did not possess a bank card. Therefore, officials notified the bank to transfer a portion of Little An's inheritance tax and a part of Jasmine S. estate into Little An's New Year money bank account, amounting to £23,000. Additionally, Little An's bank account held £150,000 gifted by Jasmine and £100,000 from an insurance payout. Jasmine's remaining estate was valued at approximately £100,000, along with £25,000 from the sale of collectibles, all entrusted to a foundation for management. Naturally, Jasmine's remaining collectibles and property were not sold but bequeathed to Little An. The government levied an inheritance tax of £173,000, leaving a remainder of £150,000 after deducting the £23,000 allocated to Little An. Chapter 9, Guardian Beast. After handling the subsequent affairs regarding Jasmine, Little An, accompanied by Snape, meticulously surveyed the home she had lived in for 8 years. She packed the necessary items into a seamless expansion bag gifted by Snape and, with reddened eyes, followed him to his home in Hogsmeade. A month later, having resided in Snape's home for a month, Little An experienced the attentive care of Snape, who, akin to a single father, looked after her with meticulous devotion. This profoundly touched Little An. Each time she wished to prepare a Chinese dish, Snape would promptly assist her, often opting to cook himself or occasionally bringing food from Hogwarts for her. Throughout the month, Little An learned a multitude of magical spells from Snape, a master of the craft. Whatever spells Little An contemplated, Snape possessed knowledge of, and he effortlessly elucidated various principles of magic to her. Consequently, Little An systematically absorbed a wealth of magical knowledge, including spells she had long aspired to learn, such as the 3 unforgivable curses, the stunning spell, the blasting curse, the fiend fire, the shield charm, and the summoning charm. Today, as Snape was still at Hogwarts concocting potions, Little An noted that it was already 11 o'clock. Concluding her magical practice, she resolved to prepare a delicious meal for Snape. Thus, she proceeded to the kitchen, placing the spices imported from China on the counter and began to prepare the ingredients. 50 minutes later, Snape brought back home, cradling a small creature resembling a cat, and stealthily made his way to the backyard. As he passed by the kitchen, he heard the clattering of utensils and was greeted by a smile of satisfaction, though it quickly shifted to a serious expression as he concealed the small creature behind him and entered the kitchen. Indeed, he found Little An busily cooking, with several dishes kept warm on the side. Clearing his throat to capture Little An's attention, Snape feigned a strict demeanor. "Little An, what are you doing?" Hearing his tone remain unchanged, Little An understood he was not truly angry. Therefore, she pretended to be frightened and replied, "Snape Godfather, please don't be angry. I simply wanted to help with the household chores since I see how hard you work every day." Having lived with Little An for some time, Snape recognized that she was not genuinely fearful. However, upon witnessing her apprehensive expression, he could not restrain himself and burst into laughter. Approaching her, he gently ruffled her hair and said with a smile, "From now on, do not exert yourself like this. A child should be carefree and enjoy playtime." Little An, looking at Snape's smiling face and kind eyes, nodded earnestly in agreement. "Close your eyes, Little An. I have something wonderful to show you," Snape said with a smile. Once Little An shut her eyes, Snape retrieved a golden fur ball from his pocket and announced, "Open your eyes now." "Happy birthday, Little An," Snape said with a mischievous grin. Upon opening her eyes, Little An beheld the furry creature cradled in Snape's right hand, which upon closer inspection turned out to be a plush toy. "Thank you, Godfather," Little An exclaimed joyfully as she accepted the toy. Immediately thereafter, Snape extended his left hand, revealing a small tiger that let out a loud roar. Surprised, Littleton looked up and exclaimed, "It's a little tiger. How did you acquire it, Godfather? This is not just any tiger. Your guardian spirit is not merely a tiger. It is the third offspring of a tiger, known as Biao in Chinese. Thus, I arranged for someone to procure this magnificent creature for you," Snape explained. Upon hearing Snape's words, Littleton understood that Snape had noticed her guardian spirit differed from ordinary tigers. With great effort, he had researched to discover that her guardian spirit was indeed Biao. As her birthday approached on August 25th, he sought to gift her this unique creature. However, her guardian spirit had two forms, one as a tiger, namely Biao, and the other as a liger. Observing the small Biao in Snape's hand attempting to bite him, Littleton placed the plush toy into her pocket and cautiously accepted the small creature, cradling it in her arms. She gently stroked it and, noticing its calm demeanor, curiously asked, "Thank you, Godfather. But why is Biao so gentle in my hands yet so fierce when held by others?" "That is precisely why I wanted to gift you Biao. Each guardian spirit corresponds to an animal that instinctively draws near to the wizard it is bound to. Once you cast the guardian spirit spell, simply recite, 'O great god of magic above, please feel my joy. I wish to forge an eternal bond with this creature.' Your guardian spirit will merge with Biao, forming a contract. Biao will then become your guardian beast, loyal beyond measure. However, due to the wild nature of Biao, it may exhibit ferocity even in close proximity to you. Rest assured, once it transforms into your guardian beast, its demeanor will soften," Snape explained, looking at the obedient Biao in Littleton's arms. This chapter has yet to conclude. Please click the next page to continue reading the thrilling content. "Is that so? But, Godfather, why have I never seen your guardian beast?" Littleton inquired. Upon hearing this, Snape fell silent, contemplating before he replied, "My Patronus is a doe. For it is not a creature of combat, thus I did not seek a guardian beast. Let us set that aside. You should summon your Patronus and forge a contract with it, or else this little creature will render your home quite restless." Noting Snape's shift in conversation, Littleton realized he had touched a nerve and chose not to dwell on the topic further. Instead, he retrieved the wand he had snatched from the dark wizard previously and attempted to cast the Patronus charm to establish a bond with the little beast. As Littleton brandished the wand to perform the spell, Snape immediately intervened, instructing him to place the creature on the ground. After stepping back a few paces, he drew his wand and uttered an incantation, causing the little beast to grow rapidly. Soon, the creature expanded to a colossal size of over 3 meters. However, when it attempted to turn and bite Snape, the confined space of the room proved inadequate, and it collided with the wall. Seeing the creature's intent to attack, Littleton swiftly cast the Patronus charm to forge the contract. The moment his Patronus manifested, it lunged at the beast, which immediately quieted upon sensing its presence. Then, Littleton recited, "O great god of magic, may you perceive my joy. I wish to bind this creature in an eternal contract with my delight." Gradually, the enormous beast laid down, and as the Patronus pounced upon it, it began to merge into the creature's form. Witnessing this development, Snape promptly cast a non-detection expansion charm. 5 minutes later, the contract was finally complete. Exhausted from wielding the wand, Littleton could no longer bear it. Upon sensing the successful bond, his hand slackened, and the wand slipped from his grasp, disintegrating into a pile of dust upon hitting the ground. Subsequently, Littleton's hand fell limply, and he fainted. Chapter 10. The Tale of Snape. Littleton lay in bed, slowly opening his eyes to see the clean ceiling, tidied by Snape's cleaning spell. After a moment of confusion and reflection on the prior events, he realized what had transpired and sat up abruptly. However, as he exerted himself, a sharp pain surged through his head, prompting him to lie back down, perhaps disturbed by Littleton's movement or due to the animal's heightened sensitivity. The enormous creature that had been resting beneath the bed suddenly sprang up, its massive tiger head turning towards the awakening Littleton, who was greeted with a flurry of affectionate nudges from the creature. Feeling tickled by the creature's affectionate gestures, Littleton slowly raised a hand to gently pat its head. The creature, quick to respond, ceased its nuzzling and simply gazed at Littleton. Amused by the beast's previously fierce demeanor and its current docility, Littleton chuckled. "You truly are quite the fierce one." "Aru, I am indeed fierce, master." Littleton was startled by the creature's vocalization, realizing he could comprehend its speech, and looked at it in astonishment. "Did you just speak?" "Of course, it was me. How can you talk?" "I have always been able to speak." "No, I mean, how is it that I can understand you?" "I do not know." "Mountain cannon." "What does mountain cannon mean, master?" Littleton glanced at the creature. Recalling descriptions from his past life, and replied, "Mountain cannon signifies bravery, a disregard for life and death, and a readiness to fight against those who bully others due to their size. Henceforth, your name shall be Mountain Cannon, and Fluffy shall be known as Little Gold." So that is what Mountain Cannon means. Very well, I shall be Mountain Cannon. You see, when I was in the forest, I would fearlessly confront larger creatures, never backing down from those who relied on their size to intimidate others. Mountain Cannon fits me perfectly. Little An regarded Mountain Cannon with a smirk, turning away while muttering, "What a true Mountain Cannon you are." At that moment, Snape, having heard the roar of Mountain Cannon, entered the room with a potion in hand. He observed Little An preparing to rise and swiftly approached to prevent him from doing so, ensuring he consumed the potion. After a brief respite, Snape levitated Little An to the living room. Upon witnessing Snape's control over Little An, Mountain Cannon sprang into action, baring its fangs and preparing to pounce. "Mountain Cannon, you must not harm your godfather," Little An admonished. Snape gently placed Little An in a chair, then waved his wand, summoning the meal Little An had previously prepared to the table. After dispelling the warming charm, he said, "Eat something to regain your strength. I would also like to sample your culinary skills, but this will be the last time. From now on, focus on play. Here, godfather, try this sweet and sour fish. I know it is your favorite." Little An conjured 2 pairs of chopsticks and offered Snape a piece of fish. After enjoying lunch amidst Snape's compliments, he cleaned the empty plates with a wave of his wand and intended to levitate Little An back to his bedroom for rest. However, Little An stopped him, looking at Snape's puzzled expression and asking, "Godfather, who was the woman you summoned that day? Is she my godmother? Please tell me about her. Do not keep anything bottled up. Sharing will ease your burden. I am your godchild, and I can share any troubles with you." As Little An fixed his anxious gaze upon Snape, a fleeting sadness crossed Snape's face upon hearing the mention of Lily. Anger rose within him. But upon seeing Little An's anxious and frightened expression, his heart softened. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed, "Perhaps you were right. Her name was Lily. I met her when we were children. The first time I saw her was in autumn, when she and her sister were performing marvelous magic. However, her sister, consumed by jealousy, harshly called Lily a monster and stormed off, leaving Lily heartbroken and alone. After her sister departed, I emerged from my hiding place, witnessing Lily's sorrow. Moved by her plight, I used magic to revive a wilted lily she had intended to show her sister. The joy on her face upon seeing the blooming flower was enchanting. I stood there, mesmerized by her happiness. From that moment, we became friends, spending each day together, using magic to adorn the meadows, lying on the grass to watch the sunset, feeling the gentle breeze carry the fragrance of flowers, and observing butterflies dance in the twilight. Everything appeared so serene and beautiful, I wished for time to stand still in those moments. We entered Hogwarts together, and I had initially anticipated that we would be sorted into the same house. However, fate led me to Slytherin while she was placed in Gryffindor. Lily possessed an extraordinary talent, mastering any spell that came her way with remarkable speed. Yet, Gryffindor was a house filled with unruly students. It seemed unworthy of someone like Lily, especially with that fool, James Potter, among them. The house points that Lily earned were squandered by Potter and his 3 imbecilic friends, who even dared to bully her. In a bid to assist Lily, I fervently delved into the study of spells and potions, perhaps revealing some latent talent of my own. During that time, I invented a spell called Falling Golden Bell, which I taught to Lily, hoping she could use it to defend herself against those Gryffindor ruffians. However, her inherent kindness led her to share the spell with others. When I confronted her about this, that wretched Potter had the audacity to employ my own spell against me. Witnessing this, Lily rushed to my aid, and in a fit of rage, I lashed out at her, pushing her away and uttering words that I would regret for a lifetime. Our relationship deteriorated, and my pride prevented me from ever offering an apology. In the midst of our estrangement, Potter seized the opportunity to win Lily's heart. After graduation, Lily was deceived by Potter into joining the Order of the Phoenix. In a fit of vengeance against Potter, I aligned myself with Voldemort's Death Eaters. Chapter 11. The Source of Magical Amplification. I implored Voldemort not to harm Lily, but he ruthlessly took her life. I sought Dumbledore's protection for her, yet he failed to act decisively, exposing her whereabouts and leading to her demise. Ultimately, I bore the guilt of her death, for it was my information that had betrayed her. Little An, witnessing Severus's emotional collapse, placed her hand gently on his shoulder, offering solace. While there may be some truth to your fault, the true culprits are Voldemort and Dumbledore. Try not to dwell too deeply on the past. You have already apologized to Lily, and I am certain she has forgiven you. With that, and produced an array of textbooks from her pocket, all labeled elementary mathematics, revealing a comprehensive collection from primary school through to university-level advanced mathematics, linear algebra, and beyond. As she observed Severus, who was lost in despair, and considered whether her presence was truly beneficial. Do you have any belongings from Aunt Lily? Perhaps you could express your feelings through her remnants. It might ease your burden. Upon hearing her, Severus's eyes sparkled with a flicker of life, and he rose, heading to his bedroom, and discreetly turned to the side, pretending to read as she caught a glimpse of Severus delicately retrieving a vial from a box. With the vial in hand, Severus transformed the backyard into a verdant garden adorned with lilies. He lay down, cradling the vial against his chest, motionless, understanding that he needed space, and gently patted the head of her companion and instructed him to lie low, shielding the view into the room. She cautiously approached Severus's bedroom, searching through the box for anything of significance. After a fruitless search, she returned to the living room, disappointed to find only potions within. Time passed, and seeing Severus still unmoving, and pulled out a beginner's transfiguration guidebook she had acquired from the leaky cauldron, hoping to pass the time. As she began to read, she caught faint whispers emanating from Severus. Unable to amplify the sound using magic, she focused on her reading while stealing glances at him. Eventually, she noticed Severus rising to his feet, prompting her to set aside the book and observe his next move. Carefully, he approached the interior of the house with the vial in hand, and quickly signaled her companion to move aside, and as Severus entered, she spotted a delicate doll within the vial. "What is that you hold, godfather?" she inquired. Severus, upon hearing her question, turned to face her, pausing before responding. "It contains hair and skin I collected from Lily on the day she passed, magically crafted to resemble her." "Oh, godfather, may I speak with you about something? Is now a suitable time?" Observing Severus's despondent demeanor, and hesitated. Severus contemplated for a moment, then approached her, pulling out a chair and nodding silently. His gaze fixed on her, and continued, "You cannot persist in this manner. Your mastery of mental barriers is exceptional, yet you confine all your emotions within. If this continues, I fear you may succumb to despair. You are my only family. Rest assured, I am fine. For over a decade, I have lived this way. And it was even more severe before I met you. In the past month, sharing my life with you and teaching you magic has brought me more joy than I have felt in years. I believe things will improve. However, you are indeed an anomaly. Any other child in your position would have faded into obscurity, yet you remain unscathed, your magical potential seemingly boundless. Perhaps it is your remarkable talent that allows you to learn magic so swiftly and effectively manage your power. Godfather, do you understand why I possess such immense magical energy? I have pondered this for years without resolution. It may relate to bloodline and talent. Your assertion is only partially accurate. This is indeed the reason for my magical growth." With that, and pushed the stack of mathematics books toward Severus. He glanced down at the books, scoffing. "What use are these muggle texts? Muggle knowledge holds no value for wizards. That is your prejudice," and countered. "You hardly resemble a master of magic. It is through studying these texts that I have amassed such magical energy. My hypothesis is that the source of magical amplification lies in the enhancement of the soul. Through learning, we stimulate our thoughts repeatedly, imprinting knowledge upon our souls, thereby increasing our spiritual strength. The soul resembles a house, initially. This dwelling was inhabited solely by the two of us, leading to little change within its walls. However, now that a mountain cannon has entered, it necessitates the use of a seamless expansion spell to accommodate its presence. The soul functions as the house, while knowledge acts as the mountain cannon. Each time a new mountain cannon takes residence, the soul must expand anew. As one accumulates knowledge gradually, the soul enlarges, thus enhancing magical power. Every fledgling wizard awakens at varying times, a phenomenon I attribute to the volume of knowledge they encounter. The more knowledge one absorbs, the greater the soul's expansion. And once it surpasses the threshold required for awakening, the fledgling, who lacks the ability to wield magic, will inadvertently release magical energy, resulting in a magical surge. This, of course, is merely my conjecture. Certainly, I have observed an increase in magical power through the study of mathematics. Why not give it a try? If it proves effective, your own magical capacity may experience a significant enhancement, possibly exceeding that of Voldemort himself, thereby granting you the means for vengeance. Chapter 12. A true master forever harbors the heart of an apprentice. As Xiao An concluded his thoughts, he heard applause from nearby, and a figure slowly materialized beside him. This individual, adorned with a flowing white beard and impeccably groomed, had hair cascading over his shoulders. His age was evident, yet he clapped his hands gently. Just as Xiao An pondered the identity of this person, Severus Snape, upon noticing the newcomer, exclaimed in surprise and anger, "Dumbledore, is it you? Have you been spying on me?" Arriving at my home under the guise of an invisibility charm? Do not be alarmed, Severus. I harbor no intentions of surveillance. I merely noted the increased smiles upon your face of late, which piqued my curiosity. It appears your pupil is quite remarkable, particularly intelligent, to elicit such joy in you. You are Xiao An, correct? Your insights are indeed profound. Might you share a bit more with an old man like me? In my extensive years, I had not considered your explanation. Of course, Professor Dumbledore. You may have also noticed that I have recently met with several young wizards alongside my godfather. Regrettably, none possess magical prowess comparable to that of Hermione from Gryffindor. Furthermore, you could verify that the magical levels within Ravenclaw at Hogwarts are significantly superior to those of other houses. The wizards from Slytherin likely do not lag far behind, owing to their pure blood lineage and the education they receive from a young age, which enhances their magical abilities. As the saying goes, a true master forever harbors the heart of an apprentice. In the Muggle world, this may imply humility, but in the realm of magic, it embodies the very essence of a wizard's existence. Moreover, have you not observed that the gap in magical prowess between wizards from the Muggle world and those from the magical realm is steadily diminishing? Perhaps in the future. Perhaps what, Xiao An? Xiao An suddenly realized he had spoken too much and promptly halted his words, regardless of Dumbledore's inquiries. He insisted he had nothing further to say. Ms. Ravenclaw is indeed a sage. It seems the philosophy she espouses. Dumbledore mused. Thank you, Xiao An. I eagerly anticipate your enrollment at Hogwarts. You shall undoubtedly be sorted into Ravenclaw among the gifted. Ridiculous. He is destined for Slytherin. Snape glared at Dumbledore. Severus, we cannot dictate where a child belongs. You are aware of the sorting ceremony. Moreover, you ought to attend to your own appearance in your current state. You cannot effectively educate a child, and perhaps consider seeking a companion. A single man cannot provide the warmth of a home for a child. I know several suitable ladies. Would you care to meet them? Leave me be, you old fool. Snape bellowed in exasperation. Without waiting for Snape to respond, Dumbledore conjured a whirlwind of magic, engulfing him in a blaze before vanishing from sight. You old fool, Snape muttered under his breath. Godfather, here, Xiao An said as he pushed all his mathematics books towards Snape. Snape gazed at Xiao An's innocent and sincere face, his expression twitching as he slowly placed the test tube on the table, reaching for the mathematics books, drawing them close, and swiftly tucking them into a non-spatial expansion bag. Is there anything else? Snape fixed his gaze on Xiao An, as though prepared to cast the killing curse should he utter even a single word. That doll on the table, could you entrust it to my care? Xiao An stammered. Upon hearing Xiao An mention his most cherished possession, Snape's demeanor shifted instantly. He grasped the test tube tightly, fixing a predatory gaze upon Xiao An. Sensing the tension, the mountain cannon leapt up, poised to attack Snape, but Xiao An quickly intervened, soothing the creature. Yet, this brief distraction dissipated the tense atmosphere. I apologize, Godfather. I merely wish to safeguard it for you. If it remains in your possession, you will only dwell in the past. Only by relinquishing it can you focus wholly on other matters. Moreover, this is the only way you can seek opportunities for revenge. By holding on to it, you expose your vulnerabilities. Do you not desire to avenge Aunt Lily? Godfather, consider your current state. You cannot even maintain the mental shielding spell. You know, my godfather, I would do anything for you. I cannot bear to see you like this. I do not wish to take it from you and destroy it. That is not my intent, Godfather. I do not want to lose you. You may kill me if you wish. I will not resist. As long as you spare my life, I will acquire it and destroy it. If you entrust it to me now, I will keep it safe until you are well again, and then I shall return it to you. Please contemplate this, Godfather. With that, Xiao An instructed the mountain cannon to retreat to the backyard, standing still and silent as he observed Snape. After hearing Xiao An's lengthy plea, Snape initially bristled with anger, but gradually calmed, lost in thought, occasionally glancing at Xiao An. The room fell silent for a moment, and when Xiao An noticed Snape preparing to speak, he interjected. What is it, Godfather? Are you planning to kill me or banish me? Snape opened his mouth but uttered no words. Instead, he took Xiao An's hand, placing the test tube within it, and grasped Xiao An's hand gently. Xiao An, I initially recognized you due to our similar experiences. I could empathize with your feelings, which is why I took you as my pupil. Over this past month, I have found myself growing fond of this connection. I sense your genuine acknowledgement of my being, and I have grown accustomed to your presence. Perhaps you are right. I should indeed step away from it for a time, to test whether your method for enhancing magical power holds merit. Additionally, I have no right to possess it. Each time I gaze upon it, I feel shame, as though Lily herself reproaches me. Perhaps only after I have avenged Lily can I rightfully claim it. Promise me this. Safeguard it well for me. Once I have exacted my revenge, I shall reclaim it. Xiao An nodded and said, Yes, I promise you, Godfather, I will certainly assist you in seeking revenge. No. You cannot help me. This is my affair. You should not get involved. You ought to enjoy life happily. Promise me, Xiao An, do not get entangled in this. All right. Godfather, in a few days, I will go to America, away from England, to study and enhance my magical abilities while awaiting your news. When I turn 11, I shall return. If you have avenged yourself by then, I will attend Hogwarts. If not, I will aid you in your quest for vengeance. You need not refuse me. Godfather, your refusal is futile. Xiao An asserted firmly. Snape remained silent. Chapter 13. Rolf 3 days later, at the airport exit in America, Snape stood with Xiao An, engaged in quiet conversation, awaiting someone. At that moment, two figures approached from a distance. Upon seeing them, Xiao An exchanged a few words with Snape before ceasing their discussion and advancing to greet the newcomers. Mr. Will, Mr. Jess, it is a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for coming to pick me up, Xiao An politely remarked, extending a hand in greeting. The two were none other than Will and Jess from Harvard University's admissions office. Hello, I am Snape, Xiao An's godfather. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I trust you will assist Xiao An during his time at school. Hello, William is a remarkably bright student, and we are fortunate to have him at our institution. Rest assured, he will encounter no issues at school, Will replied earnestly, gazing at Snape. After exchanging pleasantries, Will and Jess escorted Xiao An and Snape to a vehicle bound for Harvard University. 3 days later, the school year commenced. Due to Xiao An's young age, Will had taken care of all the formalities in advance, allowing Xiao An to spend the day reading a book while observing students bustling about completing their paperwork, happily sipping on cola and reveling in the scene. After a morning of idly sitting on a campus bench, Xiao An began to feel a touch of boredom. With no classes to attend, he found himself drowsy from reading. Naturally, who wouldn't feel sleepy reading a mathematics book? He pondered where he might pass the time. But after some contemplation, he realized there was nowhere to go. An internet CAF? Alas, such establishments did not yet exist in this era. A bar? Glancing at his small hands, he felt the weight of his innocence. He possessed a mischievous heart, but lacked the means to indulge it. Where else could he play? Xiao An sighed dramatically, staring at the sky in exasperation. Such a cute little boy. 3 nearby freshmen giggled among themselves. Hearing their laughter, Xiao An awkwardly straightened his posture, pretending to read while stealing glances at the trio of girls, only to find himself unable to focus on the text. The 3 girls, amused by Xiao An's feigned nonchalance, approached him while continuing their banter. Sensing their approach, Xiao An hastily closed his book and, seizing a nearby small object, ran away. Is this truly the magical world of America? Xiao An marveled at the myriad of shops and individuals clad in wizarding robes ahead of him. Upon entering Wizarding Alley, he found it far more splendid than Diagon Alley. Though it had been established later, its development far surpassed that of Diagon Alley. As he wandered, Xiao An noticed a wizard selling magical creatures from a makeshift stall, which featured a table adorned with various cages and a chest behind him. Intrigued, he approached and overheard a heated discussion between 2 individuals and the vendor. A young boy was intently observing one of the cages, while an elderly man was negotiating prices with the seller. Interestingly, the old man was attempting to raise the price, while the vendor was desperately trying to lower it. Out of curiosity, Xiao An leaned in to listen. Mr. Scamander, you are a master of magical creatures. I cannot accept your money. Please, take whatever you wish. No, Conniff. You deserve this. While I disapprove of magical creatures being sold as commodities, it serves as a means of protection for them. Therefore, I must pay the market price. However, I do hope you capture them responsibly and avoid overexploitation. No, Mr. Scamander, I cannot accept your galleons. Without you, we would not have this profession. Xiao An soon grasped that the elderly man was none other than the renowned magizoologist, Newt Scamander. It was evident that the vendor recognized Scamander's identity, which is why he adamantly refused to accept payment. However, Scamander was a man of principles, insisting on compensating the vendor. Hence the scene before Xiao An feeling someone approach. The vendor and Scamander remained engrossed in their argument, oblivious to Xiao An, but the young boy noticed him, turned a glance, and then resumed his examination of the creatures in the cage. Following the boy's gaze, Xiao An saw a small purple creature with a duck-like bill inside the cage. Having had little exposure to magical creatures and finding that everything here differed from the portrayals in movies and books from his previous life, Xiao An could not identify the creature. He approached the boy and gently tapped him on the shoulder, asking, "What type of creature is this?" Upon hearing Xiao An's inquiry, the boy seemed a bit shy and replied slowly, "It's a Niffler." Oh, so it's a Niffler. Are you well versed in magical creatures? I don't know much about them. Could you share some information about magical creatures with me? By the way, my name is Xiao An. What about you? Perhaps the boy was simply eager to converse or had few friends, so when Xiao An initiated the conversation, he began to enthusiastically share his knowledge about magical creatures. Oh, my name is Rolf Scamander. Ah, you're from the East? Are you visiting America? There are many magical creatures in the East, aren't there? They are so adorable and quite powerful. My grandfather has a magical creature called a Zowu, and I have always loved playing with it. By the way, I adore Nifflers and have always wanted one, but my grandfather has many, and they are all too mischievous. He fears they will cause trouble, so he has never given me one. Today is my birthday, and I specifically requested a Niffler, which is why my grandfather brought me here to buy one. After searching for a long time, I finally found this one for sale. Look how well behaved it seems, but it is so pitiful to be caged. Upon hearing Rolf's incessant chatter, Xiao An was momentarily rendered speechless, having initially presumed that Rolf might be on the autism spectrum and thus hesitant to speak. However, once Rolf opened his mouth, he spoke at length, reminiscent of Tang Sing, which nearly shattered Xiao An's worldview. Xiao An quickly interrupted Rolf, inventing an excuse, saying, "Stop, stop, stop. My English isn't very good. Please speak more slowly, or I want to understand." Observing Rolf's eager expression as he prepared to continue speaking, Xiao An hastily retrieved 9 galleons from the 1,000 galleons Snape had previously given him, tossing them onto the table. He then seized the cage containing Niffler and unceremoniously handed it to Rolf, stating, "Here." Noticing Rolf's inclination to refuse, Xiao An swiftly added, "Don't rush to decline. It's your birthday today, and one cannot refuse gifts on their birthday." Chapter 14. The Mountain Cannon Newt witnessed Xiao An paying for the Niffler and gifting it to Rolf, and just as he was about to offer Xiao An some money, he heard Xiao An mention it as a birthday present for Rolf, leaving him momentarily at a loss. We, the people of Huaxia, cherish friendships above all. As the saying goes, is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? If you consider me a friend, then keep the Niffler, Xiao An continued. Indeed, you are a wonderful friend. Come, don't you wish to learn more about magical creatures? I'll take you for ice cream. And I'll introduce you as we eat. Rolf clasped Xiao An's hand and led him aside. After spending the afternoon with Newt and Rolf, Xiao An finally gained a comprehensive understanding of magical creatures. It must be said, Newt truly deserved his title as a master of magical zoology. He was able to answer every question Xiao An posed about magical creatures and was fluent in numerous magical creature languages, including but not limited to Parseltongue. Xiao An lingered in the candy shop with Newt and Rolf until dusk, after which Rolf invited Xiao An to his family birthday party. Xiao An, feeling that he had nothing pressing to attend to, agreed to accompany him, also hoping to inquire whether Newt had any spare magical creature boxes for sale. That evening, as Rolf's birthday party was merely a family gathering, Xiao An was the only outsider present. The dinner was filled with delightful food and engaging conversations. After the meal, Xiao An resumed his inquiries about magical creatures, and after a while, Newt seemed to feel that mere words were insufficiently detailed. He then led Xiao An and Rolf to his bedroom and opened a box. Upon seeing the box, Xiao An recognized it as the very magical creature box he had long desired. Without hesitation, he embraced the Niffler and jumped in after Newt. Rolf, initially taken aback, soon followed suit. Inside the box, upon spotting Xiao An, Rolf rushed over and asked, "Xiao An, do you know what this box is? You seemed unperturbed as you jumped right in." Xiao An was in awe, gazing at the wondrous world within the box, and in response to Rolf's question, he managed to stammer, "Yes, I've seen something like it." He then added, "I possess a bottomless bag with a similar function." "Oh, all right. Come. I'll take you to find Grandpa Newt. He can explain the creatures here to you," Rolf said, pulling Xiao An along by the shoulder. When Xiao An found Newt, he was tending to a creature with the face of a cat, a lion's mane, and a colorful tail. At first glance, Xiao An recognized it as the Chinese mythical beast, Zowu. "You're here, Xiao An. Can I see the guardian beast on your shoulder?" "Of course. I've seen Dumbledore's fox," Xiao An replied. "Ah, I see," Newt said, realizing that Fox was indeed Dumbledore's guardian beast. "I understand now why the Dumbledore family requires a phoenix." After handing the Niffler to Newt, Xiao An retracted his hand just as a flurry of peculiar words escaped Newt's lips. As Xiao An was about to inquire about Newt's utterances, he noticed Zowu nodding in acknowledgement. Newt turned to Xiao An, his expression suddenly serious. "Xiao An, does your guardian beast possess 2 forms?" Xiao An was taken aback, pondering how Newt could possibly know this. Despite his skepticism, he nodded. "It seems you are indeed quite fortunate to have found it. What is it, master? Is there a problem? Not at all. You are indeed fortunate. What is its name? Mountain cannon. Mountain cannon? What does that mean? Roar. Oh. So that's what it means. The culture of Huaxia is truly profound. You can even speak tiger tongue? Xiao An marveled at the interaction between Zouwu and Newt. Oh. No. This is a language imparted to me by Zouwu, said to facilitate communication with all terrestrial beasts. Ah, I see. However, regarding your mountain cannon. Newt hesitated. What is it, master? I am uncertain whether I should disclose this. All I can say is, it is not a tiger. I understand, master. It is a biao. Biao refers to a type of. Xiao An began, but was interrupted by Newt. I know what a biao is. I have studied Chinese culture. Never mind, go explore with Rolf. Newt returned the Niffler to Xiao An and turned away, no longer wishing to engage. Seeing that Newt was disinclined to converse further, Xiao An decided to follow Rolf and explore the wonders within the box. As they walked, Xiao An was awestruck by the plethora of creatures, including an owl adorned with peacock feathers and three-leaf clovers, a sphinx with the head of an eagle, a murtlap with adorable tentacles, a gigantic erumpent, a plump mooncalf with big eyes, a tiny bowtruckle resembling a blade of grass, a four-winged thunderbird, a winged serpent, a creature resembling a camel called a crumplehorn snorkack, and a seemingly diminutive creature whose cries could drive one to madness, known as a jarvey. Not only that, but there exists an abundance of fascinating and delightful magical creatures that remain undescribed here. This box contains not only plains but also lakes, and it is divided into the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. All of this rendered Little and utterly enchanted, ceaselessly marveling at the wonders of magic. My dear, she mused, there's more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The best is yet to come. Little An was lost for words, pondering how to articulate her thoughts. Wonderful, indeed, she finally settled on. Just then, Newt approached and heard Little An talking to herself, replying, Indeed, it is wonderful, beyond words. Upon turning around and recognizing Newt, Little An was about to greet him when he interrupted, saying, First, let us send Shan Pao to find the Zouwu. I have something I wish to discuss with you privately. Little An complied, and as Shan Pao dashed away, Newt continued, Little An, I have hesitated to share this with you, but after much contemplation, I have decided to let you choose whether to hear it. After a nod from Little An, Newt elaborated, Shan Pao is not a tiger in the conventional sense, nor is it the creature you refer to as a leopard. Tigers and leopards are not magical beings. However, Shan Pao is. In Chinese culture, the leopard is considered the third offspring of a tiger, typically born alongside 2 siblings. The third cub, often malnourished and diminutive, lacks the tiger's distinct black stripes, leading the mother to reject it, driving it away while still quite young. As a result, these small tigers must subsist on withered branches, muddy water, and carrion, making survival difficult, and many do not live to adulthood. Those that do grow up to be exceedingly ferocious, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards larger creatures, often seeking revenge on the mother tiger and its siblings for their abandonment. However, your Shan Pao, judging by its size and age, has had ample opportunity for vengeance. Yet it remains gentle and kind-hearted, opting not to retaliate. Chapter 15. When Dreams Shine Through Reality. Shan Pao possesses the bloodline of the Zouwu, a mythical beast in Chinese lore, born from the union of a Zouwu and a lion, followed by a crossbreeding with a tiger, specifically as the third cub in the tiger's litter. Thus, Shan Pao carries the lineage of the Zouwu, which is regarded as a benevolent creature in Chinese culture, often referred to as the benevolent beast. The precise meaning of benevolent eludes me, but it undoubtedly conveys kindness. Due to Shan Pao's heritage, it refrains from seeking vengeance, allowing matters to pass without hostility. Consequently, its species has not become savage, however, having been cast out by its siblings. It harbors a particular disdain for conflict and for those who bully weaker creatures. Once awakened to its Zouwu lineage, it becomes an indisputable king among beasts, akin to the status of the Qilin in your legends. It will only follow those who are genuinely kind-hearted, and only in their presence will the Zouwu bloodline awaken. How this awakening occurs remains a mystery, one you will have to explore on your own. I cannot ascertain whether sharing this information is right or wrong, but since you expressed interest, I felt compelled to share. As for the validity of my words, that is for you to determine. Having said this, Newt waved his wand, sending Little An out of the box. As Little An emerged, she wished to re-enter the box, eager to inquire more from Newt. Suddenly, Shan Pao flew out and landed in her arms. After placing Shan Pao on the ground, she attempted to re-enter the magical creature box, only to find it obstinately closed. Leaning against the box in contemplation, she was approached by Rolf, who noticed her sitting there in a daze. "What's the matter, little one? Have you been tormenting the creatures inside?" "Don't worry, my grandfather has a peculiar temperament. He'll calm down soon enough. Once this passes, you can go back in." Little Lynn, lost in her thoughts, was abruptly awakened by Rolf's incessant chatter. She barely registered his words and responded vaguely to dismiss him. "It's getting late. I should return. Thank you for your hospitality. See you next time, Rolf." Once she regained her composure, she bid farewell to Rolf's family. "It's quite late. You shouldn't head back just yet. Rolf would miss you. Stay the night." "Where do you live?" "I can send an owl to deliver a message. My parents passed away long ago. I now study at Harvard University in Majiji, and I need to return to prepare for my classes tomorrow." "Oh, then it's settled. Stay the night. Children shouldn't toil so hard. They should enjoy themselves." Just as Little Ann attempted to decline again, Rolf pulled her along, ushering her into his bedroom with the Scamander couple. Unable to refuse any longer, Little Ann followed suit. That night, as Little Ann lay on the small bed conjured by the Scamander couple, she pondered over Newt's revelations while Rolf, ever the chatterbox, continued to prattle on. Annoyed by his incessant talking, she casually remarked about magical creatures, wondering why they didn't create a magical creature ball. Rolf, in the midst of his monologue about magical beings, abruptly halted upon hearing Little Ann's lengthy statement. "A magical creature ball? What is that? Is it a magical creature from your culture?" Rolf inquired excitedly. However, Little Ann remained absorbed in her thoughts, failing to grasp Rolf's words, thus ignoring him. Frustrated by her indifference, Rolf leapt onto her bed, causing it to shake. Startled, Little Ann sprang up, only to find Rolf standing there, trying to push her down. Initially startled by Rolf's antics, she soon realized it was all in good fun. However, upon noticing Rolf in tears, she quickly abandoned her irritation to comfort him. After soothing Rolf, as she attempted to return to her contemplations, he stood beside her, impatiently asking, "Little Ann, what is this magical creature ball you mentioned? Can I see it?" "What magical creature ball? Did I ever mention such a thing?" "Yes, you did. Please, show it to me." As Rolf incessantly queried about the magical creature ball, Little Ann pondered, what on earth is he talking about? "I've only heard of Pokemon balls, which belong to Pikachu. How could there be a magical creature ball here? I've never heard of a magical creature ball. I only know of Pokemon balls." "Do you have one? Show me, please. I adore Pikachu." Upon hearing Little Ann mention her unfamiliarity with the magical creature ball, Rolf's excitement peaked. "What is a Pokemon ball? And who is Pikachu? Quickly, show it to me. I do not possess such knowledge, for I have never encountered it." Xiao An said helplessly, gazing at Rolf, who clung to her arm stubbornly. "You are deceiving me. You clearly mentioned it just moments ago." "I did not say such a thing." "You distinctly uttered the words magical creature. Why not create a magical creature ball then?" "The words of a liar will surely cause their nose to elongate." Observing Rolf on the verge of tears, Xiao An sighed and rubbed her forehead. "You claim to be older than me, yet you behave like this." Upon hearing Rolf's words, Xiao An realized that perhaps she had carelessly spoken when lost in thought earlier. But who would have imagined he took it seriously? Contemplating further, she recognized that this could be an opportunity to manifest her desire for a Pikachu from her previous life into reality, especially since she found herself in a magical world. Thus, she began recounting the tale of Pikachu to Rolf, though her recollection was hazy due to the passage of time, and she could only share a brief segment of the story. Evidently, Rolf became quite enamored with the tale and persistently urged Xiao An to continue. But having exhausted her recollections, she feigned fatigue, claiming it was too late to continue. As Rolf returned to bed, dejected, Xiao An closed her eyes, preparing for slumber. Before drifting off, she mused that she could discuss the matter of the magical creature ball with Newt the following day, allowing her to perhaps acquire a Pikachu as well. Contented with this thought, she fell asleep with a smile. The following day, Xiao An sat at the breakfast table, eagerly awaiting her meal. Upon seeing Newt emerge from his room, she hurriedly approached to greet him. After the pleasantries, she intended to inquire about the story from the previous day, but Newt, astute as ever, interrupted her before she could speak. "I know what you wish to discuss, but I truly cannot divulge anything further." Realizing the futility of her inquiry, Xiao An refrained from pursuing the matter further, explaining, "You misunderstand, master. While I am indeed eager to continue discussing the mountain canon, that is not what I wish to express. I want to share with you the story of Pikachu that I recounted to Rolf yesterday." After sharing the tale of Pikachu, she noticed that Newt's entire family displayed interest, prompting her to elaborate. "Master Newt, This story did not originate from my imagination, but was relayed to me by a muggle. I am unaware if a creature like Pikachu truly exists, but if it does, I hope you might assist me in acquiring one. Ever since I heard this story, I have longed for a Pikachu. With that, Xiao An playfully imitated Pikachu's cry, Pika, Pika, Pikachu. After listening to Xiao An, Newt contemplated for a moment before responding. Xiao An, the magical creatures you described are unfamiliar to me. The narrative you shared seems to stem from the Muggle world, and these beings may be mere figments of their imagination. However, many creatures mentioned in the story do have counterparts in the magical realm, so do not harbor excessive hope for Pikachu. Oh, very well, Xiao An replied, somewhat disappointed. However, Master Newt, we could perhaps conjure something similar using magic. For instance, with a transfiguration charm, we could design creatures based on the story's framework, such as thunderbirds, unicorns, and fire dragons. We could create magical balls for these creatures and enchant them to transform, allowing wizards to engage in battles with these magically summoned beings. Moreover, as an expert in magical creatures, we could incorporate their characteristics and devise an evolutionary system where a mooncalf and a three-headed owl might evolve into a hippogriff. This way, wizards could learn about magical zoology while enjoying the game, gradually fostering a fondness for magical creatures. Xiao An spoke passionately. The entire Scamander family, being experts in magical creatures, became intrigued by her proposal and began contemplating the project's feasibility. Afterward, aside from Rolf, who remained oblivious, they posed various professional questions to Xiao An, leaving her impressed by their expertise. Thus, breakfast passed in a flurry of ideas and discussions. Once the meal concluded, Xiao An glanced at her watch and realized it was already 8:25. Suddenly, it dawned on her that she was studying in the United States and that her first class began at 8:30. Panic set in, and she hurriedly bid farewell to the Scamander family to rush off to class. Seeing Xiao An in a flurry, Newt assumed something was amiss and asked, Xiao An, what is the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? I have class at 8:30. I'm going to be late. Oh, you are studying in the Muggle world, correct? Yes, and my class starts soon. Why be anxious in the Muggle world? Wizards do not arrive late to class there. It is simply unheard of. Looking up, Xiao An met Newt's cheerful gaze and replied, perhaps I am the first. Do not fret, Xiao An. I shall escort you. After all, we are wizards. Newt summoned a house elf with a flick of his wrist. Upon seeing the house elf, Xiao An smacked her forehead in realization, exclaiming, you are right. How could a wizard possibly arrive late? Master Newt, do you have an extra wand? May I borrow it for a while? I wish to reconnect with magic. What is this, Xiao An? You are a fledgling wizard. Your current form cannot wield a wand. Your innate magical energy is insufficient. That is quite all right, Master. With a swish of her hand, Xiao An cast a cleaning charm, clearing the empty plates from the table. Newt paused, momentarily taken aback, before retrieving his wand and casting a spell to summon another wand, which he handed to her, waving goodbye as he departed, clearly astonished. Excuse me, sir? Where would you like to go? My master instructed me to escort you. Xiao An regarded the house elf and replied, no need. The Muggle world may not be suitable for you. Please return to cleaning the dining table. Farewell. Subsequently, Xiao An bid farewell to the Newt family and, accompanied by Rolf and his parents, cradled the mountain cannon as they exited the Newt residence. After disclosing his address to Rolf, they agreed to keep in touch before Xiao An utilized apparition to reach the school. It is noteworthy that the little golden creature had been gifted to Rolf by Xiao An the previous night as a birthday present. With a sudden rustle, Xiao An materialized atop a tree in a secluded corner of Harvard University's campus, a location he had meticulously chosen. Due to the constraints imposed by the wizarding secrecy laws, Xiao An was cautious not to appear directly in the classroom, opting instead for this inconspicuous tree. Shaking his head to alleviate the residual effects of apparition, he soon noticed two figures lying beneath the tree, fast asleep. Startled, his surprise momentarily overshadowed the after-effects of his teleportation. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a couple, unclad save for a blanket beneath them and a thin layer draped over their bodies. Witnessing such a scenario, Xiao An felt as if a herd of alpacas had stampeded through his mind, and he muttered under his breath, seriously, here of all places? Couldn't they just book a hotel room? After venting a few more exasperated thoughts typical of a single individual, he glanced at his watch, realizing he had only 6 minutes before class began. Without further ado, he hastily gathered some leaves from the tree, descended swiftly, and sprinted towards the classroom, transforming the leaves into a notebook, pen, and ink as he ran. Chapter 17. the awakening of the mountain cannon since the previous incident involving apparition. Xiao An had been eager to find a secure location for his teleportation, fearing a recurrence of the earlier embarrassment, not that the embarrassment itself was paramount. But the dread of being discovered using magic weighed heavily on him. Being relatively young, he had managed to leverage his age to obtain permission from the academic committee to dine in the faculty cafeteria, citing concerns about being bullied in the student dining hall. Through meticulous investigation, coupled with his charming demeanor and diligent academic performance, Xiao An successfully established rapport with most professors. Among them was one who took a particular interest in him, not a full-time professor, but an adjunct instructor known as Professor Jor. Soas, affectionately referred to as Master Soas. Despite his adjunct status, Professor Soas wielded significant influence and possessed formidable abilities, maintaining a private office, although he was seldom present except during lectures, preferring to spend time on Wall Street or at home. As time passed, Xiao An had been studying at school for a week. With the date now the 10th, he recalled an important event approaching and quickened his pace towards Professor Soas' office, cradling the mountain cannon. Upon knocking and entering, he found Professor Soas reclining in his office chair, perusing a tome on national wealth, though clearly not engrossed in his reading. Xiao An approached the desk to report on his progress in economics. However, preoccupied with his own thoughts, he failed to convey his updates earnestly. Noting Xiao An's distracted demeanor, Professor Soas, who was also lost in contemplation, raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What troubles you? You seem unfocused today." Hearing the professor's voice, Xiao An seized the opportunity to inquire subtly about Soas' thoughts. "I apologize, Professor. I was unsettled after reading a case study yesterday." "Oh, what sort of financial economics case could cause such distress? I'm curious to hear it," Soas prompted. "Well, Professor, I learned about the 17th century tulip mania in the Netherlands. The Dutch became utterly enamored with tulips to the extent that they believed nothing else held any value compared to them, considering tulips to be true wealth. Yet ultimately, the bubble burst, leading the entire nation into a financial crisis, with countless families ruined. It's terrifying, over a mere flower." After listening to Xiao An's account, Professor Soas fell into deep thought, remaining silent as he reclined in his chair. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "Xiao An, do you understand why a simple flower could plunge an entire nation into chaos?" Xiao An had pondered this question in his previous life and researched extensively, but he could not articulate his thoughts. Instead, he feigned confusion and shook his head. In truth, once any object enters the realm of capital, becoming a tradable asset and monetized wealth, it can be infinitely amplified in value through collective impulse, far exceeding its inherent worth. When this value is inflated, it transforms into mere air within the asset bubble, which can ultimately lead to catastrophic collapse at a critical juncture, accelerating the disintegration in the midst of fear. However, if people could maintain rationality, such bubbles might never form or could deflate more gradually, thereby mitigating losses. This was the first time Xiao An absorbed such profound insights from Professor Soas, and he realized today would be an opportunity to acquire genuine knowledge. This revelation made him forget the significant matter that had preoccupied him before, and he leaned in attentively to listen. Once Professor Soas concluded his lecture, Xiao An expressed his gratitude and intended to leave to digest the knowledge. However, he was suddenly called back by Soas. "Xiao An, you come from England, correct?" Upon hearing England, Xiao An instantly recalled the important matter and remained, nodding in acknowledgement, eager to hear more from Soas. "You are a bright child. Do you believe currency can be considered a commodity?" Feigning confusion, Xiao An shook his head. "Professor, your words are too profound for me to grasp." Soas, undeterred by Xiao An's reaction, seemed to speak more for his own catharsis than for any response from Xiao An. "The exchange rate of the pound against the mark is unstable. While Britain's economy stabilizes, Germany's continues to grow. Over time, the pound's value relative to the mark should not be 778 times." After listening to Soas, Xiao An merely sighed and replied, "Professor, I know you've already reached a conclusion in your mind. I want to say much more. I simply want to thank you for your care over the past few days. Goodbye." With that, Xiao An exited the office, clenched his fist, but chose not to act. Instead, returning to his dormitory. Lying on his bed with the mountain cannon, he remained silent, skipping afternoon classes to simply lie there. Since returning to his dorm a week ago, Xiao An had not ventured outside, spending his time practicing magic, tending to the mountain cannon, and reading spellbooks, with his roommate Kevin bringing him meals each day. During this period, Xiao An summoned Kevin to bring his wealthy cousin, who used magic for psychological manipulation, leading to a contract that transferred all of Xiao An's assets, including the 100,000 from Snape, a scholarship, and 50,000 in promotional expenses, totaling 750,000 to Kevin's cousin. Furthermore, he informed him about shorting the pound. A week later, Xiao An ventured outside for the first time and discovered that the matters had concluded. He sighed, regaining his composure, and slowly made his way to the bank, where he checked his balance, 5 million. Afterward, Xiao An patted Shan Pao and said, "Let us go." Upon reaching a secluded area, he intended to use apparition to return to his dormitory. However, Shan Pao suddenly leaped from Xiao An's embrace, swiftly changing size and roaring loudly. The sound transformed into, "Master, let me take you back." Staring in astonishment at the enlarged Shan Pao, Xiao An was taken aback. It was only after being transported back to his room that he exclaimed, "Shan Pao, you have awakened your bloodline." Chapter 18. I am not outmatched by you muggles. A year later, Xiao An completed the standard curriculum in the mathematics department with remarkable achievements. Additionally, he had enrolled in several physics courses, accumulating credits for the following year. Throughout the year, Xiao An excelled academically, yet his financial situation steadily deteriorated. Just 5 days after the summer break of his freshman year, he found himself with only 3,000 left, despite having earned 5 million during the pound shorting. A year had passed, and he lamented, "Why does money disappear so quickly?" Upon returning to the dormitory, he found Kevin, who was still there, having lunch. Without hesitation, Xiao An approached Kevin, seized a piece of freshly made smoked beef, and took a hearty bite. Kevin was momentarily stunned by Xiao An's fierce dining manner, eventually tentatively inquiring, "Boss, what's wrong? Who has upset you? Tell me, and I will help you deal with them." At the start of the school year, Wolf from the admissions office had intended to find a host family for Xiao An, but Xiao An insisted on a dormitory arrangement. Initially, the dormitory was a double room, but no one was willing to share it with Xiao An, as it required caring for a child, and the risk of Xiao An complaining was too great. After Xiao An had spent 3 days alone in the double room, Kevin moved in from another dormitory. Kevin was quite handsome but physically frail, hailing from a poor family. His father died in a gang-related incident, and his mother raised him single-handedly. Tragically, she also passed away due to overwork while Kevin was in high school. Although he had some wealthy relatives, they looked down on him, leaving Kevin feeling somewhat inferior. He was bullied at school but lacked the strength to resist. After Kevin moved in, Xiao An quickly put him in his place. Each time Xiao An witnessed Kevin's cowardly demeanor, he felt a wave of frustration. In the first 2 days, Xiao An used magic to play pranks on Kevin, which quickly subdued him. To transform Kevin's timid nature, Xiao An began waking him up early for morning runs. By Christmas, Kevin had finally built up his strength. Recognizing Kevin's inner determination, Xiao An pushed him to reach his potential during their daily runs, even imparting some martial arts knowledge he had learned in his past life. After a year, Kevin was thoroughly convinced by Xiao An, acknowledging that apart from age, he was no match for him. Since Xiao An taught Kevin military-style boxing, he had managed to convince Kevin to acknowledge him as the leader. One morning after breakfast, Xiao An asked Kevin for ideas on quick ways to earn money. However, coming from a poor background, Kevin's suggestions, like delivering food or working as a cashier, were dismissed by Xiao An. "Is there any fast and lucrative way to earn money? These jobs are not suitable for you," Xiao An complained. Kevin casually replied, "The only quick and substantial methods I know of are arms smuggling or gambling." "Gambling? That could work. Your math skills are good, and mine are even better. We could head to Las Vegas and make a fortune," Xiao An exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. "Are you serious, boss? You really dare to think that way? Leaving aside whether the casino would even let us in, even if they did, we might not win. And even if we did, we might not survive to bring it back." Kevin stared at Xiao An in disbelief. "Then what can we do? This won't work. And that won't work either. What should we do?" Xiao An lamented, reclining on the sofa. "Actually, we could trade stocks, futures, or Forex. Just like you had me do with my cousin last time. He made a significant profit following your advice and even gave me 50,000. We can continue this, boss. Your skills are impressive, and we could definitely make a profit," Kevin suggested. "All of that requires significant capital, and I've spent all my money. I only have some stocks left, which I cannot freely use." "Ugh," Xiao An groaned. "Then there's nothing we can do, boss." Kevin shook his head. "Fine. Let us go out for a walk and see if any opportunities arise." Xiao An stood up, put on his shoes, and waved to Kevin to follow him outside. After wandering for an afternoon without discovering any opportunities, Xiao An decided to have Kevin drive them back, as the smell from the nearby garbage dump was overwhelming. As they approached, Xiao An noticed a crowd entering and exiting the waste treatment facility and asked, "Kevin, what's happening? Why are there so many people throwing away trash this late?" Don't they usually drive to dispose of it weekly? Oh, those people? They're involved in storage auctions. All auction warehouses must have their junk cleared out. They probably just finished handling a warehouse and came to dispose of the garbage since they still had time. Kevin replied casually. Storage auctions. How could I have forgotten? There's another way to make money. Xiao An's eyes brightened at Kevin's explanation. Hearing Xiao An's musings, Kevin quickly cautioned. Boss, you should not consider entering that industry. Storage auctions heavily rely on connections and information. Those involved are seasoned veterans. They know precisely what is valuable and what is not. They are cunning and will cheat without hesitation, and we cannot compete with them in terms of information. Hearing Kevin's advice, Xiao An dismissed it, thinking to himself that such a powerful wizard like him could hardly be outshone by a bunch of muggles. Upon returning to the dormitory, Xiao An urged Kevin to inquire with his childhood friends about any recent storage auctions. Noticing Xiao An's persistent interest in storage auctions, Kevin hesitated to offer further counsel but was waved off by Xiao An, who seemed to have lost hope. Back in the living room, Kevin began making calls as instructed by Xiao An. After half an hour, he finally reconnected with a childhood friend who had often followed him in their youth. Upon gathering information, Kevin returned to Xiao An's room to discuss the requirements and rules of the storage auction. 3 days later, Xiao An instructed Kevin to drive him to a storage auction in Massachusetts, recommended by Kevin's friend, which was the nearest to their dormitory. Xiao An entrusted all his possessions to Kevin, who submitted the deposit and registered for the auction under his name. Being still a child, Xiao An pretended to be Kevin's younger brother to blend in. Upon entering the auction venue, Xiao An longed to use magic to discern the contents of the locked storage units. However, the crowd was overwhelming, and opportunities eluded him. During a brief moment in the restroom, he hastily retrieved his wand, only to find himself devoid of any spells to cast, leaving him in a rather awkward predicament. As time passed and the auction approached, Xiao An reluctantly exited the restroom to find Kevin. Upon greeting Kevin, they were approached by a short elderly man with a notebook and pen who turned out to be the auctioneer. Following the auctioneer to the front of the first storage unit, a burly man came forward with a pair of large bolt cutters, swiftly breaking the lock and lifting the roll-up door to the side. As the auctioneer began to describe the storage unit, he announced, "You each have 1 minute to inspect the unit. Touching is prohibited, and we only accept cash. Once you win a bid, you have 24 hours to clear the unit, or we reserve the right to hold you accountable." After the auctioneer concluded his lengthy introduction, Xiao An eagerly pulled Kevin forward to inspect the unit. The guard, not paying much attention to Xiao An due to his youthful appearance, allowed him to sneak closer, mimicking the guard's stance while stealing glances into the unit. The auction for the first unit commenced with an opening bid of $10. $10 from that gentleman. Any higher bids? Before the auctioneer could finish his sentence, bids began to soar. The price climbed rapidly, eventually culminating in a 300 win by an elderly white man. Xiao An, having observed closely, could not fathom what could possibly be worth that amount. As the auction progressed, Xiao An found himself unable to secure any units, primarily due to the lack of visible valuables, while Kevin remained uninterested in bidding. 8 units swiftly passed under the auctioneer's rapid-fire cadence. It wasn't until the final unit that Xiao An seized the opportunity to bid, only to be puzzled by the apparent disinterest from the crowd. Inside the unit were merely a table and several trash bags. Although the wooden table appeared somewhat worn, Xiao An believed it must hold some value. Yet no one was willing to bid even $10. As bidders shook their heads and walked away, the auctioneer, in a moment of exasperation, announced an opening bid of $1. Seizing the moment, Xiao An urged Kevin to secure the unit, reasoning that even a loss of $1 was minimal. After the auction concluded, they paid and received their receipt, then proceeded to clear the unit. Xiao An directed Kevin to dispose of the trash, which they promptly did. Upon opening the unit, they discarded the trash bags and attempted to move the table. However, Kevin struggled to lift it. Xiao An, feeling exasperated, took charge, deciding to inquire with other successful bidders about their interest in the table. Meanwhile, he locked the roll-up door and cast a spell to open the locked drawers. To his surprise, the drawers, though shabby, were empty, leaving Xiao An frustrated. Yet, upon discovering 2 final drawers, his spirits lifted momentarily. One drawer contained a so-called street rogue Swana, while the other held a dark purple wooden stick about 40 centimeters long. Xiao An felt a pang of despair at the lack of value. After cleaning the Swana with a spell and attempting to play it, he abandoned the effort as it yielded no sound. However, when he lifted the wooden stick, it felt surprisingly heavy, suggesting it might be of a rare variety. He stored the stick in his expansion bag and resumed his struggle with the Swana. When Kevin returned, he found Xiao An sitting at the table, puffing air into the Suona, his cheeks swollen. Kevin couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Noticing Kevin's amusement, Xiao An, embarrassed, inquired about the situation. Kevin quickly stifled his laughter and stepped aside for the elderly auctioneer from the first unit. After some negotiation, Xiao An sold the table for $1. Utilizing a spell to read the auctioneer's thoughts, he discovered the reason for the lack of bids. The previous owner had likely organized the unit, leaving only the table and trash behind. This unit would only attract those in need of furniture, while casual bidders would shy away due to the cumbersome nature of the table and uncertainty regarding the locked drawers. Once the auctioneer had summoned 2 strong men to remove the table, Xiao An and Kevin tidied up the remaining trash and transported it to the disposal center. After paying a $10 disposal fee, Xiao An reclined in his chair, reflecting, "It seems we truly cannot compete with muggles." Chapter 20. Mastering Magic to Fulfill One's Desires. After dining out, Xiao An returned to the dormitory and reclined on the sofa, pondering how to profit from the storage auction. Meanwhile, Kevin busied himself on the computer, searching for part-time job opportunities. The presence of Xiao An ensured that the dormitory would continue to be utilized, allowing Kevin to benefit without seeking other accommodations. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiao An's mind raced with possibilities, and he suddenly leapt to his feet. Dashing towards Kevin's room, he flung open the door, only to find it empty, prompting him to turn and sprint towards the study, where he discovered Kevin engrossed in browsing the internet. This computer was a portion of the 5 million Xiao An had previously earned, originally intended for gaming, specifically for playing CS, which had not yet been developed, leaving Xiao An in an awkward position. Since realizing the absence of CS, he had abandoned the computer, leaving it solely for Kevin's use. Kevin, reluctant to use it without compensation, had taken a part of the $50,000 gifted by his cousin to acquire a small printer, thus transforming the computer into what parents deem a good computer, suitable solely for academic and professional pursuits. As Kevin searched for part-time opportunities online, the loud noise of Xiao An kicking the door startled him, causing a cup of water to spill onto his trousers. Upon entering, Xiao An caught sight of Kevin hastily using paper towels to dry himself, prompting him to retreat out of the room. Outside, Xiao An called out, "Kevin, really? This is a shared study. How could you engage in such activities here? If you need something, you could always spend a little outside instead of exhausting poor Miss Wu." While Kevin was unfamiliar with the tale of Miss Wu, he grasped Xiao An's meaning, and without further ado, he abandoned his efforts to wipe his trousers and approached the door, bending in a gesture of invitation. This was not due to Kevin's magnanimity in avoiding conflict, but rather an understanding of the futility of arguing, having experienced similar situations numerous times before. Seeing Kevin's compliance, Xiao An chose not to dwell on the matter, merely teasing him in a routine manner before losing interest. 2 evenings later, Kevin was in the dormitory with his new girlfriend. While Xiao An utilized his phasing ability to arrive at the location of the auction he intended to attend the following day, employing a concealment spell to scout the warehouses set for auction. After wandering for a while and nearly losing his way, Xiao An finally located the 6 warehouses designated for the auction. Confirming their locations, he began to phase into each one, assessing the monetary value required to acquire them. Upon returning to the dormitory, Xiao An sensed that the activities next door had concluded, prompting him to take a shower before retiring for the night. The next day, Kevin, still groggy, accompanied Xiao An to the storage rental company. Since Xiao An had visited the previous day, their prospects were favorable, allowing them to purchase 2 warehouses within their desired price range. The other 4 warehouses were not unworthy, however. Xiao An lacked understanding of their value and had no means to sell the contents, leading him to acquire only these 2. One warehouse contained firearms, while the other housed a well-maintained vintage Rolls-Royce, which Xiao An had cleverly concealed to maximize their advantage. Over the following 2 months, Xiao An and Kevin frequented various storage auctions, with Xiao An consistently employing his phasing ability to conduct reconnaissance and ascertain the value of the warehouses. Throughout these 2 months, their ventures proved lucrative, and Kevin ceased attempting to dissuade Xiao An, eagerly anticipating his daily participation. Each warehouse's profits were shared, propelling Kevin to become a millionaire, while Xiao An's wealth soared back to 5 million. As August approached, it was noted that last year's academic calendar had been affected by certain events in the magical realm, resulting in a delayed start to the school year until September. Glancing at his bank balance, Xiao An chuckled to himself, murmuring, "It seems that mastering magic truly allows one to indulge." Subsequently, he withdrew $4 million, investing $2 million in Apple stocks and the other $2 million in Next stocks. Unlike his previous investment, this time he diversified his portfolio, with only 5 days remaining until school commenced. Xiao An once again took Kevin to the final storage auction of the holiday. Notably, Kevin's girlfriend had ended their relationship 2 days prior. The reasons were unspoken, and Xiao An refrained from inquiring. However, Kevin appeared somewhat despondent in the days that followed, leading Xiao An to abstain from attending the auction the previous day. Despite the presence of items that piqued his interest, it is rather perplexing that today's auction attracted only a handful of participants, fewer than 10 in total, including Xiao An and Kevin. Due to the relatively low level of competition, Xiao An successfully acquired 4 storage units, while the remaining 4 were claimed by others. After clearing out 3 of the units and loading the contents into the rented warehouse, Xiao An, accompanied by Kevin, proceeded to the final unit. Unlike the previous evening, when Xiao An had not thoroughly inspected this particular warehouse, it bore a striking resemblance to the one encountered during Xiao An's inaugural experience at a storage auction, containing merely a table and a few heaps of refuse. The distinction this time lies in the fact that the refuse was not contained within trash bags, but rather packed in cardboard boxes. Instead of waste, the boxes held soiled garments and footwear. Ultimately, Kevin acquired this storage unit for a mere $10. With a peculiar sense of anticipation, Little An opened the unit, first discarding the dirty clothes, and then sought a way to divert Kevin's attention. However, this time, Little An had clearly underestimated the situation, for the table within was not locked. It simply lacked a lock, and Little An appeared to have momentarily lost focus. It was only when Kevin opened the drawer that Little An realized her oversight. With a self-deprecating smile, she approached to inspect the contents of the drawer, discovering only a collection of toys, most of which were unopened, save for one. The majority were Transformers figures, which left Little An somewhat disheartened. She picked up one toy, found it unfamiliar, and promptly returned it to the drawer. Then she grabbed another unopened toy, noticing its instruction manual. Upon closer examination, she realized these toys were quite special, perhaps even valuable, as the manual indicated it was Optimus Prime, numbered 9, one of the initial batch of 9 produced. Excitedly, Little An called Kevin over to gather the toys. Upon inspecting the situation, Kevin noted the lack of containers for the toys and casually tipped over a nearby shoebox. As he reached to offer the box to Little An, he suddenly noticed a shoe in the box had lost its insole, revealing some green substance. Kevin quickly summoned Little An, who, upon seeing the scene, couldn't help but laugh, remarking, "It seems all men in the world hide their stash in the same way." Chapter 21. The one as time passed, September arrived, marking Rolf's birthday. Little An pondered what gift to give him and decided to present one of the Transformers toys she had salvaged from the storage unit. Contemplating further, she decided to enchant the toy, taking out the unwrapped figure and beginning her incantation. After a dazzling display of magic, she inevitably faced failure. After a long day's effort, she finally succeeded, employing a transformation spell, a duplication spell, 2 enlargement spells, 2 reduction spells, and a recat spell. The outcome was a toy capable of transforming into a life-sized figure, able to shift between vehicle and robot forms, ready for combat. Little An had even replicated the voice from the television series using the recat spell, granting the robot a few spoken lines. Having transformed the toy into a package, Little An, accompanied by the robot, went to Newt's home. Upon explaining her purpose, she discovered Rolf was not home but had gone to Ilvermorny for studies. Nevertheless, Newt invited Little An to dinner. At the dining table, Newt inquired about Little An's magical practice, clearly concerned for her well-being. However, after listening to her recount the year's events, Newt felt reassured and shifted the discussion towards the concept of Pokemon balls. After dinner, Little An borrowed Newt's owl to deliver the gift to Rolf and prepared to take her leave. At that moment, Newt stopped her, saying, "Little An, perhaps it is time you acquired your own wand. I believe you possess the ability to wield one, but I'm not yet 11 years old. And I have no acceptance letter from Hogwarts," Little An replied, her eyes momentarily brightening before dimming again. Newt chuckled softly, patting her shoulder, and reassured her, "Don't worry. You needn't return today. Tomorrow, I shall take you on shopping." Elated, Little An embraced Newt and followed him to his study, continuing their discussion about the Pokemon ball. Over the past year, Newt had meticulously compiled knowledge about magical creatures, including their combat methods, evolutionary forms, and mechanisms. Thus, after an evening of dialogue, they primarily focused on finalizing the gameplay for the Pokemon ball. They ultimately decided on a card-based design, with each card documenting a distinct magical creature. Following a battle, a connector would be activated along the card's edge, allowing 2 cards to engage in combat, transforming into the creatures they represented. Through fervent negotiation, Little An convinced Newt to set a lifespan for each card, whereby it would be rendered unusable after 5 defeats, a mechanism inspired by her desire to earn more galleons. reminiscent of weapon repair systems in her previous life as online games. Filled with excitement, Little An struggled to find rest at night. With a daring spirit, she stepped out of Newt's home at 1 a.m, utilizing apparition to reach a public phone booth to call Kevin. Upon being roused from sleep, Little An, with a mischievous grin, requested Kevin to help her take a day off from school the following day, concluding with a wish for him to enjoy a restful night before hastily ending the call. It was previously mentioned that Little An intended to enroll in an additional physics course that academic year, meaning Kevin would need to rise early and assist her in explaining matters to the professor. The following morning at 6:30, Little An arose with great anticipation, washed up, and settled on the sofa in the living room, awaiting Newt's awakening. When Newt noticed her dark circles while she sat on the sofa, he quickly grasped the situation and proceeded with his leisurely morning routine, taking his time with breakfast, which made Little An's teeth grind with impatience. After what seemed a sufficient amount of teasing, Newt finished the last of his sandwich and announced to Little An that it was time to head to Wands and More. After traveling via the fireplace to Wands and More, Little An urged Newt to hasten to the wand shop. Upon arriving at the American equivalent of Ollivander's wand shop, they were greeted by the shopkeeper, Mr. Grigovich, one of the sons of the German wand master, who had relocated to America due to his disapproval of Grindelwald. Unbeknownst to me, Newt had a conversation with Grigori, who surprisingly consented to allow Little An to possess a wand. Much like Ollivander, he measured an array of Anne's physical attributes before retrieving a wand from the shelf, declaring, a wand of white poplar, 14¼ inches, with a core of unicorn hair, and took the wand and waved it, unleashing a bolt of lightning from its tip. Alarmed by this spectacle, the shopkeeper swiftly seized the wand, exclaiming, No, this won't do. This is not the one. He replaced it with another, stating, This ash wand has a core of thunderbird feather. Before Anne could even attempt to wield this new wand, Grigori hastily snatched it from him and substituted it yet again. This wand measures 14¼ inches, and waved it, and lo and behold, rain began to pour from the heavens. After an hour had elapsed, and still had not found a suitable wand. Despite his casual assertion that any wand would suffice, Grigori remained steadfast in dissuading such thoughts. Mr. An, each wand selects its own wizard. While using another's wand may pose no issue for a master of magic or for simple spells, a lack of sufficient magical prowess could yield dire consequences, failure to cast a spell at best, and at worst. Grigori's sentence trailed off, but the panic in his eyes conveyed the gravity of his warning to Anne. Upon conducting a special magical examination of all the wands, Grigori resignedly remarked, Mr. An, you are indeed a discerning patron. It appears I have no wand suitable for you. You are a unique customer, endowed with formidable magical power. Not every wand can befit you. I recommend you seek Ollivander in Britain. However, given your circumstances, do not harbor excessive hope. The documented cores that may be usable are unlikely to suit your needs. Perhaps only some untested magical creature materials, such as the tail of a Zowu, could be appropriate. Grigori cast a sorrowful glance at Newt, a look that sent shivers down his spine. Upon hearing Zowu, both Anne and Newt were momentarily taken aback, until Newt suddenly exclaimed, Ah, indeed, it seems that way. Chapter 22, A Belated Birthday Gift, Additional Chapter. Newt instructed Anne to wait in the wand shop while he briefly utilized the fireplace to return home. Upon his return, Newt held a single strand of hair. Grigori, upon noticing it, raised an eyebrow and said with a wry smile, Newt, you are rather frugal. I understand your fondness for magical creatures, but this is a bit much. Newt shot Grigori a look before addressing Anne and Grigori, it's not what you think. I know that experiments require considerable Zowu hair, but Zowu informed me this is the only suitable option for it. However, Anne must also drop a single drop of his blood onto the hair. After explaining, Newt handed the Zowu hair to Anne, who complied by pricking his finger and letting a drop of blood fall onto the hair. To their astonishment, the blood did not congeal but was entirely absorbed by the Zowu hair. Grigori, puzzled, took the blood-stained hair and summoned an array of instruments to examine it thoroughly. The results remained a mystery, but when he finished, Grigori regretfully stated, Indeed, this magical creature's hair can serve as a wand core. But the magical potency is too potent for my abilities to handle. If you don't mind, I would like to entrust it to my father for him to craft the wand personally. After exchanging glances, Anne and Newt saw Newt nod in reluctant agreement. When can we retrieve the wand? Anne inquired. Oh, no need for you to come here. I can deliver it to your home, Grigori replied, relieved that the core was decided and that the wand would be crafted by the master himself. Feeling a weight lifted, Newt prepared to take it home. However, and suddenly recalled a piece of what he had obtained during his first visit to a storage auction, which he had forgotten deep within his undetectable extinction charm bag. Recognizing this as an opportunity, and retrieved the wood and presented it to Grigori. Mr. Grigori, do you recognize what type of wood this is? I've consulted many experts but remain uncertain. Grigori took the wood and began to examine it intently. After a while, his eyes lit up, and he said to An, I cannot identify it, but I can confirm it is indeed wood. Mr. An, would you mind if I studied it further? Seeing Grigori's keen interest and recalling that he had obtained it for merely $1, and casually nodded, allowing Grigori to take it. As time passed, 10 days slipped away. One day, while An was in his study composing a paper on physics, he heard a tapping on the glass. Looking towards the sound, he discovered it was Newt's owl, adorned with a peacock tail. He hurriedly opened the window, and as soon as he took the letter from the owl's talon, it flew away. An, puzzled, opened the letter to find it stated that his wand was ready for pickup. Unable to contain his excitement, An summoned the wand he had received from Newt during his first visit and used the disillusionment charm to make his way to Newt's home. Upon arrival, as the door opened automatically, and dashed inside, eagerly asking, Where is my wand, master? Newt, observing An's exuberance, smiled silently, reclining in his chair. Realizing his lack of composure, An composed himself and approached Newt, adopting a gentlemanly demeanor as he sat beside him. Noticing An's sudden decorum, Newt found it unamusing and gestured subtly towards a wand box on the table. Trembling with excitement, An carefully opened the box to reveal a wand of deep ebony, with a single purple line running through its center. As An lifted the wand and prepared to wave it, a golden light enveloped both the wand and himself, and he felt a profound connection, as if the wand had become an extension of his very being. With a few incantations, he found them flowing effortlessly from his fingertips. It appears this wand is indeed your destined match. Observing the seamless connection between Xiao An and the wand, Newt smiled and expressed his gratitude for the generous recommendations received over the past few days. However, Xiao An did not fully comprehend Newt's words and merely nodded in a perfunctory manner. After a while, as Xiao An's excitement began to wane, Newt produced a box with a flourish of his wand, gently setting it on the table before sliding it towards Xiao An. Your wand measures 14¼ inches with a core made from the hair of a Zowil. The wood has been authenticated by Grigovich and is identified as a rare type of peach wood from China, specifically a millennium-old lightning-struck peach tree. Any offensive spell cast with this wand will be significantly amplified. But I digress. This is a birthday gift for you, a detail I learned from Dumbledore. I hope you find it to your liking. As Xiao An listened to Newt's explanation of the wand, she was momentarily taken aback when he suddenly paused, confused. She then heard him mention her birthday present. Glancing down at the box he had pushed towards her, her eyes swiftly filled with tears, as this was the third gift she had received, aside from those from Kevin and Snape. With both hands, she embraced the box tightly, overwhelmed with emotion. However, at that moment, Xiao An suddenly realized what had come over him. How could he speak to the Godfather in such a manner? Daring to engage in face-to-face discourse with Dumbledore, and that too without mastering the technique of mental shielding? He questioned his own behavior as he conversed with Newt in such a manner. Noticing Xiao An leaning over the box, Newt gently patted his shoulder, interrupting his reverie. I remember when you first arrived at my home, you expressed great fondness for this box. But who wouldn't he? Is this a magical creature's box, akin to your own? Xiao An, taken aback, lifted his gaze towards Newt. With a nod, Newt replied with a smile, This box is crafted by my own hands, modeled after the suitcases of the Muggle world. Given your extensive life in the Muggle realm, it should pose no inconvenience. Come now, Xiao An, bring your wand. I shall impart a spell to you as a belated birthday gift. With that, Newt led Xiao An to his study. Once Xiao An was settled, Newt produced a small booklet and handed it to him, saying, Here lies a spell I excel at, known as the Miramont spell. You are aware that the space expanded by the undetectable extension charm is limited, and the expansion can damage the materials that originally created that space. This is where the Miramont spell comes into play. It is a form of transdimensional magic that can create space using any medium, such as a magical creature's box. Furthermore, this spell can conjure the environment you desire, be it mountains or rivers. However, for the mountainous terrain, you will need to utilize a plant to continue employing the Miramont spell. By casting it upon a chosen plant and envisioning your desired form, it will merge with the mountain, transforming into that essence. Yet, only one type of plant can be used. The same principle applies to other creations you wish to manifest. Chapter 23, The Resumption of Storage Auctions. As time passed, Xiao An completed his second year of studies, alongside his mathematics degree. Next academic year, he would specialize in obtaining a bachelor's degree in physics. Having already taken numerous physics courses, he would soon acquire his physics degree. Although Xiao An contemplated pursuing an economics degree, which he had studied in a previous life, he ultimately decided against it due to time constraints. Today marked the first day following the end of the academic year, and he declined a professor's project invitation to participate in storage auctions once more. Not for any other reason, but because Xiao An had expended his remaining $100,000, prompting him to return to the world of storage auctions to regain some funds. He kicked open the door to rouse Kevin, who was still asleep alongside his girlfriend, ready to set off. It is worth mentioning that since Kevin earned $1 million last year, he had become rather extravagant during this academic year, frequently changing girlfriends. And now his savings were nearly depleted. Under Xiao An's insistent pressure, Kevin hastily washed up, ushered his girlfriend out, and gathered his belongings to head out. Xiao An had also tied a rope to the suitcase Newt gifted him, allowing Sean Pao to pull it down the stairs to the parking lot. After receiving his share of the money last year, Kevin had initially planned to refrain from participating in storage auctions this year, opting instead to learn stock trading and mutual funds. However, it was evident that wealth had corrupted him. Ultimately, he succumbed to the allure of easy gains, leaving him with barely $10,000 to his name, thus unable to pursue his dreams, forcing him to remain by Xiao An's side as a mere driver to scrape together some cash. Though Kevin had become rather reckless, he remained deeply intimidated by Xiao An, especially after a particular incident involving a girl that resulted in chaos in their dormitory, followed by Kevin's outburst towards Xiao An, unable to tolerate it any longer. Xiao An cast a strength and speed spell upon himself, two spells he had devised during his freshman year due to his youthful vulnerability, in the presence of Kevin's girlfriend. He thoroughly reprimanded Kevin, and from that point on, Kevin dared not overstep again. After 3 days of driving through several storage rental centers in Massachusetts for various auctions, Xiao An and Kevin had not made much profit, despite Xiao An's prior reconnaissance. This left Xiao An feeling quite disheartened until Kevin suggested venturing to Texas, noting that the local culture was quite bold and that they might discover valuable items, such as firearms, in the warehouses. 2 days later, Xiao An and Kevin drove to Texas. Upon settling into a hotel, Kevin took Xiao An to survey the situation, spending an entire day understanding the local professional storage buyers, their bidding habits, and price ranges. Following this, Xiao An continued to leverage his magical abilities to scout ahead, seeking to earn money within the storage industry. After half a month, he had amassed a substantial collection of firearms and sports equipment. He had managed to sell the firearms, but was left with sports items whose disposal he was uncertain about, which he stored in Kevin's temporarily rented warehouse. On this day, Xiao An and Kevin sought out experts in American football, as they were both unfamiliar with the sport and had accumulated an entire warehouse full of football gear that needed to be dealt with. They visited bars and sporting goods stores to consult fans and shop owners, and even scoured the library for literature on American football, yet found nothing of value. The fans and books merely discussed celebrities and records, offering little utility, and the shop owners provided no worthwhile information. Exiting the library and grabbing a bite to eat, Xiao An prepared to return to the hotel for rest. However, Kevin expressed a desire to unwind at a bar, hoping to charm a girl for the night. Observing Kevin's eagerness, Xiao An acquiesced, reminding him to book another room and not to disrupt their plans for the following day. Back at the hotel, with Kevin off to the bar, Xiao An contemplated conducting another reconnaissance of the warehouse but was suddenly disheartened at the thought of the entire warehouse filled with sports equipment. The night passed in silence. The next morning, Kevin woke Xiao An, who noted Kevin's weary legs and shook his head in resignation. Initially planning to continue their search for knowledge on American football, Xiao An reconsidered in light of Kevin's condition. After breakfast, seeing that Kevin had yet to recover, he suggested they head to the beach for some sunbathing and a chance to enjoy the scenery. After checking out, they drove to a beach in Galveston. It was perplexing how Kevin had chosen this beach, as everyone there was rather uninhibited, with many lounging about in various states of undress. Although Xiao An was a child, he possessed the soul of an adult, and such sights were beyond his tolerance. Turning to see Kevin's foolish grin, Xiao An felt a surge of irritation. Silently casting a strength spell upon himself, he leaped and delivered a swift kick to Kevin's backside before turning to return to the car. Once Kevin regained his composure and joined him, Xiao An exasperatedly declared, "Let us go. We need to find a different place." Seeing that Xiao An was clearly upset, he could only helplessly start the car and drive to another beach. Upon arriving at this beach, Xiao An found it quite pleasant, so he changed into his beach shorts, rented a beach chair, and laid down to bask in the sun. An hour later, after sending away 2 young ladies who wanted to apply sunscreen for him, Xiao An noticed Kevin's envious gaze, which only fueled his irritation. In a fit of anger, he grabbed a glass from the table and hurled it at Kevin. Seeing Kevin rubbing his chest, now red from the impact, Xiao An felt a sense of relief and smiled as he reclined back on his chair. Just then, he suddenly spotted a large group of people approaching from a distance, estimating there were about 50 young men and women. His confusion deepened when he saw a middle-aged man with a noticeable beer belly get out of a vehicle. Was he perhaps the parent of those 50 youngsters? Quite impressive. Indeed, as the group of adolescents dispersed to engage in various activities, Xiao An was taken aback when the beer-bellied man approached him, carrying what appeared to be a specially designed beach chair. "Hello, why are you here all alone? Where are your parents?" "It's not safe for a child to be by themselves," the man smiled, addressing Xiao An. "Oh, I'm here with my classmate. He's over there." Xiao An pointed towards Kevin. The man followed Xiao An's finger and spotted a robust young man, initially suspecting that Xiao An was trying to deceive him out of fear. Just as he was about to speak, Kevin interjected, "Indeed, we are classmates, students from Harvard University, here for summer vacation, so don't harbor any ill intentions, old man." Chapter 24. The Cooper family. The beer-bellied man scrutinized Kevin and Xiao An several times before skeptically inquiring, "Harvard? Are you really with him?" Kevin, growing impatient with the man's incredulity, merely nodded and turned away, as did Xiao An. Despite their indifference, the man, undeterred, set up a beach chair beside Xiao An. He then returned with several bottles of beer and a cup of juice, offering Xiao An a bottle of juice and Kevin a beer. Attempting to strike up a conversation with Xiao An. "Are you truly a student at Harvard? Don't your parents worry about you?" Xiao An shot him a glance but continued to ignore him. Realizing his approach might be a bit off-putting, the man quickly changed his demeanor. "Oh, I'm sorry if I startled you. I mean no harm. I'm merely curious. By the way, my name is George Cooper, a football coach. I'm here with my team and cheerleaders for some fun." Upon hearing the name George Cooper, Xiao An sat up in surprise, staring intently at him. "What's wrong? Have you heard of me?" George asked, perplexed by Xiao An's reaction. "Oh, no. I just thought of something when I heard you were a football coach. Could you help me look at some photos?" Xiao An gestured for Kevin to fetch the pictures. "What photos?" George asked, puzzled. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Xiao An from Huaxia. You can just call me in." "Oh, nice to meet you. And are you really?" "Yes. I am a student at Harvard, primarily studying mathematics and physics. I've completed my undergraduate mathematics courses and am now focusing on physics. I came here mainly to participate in a storage auction to earn some living expenses. As for my parents, I haven't seen them since I was little." "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know." "My apologies," George said, embracing Xiao An. At that moment, Kevin returned with the photos and handed them to George, saying, "Hello. Could you help us determine the value of this equipment? It looks rather old, possibly used by some athlete." George examined the photos closely, and as he scrutinized a few, his eyes suddenly lit up as he focused on one, exclaiming, "Is this for real? Where did you get these photos? It's simply incredible." He then explained to Xiao An and Kevin the significance of several items depicted in the photos, revealing that some were equipment used by championship football players. Though the athletes had passed away, the value of the equipment remained substantial. After chatting for a while, Xiao An invited George to help verify the equipment the following day. And George agreed. They then fell silent, each enjoying the sun on their respective beach chairs, although a few blonde-haired, blue-eyed young ladies occasionally flirted with Xiao An, which stirred feelings of envy and jealousy in both George and Kevin. The next day, after George helped Xiao An appraise the equipment, Kevin went off in search of buyers. While George invited Xiao An to visit his home, which Xiao An gladly accepted. Upon arriving at George's house, he introduced Xiao An to his family. Seeing the 5-member family, including a grandmother, Xiao An finally realized where he was, the setting of the Big Bang Theory, the home of Sheldon Cooper. "Oh, and I'm so glad to meet you. Welcome to my home. This is Sheldon. He just graduated from the University of Texas. You two can have a good chat," George said, pushing Sheldon forward. "Let me ask you a question. String theory or loop quantum gravity?" String theory, but I prefer dark matter." "Correct. Nice to meet you. I'm Sheldon." "Xiao An replied excitedly, having always found Sheldon's character particularly amusing during his previous life watching the show. However, after conversing with Sheldon for a while, Xiao An grew even more impressed with Sheldon's intellect. Despite having memories from his past life, Xiao An was merely a recent graduate. And while primary and secondary knowledge was easy for him, university-level studies relied heavily on his efforts in the calming potion provided by Snape. After chatting with Sheldon for a while, Xiao An, feeling bored as Sheldon went to play with his trains in the garage, decided to step outside. He found George and young George in the living room watching a football game. Curious about the American fascination with football, Xiao An joined them. Upon seeing Xiao An, George quickly welcomed him, but young George inappropriately handed him a bottle of beer. Xiao An naturally accepted it, opened it, and took a sip. George, about to reprimand young George for offering alcohol, paused upon seeing Xiao An drink it without hesitation, realizing he was now in the guise of a child. Xiao An quickly explained, "It's fine, Mr. George. A little beer won't harm the body, and it actually tastes quite good." Meanwhile, he inwardly cursed, reflecting on the habit. George swallowed hard but remained silent, turning to sit in a chair, quietly watching the television with his beer. Young George, being quite sociable, noticed his father's lack of reprimand and turned to Xiao An for conversation. "And I heard you're a university student now." "Yes, I'm studying at Harvard." "Did you come to Texas for vacation?" "I am here to participate in the storage auction. It is merely a means to earn a little extra during the holiday." "Storage auction? Is it lucrative? How much have you earned?" "This industry can indeed be profitable for those with knowledge, but for the uninitiated, it could lead to significant losses. As for me, I began participating last year and made several million during the summer." "Several million?" George and young George exclaimed in astonishment. Little An was taken aback. And upon witnessing the incredulous expressions of the George family, he nodded and contemplated seeking refuge with Sheldon. However, just as he stood up to make his exit, young George grasped his leg, slowly sliding down until he was clinging to An's thigh. "Brother, you are my brother. Take me to the storage auction. I ask for nothing but the opportunity to learn from you," young George implored, his eyes fixated on An with an unsettling eagerness. Chapter 25. The Cooper family feast. George was infuriated by his son's lack of ambition. "No, you must focus on your studies, attend college. It took you 5 years to graduate high school. Do you expect to complete college in another 5 years if you neglect your education?" Faced with his father's ire, George reluctantly stood, yet remained close to An, plopping down beside him and attempting to strike up a conversation. Observing young George's behavior, little Bird scoffed, "Don't worry. You can join me for the auction in a few days. Put in some effort and learn something. After all, school hasn't started yet. Earning a little during the holiday is not a bad idea." Thus, that afternoon passed as An, along with the George family, engaged in watching television, learning about football, and occasionally keeping Sheldon company. As dusk approached, and with the invitation to dinner extended by the George, and noticed Mary beginning to prepare the meal, he thought to lend a hand. Seeing that Mary had already gathered the ingredients, he hurriedly approached her, saying, "Aunt Mary, thank you for your hospitality. May I prepare a dish to express my gratitude?" Mary turned at An's earnest inquiry, her heart warmed. "Thank you, but children should play instead. You can join Sheldon or Missy, or let young George take you out for a stroll. No need for you to cook. It can be quite dangerous for children." At that moment, the George family had returned home. Hearing Mary conversing with An in the kitchen, everyone except for Sheldon, who was playing in the garage, and Connie, who was tending to the smoked beef in the yard, came to see what was happening. Noticing the crowd around him, and sincerely bowed and expressed, "I am immensely grateful for your family's care. Please allow me to prepare a few dishes from Huaxia to thank you." "You can cook?" Both young George and Missy exclaimed in surprise. "Yes," and nodded affirmatively. Once the dishes were ready, Mary insisted that everyone wash their hands. She then served the prepared dishes into individual plates, as is customary in America, and called upon young George to carry the plates to the table outside. The decision to dine outdoors was influenced by An's comment about the beautiful moon, leading the George family to agree to the arrangement, with Sheldon being the sole exception. Since the braised pork and prepared needed to simmer, he first ladled out bowls of nourishing porridge for everyone. The moment he emerged with the dishes, George rushed to take them from him, asking Missy to assist, but it declined. "It's better for the girls not to handle such tasks. My Huaxia dishes are quite hot. It wouldn't be good if Missy were to get burned." Once all the dishes were served, Connie added a slice of beef to each plate. After Mary led the prayer, George eagerly reached for the beef, only to receive a disapproving glance from Mary. "Why are we eating outside? There are so many germs out here. We are not cave dwellers," Sheldon complained, initially reluctant to join the gathering but compelled by Mary's insistence, and ignored Sheldon's grumbling and interrupted George just as he was about to take a bite of beef. With the family looking on in confusion, and explained, "I apologize, but Uncle George, it would be better to start with some porridge before the meat. This afternoon, I heard young George mention that your heart isn't in the best condition, so I specifically made this porridge. Drinking it can help lower blood pressure and cholesterol, which would be beneficial for your health." Upon hearing An's words, Mary understood his intentions and shot a concerned yet fierce glance at George, who smiled wryly and picked up a spoon to sample the porridge. After a few sips, he exclaimed, "This is delicious. And how did you make it? Come, everyone, try it." After everyone had tasted the porridge, not only George but even Sheldon was pleasantly surprised. It's quite simple. I will write down the recipe for Aunt Mary, and she can prepare it for the family often. Moreover, both Connie and Aunt Mary can enjoy it regularly. This porridge is not only good for George, but also has beauty-enhancing benefits for the ladies, and mischievously glanced at Connie and Mary. As the meal concluded, everyone praised its 2 dishes, especially the porridge, which was deemed a must-have for the women of the George household henceforth. Although the porridge was delightful, George and young George favored the braised pork Anne had made, while Anne felt a tinge of regret. The meat at the Cooper home lacked skin, rendering the dish somewhat soulless without it. After dinner, noticing Sheldon was still sulking, Anne approached him for a chat. "What is the matter, Sheldon? Still upset?" "Humph. It's all your fault. You said the moon was beautiful, and now I have to eat outside. It's unsanitary." "Sheldon, do you know why some people fall ill so easily? It's because they are foolish and do not understand how to avoid viruses." "No. It's simply because their immunity is weak. If a person grows up in a sterile safe room, do you think they can resist the viruses of the real world when they step outside? They cannot." "But, no buts, Sheldon. We live in a world teeming with bacteria. It is unavoidable. If you're overly cautious and only live in a safe space, when you step out of your comfort zone, serious problems may arise. It won't just be you who suffers. Your family will be distressed as well. However, do not place yourself in overly hazardous situations. Your home is already meticulously cleaned by your mother. If you cannot even handle that, what will you do when you venture into places that Aunt Mary has cleaned?" Thus, Sheldon was utterly deceived by Little Anne's twisted reasoning. From that day onward, he resolved to dine at various establishments every day until an unfortunate event transpired. That evening, Little Anne chose not to return to the hotel, but instead spent the night at the Cooper residence with little George. The following day, after leaving the contact information for the hotel and Harvard dormitory with the Coopers, Little Anne set off with little George to attend a storage auction. In Chapter 26, George Cooper was preoccupied with the arrangements for a sporting goods auction. Consequently, Little Anne appointed little George as her driver for the storage auction. Each night upon returning to the hotel, Kevin would brief Little Anne on the progress of the auction. However, Kevin observed that Little Anne seemed remarkably different previously. Any slight deviation from her desires would result in Kevin enduring her merciless teasing. Yet now, she exhibited a surprising patience in accepting suggestions, leaving Kevin's heart racing with uncertainty. After 10 days of no further torment from Little Anne, Kevin's heart finally settled, as he gradually adapted to her transformation, attributing it to her maturation. Little did he know, if Little Anne were to learn of his thoughts, she would deliver a capitalist-style reprimand. 10 days after departing from the Cooper home, Little Anne sat in her hotel room, repeatedly dialing the Cooper household. Every morning, little George would arrive punctually at 6 o'clock. But now it was nearly 11, and the Coopers had not contacted her, stirring a mix of irritation and concern within her. After 10 minutes of calls with no answer, Little Anne was at a loss, unaware of the unfolding circumstances. With Kevin attending the auction, she found herself confined to her room, reading, as there were no other options available to her due to her tender age. After an hour of reading, she glanced at the clock and realized it was approaching noon. She set aside her book, intending to order room service, when the phone rang. Upon answering, she was greeted not by the hotel staff, but by Sheldon's grandmother, Connie. "Hello, I am Connie, Sheldon's grandmother. May I speak with Little Anne?" Little Anne replied, only to hear Connie's sorrowful voice. "Little Anne, I regret to inform you that little George cannot attend the storage auction today, as his father has passed away. We hope you can join us for the funeral in 3 days." "George? Which George?" Little Anne was taken aback. "It is not George II, it is my son-in-law, who succumbed to a heart attack in the hospital yesterday." "Oh, do not be too distraught. Where are you now? How may I assist you?" "I am at home. They are still at the hospital. If it is not too much trouble, I would appreciate your presence at the hospital to help care for Sheldon and Missy." "The hospital's address is..." After hanging up, Little Anne stood frozen in shock, grappling with the gravity of the situation. Just a few days prior, they had shared a meal, and now he was gone. After a moment, she gathered her thoughts, slipped on her shoes, left a note, and hurried downstairs to hail a cab to the hospital. Upon arrival, she found little George and Mary with red-rimmed eyes, clearly distressed, with Mary appearing utterly lost. Little Anne approached and embraced Mary, offering comfort before seeking out little George, the resilient child, to learn more about the situation. "What happened, little George? Can you tell me?" Little Anne inquired gently, sitting beside him. Seeing Little Anne, who although young, was loyal, generous, and caring, little George could no longer maintain his brave facade. Tears streamed down his face as he recounted his grief to Little Anne, who listened attentively, absorbing the unfolding tragedy. "Big brother, why are you here?" "I came to see you. I wonder why my industrious little brother has not shown up for work today. Please don't cry. Wipe your tears. Remember what I said? A man should only sweat and bleed, never cry. All right, big brother. Now, tell me what happened. Do not keep it bottled up. After a moment of silence, little George began. When I returned home that day, I found the house empty. I intended to freshen up and review the knowledge you had imparted about the storage auction. However, my grandmother emerged from Sheldon's room and informed me that my father had suffered a heart attack and was resting in the hospital. She asked me to bring food and drink to relieve my mother. But when I arrived at the hospital, I found that my father had already passed away. And my mother was sitting in a daze. My father is gone. What are we to do? I do not know how to manage this, big brother. George. You are no longer little George. With your uncle's passing, you are now the pillar of this family. You must bear this responsibility. Observing little George's sorrowful demeanor, Little An offered consolation and, once George had steadied himself, said, "Come, George, let us speak with the doctor to ascertain the situation." Upon locating the doctor and obtaining the medical records, Little An learned that the patient had succumbed to complications arising from obesity and neglect of dietary health, which led to elevated blood pressure and cholesterol, ultimately resulting in myocardial hypertrophy. After reviewing the medical records and understanding George's situation, Little An devised a plan and persuaded Mary and little George to discreetly transport George's remains back home without informing Connie or the twins. On the way, Little An instructed little George and Mary to devise a strategy to send Connie, Sheldon, and Missy away. Upon returning to the Cooper home, Mary suggested that Connie take the children to church for prayer while Little An led little George and Mary to the room where George's body lay. Upon seeing the body on the bed, Mary could no longer contain her grief and broke down in tears. After comforting her, Little An retrieved silver needles given by an elderly doctor from a hidden pouch and, with a serious expression, addressed Mary and little George. What transpires next must remain a secret buried deep within your hearts. You must never disclose even the slightest detail to anyone, regardless of the circumstances. Can you promise this? Though Mary and little George were bewildered by what was to come, they nodded in agreement, influenced by Little An's earnest demeanor. Very well. George, please gather some firewood and prepare a barrel of gasoline to bring here. Mary, go fetch clean sheets and blankets for the living room. And ensure all doors are locked. Now hurry. Upon witnessing that little George and Mary had both begun their preparations, Little An closed the door, retrieved her wand, and uttered several incantations to dispel the ice that had enveloped George's body. She then softened his form, which had grown somewhat rigid from a night spent in the morgue, restoring warmth to him. Chapter 27. The Mysterious Power from the East. 2 Updates of Beasts. Noticing that George's body had nearly returned to its former state, Little An promptly opened her inconspicuous extension bag and began to rummage through the potions gifted by Snape. Just as she extracted the necessary potion, Mary knocked on the door, wishing to enter, and stowed away her wand and welcomed Mary inside, and after a brief moment, little George joined them as well. All right, everything is prepared. Now, I must share something with you, but it is imperative that you keep this matter confidential. Uncle George may yet be saved, though the hope is minuscule. And I have never attempted this before. Are you willing to let me try? Really? Father George can come back to life? Indeed, but the odds are slim. It is merely a trial. Very well, do what you must. As long as it brings George back, I am all for it. Excellent, then I shall begin my examination. With that, she produced 3 silver needles and proceeded to puncture George's pressure points, the pain point, the laughter point, and the tickle point. It is not that Xiao An is incapable of needling in other places, but rather due to his limited knowledge of acupoints. He has only mastered these 3 after 2 years of arduous efforts and tearful pleas for assistance from Kevin. As he inserted 3 needles, Xiao An observed that George showed no reaction, which filled him with disappointment. Shaking his head, he began to withdraw the silver needles, only for George to suddenly convulse intensely the moment the needles were removed. This sight left little George in shock, frozen in place, while Mary, who had been praying, expressed her surprise with a heartfelt, "Thank God." Seeing Mary, who was eager to embrace George, Xiao An cautioned, "He is not yet revived. This merely indicates there is hope for recovery. However, why thank God? He has no influence over me." Mary, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained her composure and asked, "Oh, right. This must be some Eastern sorcery. What do you Easterners believe in?" Xiao An thought to himself, "How should I know? The Jade Emperor, the Buddha, or perhaps Sun Wukong?" Noticing the pleading look in Mary's eyes, he shook his head and said, "Let us discuss this later. You should leave for now. What comes next must remain confidential." After Mary led the still-dazed little George out of the room, Xiao An locked the door, reinforced it with powerful protective spells, and then took the potion from the table to approach little George. He first administered a drop of the life and death water, then drew his wand to transform some clothing and shoes in the room into surgical tools. After needling a few acupoints to stop the bleeding, Xiao An took the surgical knife, unsterilized, and proceeded to make an incision in George's abdomen. Following this, some descriptions are deemed inappropriate to write, and I hope for your understanding. Xiao An pried open the necessary area to locate George's heart, using a mirroring spell to replicate the shape of George's heart and the dimensions of the connecting vessels. Immediately, he performed a cleansing spell on his hand, then chanted, "Heal swiftly, heal swiftly." Once George's body began to heal, he withdrew the silver needles and administered a small dose of the age-reducing elixir. Xiao An then stepped back, awaiting the transformation of George's body. As George's form reverted to that of a man in his 20s, the transformation halted. Observing that, Xiao An picked up the surgical knife again and repeated the previous task, comparing the heart of the middle-aged George with that of the youthful George, meticulously searching for a nearly perfect match for 10 minutes until he finally found a spot that aligned almost flawlessly. Seeing this location, Xiao An removed the small motor device from his lighter and began to apply electrical stimulation to George's heart. Holding the wand in his left hand, he chanted Vera Vito. And just as his patience wore thin, the heart finally started to beat again. Seizing the moment, Xiao An swiftly cut the heart from that spot and placed it on the tray he had conjured earlier. Gritting his teeth, he pointed his wand at the heart, casting Vera Vito repeatedly, while with a flick of his right hand, he silently duplicated the heart, creating two identical ones. He quickly placed one of the replicated hearts back into its original position, ceased the incantation, and unleashed his magical energy while reciting Heal Swiftly. Once the heart was restored, Xiao An hastily administered the antidote to the age-reducing potion to George, tossing the vial onto the bed. He then resumed casting transformation spells to maintain the heart's vitality. After a minute, George finally returned to his original state. Xiao An, now less meticulous than before, simply made a quick incision and extracted the unnecessary components, effortlessly guiding the beating heart to reconnect with the gap. As the heart's vitality waned, Xiao An hastily pointed his wand, rapidly casting several transformation spells. It was only when he felt dizzy that he finally found the correct position, quickly casting a sticking charm. With his wand, he chanted healing spells. And once the healing was complete, he swiftly transformed the connection point until the heart returned to normal. Despite battling dizziness, he managed to seal all wounds before collapsing onto the floor. At this moment, Xiao An's magical energy and spirit had reached their limits. Biting his lip, he forced himself to observe George. Noticing the scattered potion vials and the transformed surgical tools, Xiao An waved his hand, reverting them back to their original forms, collecting the vials into a bottomless expansion bag. As he watched George remain still, Xiao An was on the verge of despair until he observed the rhythmic rise and fall of George's chest. Eagerly, he attempted to rise, but as he pushed against the ground, he nearly fell back down. Instead, he slowly managed to stand and approach George, checking his pulse and breathing. Finally, he exhaled in relief, collapsing back onto the floor in exhaustion. Seeing George regain his heartbeat and breath, Xiao An opened the door with his wand and called out weakly for little George. Little George and Mary had been anxiously pacing in the living room, and upon seeing the door open, they hurriedly rushed over. Entering the room, they were confronted with the sight of George, nearly drenched in blood, and the bloodstains on the bed. Both froze momentarily, only to suddenly notice the rhythmic movement of George's chest, gazing at Xiao An in shock. Realizing Xiao An was weakly sitting on the floor, they rushed to assist him, but he feebly waved them off. Little George and Aunt Mary, the task has been half accomplished. As for the final outcome, I cannot predict, but you must promptly attend to the matters I previously instructed you about. And you cannot tell anyone, under any circumstances. After speaking, Xiao An's vision darkened, and he slumped over, unconscious. Chapter 28. The Last Trivial Matters in America 3 days later. Xiao An finally awoke, opening his eyes to regain his senses. He attempted to rise with great effort, but his body felt utterly weak, and he could only resign himself to lying back down. Turning his head, he discovered little George sitting at the bedside, wearing headphones and absorbed in music. Xiao An called out a few times, but little George remained unresponsive, prompting him to give up with a sigh. Turning his head, he fought against hunger and thirst, reflecting on recent events. Oh, George had passed away. I went to his house to assist him and test my theories, right? I remember he seemed to have regained his breath and heartbeat. Yes, indeed. It appeared that his idea had succeeded. Utilizing the transformation spell to invigorate the body had proven effective. Yet, why had he changed so drastically recently? Xiao An pondered for a moment until a startling realization struck him, causing his eyes to widen. Could it be the soul-sucking curse? It must be. It seems that the casting of that curse has indeed affected my character. Otherwise, I would not have spoken so boldly to Snape, nor dared to converse so freely with Dumbledore without having learned the mind-blocking technique. But why did neither my godfather nor Dumbledore notice my origins? Yet, that didn't make sense. During the storage auction, he had also utilized the memory extraction and soul-sucking curses, and even when confronting the soul, he had employed them. Why had they not been successful on some individuals? Was it that the memory extraction spell had failed against Dumbledore? Dumbledore had attempted to use legilimency on Littleton, but to no avail, mistakenly believing that Snape had already taught her the art of mental occlusion. However, Snape had never done so. Could it be? No. I must find an opportunity to experiment. At that moment, George had just finished listening to a song and, as usual, checked if and had awakened. To his surprise, he found that she was indeed awake, gazing at him with an expression akin to that of a dead fish. George quickly removed his headphones and cautiously called out to and, interrupted from her thoughts, saw that it was George, the infuriating boy who never listened, and irritably retorted, "Damn it, you wretched brat. I called you several times, and you didn't respond, leaving me on the brink of starvation and thirst." Feeling awkward, George scratched his head and promptly ran off to fetch food. Observing George's foolish antics left and speechless, she could only helplessly close her eyes, choosing not to witness his departure. After a while, George returned with Mary carrying water and nourishing porridge. Upon seeing them approach, and hurriedly inquired, "How is George? Is he alive?" Hearing his question, Mary looked at Anne, who lay weakly in bed, her eyes glistening with tears, and gently replied, "He has come back to us, and thank you." With the news that George was alive, Anne finally breathed a sigh of relief. She calmly drank some water and ate a bit of porridge, gradually regaining her strength. Afterward, she requested George's assistance in sitting up and asked, "How is George's condition? How's his recovery? You must help me go see him soon." "Do not worry, and George has awakened, but like you, he can only lie weakly in bed for now. You should focus on recuperating, and once you are well, it will be time to visit him," Mary reassured her, and lay in bed for another day, and her body finally began to recover. It must be said that a wizard's body is indeed superior to that of a muggle. After lunch, Anne exited George's room, intending to check on him. However, upon reaching the living room, she found Sheldon and Missy sitting there, engrossed in Doctor Who. Seeing Anne emerge from George's room, the twins immediately rushed to her side, supporting her on either side, leaving and feeling quite perplexed. Missy, undoubtedly the most emotionally intelligent member of the Sheldon household, quickly noticed Anne's confusion and explained, "Oh, we just came over to help you since we saw you looked a bit weak." While Missy's reasoning was sound, she seemed to forget that Sheldon was beside her. Hearing her words, Sheldon immediately countered, "How can you say that? It is clearly because Anne saved our father, leaving her weak, that we came to assist her." Upon hearing Sheldon's words, Anne quickly understood the situation. She looked up at Mary and George, who had just exited George's room, and, feeling angered, exclaimed, "Is this how you treat your friends? If this is only known among you, it will be one thing, but if others find out, do not blame me." With that, Anne stormed out of the Cooper household and sought a ride from someone outside, paying to be taken back to her hotel. Nearly a year later, Anne finally passed her graduation defense, since she had completed her studies a year ahead of schedule rather than following the curriculum. She did not have the opportunity to attend the graduation ceremony. After the defense, filled with excitement, Anne returned to her dormitory, creating chaos among the romantic dinner Kevin had meticulously prepared and sending his new girlfriend away, and then called Kevin to the living room. "Kevin, where's the boss? I've passed my graduation defense, which means I'll soon be heading back to England. Don't speak, just let me finish. After I leave, everything will be left to you, and soon I'll teach you that parkour move you've been eager to learn. Also, here is a check for 150,000. Give it to George Cooper in July. This is a check for 1,000,000. Give it to him 2 years from now. Furthermore, in 1996, sell all my stocks in Next and use the entire amount to purchase stocks in Apple. Then, in November or October of 1999, sell everything. And at the end of 2000, reinvest all the money into Apple stocks. That's all. Do you have any questions?" Boss, can you not leave?" "No. It seems that's your only question. Now go rest." "All right, boss, since I can't stop you, I will take care of everything you've arranged. Don't worry, boss. I'll manage it well. After teaching Kevin the last parkour move, and seeing how seriously Kevin practiced, felt a pang in her heart, fearing he might notice her emotions. She went to the bathroom to wash up. Unbeknownst to her, as she walked away, Kevin silently shed tears, 2 lines gliding down his cheeks. Chapter 29. Hello, Hermione England. I'm back. Godfather, how are you? And murmured to herself. Upon returning to England, and did not inform Snape, but rather kept it a secret. She boarded a plane that would arrive in England by 3 in the afternoon. Upon arrival, and called for a car at the airport. She chose not to return to Snape's home in the Muggle world, nor to Hogsmeade or Jasmine's place, but instead directed the driver to Hermione's house in Hampstead Garden. After alighting, and shouldered her magical creature box, which had a creature resembling a mix between a cat and a tiger resting upon it, and slowly made her way to Hermione's home, standing about 10 meters from the door, and set down the box and drew her wand, chanting, multiplayer assault. The summoned little birds, under her control, flew forth to strike against the glass of Hermione's house. Perhaps it was fortuitous, but they collided precisely with Hermione's window. Hearing the sound, Hermione curiously set down her book and turned to the window, only to find not a mischievous child, but a mechanical bird tapping against her glass. Strangely, after the initial impact, the bird vanished as if it had welcomed her. After observing for a moment, Hermione's eyes brightened, and she muttered to herself, "Isn't this the multiplayer assault? Could it be him?" Realizing this, Hermione hurried downstairs, disregarding her shoes, and ran down in her slippers. Upon opening the door, she saw a handsome boy of about 10 years old leaning against the tree at her doorstep, the peculiar creature still perched on his shoulder. Hermione was puzzled, having never seen this individual before, nor did she recognize him from Hogwarts. Just as she was pondering, the boy revealed a mischievous smile and said, "Hello, Hermione. Who are you?" "Multiplayer assault. It's you. It really is you." And, seeing a nod, Hermione excitedly rushed toward her and embraced her tightly, exclaiming, "And where have you been? Where did you go for 3 years? Ever since you left with Professor Snape, I haven't seen you again. How have you been all these years?" And patted Hermione's back and smiled. "Oh, nothing much, just studying in America. But now I'm back after finishing my studies. It's been 3 years. And I must say, you've grown quite well." Upon hearing the initial remarks from Xiao An, Hermione felt little concern. However, upon hearing the subsequent teasing comments, her cheeks flushed crimson. She promptly pushed Xiao An away and, blushing, exclaimed, "Why are you so unruly? You're still so young, you little rascal. I shall ignore you." Xiao An, undeterred by Hermione's words, simply grinned mischievously at her, remaining silent. As Hermione noticed Xiao An's lack of response, her shyness intensified. She stomped her foot and approached him, pinching the soft flesh at his waist, feigning malice as she gazed at him. However, if this had been 3 years prior, it might have had some effect. Now, with Xiao An nearing a height of nearly 1.7 meters, comparable to Hermione, all it did was render him more endearing in her eyes. Feeling that the teasing had gone on long enough, Xiao An quickly begged for mercy and then took Hermione to a refreshment shop to inquire about the happenings in the British magical community over the past few years. Once they settled in at the refreshment shop, Xiao An ordered a drink and an ice cream for both himself and Hermione. While the staff prepared their beverages, Xiao An asked, "Hermione, what has transpired these past few years?" "Don't call me Hermione. Call me sister," she retorted playfully. "Very well, dear Miss Sweet. What has occurred these past few years? Don't use my nickname. Call me sister." Seeing Xiao An's playful grimace, Hermione shook her head, attempting to speak, but Xiao An interrupted, saying, "Forget it. Just call me Hermione. Was it always like this? What has happened in the magical world these years? How is Hogwarts?" "Oh, nothing much. I've just been studying, reading, and taking exams. No significant events." Noticing Hermione's hesitance, Xiao An realized there was something she was withholding from him. He said seriously, "Do not be afraid. Just tell me what has happened. I am here to understand." Seeing his earnest expression and tone, Hermione hesitated before saying, "It's not that I don't want to tell you. It's just that this matter is, too." Xiao An, recalling his memories from the Harry Potter series, pieced together what had transpired. He gently took Hermione's hand in his, holding it with both of his, and softly said, "There is no need to fear, Hermione. Just recount to me the events of these past 3 years. If there are experiences you find uncomfortable to share, you need not disclose them. All right then. Over the past few years, I encountered various incidents each year. I don't know why, but first, in my first year, Voldemort actually infiltrated Hogwarts to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Do you know what the Philosopher's Stone is?" "I do, Hermione. Please continue." Well, Harry, Ron, and I managed to thwart Voldemort's plans, but Harry and Ron were injured. Then, in my second year, we unexpectedly faced a basilisk lurking in Hogwarts. And then there was last year's events, the most terrifying of all. Voldemort actually returned. Oh, Voldemort is returned. How intriguing. Do not utter that name. It is cursed. Very well. What of my godfather, Snape? How is he? He remains as peculiar, sinister, petty, and biased as ever. How could you consider him a godfather? Has he always been like this? Yes, during our first class in the first year. He asked Harry a potions question. If powdered dittany root were added to the juice of a wormwood plant, what would be the outcome? Yet, in the second year, he asked Harry the same question, and Harry, that dim-witted boy, failed to answer both times. Snape directly deducted 20 points from Gryffindor. He is excessively biased. Simply because we did not achieve the House Cup last year. Xiao An disregarded Hermione's grievances and fell into contemplation after listening to her words. Ah, Godfather, you truly are. Sigh. What is it, Xiao An? Why did you sigh just now? Is there a problem? Never mind. It's nothing. By the way, Hermione, do you know where Harry Potter resides? I wish to see him and discover what makes him so special that your godfather is so fixated on him. Chapter 30. Is this Harry Potter? After escorting Hermione home and entrusting her with the magical creature case for safekeeping, Xiao An took a taxi to Harry Potter's uncle's residence at 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging. Upon arrival, Xiao An carried the creature down, and once the driver had departed, he cast a disillusionment charm on both himself and the creature, then entered the Dursleys' home. After searching for a while without finding Harry Potter, he aimlessly wandered around before leaving. While strolling through the streets, Xiao An, still holding the creature, sought a place to rest. Suddenly, the creature bit his sleeve and whispered, Master, there are two very malevolent presences moving swiftly over there. Malevolent presences? How intriguing. Come, let us investigate. Xiao An then cast a cushioning charm on the creature's back and mounted it, riding towards a location that resembled a cave entrance. Upon reaching the site, Xiao An overheard a voice shouting, Run, quickly, Dudley. Dudley? Isn't he the son of the Dursleys? Xiao An thought, intrigued. Is that skinny fellow Harry? With this revelation, Xiao An's interest peaked. Without dispelling the disillusionment charm, he found a vantage point from which to observe the two boys. As they ran, Dudley suddenly tripped, and the boy, presumed to be Harry, rushed to assist him. However, Dudley began sliding across the ground in a panic, yelling, Harry, save me, quickly. Hearing this, Xiao An confirmed that the skinny boy was indeed Harry Potter. Then, he witnessed Harry attempting to reach Dudley when, suddenly, two Dementors emerged from the entrance. One seized Harry by the throat, lifting him, while the other floated ominously above Dudley, beginning to siphon off his joyful emotions. At that moment, Harry was solely focused on Dudley, and Xiao An shook his head in disappointment. Is this Harry Potter, the supposed savior? With that, Xiao An leaped off the creature's back, patted its head, and said, Go on. Upon receiving the command, the magnificent beast charged directly at the Dementor, letting out a thunderous roar that startled the creature, causing it to retreat momentarily. This provided Harry and Dudley a brief respite. Harry rubbed his neck, which had been gripped fiercely, and looked up to see the Dementor hovering above him, startling him. Realizing the urgency of the moment, he quickly drew his wand and cast a Patronus charm, successfully repelling the Dementor. Just as he was about to pursue it further, he noticed the beast lunging at the very Dementor that had seized him moments earlier. With a swift strike of its paw, the creature knocked the Dementor to the ground. It then advanced, pinning the creature down with its forelimbs before opening its enormous jaws and biting down on the Dementor's head with tremendous force, severing it completely. The lifeless body of the Dementor transformed into a swirling cloud of black mist, which the beast inhaled, drawing the dark vapor into its belly. Witnessing this, another Dementor attempted to flee, but it stood no chance against the beast, which swiftly dispatched it, following the fate of its fallen comrade. Little An, observing this spectacle, was taken aback. Although aware that the creature served as a guardian and possessed the ability to repel Dementors, he was astonished to witness its lethal prowess. He contemplated the myriad undiscovered traits of the guardian beast. With the immediate threat neutralized, he called for the creature to come over, subsequently lifting the disillusionment charm and walking toward Harry Potter with measured applause. As he approached, he remarked, Indeed, you are Harry Potter. Quite disappointing, I must say. Yet, your execution of the Patronus charm is commendable. You exhibit a modicum of talent. Upon hearing someone call for the creature, Harry observed the animal that had just torn apart the Dementor darting away. Shortly thereafter, A dark-haired youth materialized before him. Hearing Little An's words, Harry pointed his wand at him and inquired, "Who are you?" "It was you who aided us just now." "Indeed, Mr. Potter. However, aiming your wand at your benefactor is hardly the conduct of a good wizard." With a flick of his wrist, Little An cast a silent, disarming charm, causing Harry's wand to fly from his grasp. This display rendered Harry momentarily speechless, and he stammered, "I apologize, but thank you for your assistance earlier." "Now that's more like it," Little An replied, using a levitating charm to return Harry's wand. "It's about time someone showed up." His tone turned stern as he spoke. At that moment, Harry, puzzled by Little An's words, was on the verge of questioning him when an elderly lady emerged from the distance. Harry, astonished, exclaimed, "Mrs. Fig." "Oh, you know her, Harry. It seems you must be one of Dumbledore's." "Indeed, I am here under Professor Dumbledore's instructions to watch over Harry. By the way, Harry, do not stow away your wand. The danger has not yet passed. We should return to your aunt's house. You will be safe there." "Oh, right. Dudley, come help." He was attacked by a Dementor. Harry reached out to assist Dudley, but the latter's weight proved cumbersome. Observing Harry struggle, Mrs. Fig approached to help. Sighing, Little An extracted his wand and levitated Dudley. "Let us go. Lead the way." After casting a disillusionment charm on himself, Dudley, and the creature, they made their way to the Dursleys' home. Upon arrival, Little An relieved Dudley of the spell and instructed Harry to support him before using apparition to transport himself to Hermione's house, as darkness had already fallen. When they reached Hermione's doorstep, Little An employed the same tactic to summon her. After a brief conversation, he packed a trunk and apparat back to the home left to him by his grandmother, Jasmine, where he had lived for 8 years. Once home, after tidying up a bit, Little An sensed the time was ripe, so he settled onto the sofa with the creature, engaging in a gentle stroke while waiting. Just as he began to relax, a crack echoed nearby, and a figure gradually materialized. "Hello there, it's been a while, Godfather." The figure that had just apparat was none other than Severus Snape. "You're back. When did you return?" "Just arrived home. I sought to gather information regarding the events of the past 3 years, Godfather." "Good. It's wise to return for a few days before heading to America to Ilvermorny." "Have you forgotten, Godfather? I mentioned my intentions before I left." "Indeed. Rest assured, Godfather, I am quite fine." Suddenly, as Little An and Snape were engaged in conversation, another figure apparat into the room. Hearing the sound, Little An swiftly drew his wand, encasing both himself and Snape in protective armor. As the figure fully materialized, he realized it was Dumbledore. Dumbledore clapped his hands together, stating, "Excellent, Little An, greetings, Professor Dumbledore." "Dumbledore, why are you here instead of seeking Horcruxes?" "Do not be alarmed, Severus. This afternoon, Harry used magic in front of Muggles, and Connolly, for reasons unknown, intends to use this as an excuse to expel Harry. Little An happened to witness the event, so I merely wish for him to testify tomorrow." "I'm sorry, but why must I testify?" "Well, Little An, you are a good child and cannot stand idly by as the innocent are wronged, can you?" "My apologies, Professor." "Old fool. You bind me and then wish to place Little An in danger as well?" Snape exclaimed, drawing his wand towards Dumbledore. No, Little An, Severus. I merely hope to enlist Little An's assistance for the sake of the innocent. Professor, let us dispense with the niceties. If you want my help, then teach me some magic in exchange. Of course, as a child eager to learn, I have no reason to refuse your request." After learning several of Dumbledore's signature spells, Little An agreed to testify for Harry the following day. After jotting down the address of the Ministry of Magic hearing, Dumbledore apparat away to an unknown location. "Wait a moment. You Haven Tea told me the time." Once Dumbledore had departed, Little An prepared a cup of coffee for Snape, sitting across from him in silence until Snape finally broke the quiet. "Little An, you should go to America. It's safer there. The Dark Lord has been resurrected, and I can no longer ensure your safety here. Do not worry, Godfather. By the way, let us have a duel. To be honest, I sensed earlier that my magical power now exceeds even Dumbledore's, though I lack experience in combat." "All right, wait a moment, what? You're stronger than Dumbledore? That's impossible. Have you forgotten, Godfather? Those math books you left for me, were they truly useful?" "Ah, you didn't study them, did you?" Upon witnessing Snape's awkward demeanor, Little An instantly grasped that Snape had indeed not studied. With a resigned shake of his head, Xiao An engaged in a brief spar with Snape, honing his skills. Noticing that it was quite late, he suggested that Snape return home first. After washing up, he soon retired for the night. The following morning, At 6 o'clock, Xiao An, owing to the effects of jet lag combined with recent fatigue, woke early after a restless night. After freshening up, he summoned Toby, the house elf that Newt had helped him acquire, to prepare a modest breakfast. Once he had eaten, he hailed a cab outside and headed directly to the Ministry of Magic. The driver dropped Xiao An at his location, and after a short walk, he arrived at a red public telephone booth. He inserted a few coins, retrieved his wand, and tapped the receiver, causing the interior of the booth to transform into an elevator that whisked him to the ministry. Upon arrival, noticing that the crowd was sparse, Xiao An casually conjured a lounge chair and reclined, closing his eyes to rest. Before half an hour had passed, Dumbledore approached him. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he led Xiao An to a quiet lounge. Just as Xiao An began to drift off, he was roused by Dumbledore, who promptly escorted him and Madame Fig to the witness stand at the hearing. At the hearing, Xiao An surveyed his surroundings and casually conjured a sofa, reclining upon it nonchalantly. Dumbledore, upon witnessing Xiao An's demeanor, facepalmed in regret for having brought him as a witness. The judges of Wisengamot and ministry officials were momentarily taken aback, bewildered and questioning the absurdity of the situation. Ultimately, Dumbledore was the first to regain his composure. He hastened to Xiao An's side and urged him to pay attention to the decorum of the occasion. Xiao An complied, transforming the sofa into a lounge chair and half reclining on it. Seeing this, Minister Fudge was about to reprimand him when a shrill voice from the witness stand interjected. "How outrageous! Do you think this is an appropriate place?" At the sound of the reprimand, Xiao An turned to see an elderly woman, and with a swift wave of his hand, he cast a complex spell that combined a tongue-tying and binding charm, infused with a considerable amount of magical energy, effectively sealing the woman's mouth. This act plunged the hearing into chaos, with some individuals whispering frantically, others engaging in animated discussions, and a few drawing their wands to cast spells. Only Harry remained oblivious, chuckling to himself. Silence. Fudge rapped his small hammer on the table. However, Fudge, being the Minister of Magic, demonstrated remarkable composure. He refrained from commenting on the actions of Young and chose to continue with the hearing. Had it employed the art of legilimency at that moment, she would have discerned the tumultuous thoughts racing through Fudge's mind, filled with various considerations. Cornelius, he has returned. Azkaban is no longer secure. He will undoubtedly attempt to rescue his followers, Fudge thought. Wake up, Cornelius. He has not returned. He is dead, he spat through gritted teeth. Observing Fudge's reaction, Dumbledore felt no inclination to voice his thoughts. As the proceedings of the hearing continued, it was soon time for and Madame Fig to present their testimonies. After hearing the accounts of and Madame Fig, coupled with Harry's renown and Dumbledore's esteemed reputation, the Wisengamot ultimately acquitted Harry, declaring him not guilty. Upon witnessing the outcome of the vote, Fudge recognized that his efforts had utterly failed, leading him to forego any further schemes and promptly conclude the hearing. As they departed from the hearing, Fudge's somber expression unexpectedly transformed into a fleeting smile, perhaps conjuring some nefarious thought. Notably, the elderly woman, whose mouth was magically sealed by Xiao An, was the first to cast a guilty vote. Chapter 32. The reason. After the hearing concluded, Dumbledore whisked Xiao An away to a secluded corner, inundating him with platitudes about the importance of humility in youth, so much so that Xiao An felt his head spinning. Eventually, in a dazed state, Dumbledore relented. Fortunately, after a bout of practice with Snape the previous day, Xiao An had whimsically decided to learn the art of mental occlusion from him. Coupled with some self-hypnosis techniques, he had managed to grasp the fundamentals of this skill. While Dumbledore lectured him, Xiao An adeptly closed his mind, employing self-hypnosis to envision the comedic film Flirting Scholar. Upon returning home, Xiao An found Snape waiting on the sofa with a meal prepared. "Welcome back. Let us dine first." "Thank you, Godfather," Xiao An replied. "How did the hearing go? Did that old bee trouble you?" "The old bee? Oh, you mean Dumbledore?" "No, he merely expounded upon a plethora of grand philosophies." "How dare he?" "Never mind, Godfather. By the way, have you heard of Grindelwald?" "Why do you inquire?" "That is not a matter for you to concern yourself with. Now, finish your meal and resume your training." After lunch, it seemed that the previous question had somewhat agitated Snape's sensitive heart. Xiao An mentally chastised himself for being so blunt in addressing his godfather. Having scolded himself internally, he took out his wand and began practicing combat techniques with Snape. Today, Snape was particularly diligent in his instruction, and Xiao An relished the learning experience, though his body protested against the spells that struck him. "Godfather, why does my legilimency fail against certain individuals?" Xiao An inquired during a break. "That is because some possess an exceptionally strong will, rendering our spells incapable of penetrating their mental defenses. These individuals are akin to those who have mastered the art of mental occlusion, nodding in understanding. Xiao An posed several more questions about the recent practice before resuming their duel. Thus, they trained diligently for an entire week, during which Xiao An's dueling skills saw a remarkable improvement. Coupled with his vast magical power, Snape found it increasingly challenging to gain the upper hand in their matches. After concluding their final practice session, Xiao An tidied up, arranged for the magical creatures and Toby to settle into his home, and then accompanied Snape to Hogsmeade. Naturally, he concealed the magical creatures and Toby from Snape's view. Having spent 3 days at Snape's residence, Xiao An dedicated this time to studying potion-making under Snape's patient tutelage. Under the guidance of the potions master, he successfully learned to concoct a remedy for scabies. Delighted at Xiao An's achievement, Snape could only shake his head in reluctant praise. After handing Xiao An another potion recipe, Snape departed, leaving Xiao An to contemplate Dumbledore's decision to assign Snape to guide a substantial number of Muggle-born students this year. Once Snape left, Xiao An soon used apparition to return to Jasmine's home. Calling for Toby, he inquired, "Toby, what news from Numengard?" "Master, since you instructed Toby to search for Numengard, I have diligently sought it each day. I finally located it, but there exists a barrier only house elves can traverse. Wizards cannot apparate directly and must approach on foot." "Very well, Toby. This evening, please fetch me from Hogsmeade. We shall venture to Numengard together. But do not take me inside. Stop at a nearby location to avoid alarming anyone." "Understood, Master." Your will is Toby's command. That evening, after dinner, Snape set off to brew potions at Hogwarts. With Xiao An's birthday approaching, Snape prepared to gift him a potion, as was his custom each year. However, this year's potion was particularly challenging, requiring Snape's nightly attention. Once half an hour had passed after Snape's departure, Xiao An confirmed that Snape would not return that night. He summoned Toby and, upon his arrival, grasped the little elf's arm, who promptly transported Xiao An to Numengard. Upon arrival, Xiao An surveyed his surroundings. "Toby, is this truly Numengard?" "Indeed, Master, but only the tower stands here." "Very well, Toby. Wait for me here. I shall return shortly." With that, he cast a featherweight charm and a speed charm upon himself and dashed toward the tower. As he approached the entrance, Xiao An swiftly halted, transfiguring a nearby stone into a stone guardian, instructing it to push open the door. He followed the stone guardian as it led him to the tower's summit. Upon reaching the top, Xiao An beheld an elderly figure with a white beard, reminiscent of Dumbledore, standing on an open balcony, gazing into the distance with an inscrutable demeanor. As Xiao An entered, the old man spoke. "Ah, you have arrived, Tom. I knew you would seek me out eventually, but the answers you seek shall not be divulged." "Oh, so you are the first Dark Lord, Grindelwald. You seem to be in good spirits. It appears your later years have treated you well." Xiao An remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Grindelwald froze at the sound of Xiao An's voice, taken aback by the unexpected tone emanating from a child. Turning slowly, he exclaimed, "Ah, no way. Tom, have you been reduced to a child? Or are you? Who are you? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiao An. Then you may call me William. It is an honor to finally encounter the infamous Dark Lord. I come seeking your wisdom." With that, Xiao An offered a slight bow. "Oh, young one, are you a descendant of the saints?" "Not at all. I merely wish to learn from you. Cutting to the chase, how does one garner followers?" "Ah, intriguing. Indeed, it seems you harbor ambitions akin to the Dark Lords. However, it is not so simple to emulate me. If you wish to follow in Tom's footsteps, it is quite straightforward, possess strength, and you can easily rally a multitude of followers through notions of pure bloodlines. But I am different. I strive for a greater cause. My dear boy, had I not felt that the path of the saints had deviated, I would have already achieved success by now. The great benefits we sought would have been realized, but due to this misdirection, I willingly allowed myself to be defeated by my old friend, confining myself here to prevent further calamities. Our abode as saints serves a greater purpose. It is to reclaim the rightful benefits that wizards should possess but have been usurped by muggles. Centuries ago, we were the sages of the world, the strongest among all. Yet the muggles, envious of our power and knowledge, feared us and persecuted our kin. In the past century, muggles have advanced at an alarming rate, acquiring weapons that pose a genuine threat to our existence. Once they fully master such weaponry, they will undoubtedly turn against us, persecuting, oppressing, and seizing all that we hold dear. Their envy, arrogance, and greed render them blind to our worth as wizards. Should we remain passive, they will gradually encroach upon our existence, ultimately seeking to eradicate us, just as they did with our wizarding ancestors centuries ago. So, young one, do you wish to join my ranks of followers, to inherit our ideology, to safeguard the wizarding realm and uphold the noble status of wizards? Then, esteemed Dark Lord, may I inquire about your method of summoning followers? I wish to understand your thoughts through your followers. My followers are aging. This world now belongs to the youth. Pray tell, why do you share this with me? Surely, you do not wish for me to join the saints? Haha, certainly not. 45 years ago, a boy named Tom Riddle came here. He is now known as Voldemort. At that time, I intended for him to take my place as the leader of the saints. But upon conversing with him, I realized he was not devoted to the wizarding world. I have heard of you, young'un. 3 years ago, Dumbledore spoke of you. You are the one I seek. What is the summoning spell of the saints, and what incantation do you use to express your thoughts? Might you share it with me? Very well, you are intriguing. I shall share this with you, for I do not misjudge character. I learned Dumbledore's spell, thoroughly examined and tested it, and thankfully, it was within Nurmengard, preventing any leakage of its effects. Seeing that all spells posed no issues, and stood up, drew his wand, and uttered an incantation toward Grindelwald, Crucio. After delivering the curse, he followed with another. Observing Grindelwald's agony, which rendered him incapable of maintaining even the most basic of defenses, and continued. Since you have lost your value, there is no need to maintain a facade of cordiality. You are correct. I am not like Tom. Perhaps a person akin to myself might indeed agree with your ideology and become your follower. However, you overlook one thing. My direct approach implies that I either support your views or stand in stark opposition, or we share a history of enmity. I am unaware of your conflict with the Muggles, but whatever your intentions, you have harmed many innocents. Others may be oblivious, yet your ideology influenced Voldemort, leading to the suffering of my godfather. Thus, you must face the consequences. I initially intended to end your life, but after 9 curses, our debts are settled. Remember this. Grindelwald, in this world, one must always repay their dues. Crucio, 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 and unleashed 7 additional curses, and after a total of 9. Grindelwald was nearly driven mad, though he clung to life, curled on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, visibly struggling, with a flick of his wand. And turned toward the window, addressing Grindelwald, you may remain here, our paths shall never align. Observe how I proceed, regardless of your past deeds, whether noble or vile. The time for reckoning shall arrive when I have discerned the truth. With that, and disregarded Grindelwald and leaped from the tower, finding Toby and instructing him to assist in his escape from the barrier. Upon exiting the barrier, and instructed Toby to erase all magical traces before returning home. Once Toby had completed the task and returned, and ascended into the sky with a wave of his wand, he retrieved a strand of Grindelwald's hair, pointed his wand at it, and uttered an incantation, transforming it into a transparent membrane that enveloped the location of the confinement. Then, and directed his wand at the barrier and intoned, "No living being shall exit." This chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. The incantation uttered by Xiao An is a curse, one that he devised himself after perusing the magical tomes found in Snape's abode. The curse's effect is such that living beings are eternally unable to escape from Nurmengard. However, as Xiao An utilized Grindelwald's hair in the incantation, the curse is solely directed at Grindelwald, serving to prevent him from emerging and thwarting Xiao An's plans. Yet, every curse demands a toll, and the price Xiao An must pay is the annihilation of his own soul. Upon reflecting on his recent impulsive actions, particularly the moment he directly inquired of Snape regarding Grindelwald's whereabouts, Xiao An ultimately realized that his soul had been corroded. This erosion can be traced back to his first encounter with Snape, during which he had just vanquished a dark wizard and subsequently cast a killing curse, resulting in the repercussions of that curse tainting his very essence. It is essential to understand that the creation of Voldemort's Horcruxes involves taking a life and subsequently splintering one's soul through the act of murder. Since his inquiry to Snape about Grindelwald, Xiao An has been in pursuit of understanding the plight of his soul, leading him to discover the existence of an alternative persona within him. This persona emerges to influence Xiao An whenever he attempts to undertake any action. Moreover, this alternate persona possesses a faint sense of self-awareness. Xiao An has long suspected that it is the consciousness that this body originally harbored. Having arrived in this world bearing memories, Xiao An's existence was at odds with that of the body, resulting in this consciousness manifesting as a child until he reached the age of 3. After 5 years, the two consciousnesses had nearly merged. However, this was interrupted by the passing of Jasmine and Xiao An's subsequent act of murder, compounded by the use of a killing curse. Thus, in Chapter 34, titled The Admission Letter, this consciousness once again separated from Xiao An. Consequently, the curse utilized by Xiao An exacted the toll of this consciousness, essentially the very awareness nurtured by this body. Had Xiao An not traversed into this realm, he would have been subject to the control of this body's innate consciousness, after sacrificing what could be considered a complete, nascent soul or a fragment thereof. Xiao An finally sensed that he had truly been reborn, gaining complete mastery over the magical energies within him and the control of his own body. As for why his original consciousness was not sacrificed, it is attributed to Xiao An's practice of the mind-sealing technique, which safeguarded his soul. This is also the reason Voldemort was able to fragment his soul yet remain alive. However, if that consciousness still exists, then Xiao An would possess an immensely powerful artifact, one that could secure his invincibility among peers of the same caliber. It is precisely this artifact that has aroused Xiao An's suspicion regarding the presence of another soul within his body. Now, although that consciousness has faded away, the treasure it left behind has not perished alongside it. However, it requires Xiao An to exert considerable effort to master it, and even then, mastery is not guaranteed. Furthermore, the influence of the departed soul's temperament continues to affect Xiao An, lingering despite the soul's absence. After ensuring nothing was overlooked, Xiao An utilized the art of apparition to return to Snape's abode. Following his ablutions, he retired for the night. Thus, time gradually passed, with Xiao An diligently shadowing Snape in the practice of magic, studying potion-making, and engaging in systematic learning of magical knowledge. A month later, on this particular day, after finishing his meal and clearing the dishes, Snape had already departed. Xiao An resumed his perusal of the potion-making book left by Snape. After a while, 2 owls flew in through the window. Upon noticing the owls, Xiao An waved them over, retrieving some nuts from his pocket to feed them. He then took the newspaper from one owl's talon and placed several bronze nuts into the pouch attached to its leg. Afterward, he removed the letter from the other owl's foot and, upon inspecting it, discovered it was from Hogwarts, likely the long-awaited acceptance letter. Without needing to open it, Xiao An already knew what it said, for after all, one has read enough fan fiction in their past life. Upon opening, however, Xiao An realized how gravely mistaken they had been. It was not written by Professor McGonagall, but rather by that old bee. Dear Mr. Vorlovitz, we do not know how to write your Chinese name. So you understand we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to study at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enough of the pleasantries. Xiao An welcomes you to Hogwarts, and I am confident that you will acquire the knowledge you seek here. I also look forward to continuing our discussions on the ideas you previously mentioned. On another sheet is a list of required books and equipment. You can take a look. I know you already have those books, so just bring them along. However, you will need to purchase some clothing, or you could have Severus prepare them for you. By the way, do ask Severus if he has any thoughts about finding a partner. I have many admirers of his who have been inquiring about him, and I hear his disposition has changed quite a bit. They are quite bothersome. The term begins on September 1st, so just come without needing to reply. Severus has been coming to Hogwarts every day lately, so I will consider him your owl. See you on September 1st, Xiao An. Yours sincerely, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Headmaster of Hogwarts. Xiao An couldn't help but scoff at the old rogue, casually placing the letter into a seamless expansion bag. Xiao An stepped out of the house and disapparated directly to Diagon Alley, clutching the acceptance letter and first heading to Gringotts to exchange some galleons. Standing at the entrance of Gringotts, Xiao An surveyed the familiar surroundings, glaring at the sign, thinking, now that I have an acceptance letter, let us see if they dare refuse to exchange my galleons. However, dreams are often sweet, while reality proves harsh. When Xiao An presented 10,000 pounds to exchange for galleons, they were informed, I'm sorry, sir, each young wizard can only exchange 100 galleons with their acceptance letter. The current exchange rate is 5:1, so you can only convert 500 pounds. Xiao An glared at the goblin at the counter, his teeth grinding in frustration, wishing he could cast a killing curse on the spot. Ultimately, Xiao An had no choice but to exchange for a mere 100 galleons, and after purchasing books and clothing, he returned home in a rather lackluster mood. Once home, Xiao An flopped onto the sofa and picked up the Daily Prophet. Upon opening it, he found the front page headline was about Harry Potter, boldly proclaiming, Harry Potter, the most devious schemer. The photo used was from a hearing, and upon seeing this, Xiao An was left speechless. Really? It's been over a month, and this is when they decide to report? Are they trying to smear him just as Hogwarts is welcoming new students? Understanding the implications of the article, Xiao An realized it was likely an attempt to depict Harry Potter as a villain to influence the minds of young witches and wizards as they began their studies. How insidious, he thought, suspecting that the Ministry of Magic had orchestrated it. Otherwise, the Daily Prophet would not have dared to publish such a piece. It seemed the ministry was truly unreliable. After lunch with Severus, Xiao An informed him of his acceptance to Hogwarts and handed over the letter. Severus glanced at it and muttered, "Old B." After that, he said no more, simply nodding in agreement for Xiao An to attend Hogwarts before heading off to continue his potion making. Once Severus was busy brewing, Xiao An summoned Toby and instructed him to accompany him to Azkaban. Arriving at the island housing Azkaban, Xiao An floated invisibly over the sea, observing the solitary structure surrounded by Dementors who patrolled in circles, occasionally entering and exiting. Is this truly the world's most secure prison? Xiao An pondered, recalling that it would soon be attacked by Voldemort in a few months, leading to the escape of numerous Death Eaters. After meticulously observing Azkaban for 3 hours and memorizing key locations, Xiao An was ready to leave when he suddenly noticed 2 figures about 2,000 meters away. Unsure of their identities, he quickly minimized his floating presence and concealed his aura, calming the creature perched on his shoulder as he tried to discern who they were. After a moment of watching, he still couldn't make out their faces, so he remained hidden, waiting patiently. Suddenly, he saw the taller of the 2 open his mouth, as if communicating with someone. Xiao An focused intently, eager to see what would unfold. But then, the tall figure suddenly roared, raising his wand and striking it fiercely toward Azkaban. Xiao An witnessed the clash between the prison's protective enchantments and the dark spell hurled by the tall figure. The man cast 2 additional spells in quick succession. Stunned, Xiao An thought, are they attacking Azkaban? No way. Isn't Voldemort supposed to strike next year? As he contemplated this, he could no longer conceal himself and cast an eagle-eye charm and a mirror charm. However, the image appeared for only a fleeting second before being interrupted by the tall figure. Yet, in that brief moment, Xiao An recognized him, the noseless man, Tom Riddle, known to many as Voldemort. How could it be him? Xiao An exclaimed, seeing Voldemort glance in his direction. He quickly cast a disillusionment charm and threw the creature ahead of him, leaping onto its back. With a wave of his wand, he unleashed a killing curse. The creature charged toward Voldemort, closing the distance of over 2,000 meters in the blink of an eye, and Xiao An's spell was perfectly timed, just as it left his wand. However, Voldemort, true to his nature, reacted instantaneously, executing a short-distance apparition to evade the attack. He then countered with a killing curse, while the gaunt figure beside him, resembling a rat, launched a disillusionment charm. Shan Pao, carrying Xiao An, narrowly escaped the lethal curse. Yet his form was revealed due to the rat-like man's area effect charm. Upon witnessing the failed strike, Xiao An floated down from Shan Pao's back, while Shan Pao swiftly fled. Unperturbed by Shan Pao's departure, Xiao An unleashed a barrage of spells at Voldemort. The killing curse, the cruciatus curse, and the disarming charm, all targeting Voldemort's fleeting figure from 3 distinct angles with silent incantations. Voldemort noticed a green light approaching, followed by 2 additional spells. Without discerning their nature, he resorted to continuous apparition to evade the initial 2 curses. After successfully dodging them, he identified the 3rd spell and conjured a shield charm for protection. With a flick of his wand, he cast a combined spell of Fiend Fire and Transfiguration, summoning a colossal serpentine flame towards Xiao An. Seizing the opportunity while Xiao An was preoccupied, the rat-like man audaciously uttered the killing curse, sending it in tandem with the fiery serpent towards her. Realizing the peril, Xiao An executed an apparition, transforming into a streak of white light to evade the deadly curse, and swiftly conjured a shielding charm to defend against the advancing infernal serpent. It must be said that Xiao An is still quite inexperienced. He possesses great magical potential, but lacks the knowledge to wield it effectively. The spell Universal Curse was executed well, yet it necessitates significant movements. When Xiao An thrust his wand downward, Voldemort unleashed a deadly curse. Upon seeing the green light, Xiao An hastily apparat, but as he retracted his wand used to fend off the fire serpent, the flames had not entirely dissipated, resulting in the last embers igniting his clothing. Once the apparition concluded, he promptly cast a small-scale universal curse to extinguish the flames. However, he was left with a burn on his chest, a gaping wound measuring 7 centimeters. This exchange clearly ended in Xiao An's defeat. Consequently, he had no choice but to endure the pain while either apparating to evade Voldemort or employing protective charms to retrieve potions from his expansion bag. After dodging 7 of Voldemort's curses, including 3 killing curses, Xiao An finally managed to consume a potion. Yet, at the very moment he drank it, Voldemort conjured another fire serpent, this time vocalizing the incantation, Serpent's Fire. Seeing the fire serpent take shape and rush toward him, Xiao An quickly downed the potion. leveraging his earlier apparition to distance himself from Voldemort. Initially, Xiao An intended to create greater distance, but Voldemort's spoken incantation amplified the spell's potency. The magical energy required for Xiao An's apparition surged, making it impossible for an ordinary wizard to evade. Fortunately, Xiao An's magical prowess was formidable, and he had previously learned a composite spell from Grindelwald. Upon returning, he further refined it based on his studies of transfiguration under Dumbledore, crafting a spell more suited to his abilities. Upon realizing that his apparition did not reach the desired location, Xiao An briefly panicked but quickly regained his composure. As the fire serpent altered its trajectory toward him, he urgently recited the composite spell he had devised, Phoenix Ascending to the Skies. The two spells collided spectacularly, and Voldemort, astonished that such a young wizard could possess such profound knowledge of spells, momentarily lost focus, a significant blunder in battle. Meanwhile, the rat-faced man, initially hesitant to intervene and having launched several sneak attacks on Xiao An, was now paralyzed with fear. Witnessing Xiao An's ability to contend with Voldemort, he found himself expending all his strength to withstand the magical backlash from their clash. While Voldemort remained in a daze, Xiao An seized the opportunity, casting a killing curse toward him. Taken by surprise and losing the initiative, Voldemort could only hastily evade. Xiao An pressed his advantage, casting several spells, yet found he could not significantly harm Voldemort. Seizing the moment when Voldemort dodged a few curses, Xiao An swiftly followed his apparition's path, shaking his left hand to unleash a stunning spell targeting the rat-faced man. Chapter 36. The Descent of Sacred Light and the Resurrection of Bones. Noticing Xiao An's attack on the rat-faced man, Voldemort did not rush to his aid but instead directed a curse at Xiao An, Avada Kedavra. As the killing curse hurtled toward him, Xiao An had no choice but to respond with a fierce wave of his wand, declaring Avada Kedavra. The two curses collided, locking in a battle of wills, each trying to overpower the other. Xiao An felt his wand being pushed backward by an unseen force, prompting him to grip it tightly and channel his magical energy forward. Simultaneously, Voldemort exerted all his might to increase his magical output, striving to dominate Xiao An. In this contest of magical strength, a smile flickered across Xiao An's face. He had previously compared his magical capacity to Dumbledore's and found himself superior. However, upon Voldemort amplifying his own magical output, Xiao An quickly regretted his earlier confidence. Realizing the staggering depth of Voldemort's power, the realization dawned on him that if this contest continued, he would surely be outmatched. Yet, retreat was no longer an option. At his current level, he lacked the ability to sever the magical connection. It appeared that death was inevitable. What on earth is happening with Voldemort? How can he possess such power? Xiao An pondered. Resolutely, he gritted his teeth and unleashed all his magical energy in a final effort, hoping to use Voldemort as a shield against the impending doom. Unexpectedly, Voldemort severed the magical link, redirecting Xiao An's curse aside and swiftly evading to the side. As Voldemort escaped, Xiao An felt an urge to pursue him, but his magical energy could not support another apparition. He could only glare resentfully in the direction of Voldemort's retreat, slowly descending towards the sea. Once submerged, Xiao An struggled to control his weary body, striving to maintain tranquility as he floated on the surface, lying on his back. After regaining composure, he waved his wand to signal for his mountain cannon to return. However, before the cannon could arrive, a black skull appeared in the distant sky, from which a serpent emerged. Recognizing this symbol, Xiao An understood the resurrection of bones. Voldemort was summoning his Death Eaters imprisoned in Azkaban. Not long after the Death Eater mark manifested, the mountain cannon arrived, but it was not alone. It carried a person in its grasp. Upon closer inspection, Xiao An realized it was the rat-faced man, who had succumbed to his stunning spell. Amused, Xiao An chuckled to himself. Well, this fellow certainly has a strong will to survive. I thought he had drowned. After lying on the mountain cannon's back for a moment and regaining some magical energy with a potion, Xiao An noticed that the effects of the resurrection spell had dissipated. He commanded the mountain cannon to ascend slightly. Once at an adequate altitude, Xiao An stood atop the cannon, raised his wand to the sky, and proclaimed, "Sacred Light descends." This was one of the two summoning spells he had acquired from Grindelwald. A dark gray light erupted from the tip of his wand, swiftly ascending into the heavens before exploding like fireworks. The luminous display rapidly darkened the sky, revealing a crescent moon encircled by 13 eagle-shaped stars, which slowly rotated around it. Observing the spectacle of the sacred light, Xiao An smiled and declared, "Let the magical world grow ever more vibrant." With that, he reclined back on the mountain cannon, giving it a playful pat as he said, "Let us go, my friend. This world is finally about to become lively." Upon hearing the command, the mountain artillery leapt forward, propelling itself into the distance. Simultaneously, deep within the confines of Azkaban, in the innermost trio of cells, 3 elderly men, their hair as white as snow and their bodies remarkably clean, peered through the shattered fissures to witness the celestial light descending from the heavens. Their eyes glistened with moisture, tears streaming down their cheeks like cascading waterfalls. As they wept, the 3 elders appeared to converse amongst themselves, or perhaps to engage in soliloquy. At long last, this day has arrived. Ha ha ha. The Dark Lord, we come for you, they proclaimed, tears still flowing as they roared towards the sky, for a greater cause. With the resonance of their cries, a radiant beam of white light emerged from the encircling moon, swiftly descending towards Azkaban. Upon reaching the prison, the beam bifurcated into 9 distinct streams, each cascading in different directions. Meanwhile, at Snape's residence in Spinner's End, after administering a brief treatment to the rat-faced man, Littleton offered him a dose of the elixir of life, followed by a Petrificus totalis curse, before placing the man beneath the bed. Littleton then proceeded to wash up. The following morning, after breakfast, Snape departed for Hogwarts to brew potions as usual, while Littleton lounged on the sofa, idly cradling a Pikachu. After a while, an owl delivered a copy of the Daily Prophet, and perused the paper, only to find the headline proclaiming, "Harry Potter, the greatest deceiver." He flipped through the pages in vain, searching for any mention of Azkaban, and upon realizing the absence of such news, he felt utterly disillusioned with the Ministry of Magic. It seemed he would have to rely on himself. The Ministry was, after all, utterly unreliable. He had initially believed it might prove useful, but now he scoffed. With that, he cast aside the Daily Prophet, conjuring flames with a wave of his hand to reduce the newspaper to ashes. Thus, Littleton spent his days at home, contemplating the recent encounter with Voldemort, reflecting on the experience, addressing his shortcomings, and diligently studying, systematically organizing his understanding of magic. Gradually, August approached, marking Littleton's birthday. A few days prior, Snape had completed brewing the potions, choosing to remain home to impart knowledge to Littleton and occasionally spar with him. On the evening of the birthday, Snape celebrated with Littleton, presenting a carefully prepared gift. "Happy birthday," and he said, "What is this?" Littleton inquired, holding a small vial of potion. "This is Felix Felicis. Just a few drops will make your wishes come true," Snape replied warmly. "Thank you, Godfather. I haven't given you any birthday gifts over the years. I hope you won't hold it against me." "Of course not, and thank you. However, I have prepared a gift for you as well, though I cannot present it now. You will receive it in due time. I assure you, it will not disappoint," Snape said with a hint of a smile, ruffling Littleton's hair. The next day, Snape could no longer stay home, for Hogwarts was set to open in less than a week. As a professor and the head of Slytherin House, he needed to prepare for the upcoming academic year. After bidding Littleton farewell and reminding him of a few important matters, Snape looked at Anne's understanding face for a moment before resolutely summoning his broom and soaring towards Hogwarts. 2 hours later, Littleton had tidied the house and summoned Toby to escort the rat-faced man to the home of the Muggle, Jessamine. It is worth noting that during this time, the rat-faced man had been thoroughly intimidated by Littleton. He had divulged all that he knew, revealing his identity as the loathsome Peter Pettigrew. Finding the dark magic emanating from Pettigrew's metallic hand particularly irksome, had severed the entire arm the following day when it had nearly healed. Upon returning to Jessamine's residence and ensuring everything was in order, Littleton picked up that day's Daily Prophet. He casually scanned its contents, intending to discard the paper. But upon seeing the headline, he reconsidered. The front page boldly stated, "Azkaban under attack. Over 20 evil dark wizards confirmed to have successfully escaped. This incident is reportedly orchestrated by the previously escaped Sirius Black." Seeing this, Littleton chuckled. Has the Ministry's facade finally crumbled? Yet they dare not report on the reappearance of the corpses or the descent of celestial light. It seems Fudge remains unwilling to believe that Voldemort has returned. However, Dumbledore must be quite overwhelmed. He laughed heartily. "In that case, let us stoke the flames further and let the storm intensify." With that, Littleton brandished his wand and apparat to the top of the London Eye. After casting a Muggle-repelling charm, He raised his wand to the heavens and declared, "Magic unfold." Instantly, a torrent of magical energy surged from his wand, radiating in all directions, nearly depleting his entire reservoir of magic, leaving him with only a fraction of his strength. Although this spell typically consumed little energy, Little An had opted for a grand display. Shortly thereafter, the released magic transformed into a translucent shroud of darkness, enveloping the entirety of London. Approximately 10 minutes later, every structure in the city was cloaked beneath this veil, with the gathering locations inscribed in a cryptic language only understood by saints. However, unlike Grindelwald, who concealed information beneath the image of a soaring eagle, Xiao An, disliking this emblem, replaced it with a flame motif, yet the effect remained unchanged. Once the shroud of darkness enveloped London, strands of black fabric extended into the sky, their uneven heights resembling the blossoming of fireworks. Let us allow our magic to flourish in resplendence. Standing atop the London Eye, Xiao An spread his arms wide, embracing the heavens. After approximately 3 minutes, the magical effects throughout London dissipated, and Xiao An apparat directly home, reclining on the sofa, sipping a potion to restore his magical energy. Thus, the afternoon passed, and as evening approached, Xiao An remained oblivious to the events that transpired throughout the day. Nor did he wish to unravel how the Ministry of Magic had mitigated the situation. He only knew that it had rained for an hour in the afternoon, leaving the ground slightly damp when he ventured out in the evening. Upon arriving at the gathering location, he noted the time was still before 8:30, so he found a spot to sit and ponder his forthcoming speech. Observing the wizards around him casting various spells, he smiled but paid them no mind. As the time drew near, Xiao An confidently strode towards the circular podium that had materialized at the center of the assembly. Scanning the area, he noted the attendance was sparse, with only about 80 individuals present. He chuckled to himself, cast a spell to amplify his voice, and, with a gesture to calm the crowd, began his address. "My fellow wizards, you gather here today not for any other reason than your belief in Grindelwald's vision. You believe he has returned to lead you once more. However, today, it is not Grindelwald, but I, Xiao An, your Mr. And I can assure you, Grindelwald has forsaken you, and he shall never emerge from Nurmengard again. He has failed, and his many ideas are misguided." No sooner had Xiao An spoken than the wizards in the stands erupted in chaos, many drawing their wands to attack him. Xiao An deftly deflected these assaults without retaliating, casting a large counter-apparition spell before signaling to continue. "I understand your thoughts, and I know you find them difficult to accept. Grindelwald is no longer capable of leading you. He has been bested by me, not merely in combat, but in ideology as well. Therefore, he has divulged to me the very methods by which he summoned you, enabling me to gather you here today. Now, you may pose your inquiries. Ask anything you wish to know." Seeing Xiao An's formidable power and his use of the counter-apparition spell, the wizards on the platform could only maintain their stance with wands pointed at him, listening intently. Upon hearing Xiao An invite questions, some fervent supporters of Grindelwald swiftly directed their queries at him, which he addressed one by one. Chapter 38. Crimson Fire. Once Xiao An had answered their questions and observed that the saints had ceased their inquiries, he continued his discourse. "I have shared with you all that you seek to understand. Now allow me to express my thoughts. Much of Grindelwald's philosophy is flawed. Dumbledore is merely a traditionalist, and Voldemort is nothing more than a foolish madman. In the current magical realm, only I can lead you. Only I can illuminate the path for our community, guiding you towards a brighter future. I am neither a blood purist nor a wizard aligned with muggles. I am simply an ordinary wizard who desires for my fellow wizards to walk proudly in this world. I envision a society where both purebloods and muggleborns live as brothers, collectively forging a path for the future of wizards. I aspire to establish a realm devoid of class distinction, exploitation, and oppression, where every wizard can contribute their talents and fulfill their needs, pursuing their dreams unencumbered. From this moment forth, there shall no longer be saints, only the Crimson Fire. All who wish to join this noble cause are welcomed. I shall not compel you to join. You are free to depart. Those who wish to follow me may leave now, spreading the word of our gathering and inviting more allies to join us. Now, everyone depart." Having spoken, Xiao An dispelled the counter-apparition spell and, with a flick of his wand, cast a new spell derived from Grindelwald's signature magic, before disregarding them entirely. Initially, Xiao An had hoped to attract a few followers from among Grindelwald's supporters, but after a moment, he was surprised to find that not a single person chose to leave. Instead, They gazed at him with fervor, as if eager for him to speak once more. What do you wish to achieve by remaining? Xiao An inquired in confusion. We wish to follow you, to illuminate the magical world alongside you. What a perplexing situation. They had all been captivated. This was troublesome indeed, as he had only intended to recruit a few misguided souls to aid him against Voldemort. Xiao An felt quite vexed. Yet, he could not voice these thoughts, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Seeing Xiao An's nod, the crowd erupted in cheers. Xiao An silently sighed, then declared, "You are now all members of the Crimson Fire. Depart now to seek more like-minded allies for our grand endeavor." Upon hearing these words, most of those present dashed through the crimson flames, their faces alight with fervor, rushing to Xiao An's side before vanishing in a flurry of apparition, leaving only 2 individuals. These 2, equally fervent, sprinted towards Xiao An. Initially, Xiao An assumed they would also disappear in a flash, yet they stood before him, their mouths agape, as if to speak, but no words emerged. Xiao An observed them, recognizing their desire to communicate, yet feeling utterly exhausted after a long night of performances. He was reluctant to spend further time entertaining their inquiries. However, witnessing the trials they had endured through the flames, he ultimately acquiesced with a resigned nod. Upon seeing Xiao An's acknowledgement, the 2 men clamored to ask questions, nearly coming to blows in their eagerness. Noticing their squabble, Xiao An casually pointed to one of them, allowing him to speak first. The chosen one introduced himself, "Esteemed Mr. An, I am Amos Diggory. I wish to extend my sincerest apologies. Initially, I had no intention of joining you. My son was taken from me by a mysterious figure, and I sought vengeance, yearning to join a group that opposed him. However, after hearing your perspective, I have changed my mind. I am here to apologize, for I cannot accompany you to forge a new magical world. I must confront the mysterious one in a duel, uncertain if I shall return alive. Yet, rest assured, I will ardently advocate for our shared dreams before I embark on this quest." Amos Diggory is your son Cedric Diggory, who once attended Hogwarts Hufflepuff House and tragically perished during the Triwizard Tournament a few months ago. Xiao An inquired. "Yes, Mr. An, I am sorry to have disappointed your expectations. Diggory, if you intend to confront Voldemort, you must not refer to him as the mysterious one, but rather as Voldemort or Tom Riddle. Additionally, I have heard of your son's fate. I ask that you bring his remains to me for an experiment. Rest assured, my intentions are for your benefit. I can use him to gauge Voldemort's combat prowess. With the data gleaned from my experiment, you may strategize against him, thereby increasing your chances of success. Even if it ends in failure, you may inflict some harm upon Voldemort, avenging your son in a sense. Is it true? You can truly. I shall retrieve him at once. Go ahead. I shall await your return." Xiao An gestured dismissively. "And you?" Xiao An turned to the other middle-aged man with red hair. "Oh, Mr. An, I am Arthur Weasley. I wish to express my admiration for your greatness. However, the mysterious one, oh no, Voldemort, has returned. If he seeks to confront you, what will happen? Although you are indeed powerful, you are still quite young, yes?" That is not precisely what I meant," Arthur stammered. "Fear not, Mr. Weasley. I have previously battled Tom in Azkaban. As you, a member of the Ministry, should be aware, Azkaban was attacked a month ago. I did not intend to conceal this. I came to gather information alone, unbeknownst to the Ministry. I discovered the location by mere chance. Rest assured, Mr. Weasley, I harbor no resentment or suspicion towards you. I welcome any compatriots wishing to join us. We gather for the future of the magical realm. Thank you, esteemed An. Is it true that Voldemort has fully regained his strength? You mentioned having fought him once. Is that indeed the case? I have only crossed paths with him once, and it was inconclusive." Chapter 39. Resurrection. Thank you for your generous disclosure, Arthur said. Just then, Amos Diggory returned, gently placing Cedric before Xiao An. "I have brought him. I apologize for the trouble," esteemed Mr. An. Xiao An approached to examine Cedric, noting his well-preserved state. He then retrieved his wand, placing its tip against Cedric's chest, channeling his magic to assess the situation. After a moment, Xiao An withdrew his wand, rising to clean his hands and wand with a handkerchief, which he tossed aside. With a flick of his wand, he transformed the handkerchief into a chair, upon which he sat, resting his chin on crossed hands, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Arthur and Amos stood in silence, awaiting Xiao An's contemplation. It appears my hypothesis was not unfounded. Those struck by the killing curse rapidly wither into mere dust. However, Cedric's head remains intact, suggesting there is indeed hope. After some time, Xiao An summoned Toby, issuing a few instructions before sending him on an errand. Within 5 minutes, Toby returned with a seamless expansion bag, which he promptly handed over to Xiao An before departing. Xiao An opened the expansion bag to inspect its contents, retrieving a cauldron and instructing Arthur to boil water. Amos, I now present you with 2 choices. First, I can guide you on how to confront Voldemort. Second, you may attempt to resurrect your son, Cedric. Truly, you would reveal to me how to confront him? But wait, what was that second option? Presumptuous. How dare you? I apologize, esteemed Mr. N. I did not intend. Do not concern yourself, Arthur. Amos is merely flustered. Now, make your choice, Amos. Could you repeat the second option, esteemed Mr. N? Xiao An remained silent, gazing at Amos, patiently awaiting his response. As Amos sensed the lack of a reply, he grew anxious, fearing he had offended Xiao An. I apologize. Esteemed Mr. N, I choose the second option. Very well, though I cannot guarantee success. This is merely a conjecture, untested in practice. However, since you have chosen, your decision is final. Without awaiting Amos's reaction, Xiao An approached the cauldron, observing that Arthur had already boiled the water with magic. He then retrieved a small vial filled with a crimson liquid from the seamless expansion bag, pouring half of it into the cauldron. He followed this with a collection of healing potions, as well as raw flesh and bone essence, all added into the cauldron. Xiao An then pointed his wand at the bubbling concoction and intoned, Avada Kedavra, summon the guardian, restore the body, and seal it all. Upon completing the incantation, Xiao An observed the liquid within the cauldron diminish rapidly, ultimately transforming into a thick, gray substance. Hastily, Xiao An employed magic to extract the viscous liquid, placing it into a bottle just as the cauldron disintegrated into a heap of ashes scattered across the ground. Subsequently, Xiao An repeated the previous method, pouring the remaining red liquid into the cauldron. This time, he added a piece of meat with bones but refrained from introducing any other potions. Instead, he summoned Amos, instructing him to cut his arm and allow a few drops of blood to flow into the cauldron. Once sufficient blood had been collected, Xiao An promptly urged Amos to step back. Then, with his wand pointed at the cauldron, Xiao An recited, blood is thicker than water, and bonds are stronger than gold. Seal it all away. Instantly, the liquid within the cauldron transformed into a bowl of pure white liquid. After retrieving the substance, Xiao An approached Cedric with 2 bottles in hand. He first poured the gray liquid over Cedric, witnessing his body swiftly regain its rosy hue and suppleness. Following this, Xiao An called Amos over, teaching him the incantation that Lily had cast for Harry, and instructed Amos to support Cedric while continuously reciting the spell. Once Amos had uttered the spell, Xiao An hurriedly poured the white liquid over Cedric, chanting with his wand raised, Father's blood, willingly offered, shall allow his child to be reborn. The blood and bones of enemies, forcibly given, can revive their bodies. The guardian's blood, voluntarily offered, will permit the return of the guardian's soul. Upon completing the incantation, Xiao An shouted, blood is thicker than water, and bonds are stronger than gold. Cedric Diggory. Now is the time to return. At that moment, Cedric, cradled in Amos's arms, slowly opened his eyes. Both Arthur and Amos were taken aback, and Amos instinctively moved to embrace Cedric tightly. However, Xiao An urgently interjected, Amos, do not cease the incantation. Continue. It was not until Cedric fully opened his eyes and uttered the word father that Xiao An permitted Amos to halt the spell. Immediately, Xiao An tossed a note to Amos before turning and magically guiding Arthur away, leaving the stage for the Diggory father and son. Once they had been magically propelled a considerable distance, Xiao An finally paused, allowing Arthur to gather his thoughts. Stammering, he exclaimed, what was that? Did you just revive Cedric, who was to be killed by the killing curse? Is this true? Xiao An disregarded Arthur's inquiries, retrieving an encyclopedia and a gramophone from his bag and tossing them to Arthur before vanishing homeward, leaving the foolish Arthur behind. After Xiao An's departure, Arthur stood in a daze for a moment before clutching the gramophone and encyclopedia, retreating to his humble abode, while only the Diggory father and son remained, weeping sorrowfully. Child, 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 you have returned. Father has missed you dearly. You are finally back. Cedric inquired. Father, what is happening? Wasn't I struck by the killing curse? How is it that we are? Child, it is our master, the King of Red Flames, the greatest existence in this world, who has brought you back to life. We must express our gratitude to him. Master, where has our master gone? The King of Red Flames? Who is he? He is the third-generation Dark Lord. No, no, he is the reincarnation of Merlin, the greatest deity of magic. Today, Grindelwald, you have become a follower of the third-generation Dark Lord. He is indeed a Dark Lord. How dare you speak so, Cedric? Do not defame Mr. An. He is not a Dark Lord, but a truly magnificent being who saved your life. He is neither a reckless madman like Grindelwald nor a fanatic of blood purity like Voldemort. He is the true embodiment of greatness. Let me tell you, Mr. An. Chapter 40. Draco Malfoy. One cannot help but commend Amos for his remarkable memory and eloquence, as he flawlessly recounted Xiao An's exact words to Cedric, refining their essence in the process. Unsurprisingly, Cedric was captivated by the tale, especially since Xiao An had previously rescued him, thereby transforming Cedric into a fervent admirer of Xiao An. Observing his son's reaction, Amos chuckled knowingly and casually surveyed the gathering venue, feeling a surge of gratitude that prompted him to express appreciation to Xiao An. However, upon exerting even a slight force, Amos discovered Cedric's body to be exceptionally pliable, as if devoid of any bones. Alarmed by this realization, Amos promptly laid Cedric gently on the ground, only to notice a piece of parchment quietly resting nearby. It suddenly dawned on him that Xiao An had tossed something to him earlier, and he hastily retrieved the parchment to examine it. The note read, "Cedric's body has just recovered, and he is currently without any bones. Thus, please refrain from moving him with your hands. I have cast a transfiguration spell on this parchment. Once placed on Cedric, you may take him home. Oh, and do not forget to ensure Cedric returns to Hogwarts for classes after Christmas, as he is yet to receive his diploma." After the gathering concluded, Xiao An remained at home, initially unoccupied. However, once his mind settled, he became acutely aware that when one finds themselves in a state of boredom, they often spiral into anxious thoughts. Reflecting on his past actions filled him with dread, especially when recalling certain pivotal details. He knew that if even one detail went awry, he could face dire consequences at the hands of the wizards present. Although he possessed a safeguard, escaping would still prove challenging. Days swiftly passed, and after enduring several anxious days at home, Xiao An finally arrived at the 1st of September. After rising and completing his morning routine without so much as a bite to eat, he hastily gathered his belongings and set off for the train station, accompanied by his magical creature box. Upon arriving at King's Cross Station, Xiao An noted the absence of wizards due to his early arrival, as only muggles populated the area. He quickly maneuvered his way towards the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Once he stepped into platform 9, he spotted the train waiting on the tracks and hurriedly boarded, seeking refuge in a VIP compartment where he promptly donned protective armor. Closing the door, he cast a protective charm around the compartment, then swiftly employed magical detection to assess his surroundings. After a thorough examination, he found no anomalies, which allowed him to exhale in relief. It appeared he had not yet drawn attention to himself. Voldemort had not sent anyone to trouble him. Still, he resolved to abstain from consuming any food on the train until reaching Hogwarts, believing it prudent to delay any matters until his arrival. Thus, Xiao An dispelled the protective enchantments and, after casting a soundproofing charm, closed his eyes to rest. An hour later, he was awakened by a cacophony of voices outside, their incessant chatter causing him considerable irritation. Upon opening his eyes and glancing out the window, he realized a crowd had gathered outside, comprising both adults and children. It was then that he realized he had arrived an hour early. Understanding the situation, he felt no anger, merely casting another soundproofing charm before drifting back to sleep. However, not long after, he was jolted awake by his alert charm, sitting up abruptly with his wand pointed at the door. As he discerned the figures standing outside, he gradually lowered his wand, not because they were friendly, but because the trio before him posed no threat, merely 3 teenagers. "Are you Zhao Zian?" one of them inquired. "I heard that Professor Snape has taken on a new prodigy, a Chinese student no less. I searched the train, and there are only 2 Chinese students. One is a Ravenclaw girl, and the other is you." The silver-haired boy pushed open the door and sat across from Xiao An. "Ah, Godfather, you must be Malfoy. A pleasure to meet you," Xiao An replied. "Indeed, I am Draco Malfoy. It is a pleasure to meet you, brother," Malfoy said. Performing a formal noble bow, Xiao An followed suit, executing a noble bow of his own. Malfoy's smile widened at this gesture, and he introduced his companions. "Hello, and this is Crabbe, and this is Goyle. Should you encounter any issues at Hogwarts, feel free to seek me out. I will protect you." Just as Xiao An was engaging in pleasant conversation with Malfoy, the compartment door swung open once more, Three figures rushed in and positioned themselves between Xiao An and Malfoy. Recognizing them as Hermione, Harry, and a freckled boy with red hair, Xiao An deduced it was Ron. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao An stood, intending to clarify the situation. However, Ron had already begun to taunt Malfoy. What brings the Malfoy heir here, bullying a first year? Are you so weak that you cannot even best a second year? Or are you merely here to flaunt your nouveau riche status? You think you have the right to be in a VIP compartment, you disgrace of a pureblood? Do you seek a beating, Weasley? Their verbal sparring quickly escalated, with Crabbe and Goyle brandishing their wands, prepared for a confrontation, while Harry stood beside Ron, adopting a protective stance. Hermione, seated next to Xiao An, expressed her exasperation by covering her face with her hand, clearly indicating her disassociation from the conflict. As tensions rose and a fight seemed imminent, Hermione sprang up to intervene, but before she could act, Xiao An waved his hand, pushing both parties back slightly. Fortunately, the spacious VIP compartment prevented Harry and Ron from crashing into the walls, while Malfoy and his companions simply resumed their seats. After being pushed back, both groups paused, scanning their surroundings for the source of the magic. Hermione, quick-witted as ever, realized it was Xiao An and, upon noticing he held no wand, gaped in astonishment, pointing at him. "And it was you. How did you do that?" Hearing Hermione's inquiry, the others turned to Xiao An, equally astonished. "What's the matter? Wasn't I merely breaking up a scuffle? Did you want to witness a brawl?" No, it's not that. How did you perform magic without a wand? Isn't that simple? Don't you all know how to do it?" Several individuals shook their heads in response. Only Hermione spoke up, stating, "I can currently only perform silent spells, not wandless magic." Upon hearing this, the five men, excluding Xiao An, gazed at Hermione in astonishment. Xiao An, understanding the situation, wished to shift the topic without elaborating. Yet she evidently underestimated the inquisitive nature of girls. Ultimately, Xiao An could only helplessly remark that it was a matter of talent. Perhaps she possessed a gift. This comment seemed to appease the group, though it resulted in Hermione pouting her lips in discontent. "I truly do not understand how this happened so suddenly. I am at a loss. Please, do not be upset," Xiao An offered in an attempt to comfort Hermione, who was visibly miffed. Fortunately, at that moment, the train attendant wheeled a cart of snacks down the aisle. Seeing the opportunity, Xiao An hurriedly retrieved some galleons from her pocket to purchase a plethora of treats, hoping to cheer Hermione and ease the atmosphere within the compartment. "Come on, don't be upset. Allow me to treat you to some snacks. Try this licorice wand." Indeed, Xiao An's gesture proved effective. Although Hermione still bore a hint of displeasure, her mood had visibly improved, and she ceased to press Xiao An further. However, Xiao An had inadvertently overlooked a significant matter, which led her to inwardly chastise herself for being naive. After placing the snacks on the table and encouraging the five men to partake, she turned her attention back to comforting Hermione. Malfoy and his companions wasted no time in grabbing snacks for themselves. Malfoy, biting the head off a chocolate frog, casually tossed another to Ron, taunting, "Here, you poor wretch. This may be the only snack you get this year. With your meager funds, I doubt you can afford any more." Ron, upon hearing this, was on the verge of a furious outburst, but fortunately, Harry restrained him, preventing another altercation. Harry, grasping Ron's arm, expressed gratitude to Xiao An for her hospitality and attempted to lead Hermione and Ron away. However, Malfoy, noticing their intent to depart, couldn't resist mocking them, saying, "What's wrong, Scarhead and poor boy? Do you think you can escape from your dilapidated corner to mingle with the elite? Especially you, Weasley. Go buy yourself a new cloak. The stench you're emanating is tainting the entire compartment, far worse than my house elf." This provocation pushed Ron and Harry past their limits. In an instant, they drew their wands and launched spells. Petrificus Totalis. Stupefy. However, Malfoy swiftly conjured a protective charm, thwarting their spells with an enchanted item he possessed. Thankfully, their spells had been directed solely at Malfoy, who, along with his companions, quickly raised their wands in retaliation. Realizing the escalating tension, Xiao An intervened, casting a silencing spell to prevent further incitement. The would-be combatants found their mouths sealed, now turning to Xiao An with bewildered expressions. Ignoring their gazes, Xiao An noticed Harry desperately signaling Hermione for assistance, yet she remained indifferent, choosing instead to continue snacking. Malfoy, however, was less discreet, approaching Xiao An with a gaze that could unsettle any man and make any woman uncomfortable. Taken aback, Xiao An exclaimed, "What the?" contemplating whether to retaliate physically. but ultimately refrained and lifted the spell. Once released, the tension dissipated, leading Malfoy and his friends to resume their snacking, while Harry and Ron attempted to escort Hermione away. Yet, Hermione, clearly wanting to speak with Xiao An, remained, prompting Ron to leave with the parting remark of traitor. Upon hearing Ron's accusation, Hermione felt a surge of indignation. But Harry quickly pulled Ron away, averting a potential confrontation. After calming Hermione, Xiao An sought to recline once more, but with 5 individuals now present in the compartment. She begrudgingly settled her head on Hermione's lap. Malfoy, witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback before sharing a mischievous grin with Crabbe and Goyle, rising to exit the compartment. As Hermione processed the situation, she felt a mix of embarrassment and affection, both wanting to allow Xiao An to remain and feeling shy about it. Ultimately, she opted not to push him away, instead waking him gently and waving a badge in front of him, asking, "Would you like this?" Initially mistaking it for a gift. Xiao An eagerly reached for the object, only to regret it upon realizing it was a badge emblazoned with a house elf and the words Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare, spew. Chapter 42 finally arrived at Hogwarts. Quickly recognizing what it was, Xiao An attempted to return it, but Hermione, astute as ever, preempted him, declaring, "Once accepted, no returns. Goodbye." With that, she stood, leaving a flustered Xiao An to stumble in confusion as she exited the compartment, playfully sticking her tongue out at him. Sighing in resignation, Xiao An reluctantly pinned the badge to his chest and settled into a seat, passing the time with snacks and a magazine. As the train journeyed on, he soon lost all suspicion, engrossed in the reading until the train came to a halt. Realizing they had arrived at Hogwarts, he set aside the magazine and turned to the window, witnessing the scene outside. "First-year students, please place your luggage on the train, and it will be delivered to your dormitory after sorting," announced a portly woman with a pipe in her mouth. Confused yet compliant, Xiao An followed her instructions, placing his belongings on the train while clutching his wand. Approaching the woman, he observed her robust figure and commanding presence, pondering, could this be Hagrid, the half-giant? Yet she doesn't resemble him at all, and isn't Hagrid male? What a curious sight indeed. Sensing the ill intentions in Xiao An's gaze, the elderly lady turned to look at him, and, upon realizing he was just a child, spoke gently, "Do not be afraid, little one. Soon, as you step into Hogwarts, you shall become a young wizard. Though you will undergo the sorting ceremony, there is no need to be too fearful. No. Oh, thank you for your concern, Professor. But are you Professor Hagrid? You look different from what my friend described," he replied. "Oh no, I am not Hagrid, but I am also a professor at Hogwarts. Once you enter the castle, you shall discover who I am," she reassured him. "Ah, very well, thank you, Professor." As the first-year students gathered, the elderly lady, with a pipe clasped between her teeth, confidently directed the young wizards onto the boats. Xiao An did not make a conscious choice. He simply found a small boat by the water's edge and climbed aboard. Soon, the young wizards, in groups of 4, began their leisurely journey towards Hogwarts. It must be said that the night view of Hogwarts is exceptionally beautiful. Under the gentle glow of the small lanterns on the boat, everything around emanates a hazy and enchanting beauty. As Young An was admiring the scenery, the boat gradually arrived at the opposite shore. Once the boat docked and withdrew her focus and, along with the throng, slowly disembarked to approach Hogwarts. The elderly lady led a chattering group toward a grand wooden door, where she knocked 3 times. Shortly thereafter, a kindly witch emerged from behind the door, which had not opened. The little wizards were taken aback by this spectacle, followed by a flurry of excited whispers. "Silence. First-year students, Professor McGonagall here. Please enter. I shall take charge of the first years. You may take your seats, Professor Flitwick." Professor McGonagall stepped aside to allow Professor Flitwick, pipe in mouth, to enter first. "Attention, new students. First and foremost, welcome to Hogwarts. Soon, you will pass through the wooden door to meet your fellow classmates. However, before you take your seats, you must be sorted into your respective houses. Hogwarts comprises 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Since you are here, you must regard Hogwarts as your home. Exemplary behavior will earn points for your house, while any breaches of conduct will result in deductions. At the end of the academic year, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup." As Professor McGonagall continued her address and noticed a magical energy flying towards her. Recognizing it as a message charm, she chose to disregard it, unaware of its content. However, she surmised it might pertain to preparations, for upon receiving it, Professor McGonagall stated, "All right, The sorting ceremony is about to commence. Please follow me inside. With a flick of her wand, Professor McGonagall transformed the wooden door into a remarkably ancient and exquisite entrance, which then opened slowly on its own, and peered inside and discovered a grand hall, presumably the dining area for the school members, before following Professor McGonagall into the hall. Upon reaching the podium, Professor McGonagall ascended and turned to address the students. Please wait here for a moment. Before we begin the sorting ceremony, our headmaster, Professor Dumbledore, has a few words to share. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. Before the new school year commences, I must make a preliminary announcement. First years, please take heed. It is strictly forbidden for any student to enter the Forbidden Forest. Furthermore, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me to remind everyone not to use magic in the school corridors. That is all. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore, for your remarks. Now, the sorting ceremony officially begins. When I call your name, please step forward to don the sorting hat, which will reveal the house to which you belong. Now, let us welcome our sorting hat. As Professor McGonagall finished her statement, the young wizards turned their attention to the sorting hat perched atop a tall stool. Gradually, a pair of eyes and a mouth materialized on the hat. Perhaps due to a delay in response, the hat remained otherwise ordinary despite its newfound features. Initially, the young wizards had anticipated something extraordinary from the hat, but upon seeing it merely as a common hat with a mouth and eyes, their expectations waned, and two felt a tinge of disappointment, having anticipated the hat song from her previous life as fan novels. She now looked upon the seemingly mundane sorting hat with a sense of letdown. Uncertain of the reason, Xiao An sensed a hint of surprise from Professor McGonagall, though she could not discern the cause of his astonishment. An odd atmosphere enveloped the room, lasting merely 7 seconds. Chapter 43. Fortunately, it is not Azkaban. After those fleeting moments, Professor McGonagall contemplated whether the sorting hat had finally met its demise, when suddenly, the hat's voice resonated. Ah, it is that time of year again. The annual welcoming of new students. Once more, the magnificent sorting hat of Hogwarts shall showcase its wonders. Upon hearing the hat's raspy voice, Xiao An felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Yet, before she could fully succumb to her dismay, melodious music began to emanate from the sorting hat. Future wizards. Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome. The audacity of the sorting hat to sing along with the music left Xiao An astounded. I am the sorting hat of Hogwarts, and now it is time for me to fulfill my duty. You may regard me as tattered and unremarkable, but I am a magical hat with a legacy spanning a millennium. Come now, do not be afraid. Place me upon your head, and let me glimpse into your mind, so I may bestow upon you the house that suits you best. At this juncture, the sorting hat ceased its melody. Xiao An and the other young wizards gazed in astonishment at the hat, pondering how such a seemingly unremarkable object could possess such remarkable vocal talent when it sang. As the sorting hat paused, Xiao An, still eager for the sorting to commence, was suddenly taken aback when the music transformed, and the hat resumed its song in a different manner. I am the sorting hat of Hogwarts, a magical hat steeped in history. Wizards face peril once again. Lost and bewildered, unsure of how to confront the dangers that loom ahead. The great sorting hat shall guide you in your response. Allow me to share a tale with you, so listen closely. The hall fell silent, all eyes fixated on the sorting hat, including those of Dumbledore and his companions. The story harkened back a millennium to 4 powerful sorcerers of profound intellect. The brave and fearless Gryffindor, hailing from desolate marshes, the clever and beautiful Ravenclaw, from tranquil valleys, the gentle and kind Hufflepuff, from open meadows, and the shrewd and calculating Slytherin, from the bogs. They aspired to impart their knowledge to future generations, drawing witches and wizards from afar, as the school grew ever stronger, culminating in the construction of a tower by the Black Lake. Oh, ancient sorting hat, sing for me. When evil encroaches and there is nowhere to hide, unite the 4 houses, and we shall stand together. Oh, ancient sorting hat, sing for me. When calamity descends and there is no place to take refuge, let us unite as one, hand in hand, awaiting the storm. As the sorting hat completed its song, the wizards gradually regained their composure, all but one focused intently on the hat. Yet, the sorting hat continued its serenade, surprisingly reverting to the initial melody, leaving the attendees in astonishment. After finishing, the hat seemed to believe that the audience was enraptured by its enchanting voice, unabashedly bowing in acknowledgement while feigning modesty with contrived humble remarks. However, the professors did not alter their procedures due to this minor interlude. Continuing with the sorting ceremony as originally planned. Michael Barton, Gryffindor, Chris Borg, Slytherin, Nigel Cress, Gryffindor, and Xiao, upon finally hearing his name called. Young and was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, as he was the last to ascend the platform. Rubbing his numb legs, he slowly approached the dais. Gryffindor. So swift. Could this be a mistake? Just under 2 seconds after donning the sorting hat, and heard it declare his house, prompting him to silently critique the situation. Nevertheless, as long as he was not sorted into Azkaban, he considered himself fortunate. Being assigned to Azkaban would indeed be quite troublesome. With a spirit of resignation, he reassured himself internally. After bowing to Snape upon removing the sorting hat, and made his way to the Gryffindor table. To his surprise, the twin brothers, Fred and George, stood up and shouted, Anne. Look over here. Ladies and gentlemen, before we commence the feast, while everyone's energy has yet to be sapped by the food, allow me a few words, began Dumbledore. Good evening, students. This year, we have 2 personnel changes. Let us warmly welcome Professor Grappelin back, who will be replacing the temporarily absent Professor Hagrid in teaching care of magical creatures, and we must also welcome Professor Dolores Umbridge, who will be teaching defense against the dark arts. As Dumbledore finished speaking, a light chuckle arose from the faculty table. Unperturbed, Dumbledore continued, while he glanced towards the sound, spotting an elderly witch clad entirely in pink. Let us wish both professors the best of luck, Dumbledore continued, but before he could finish, Umbridge interjected with a few chuckles, followed by a cough, prompting Dumbledore to cease his remarks as all eyes turned to her. Umbridge was quite unreserved, stepping forward from the faculty table to the podium, saying, Thank you for your kind words, Headmaster. My dear students, it is truly delightful to see your joyous faces, and I am certain we shall become wonderful friends. Upon hearing these words, and finally recalled who this insufferable individual was. At that moment, the twin brothers suddenly chimed in, not a chance. If that were true, it would be a ghost, and was puzzled by their remark, for he had not been paying attention to what Umbridge had just said. His focus solely on enduring the headmaster's speech and anticipating dinner. Remembering who this elderly woman was, coupled with her interference in his dinner wait, he promptly drew his wand and unleashed a powerful combination of spells, a silencing charm, a binding curse, and a repelling spell, all infused with abundant magical energy. However, this time it was ineffective, as Umbridge immediately countered with a spell from her wand that halted the attack. Clearly, Umbridge was not in a favorable position, for Little Anne had infused the spell with considerable magical energy. Drawing from her previous experience, Umbridge had also channeled a substantial amount of power to withstand the enchantment. However, she evidently underestimated Little Anne, resulting in her being forcefully knocked back by the residual energy of the spell, causing her to stumble. Witnessing Umbridge in such a predicament, the entire student body erupted in laughter, particularly the members of Gryffindor. However, the professor's expressions appeared considerably more composed, as it was evident that Umbridge was far from popular in their eyes. Otherwise, one would expect Professor McGonagall to investigate the identity of the prankster. Yet, astonishingly, even she remained inactive. Chapter 44. Confrontation with Dumbledore. Apologies, the whale has had too much to drink, hence only one update today. How bold you are. You filthy blood traitor. What gives you the audacity to attack me? Umbridge, rising to her feet, pointed her wand menacingly at Little and filthy blood traitor. The term incited genuine fury within, and who was particularly well acquainted with the Harry Potter series. With a malicious intent, Umbridge unleashed a Cruciatus curse, and his classmates swiftly evaded the onslaught. Avada Kedavra. Upon witnessing Umbridge's use of an unforgivable curse against her, and could no longer contain herself. After dodging the attack, she retaliated with a killing curse. It was clear that Umbridge, unlike a seasoned Auror, was taken aback by Anne's immediate response, her earlier anger dissipating into shock. Fortunately, a multitude of professors was nearby. Dumbledore, upon seeing and cast the killing curse, swiftly intervened with a summoning charm, conjuring a bison to shield Umbridge from the lethal spell. Witnessing Dumbledore's intervention, and remained undeterred, unleashing 2 more killing curses. Yet, Dumbledore, the master of white magic, adeptly countered her attacks with 2 swift summoning spells. After 3 killing curses were cast, and observed Dumbledore's calm demeanor and realized the disparity in their abilities, she understood that she could not possibly best Dumbledore, despite her greater magical capacity compared to Umbridge. Recognizing the futility of further confrontation, she ultimately chose to withdraw. However, It remains uncertain whether Umbridge is foolish or merely emboldened by the assistance of others, as he audaciously regrouped and dared to launch an attack on Harry. All turned to stone, collapsing in a stupor. 2 consecutive curses were hurled directly at Harry, yet he, with a mere flick of his left hand, conjured a protective armor without the use of a wand or incantation. Nonetheless, Harry chose not to retaliate, instead observing Dumbledore. The latter made no effort to shield Harry from the 2 curses, which struck him directly. Fortunately, the armor absorbed the impact, leaving him unscathed. Dumbledore's inaction evidently infuriated Harry, who perceived this as a blatant bias. Consequently, Harry unleashed his full might, employing devastating spells, Shatterbone, Heart-Piercer, and a Swift Strike. 3 powerful curses were aimed at Umbridge. The killing curse, Avada Kedavra, was directed at Dumbledore, who, momentarily occupied with defending against it, was caught off guard as Harry raised his wand skyward. A magnificent spell was unleashed, prompting Dumbledore to abandon his previous nonchalance and hastily prepare to defend himself. Seeing Dumbledore preoccupied with the fiery phoenix, Harry intensified his assault on Umbridge. The killing curse and Heart-Piercer were cast, and although Umbridge managed to evade the former, the latter struck true, leaving her writhing in pain on the ground. In the midst of her agony, Harry disarmed her, seizing her wand and snapping it in 2 with a decisive force. He swiftly unleashed 2 more Heart-Piercer spells. Just as he prepared to cast the killing curse to claim Umbridge's life, Dumbledore had already vanquished the phoenix summoned by Harry. Noticing Harry's intent to cast the curse, Dumbledore swiftly advanced towards him. Realizing he had to abandon his lethal intentions towards Umbridge, Harry pivoted to confront Dumbledore. Engaging Dumbledore proved far more challenging than overcoming Umbridge, as both wielded silent spells in a fierce exchange. Observing Harry's swift resolution of Umbridge's fate, the professors seated at the faculty table rose to assist Dumbledore, conjuring a protective barrier to shield the students from the unleashed magical forces. The clash of spells, turning to stone, protective armor, disarming charms, and transfiguration created a tumultuous spectacle. As the professors exhausted their protective measures, they noted Dumbledore's struggle to subdue Harry and prepared to intervene on his behalf. However, just as their intentions became apparent, Snape stepped forward to shield them. "What do you intend to do, Severus?" Professor McGonagall inquired, her voice laced with incredulity at his obstruction. "I apologize, Professor McGonagall, but if you wish to attack my student, you must first contend with me." The professors, typically dismissive of Snape, seized the opportunity to retaliate against him in their disdain. In the midst of his battle with Dumbledore, Harry caught a glimpse of Snape's faltering defense and seized an opening to cast another fiery phoenix spell. The cost was high, as Dumbledore's retaliatory strike shattered Harry's left arm. Ignoring the pain, Harry swiftly turned to confront the professors attacking Snape. Avada Kedavra, disarm. With these incantations, he unleashed one of his trump cards, the split spell. The killing curse split into 3, targeting the 3 professors assailing Snape. Initially, they believed Harry's wand was aimed solely at Professor Sprout, the Hufflepuff head, and continued their assault. However, upon witnessing the division of the curse, they hastily sought refuge. It must be said that the 3 professors who ascended to the position of dean truly possess remarkable abilities. In such a pressing situation, they managed to deftly evade this ominous curse. However, Xiao An is not to be underestimated. Following closely behind was a silent petrification spell that fragmented into 3, targeting the trio. This time, the 3 did not evade, and were directly struck, shattering into pieces. Observing that the 3 had been hit, Xiao An quickly seized the opportunity to strike a blow against the beleaguered, unleashing a splitting spell to obliterate them entirely. However, upon witnessing Xiao An's intent to eliminate the 3 professors, Snape promptly intervened. Yet, having already borne the brunt of the other professors' assaults, Snape could only conjure a solitary suit of armor for protection. Chapter 45, Life and Death, a Matter of Indifference. Fight, if unconvinced. Do not forget that the spell Xiao An unleashed was the splitting spell, thus Snape managed to deflect but 1, while the other 2 spells continued their trajectory towards the remaining professors. In that fleeting moment, Dumbledore sprang into action, summoning a large suit of armor that shielded 2 professors from harm. Witnessing Dumbledore's intervention, Xiao An could not afford to persist in his assault. Mistakenly believing that Dumbledore had subdued the Fire Phoenix, he swiftly pivoted, directing his wand towards Dumbledore and uttering the incantation to disarm. To Xiao An's astonishment, he indeed succeeded in disarming Dumbledore. Gazing at the wand in his possession, he was perplexed. uncertain of how he had managed to seize Dumbledore's wand after their prolonged battle with no advantage gained. Upon scrutinizing Dumbledore, Xiao An observed that Dumbledore was casting spells without his wand to extinguish the flames engulfing him. It was then that Xiao An comprehended the price Dumbledore had paid to thwart his curse, while he had vanquished the fiery manifestation. The toll on his magical energy was substantial, and the residual flames had successfully scorched Dumbledore. After a moment of stunned silence, Xiao An's rage dissipated, and he chose not to strike Dumbledore down but instead tossed the wand back to him, slowly approaching the astonished Umbridge lying on the ground. Raising his wand towards Umbridge, he contemplated unleashing the killing curse, but at that moment, Dumbledore called out to Xiao An, halting him. "Xiao An, do not kill her. Give me a reason. She is an employee of the Ministry of Magic. Killing her will bring trouble. I do not care. No, please do not kill me. I promise not to retaliate. Spare my life and I will grant you anything you desire." "Oh, how intriguing. What can you offer me?" "Galleons, magical tomes. I possess them all. I can give you everything." "Very well." Immediately, Xiao An retracted his wand, disregarding her, and moved to assist Dumbledore to his feet. "Headmaster, you won't expel me over this incident, will you?" "Of course not. Trust me, this old face of mine can still help you navigate this situation." "Thank you, Headmaster. I believe we both require medical attention." Xiao An glanced at his severed arm and the burns on Dumbledore's body. "Indeed, let us go. Trust that Madame Pomfrey will be able to heal us." With that, Dumbledore led Xiao An to the infirmary. Upon arrival, Madame Pomfrey, having just finished her meal, was taken aback by the sight of Dumbledore and Xiao An's injuries. "Oh, Merlin's beard. What has transpired? Has the Dark Lord attacked?" "It was the shattering curse," Dumbledore explained. "Ah, so this is the result of the fiend fire. Good heavens, what have you endured?" After some urgent medical treatment, Xiao An's bleeding ceased. Subsequently, Madame Pomfrey provided 3 vials of potion, 1 for Xiao An and 2 for Dumbledore. "Xiao An, drink yours directly, however. You must remain in the infirmary for 3 days before you can leave. As for you, Professor Dumbledore, you may drink yours and be discharged immediately. The smaller vial is for external application, and the larger one is for consumption." "Very well. After drinking, please leave, as patients require quiet to recuperate." With that, Madame Pomfrey ushered Dumbledore out. That evening, after consuming the potion, Xiao An lay on the hospital bed, reflecting on the earlier battle, assessing his gains and losses, and deducing what might be occurring outside. In Dumbledore's office, a voice inquired, "How is it, Dumbledore? Are you not reputed to be the greatest wizard? How is it that you cannot best my pupil?" "Xiao An is immensely powerful, possessing far more magical energy than I, yet he lacks combat experience and awareness. He is like an unrefined gem, Severus. With proper guidance, he can undoubtedly become a formidable force against Voldemort." "Oh, are we not concerned that we might cultivate another Dark Lord?" Snape retorted sarcastically. "Do not speak so, Severus. While I appreciate your transformation, such remarks are unhelpful. As for your concerns, Xiao An is not like Voldemort. He harbors love within him, or else he would not risk injury to assist you. Perhaps I could invite him to join the Order of the Phoenix. This would provide us with a strong ally against Voldemort." "You dare." "Very well, Severus. I respect your opinion. However, could you inquire with Xiao An about the Horcruxes? In 3 years, I have only located 1 Horcrux and 1 counterfeit. Perhaps Xiao An might possess some knowledge, given that you have already encountered one. Do not think to use my pupil," Snape declared emphatically before turning sharply and exiting the office. As Xiao An lay in the hospital bed, absorbing the lessons from the recent conflict, he suddenly felt his stomach rumble, pulling him back to reality. Rubbing his belly, he surveyed his surroundings, discovering nothing but medical supplies. With a resigned shake of his head, he sighed. The sensation of hunger is indeed unpleasant. He contemplated seeking food from the kitchen, yet the unfamiliarity of the place left him at a loss. Reluctantly, he retrieved snacks purchased on the train from his pocket to quell his hunger. As he munched, a thought struck him. Where is the Gryffindor common room? No one has shown me the way, and upon discharge, how will I return to the house? Realization dawned on him as he recalled nearly killing Professor McGonagall earlier. What shall I do? It seemed that the influence of another persona within him was permanent, or he would not have acted so impulsively. What can I do? Never mind. I shall take things as they come. As the saying goes, when the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally pass. Why overthink? At worst, I could adopt a carefree attitude, treating life and death with indifference. It is said that one should never ruminate while eating, a lesson Xiao An learned firsthand. Just as he thought of life's indifference, he instinctively bit down, only to realize that he was not munching on food but rather on his own finger. Feeling a sharp pain, he glanced down to find his right index finger had been bitten and was bleeding. He quickly thrust his finger into his mouth to staunch the bleeding. Frustrated with the snacks on the bed, he inadvertently conjured a flame that incinerated them completely. A clear sign that he had lost control of his magical powers. At that moment, footsteps echoed in the infirmary, growing ever closer. Chapter 46. Visitors from the Ministry. Upon hearing the approaching footsteps, Xiao An opened his eyes to see none other than his godfather, Severus Snape. He promptly rose, exclaiming, "Godfather, you have come to see me. How is your recovery? Please refrain from such reckless behavior in the future." Xiao and Severus Snape settled beside Little An's bed, enveloping him in a comforting embrace. At the warmth of Snape's hold, tears welled in Little An's eyes, and he could no longer contain his sorrow, bursting into tears. In silence, one wept while the other's eyes glistened with unshed tears. After a while, perhaps exhausted from his crying, Little An fell silent. Noticing this, Snape rose and gazed at him, saying, "Lie down comfortably and focus on recuperating. Whatever troubles you have, your godfather will bear them for you. Now, let us have something to eat." With a flick of his wand, he tapped the table beside the bed, and an array of delectable food appeared. Snape smiled at Little An, encouraging him to eat. After a voracious feast, Little An wiped his mouth with a napkin and looked at Snape, declaring, "Godfather, I am full." "Good," Snape replied, tapping the table again, causing the remnants of the meal to vanish instantly. "Godfather, could you do me a favor?" Little An asked, looking earnestly at Snape. "Of course, do not hesitate. Whatever it is, your godfather will oblige." "Thank you, Godfather. I hope you can treat Harry Potter a bit better and stop targeting him. Just consider him as Lily's son, if you would." Upon hearing Little An's request, Snape's expression darkened, and he fell into deep contemplation. "I have always cared for him. I understand, Godfather, but I wish you would refrain from dealing with him as you did in the past. I know you mean well, but I hope you can treat him as you treat me. I realize this is difficult for you, yet I still wish for you to try." After a moment of silence, Snape acquiesced, "Very well. Thank you, Godfather. Please go rest now. Do not worry, I am fine. Then, I shall take my leave. You must focus on your recovery. Good night, Godfather. Please take care of yourself." After Snape departed, Little An lay in silence for a while before summoning his magical creature, Shanda. Initially, he intended to bring Shanda to the Great Hall, but Professor McGonagall had intervened, stating that first-year wizards were not permitted to bring pets to the sorting ceremony. Thus, Shanda had been taken to the pet lounge with other young wizards' pets, a rule established in Harry Potter's year. Consequently, Shanda could not accompany Little An during the ensuing turmoil in the Great Hall. Upon responding to Little An's call, Shanda swiftly darted from the dormitory to his side, demonstrating a speed akin to teleportation. As Shanda approached, ready to leap into Little An's arms, he halted abruptly, noticing Little An's injured left arm. Startled, he bristled, baring his teeth and emitting a low growl. Seeing Shanda's distressed demeanor, Little An quickly extended his unharmed right hand to soothe him. Once Shanda was calmed, Little An sat up, cradling Shanda in his right arm, and spoke. "Shanda, you have been with me for so long and have not engaged in many battles. I have reflected on this, and I believe that protecting you in such a manner may hinder your growth. I wish for you to venture into the Forbidden Forest this year to confront its magical creatures, thereby enhancing your combat abilities and magical resilience. What do you think?" "Roar. Master, I heed your words. I too wish to grow swiftly to be of assistance to you. Then go forth and grow strong. When I need you, I shall summon you. I believe you can find your way to the Forbidden Forest." With a few lingering glances, Shanda turned and dashed away. Little An was unsure of Shanda's destination but trusted that he would head to the Forbidden Forest, where myriad magical creatures resided, easily sensed by Shanda's animal instincts. After Shanda departed, Little An gazed forlornly in the direction he had gone until fatigue washed over him. He cast several protective charms around himself and fell into a deep slumber. However, scarcely 10 minutes into his sleep, the enchantments he had set awakened him. He sprang up, brandishing his wand at the approaching figure, but before he could fully comprehend the situation, 6 spells shot towards him. Instinctively, he encased himself in protective armor and cast a killing curse without regard for his assailants' identities. The 6 individuals, seeing that their target was merely a child, had lowered their guard. Moreover, Little An's spell was a silent curse, striking one of them down before they could react. The sight of the green light emanating from Little An stunned the intruders, leaving them bewildered by how such a young child could unleash a silent killing curse with such swiftness, especially after just waking from sleep. However, The seasoned warriors swiftly regained their composure after a momentary lapse. Yet Xiao An was no ordinary individual. He was destined to become the third generation of the Dark Lord. Having faced formidable beings such as Voldemort and Dumbledore, he seized the fleeting opportunity presented by his brief distraction to cast a lethal curse, eliminating yet another adversary. Witnessing the swift demise of two of their companions left the remaining four, along with the two observers outside the door, utterly astounded. Among them, only the elderly figure outside was stunned for an extended period. The four engaged in battle experienced a fleeting moment of disarray, yet their incantations remained unwavering. They collectively executed protective spells, Protego, Expelliarmus, Stupefy, and the fatal curses of Avada Kedavra. Observing the coordinated rhythm of the three combatants, Xiao An swiftly dismissed any prior underestimation and promptly invoked a spell to create additional replicas. However, to achieve this division, he needed to articulate the incantation aloud. Thus, this time, he refrained from using a silent spell and instead pronounced the words, "Shatter into dust." However, it was evident that the adversary had previously employed protective spells to shield a few individuals, resulting in Xiao An's attack being ineffective. Nonetheless, the dissipating magical energy illuminated the identity of the newcomers. Standing outside the door, Xiao An recognized both figures. One was the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, and the other was Umbridge. Consequently, Xiao An accurately deduced that he was facing an Auror from the Ministry of Magic. Chapter 47. Confrontation with Cornelius Fudge. Upon realizing the identities of the visitors, particularly when he spotted Umbridge outside, Xiao An instantly comprehended the situation. It was clear that Umbridge had reported him to the Ministry of Magic and summoned reinforcements to confront him. With this understanding, Xiao An ceased holding back and engaged in a full-scale battle. However, due to his prior failure to evade the attacks cast by the three Aurors, the protective charm he had conjured and the armor shielding him were both shattered. Believing he was still within the confines of Hogwarts, where the anti-apparition enchantments were in effect, Xiao An found himself unable to use apparition to evade the spells. He could only rely on physical movement to dodge them. Thus, he swiftly rose from his sickbed and transformed it into a large wild boar to serve as a barrier against the onslaught. He then rapidly donned protective armor. Of course, the four Aurors did not simply watch as Xiao An prepared his defenses. Their spells relentlessly bombarded him. The wild boar he had conjured did not endure long, soon becoming a bloody mess before being reverted to its original form by a counterspell. However, it is evident that Xiao An would not remain stationary while donning protective armor. Instead, she would move and shield herself simultaneously. Moreover, let us not forget that Xiao An is merely a child, albeit one who has grown remarkably, standing over 1.60 meters, nearing 1.70 meters. Yet, the wild boars she conjured were even larger. Taking advantage of the wild boars obscuring the view, Xiao An had already slipped away to another location. When the wild boars reverted to their original form, the Aurors failed to spot Xiao An, hastily turning to locate her position. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao An swiftly cast 3 silent spells, one to shatter bones, another to induce unconsciousness, and a third to claim a life. The mere casting of the Shatterbone spell broke through the Aurors' defenses, while the unconsciousness and life-taking spells directly struck 2 wizards. Originally, she intended to target only one, but due to her adept positioning, the 2 Aurors fortuitously aligned in a straight line from her vantage point. Thus, although Xiao An aimed to deploy 2 spells to breach the barrier, the Shatterbone spell alone sufficed, leading to the unconsciousness spell striking one Auror directly. The victim of the unconsciousness curse would indeed collapse, thereby redirecting the life-taking spell above him towards another Auror. It is crucial to remember that the life-taking curse is devoid of a counter-curse. Hence, protective spells such as armor do not shield one from its lethal grasp. Consequently, even though the other Auror bore protective armor, it proved utterly ineffective, and the life-taking spell swiftly extinguished his life. This surprise attack efficiently eliminated 2 Aurors, leaving the remaining 2 unable to pose a challenge to Xiao An. Thus, within mere moments, they too fell victim to her life-taking spell. Only one Auror, ensnared by the unconsciousness curse, remained, alongside the 2 observing figures at the door, Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge and Umbridge. Xiao An chose to disregard the fallen Auror and instead approached the 2 standing at the entrance. Her slow, rhythmic footsteps echoed throughout the desolate medical room, resonating like the countdown to their demise in their hearts. Umbridge, witnessing Xiao An's approach, felt her resolve wane, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Minister Fudge, seasoned enough to rise to his position, though visibly tense, did not succumb to fear. Instead, he drew his wand and pointed it towards Xiao An, casting a life-taking spell. Avada Kedavra. Fudge unleashed the killing curse, and Xiao An, taken aback by this unexpected boldness from the formerly timid character in her past life S novels, swiftly evaded the spell. In the midst of her escape, she couldn't help but mock the situation, reflecting on how commonplace the killing curse had become. As if anyone could wield it. After narrowly avoiding the curse, she retaliated with Disarm, Sleep, and Petrify. 3 spells were cast in rapid succession. Xiao An initially believed she could easily subdue Fudge. However, he remained composed, quickly conjuring 3 silent protective spells that successfully intercepted her attacks. Observing this development piqued Xiao An's interest. Rather than unleashing a barrage of powerful spells, she chose to control her magical output, engaging in a back-and-forth exchange with Fudge, evidently intending to use him as a sparring partner to enhance her combat skills. Even when Fudge faltered, she refrained from delivering a decisive blow, opting instead to allow him a moment to regain his composure, much like a chivalrous knight would do. However, Xiao An did not constantly engage with Fudge in battle. Rather, during Fudge's second moment of weakness, she swiftly incapacitated Umbridge with a single strike, thus sparing herself the irritation of witnessing that infuriating visage. After a brief exchange, Xiao An discerned that while Fudge possessed some skill, his combat and magical prowess were decidedly lackluster. Losing patience, she resolved to eliminate him directly. Avada Kedavra. As Fudge faltered yet again, Xiao An did not relent. Instead, she unleashed the killing curse, intent on vanquishing him. Initially confident in her success, she was taken aback when Fudge shouted, Disarm. In that instant, Xiao An's emerald light of the killing curse collided with the white glow of Fudge's disarming spell. This confrontation evoked memories of her previous duel with Voldemort. Xiao An was astonished that the disarming spell could withstand the killing curse. She recalled that in the tales of her previous life, it was said that Harry Potter's and Voldemort's wands were bonded, allowing their spells to counteract each other. Yet here was Fudge, whose wand surely did not share a similar core, managing to achieve the same effect. As she pondered this anomaly, Xiao An suddenly felt her wand slipping from her grasp, prompting her to refocus her intent and strengthen her resolve against Fudge. It is noteworthy that the version of the killing curse she employed was not the conventional one. Rather, it was a newly devised incantation of her own invention. The traditional killing curse necessitated a murderous intent, which often clouded her judgment with malevolent thoughts. Chapter 48, The Forgiveness Curse. However, her modified version, rooted in a sense of judgment, did not carry such burdens, as she deemed her opponent guilty or erroneous, thus casting the spell as an embodiment of justice rather than malice. Xiao An stumbled upon this discovery fortuitously, after her last encounter with Voldemort. She realized she had experienced no ill effects from the killing curse. Though the mind shield could mitigate some malevolent thoughts, it could not entirely repel them. Recognizing that she was unaffected by the killing curse, Xiao An dedicated herself to research, eventually uncovering this alternative method. The principle was to invoke the killing curse as a means to deliver judgment upon evil, ensuring that each time she cast it, not only was she free from malevolent influence, but she also drew upon benevolent thoughts to assist her. Of course, this method did not guarantee success. There were instances when she could not perceive her opponent as wrong or evil, leading to failures in casting. During her duels with Dumbledore, there were several occasions where she resorted to the traditional killing curse, as by the later stages of battle, she no longer viewed him as erroneous. This is why she refrained from using the killing curse against Dumbledore and the other professors. Her newfound technique, stemming from a whimsical desire, transformed the killing curse into a forgiveness curse, a change that, one can assume, is easily understood by the reader. Returning to the conflict. Once Xiao An regained her focus and fortified her will, Fudge found himself utterly overwhelmed. The green light of her curse visibly surged towards him. Just as Xiao An intensified her magical output, Dumbledore rushed in from a distance, his expression fraught with urgency. Upon witnessing the rapid advance of Xiao An's curse towards Fudge, he urgently called out, "No, Xiao An." Yet, Xiao An paid no heed to Dumbledore's warning and continued to amplify her magical energy, determined to eliminate Fudge. Just as her curse was about to consume Fudge's disarming spell, Dumbledore could no longer restrain himself. He swiftly cast a silent disarming spell, redirecting Xiao An's curse away. As it veered towards Dumbledore, he quickly withdrew his wand, dispelling the spell. Hastening closer, Dumbledore inquired, "Cornelius, what is happening? How did you get in here? And what is your purpose?" At that moment, Dumbledore's gaze fell upon the lifeless body of an Auror on the ground. Momentarily stunned, he exclaimed, "What transpired, Cornelius? Why did you bring others in? Do you no longer regard me?" Fudge, initially elated at Dumbledore's arrival, felt his joy dissipate upon receiving Dumbledore's unyielding query. He regarded Dumbledore with a dark glare. This time, Dumbledore did not waver but instead fixed his steely gaze upon Fudge, demanding a satisfactory explanation. However, Xiao An chose to disregard their confrontation. With Dumbledore's arrival, her opportunity to eliminate Fudge evaporated. Her own injury still unhealed. She opted to ignore the two and made her way back to the infirmary. There, she selected a clean bed, cast several protective charms, and lay down, closing her eyes. She yearned for a respite from the day's exhausting events, having traveled by train for the start of term, battled with Dumbledore, and fought against the Ministry of Magic personnel. She felt utterly drained. Just as Xiao An was on the verge of slumber, Dumbledore entered and roused her. Opening her eyes to Dumbledore's imposing face, her anger flared. "How dare you disturb my sleep?" She seethed, her frustration boiling over. Is it customary to wake someone just as they're about to doze off twice, no less? Incensed, she contemplated unleashing a spell upon Dumbledore's face, wishing to obliterate the visage that had disrupted her much-needed rest. "Xiao An, Fudge has been sent away. I take responsibility for this oversight, allowing them to enter the school. But trust me, nothing further will occur." "I understand. Now can you please leave? I require rest." Xiao An had no desire to engage with the elderly wizard and issued a firm dismissal. Dumbledore, sensing Xiao An's unwillingness to converse further and realizing he had vexed her, opened his mouth to speak but ultimately turned to leave instead. After taking just a few steps, Dumbledore suddenly halted and said, young'un, we need to visit the Ministry of Magic tomorrow afternoon. After all, you have dispatched 5 Aurors. Although our position is justified and there should be no significant issues, we must remain cautious, particularly since Fudge is the Minister of Magic. Despite your formidable strength, it's prudent to attend the hearing at the Wisingamot to mitigate potential complications. With that, Dumbledore departed without awaiting Anne's response, and lacking any desire to reply, simply closed his eyes, on the verge of slumber. The following day, Anne awoke at noon, roused by the sun's zenith. After surveying his unfamiliar surroundings, he perceived no immediate danger. His protective and alert charms showed no signs of disturbance. Lying in the well-maintained infirmary, Anne stared blankly at the ceiling, reflecting on the events of the previous day. Gradually, the memories coalesced, arriving at Hogwarts. Encountering key figures on the train, being sorted into Gryffindor, and discovering that his godfather had not been angered. He recalled engaging in 2 skirmishes, resulting in an injury to his left arm. Oh, and Dumbledore had mentioned something. What was it? Never mind, hunger now consumed his thoughts. As he pondered and realized the events that had transpired yet forgot Dumbledore's words. However, his stomach's grumbling overshadowed everything else, prompting him to focus solely on finding sustenance. Looking around, he noticed a lack of nutritious meals or even snacks. Just as he contemplated rummaging through his pockets for some treats, he suddenly remembered that all his snacks had been incinerated the previous night. Now, he was utterly at a loss, resigned to lie on his back, gazing at the ceiling with a look of existential despair. Chapter 49, The Struggle for a Meal. While languished in his despondency, Madame Pomfrey approached, bearing an abundance of supplies. Noticing Anne had awakened, she placed a tray on the table and said, "You're awake, and it's time for your dressing change." Upon hearing his name, Anne snapped back to reality, recognizing Madame Pomfrey, and quickly rose. Under her care, he received a fresh cast for his fractured arm and consumed a potion. During the dressing change, Anne observed that his left arm had fully regrown, albeit still lacking strength and appearing rather frail, reminiscent of malnourishment. Nevertheless, he felt a deep admiration for Madame Pomfrey's medical prowess, marveling at the rapid recovery achieved in just 1 night. "Thank you, Madame Pomfrey. You are a true healer. Thank you for your kind words. And I've heard about yesterday's events. I never imagined you would prove so formidable, even besting Dumbledore," she remarked. "Of course, I am a genius," Anne replied confidently. Madame Pomfrey smiled but refrained from further commentary, merely offering some reminders before departing with the tray, and understood that she was well aware of his actions, as the morning's gossip had undoubtedly spread amongst the students who witnessed the confrontation. Yet, she continued to care for him with unwavering dedication, simply because he was her patient. After her departure, and, following her instructions, tapped his wand on the table to activate the transfiguration spell, summoning an abundance of food from the kitchen. Upon beholding the summoned repast, a mere taste extinguished Xiao An's appetite entirely. The reason for such a drastic change was abundantly clear. The fare before him was hardly fit for human consumption. Have you ever encountered boiled greens devoid of even a pinch of salt? And there were other matters best left to the imagination. Aware that all the food had been prepared by the house elves in the Hogwarts kitchen, Xiao An set down his fork, transmuting it into a piece of parchment upon which he inscribed a line of text before vanishing the unsatisfactory meal. Not long after, A shabby house elf appeared before him, clad in tattered cloth. Hearing the sound of apparition nearby, Xiao An turned to investigate. Before him stood the trembling house elf, fear evident in its demeanor. "Who are you?" Xiao An inquired, perplexed. "I am Shulman, the house elf of Hogwarts, sir." "Ah, Shulman, what brings you here?" "I merely requested a new meal, yet only you have appeared." "Ah, yes, this is your food, sir." Xiao An glanced at the floating dishes, discovering they remained unchanged. Anger bubbled within him. "What is the meaning of this, Shulman? Did I not ask for a new meal? Why is it still the same?" Seeing Xiao An's ire, the house elf recoiled, hastily placing the food upon the table. In a panic, it began to bang its head against the surface, lamenting, "It is Shulman's fault. Shulman has neglected the sir. Oh, bad Shulman, very bad Shulman. Cease this at once. I command you to explain why." Upon hearing Xiao An's command, Shulman halted its self-punishment and, trembling, responded, "It is Madame Pomfrey's arrangement. Every wizard in the infirmary has their meals dictated by Madame Pomfrey. No one may alter this." Xiao An comprehended the situation instantly, his anger dissipating. "Very well, Shulman. At once, prepare for me a proper lunch, disregarding Madame Pomfrey's directives." However, heed some of her practical advice. Seasonings like salt may be used sparingly, but they must not be omitted entirely. "Do you understand?" Shulman nodded, indicating comprehension. Xiao An satisfied, commanded, "Go now, immediately." At last, a normal lunch was within reach. Yet, the pursuit of a simple meal proved arduous. Gazing upon the freshly delivered meal, Xiao An's eyes brimmed with tears. However, as he began to eat, the insufferable Dumbledore approached, heedless of Xiao An's dining. He insisted on escorting Xiao An to the Ministry of Magic. "What is the meaning of this? Are you not aware that interrupting one's meal is impolite? Did we not agree? Xiao An, we must depart for the ministry. It is nearly 1 o'clock, and the Wisengamot hearing is set for 2. We ought to arrive early to prepare." Only then did Xiao An recall Dumbledore's words from the previous day. Nevertheless, he chose to ignore Dumbledore, continuing his meal until he had nearly finished. Wiping his mouth, he tidied up and prepared to leave. Yet, he noticed Dumbledore remained still, prompting his confusion. "What is it? Professor Dumbledore? Are we not going to the ministry? Let us proceed. What is your plan? Why not simply apparate there? This seems an abuse of authority." Dumbledore did not respond to Xiao An's inquiries. Instead, he approached and extended his left hand, indicating for Xiao An to grasp it. Once Xiao An complied, Dumbledore raised his right hand, summoning a phoenix that appeared upon his arm. In an instant, flames enveloped both Xiao An and Dumbledore, and with a flash of red light, the two vanished from the infirmary. In the blink of an eye, they materialized within the Ministry of Magic. Xiao An, momentarily disoriented by the flames, questioned the potential peril. However, in an instant, the flames dissipated, revealing their presence in the ministry. As Xiao An gathered his wits, he turned, his gaze ablaze with fury directed at Dumbledore's phoenix. Noting Xiao An's expression, Fawkes, the phoenix, flinched, disregarding Dumbledore and instantly shrinking in size. Dumbledore, perceptive to Xiao An's actions, easily discerned his thoughts. Stroking his long beard, he smiled at Xiao An and remarked, "So, what do you think of Fawkes?" Xiao An did not respond but merely nodded instinctively. As time progressed, the clock approached 2:25 in the afternoon. Having arrived around 1 o'clock, Dumbledore had ample opportunity to curry favor with the Wisengamot judges. Meanwhile, upon entering the courtroom, Xiao An conjured a bed and lay down, casting a few protective charms before succumbing to sleep. The cacophony of chatter nearby roused him from his slumber. Not entirely asleep, he was awakened by the clamor, glancing at the time and realizing it was well past 2. Recognizing that the hearing was imminent, Xiao An refrained from resuming his rest. Self-deprecatingly reflecting, "I never anticipated that within a span of less than 2 months, I would find myself participating in 2 hearings. How perplexing." Then, Xiao An took out his wand, intending to summon his house elf, Toby. However, Fudge, who stood on the podium, along with Umbridge, positioned behind him, were taken aback by Xiao An's action and instinctively stepped back, fully aware of the kind of person he was. Almost everyone present noticed the movements of Fudge and Umbridge, as they were quite conspicuous on the platform. The judges were perplexed by their actions, while Xiao An, observing their response, chose to disregard the 2 clowns. Once Toby appeared by his side, Xiao An gave a few instructions before sending him on his way. Nearly half a minute later, Toby returned, this time with Xiao An's magical creature trunk. After placing the trunk down and performing an ancient Chinese bow, Toby promptly dove inside, while Xiao An levitated the trunk onto the bed. Just then, Fudge announced the commencement of the trial. However, Xiao An remained unfazed, summoning a basin and toiletries, conjuring some water with a spell, and proceeded to wash his face and brush his teeth. Most of the Wisengamot judges recognized Xiao An, as it had not been long since they had adjudicated the incident involving Harry's use of magic. The memory of the child sleeping in court was still fresh in their minds. As for the trial proceedings, they unfolded as a duet between Fudge and Dumbledore, both parties ignoring Xiao An's impudent behavior and engaging in a sharp debate. After listening for a while, Xiao An gleaned the essence of their argument, which revolved around Fudge's assertion that Xiao An had employed an unforgivable curse resulting in the deaths of 5 Aurors, and thus should be imprisoned in Azkaban or face the death penalty. Conversely, Dumbledore's faction argued that Xiao An acted in self-defense, as the Aurors had ambushed him while he was injured and resting in the infirmary without presenting identification or arrest warrants. Unbeknownst to Xiao An, he had killed in self-defense. As Xiao An listened, he recognized Dumbledore's tactical brilliance. He adeptly navigated the rules without mentioning Xiao An's intent to kill Minister Fudge. Observing the debate, Xiao An noticed Dumbledore was visibly at a disadvantage, yet he merely shook his head, unconcerned, as he knew he would not face any repercussions. He remained confidently reclined on the bed, observing the discord. It was not until the Deputy Chief Justice of Wisengamot could no longer tolerate the squabbling between Fudge and Dumbledore that she intervened to redirect the trial back on course. After a period of attentive listening, the Wisengamot judges began to comprehend the situation. Upon halting the argument, all the judges turned their gazes toward Xiao An, eager to scrutinize the young wizard who had mastered the unforgivable curses and defeated a group of 6 Aurors. More shockingly, he had killed 5 Aurors, a revelation that left the judges astounded. A heartless yet powerful wizard, and frighteningly, merely a newly enrolled student. Subsequently, the trial resumed under the guidance of the Ministry of Magic's Department of Magical Law Enforcement, with Deputy Chief Amelia Bones presiding. Xiao An gazed at this woman in astonishment, realizing that the ministry had personnel of such caliber, contrasting his prior belief that they were all bumbling fools. The prosecution, represented by Fudge, was first to present their case and recount the events. After a lengthy exposition, Fudge called a witness to the stand, and Xiao An recognized him as the lone Auror he had not killed. "Good afternoon, members of the Wisengamot and officials of the ministry," Percy Weasley began. "I am the Auror who participated in last night's operation and the only one who survived." He proceeded to narrate the events, embellishing the details to portray the ministry as just and Fudge as a steadfast defender of the magical community's reputation. However, the judges of Wisengamot were not easily deceived. They were all wizards of discernment, well aware of the composition of Wisengamot members. Therefore, they did not wholly trust Percy's account. "Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Weasley. I have 2 questions for you," Amelia inquired. "First, I understand you are now a member of the International Magical Cooperation Department. How did you become an Auror? Second, why did you participate in this operation, and what role did you play?" Percy explained, "Oh, the situation is that I have been promoted to be Minister Fudge's assistant. I participated in this mission to protect the minister, as his protection detail consists solely of Dementors and Aurors, and since Dementors are not permitted at Hogwarts, I was temporarily assigned to the Auror division." The judges, though skeptical of his explanation, recognized the circumstances, and many among them were ministry members who understood Percy's character. Hence they chose not to press the issue. Amelia, comprehending the situation after Percy's clarification, turned her attention to Xiao An. "Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Weasley. You may take your seat," Amelia said, then addressed Xiao An. "Now, Mr. An, could you please recount the events and present your testimony?" Xiao An, upon hearing Amelia's inquiry, collected his thoughts, surveyed the audience, and noticed all eyes were upon him. He cleared his throat dramatically and began, "Good afternoon, fellow wizards. Before I recount the events, I would like to request Professor Dumbledore to send a message to Professor McGonagall and Mr. Harry Potter, inviting them to attend this trial," Xiao An proclaimed as if delivering a speech. "Additionally, please invite my godfather as well, Professor Dumbledore." Dumbledore, unaware of Xiao An's intentions, summoned Fawkes the Phoenix to deliver the messages, ensuring their presence. Xiao An watched in envy as Fawkes appeared and vanished in an instant. Yet he did not linger on the Phoenix for too long. After bowing to Dumbledore, he disregarded the fearful gazes of Fudge and the others and continued. "Fudge and Percy have already recounted the events, albeit with some embellishments. Thus, I will clarify the inaccuracies and omissions in their accounts. Firstly, although I was the one who initially employed magic, it was merely a harmless prank spell that posed no threat. However, it was Umbridge from the Ministry of Magic who first unleashed an offensive curse upon me, a most unforgivable hex that pierced to the very core. Furthermore, I must express that Umbridge insulted me by calling me a mudblood, a derisive affront to my lineage. As the Deputy Minister of Magic, Her words represent a declaration of war against my family, and thus, I have no reason to refrain from responding to such an insult. This statement was delivered by Xiao An through clenched teeth. Consequently, following this meeting, I shall inform my family members to declare war against the Ministry of Magic. That is all. As Xiao An spoke, he conjured the memory of Umbridge uttering the slur and casting the Cruciatus curse. After Xiao An employed a technique acquired from Grindelwald to project the memory, he seized the moment to exchange a significant glance with Dumbledore, who was watching him intently. Upon witnessing this memory, the judges present were visibly unsettled, casting fierce glares at Fudge and his associates. Initially, they believed that Xiao An was merely a formidable combatant lacking in profound magical knowledge. However, upon realizing his adeptness in such intricate techniques of legilimency, they understood the gravity of their situation and could only lower their heads in defeat. During Xiao An's narration, Fawkes had already escorted Professors McGonagall, Harry Potter, and Snape to the scene, allowing them to hear Xiao and subsequent revelations. While McGonagall and Harry maintained their composure, albeit with some irritation, Snape's demeanor was markedly different. His typically impassive face was marred by fury, his right hand clenched tightly in a fist. It is clear that everyone now comprehends the situation at hand. Allow me to reiterate, an adult wizard, particularly one of high rank within the Ministry of Magic, resorted to the use of an unforgivable curse following a child's prank. I now call upon the judges to cast their votes. Dumbledore stepped forward to address the panel. Ultimately, after a unanimous decision by the judges, Xiao An was acquitted. While Fudge faced repercussions for his misgovernance, including compensation and impeachment, and Umbridge was inexplicably shielded by Fudge. Following the vote, Fudge, drained of vigor, announced the conclusion of the meeting and dismissed the judges. However, at that moment, Xiao An halted the proceedings. Since we are gathered here so rarely, we cannot merely witness the clumsy antics of an old monkey. The performance must be far more captivating. Do you not agree? Therefore, I implore you all to remain a while longer, as I wish to present a matter for your judgment, Xiao An declared, stopping the judges. Upon hearing his request, the judges ceased their activities, casting puzzled looks at Xiao An, who disregarded their gazes. He turned, waved his wand, and summoned an individual from a box, an exceedingly grotesque figure, notably missing an arm. However, Dumbledore and McGonagall immediately recognized the individual, exclaiming in unison, "Peter Pettigrew." The judges and Fudge clearly heard their astonishment and turned their gazes towards the figure lying motionless on the ground like a stone. Indeed, this was Peter Pettigrew. I would like to request a re-examination of the case regarding the murder of the Potters, said Xiao An. After making his statement, he disregarded the reactions around him and continued lounging in bed, watching the unfolding events. Upon hearing Xiao An acknowledge that this was Peter Pettigrew, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Several indignant wizards hastily drew their wands, eager to rescue the hero they idolized. Yet, after a few failed attempts to lift the petrification, they were disheartened by Pettigrew's utter lack of response and turned their attention to Dumbledore. Dumbledore, with a mere glance, discerned Pettigrew's condition. It was evident he had been administered a petrification potion, along with several petrification spells. He then looked towards Xiao An, seeking clarification, to which Xiao An simply nodded. In an instant, Dumbledore comprehended the situation and addressed the assembled wizards. I regret to inform you that I am unable to reverse his petrified state. However, I assure you that our esteemed potions master, Severus Snape, will undoubtedly resolve this issue with ease. Dumbledore then turned his gaze to Snape. Snape did not respond to Dumbledore but instead regarded Xiao An. After providing Dumbledore with the necessary information, Xiao An fixed his gaze on Snape, eager to observe his reaction. When Snape met his gaze, Xiao An nodded in affirmation, yet Snape shook his head, indicating his reluctance to intervene. Xiao An then shot Snape a look that communicated, "Do as you see fit," and dismissed him. Chapter 52. The Confession of Pettigrew. Snape scrutinized Xiao An's youthful visage for a moment. But upon realizing that Xiao An was indifferent to his presence, he too felt a wave of resignation. Just then, Dumbledore approached Snape, intending to persuade him to take action. However, Snape had already averted his gaze, having been wholly absorbed in observing Xiao An, and thus failed to notice Dumbledore's approach. As Dumbledore neared and was about to speak, Snape rose and strode directly to Pettigrew. This left Dumbledore, who had reached out as if to pat Snape on the back, speechless. After administering a vial of potion to Pettigrew, Snape turned to leave, only to find Dumbledore standing beside his previous seat, appearing as if he too had fallen victim to a petrification spell, motionless with outstretched hands. Snape paused momentarily but chose to disregard Dumbledore, returning to his own seat without acknowledging him. Although Pettigrew was petrified, the nature of the spell differed from that of a slumbering curse, allowing him to perceive his surroundings. Upon emerging from the box, he quickly assessed his situation, fervently praying to Merlin not to be released from his petrification. However, as Snape's potion coursed through his system, Pettigrew's hopes were dashed. He felt his strength returning but dared not move, opting instead to continue feigning death on the ground. Yet, Pettigrew's clumsy charade could not deceive the wizards present. Xiao An quickly recognized Pettigrew's act but chose not to intervene, feeling that he was no longer the center of attention and allowing Hogwarts' contingent to take the stage. Both Snape and Dumbledore, one a dark wizard and the other a master of potions, were certainly aware of Xiao An's pretense. Yet, Dumbledore maintained his composure, while Snape, unable to contain himself, thought, "You think I want to see through your act? You're not a performer, so keep it simple." Unable to restrain himself any longer, Snape drew his wand and cast a Snidget snare spell. The assembly of wizards was taken aback by this unexpected act of aggression, and Pettigrew himself was caught off guard. The spell struck true, causing Pettigrew to instinctively roll over, using his hands to brace himself as he retched. Reactions among the wizards varied, but only two individuals found amusement in the spectacle: Snape and Harry Potter, who had initially harbored thoughts of attacking Pettigrew upon seeing him. However, Professor McGonagall halted him, and upon witnessing Severus Snape tormenting Peter Pettigrew, he could not suppress a chuckle, which significantly softened his previously disdainful expression towards Snape. As Pettigrew began to retch, Snape maliciously refrained from lifting the curse immediately, choosing instead to relish this rare spectacle before finally releasing him from the spell. At this moment, the judges from the Wizengamot also realized that Pettigrew had been feigning. Once the curse was lifted, Deputy Chief Amelia called for silence and commenced the proceedings. "Mr. An, you mentioned that we should revisit the case regarding the betrayal of the Potter couple. Is there any new evidence?" "Indeed. My investigation has uncovered that the true traitor was not Sirius Black, but rather Peter Pettigrew. Please direct your interrogation towards the accused, Pettigrew." After making his statement, and turned to Harry Potter, employing a method of legitimacy to privately communicate with him. "You may now contact your godfather, Sirius. I am aware you possess a means to reach him." Upon hearing someone address him, Harry instinctively scanned his surroundings and soon realized that it was in speaking to him. Just as he was about to respond, he heard, "There is no need for words. The choice is yours to make." Nodding, Harry discreetly retrieved a small object from his pocket. With a subtle nod, he directed the object in a sweeping motion towards the Wizengamot, ultimately resting it upon Pettigrew. "Very well, Peter Pettigrew. There are claims that you betrayed the Potter couple. Do you have any defense?" Amelia inquired, her gaze fixed on Pettigrew. "Yes. I was the one who divulged information to Voldemort." Ugh. The moment Pettigrew uttered those words, he instantly realized his blunder and, disregarding the filth on his hands, hurriedly covered his mouth. Gasps filled the chamber as the assembled judges reacted to Pettigrew's admission. Snape was particularly incensed, pointing his wand at Pettigrew, his lips forming the incantation for the killing curse, but Dumbledore swiftly intervened. Subsequently, the proceedings unfolded with Pettigrew recounting the events in their entirety, unable to withhold the truth due to the additional substances Snape had surreptitiously administered to him. Ultimately, the Wizengamot pronounced that Peter Pettigrew was indeed the traitor responsible for the Potter's demise and a true Death Eater. However, just as Amelia was about to announce the verdict, Sirius burst into the chamber. Upon recognizing him, Amelia promptly attempted to restrain the pursuing Aurors. Yet, in that moment, Sirius launched an attack on Pettigrew. With a series of 3 piercing curses, he struck Pettigrew, who writhed on the floor, pleading for mercy. Dumbledore, coming to his senses, quickly intervened to halt Sirius's actions. Amelia, observing that Dumbledore had restrained Sirius, exchanged glances with him but opted not to speak, continuing instead to announce the verdict. Fudge and others attempted to voice their objections but merely opened their mouths without uttering a word. Very well. The verdict of the Wizengamot is as follows. Peter Pettigrew is guilty of murder, having allied with the Death Eaters to betray the Potter couple, leading to their deaths. Multiple charges will be considered, and Peter Pettigrew shall be sentenced to Azkaban, with the Dementor's Kiss to be executed in 3 days. As for Sirius's case, we shall deliberate on that matter shortly. The assembly will reconvene in 30 minutes for the review of Sirius's situation. Chapter 53. Bullying the Minister of Magic at the Ministry. However, as the judges were about to depart, Sirius suddenly exclaimed, "You cannot confine him to Azkaban. He is capable of escaping." Upon hearing Sirius's outcry, the judges halted, perplexed by his assertion, for in their minds, no one could ever escape from Azkaban, deemed the most secure place imaginable. Although Sirius had indeed escaped from Azkaban before, they now regarded him as a hero, and surely, Heroes are able to accomplish feats beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Is that not a simple notion? Xiao An also caught wind of Sirius's declaration, as he had not immediately exited following Amelia's announcement of the trial's conclusion. Subsequently, upon hearing Sirius's words, and brandished his wand and cast a nonverbal stunning spell at Wormtail. With a piercing scream, Wormtail's other arm was severed by it, who then waved his wand, conjuring a flame that reduced the severed limb to ashes. Is that satisfactory now? And inquired. Sirius parted his lips but remained silent, merely swallowing hard and nodding in agreement. Witnessing An's ruthlessness, Fudge instinctively recoiled a step, eager to make his hasty exit. Yet, how could his furtive movements escape An's keen gaze? And had been observing Fudge and the others intently, having relinquished his earlier pretense. Thus, upon noticing their subtle actions, and remarked, "What seems to be the matter? Our esteemed Minister of Magic, Mr. Fudge? Why such a hurry to depart?" However, Fudge did not respond. Instead, he quickened his pace, eager to escape. At that moment, however, Little and unleashed a wide-ranging repelling charm, albeit in reverse. Suddenly, Fudge and his companion were propelled backward by an immense force, a clever trick known as the rebound charm. "Are you in such a hurry to leave? We still have matters to resolve, Avada Kedavra." The first part of An's statement was quite calm, but she abruptly accelerated the incantation of a spell. Fudge and his companion, already knocked down by An's repelling charm, had barely turned around when they heard the incantation of the killing curse, causing them to be utterly terrified, their spirits soaring away, and they sat there in shock, paralyzed. Observing their reaction, Anne conjured a mask to cover her face, while the remaining judges, still present, cast disdainful glances at Fudge and his companion, covering their noses and mouths with their hands. Initially, Anne had harbored a somewhat favorable impression of Fudge, but witnessing his pitiful reaction shattered any lingering goodwill. In truth, Anne had merely spoken the incantation without casting the spell, intending only to frighten Fudge. However, seeing his cowardice, she ceased to hold back. Various charms erupted from Anne's wand, all of a mischievous nature, lacking the destructive potency of spells like Shatter. The Soul Prank charm, the Hangman S spell, was not employed, as severe as Snape was still present. The judges, observing and humiliate the Minister of Magic, contemplated intervening, but recalling Anne's earlier declaration of war, they withdrew their hands from their wands. Yet, among the assembly was a false auror, Percy. Seeing his pillar of authority bullied by, and Percy swiftly drew his wand, directing it at her and hurling several spells. Yet, how could he succeed? With a mere flick of her wrist, Anne effortlessly countered Percy's attack and dismissed the spells with casual ease, refraining from employing any harmful charms. For Percy was still Arthur Weasley's son, one of her followers. After subduing Percy, Anne continued her playful torment of the two, casting a transformation spell one moment and a tooth charm the next. However, this joyous interlude was soon interrupted by Amelia, one of the earliest judges to depart. Upon recognizing Amelia as the one to halt her, Anne felt a tinge of respect, for such individuals were becoming scarce within the Ministry of Magic. Granting Amelia a measure of deference, and ceased her reprimand of the two, yet could not resist leaving a parting threat. "Very well, I shall grant you this reprieve. But I will return. The Ministry's affront to me is far from over." With that, Anne turned to leave, only to be unexpectedly halted by Fudge's voice. No. It is our fault. Whatever compensation you desire, I shall provide, books, galleons, anything. I will give it all." And had no intention of pursuing any repercussions against Fudge and his companion, knowing that once the truth of Voldemort's return reached them, their fate would undoubtedly be grim. Her aim had merely been to impart a lesson to the two. Unexpectedly, there was an unforeseen windfall, 30,000 galleons and 30 exquisite tomes of advanced magic, to be delivered to Hogwarts tomorrow, remarked Xiao An. After speaking, Xiao An waved his wand, reverting the conjured bed back to its original state, and approached Professor Dumbledore, saying, "Professor Dumbledore, my matters have been resolved, and I find myself with nothing further to attend to. Might I trouble you to summon Fawkes to take me back to Hogwarts? My injuries have yet to heal. Will you not stay a while longer?" Dumbledore inquired. "Regrettably not, considering my injuries," Xiao An replied. With that, Dumbledore summoned Fawkes. Upon the Phoenix's arrival, Xiao An stowed his wand in the concealed expansion bag and grasped Fawkes by the leg. However, before departing, he turned to Snape and added, "Professor, could I impose upon you to assist in bringing my trunk back to Hogwarts? I am still unaware of my accommodations there." No sooner had Xiao An spoken than a flash of red light enveloped them, and both he and Fawkes vanished. Once the light dissipated, Xiao An found himself back in the Hogwarts infirmary. He tightened his grip on Fawkes' leg, pulling him down. At the very moment Xiao An seized Fawkes' right leg during their apparition, he cast a spell. Consequently, Fawkes did not vanish immediately after delivering Xiao An to Hogwarts. Being a sentient creature, the Phoenix sensed the spell on Xiao An's hand. However, he discerned no danger nor harm posed to himself. Instead, he was intrigued to observe what this remarkably talented young man, whom Dumbledore had spoken of the previous day, intended to do. Thus, he chose to disregard the spell and linger a while longer. Otherwise, had someone employed a spell or any act imbued with magic against the Phoenix, they would have undoubtedly faced its wrath or been driven away. Chapter 54. An opportunity delivered to one's door. Would it not be worse than a beast to decline? In truth, Xiao An's intention in capturing Fawkes was to undermine Dumbledore. However, upon seeing the docile Fawkes nestled in his embrace, Xiao An found himself at a loss. Alas, what should he do if he could not speak the language of the Phoenix? He berated himself inwardly. However, Xiao An's eyes flickered with a mischievous idea. Soon, she placed Fawkes on the hospital bed and swiftly drew her wand, intending to engage Fawkes in a duel. Yet, Fawkes was no ordinary creature. The moment he sensed Xiao An's malice, he vanished in a flash of fire. Holding her wand, Xiao An stood in a daze, staring blankly at the spot where Fawkes had been, perplexed by the situation. She had clearly cast the disillusionment charm, so why had it failed? After a moment, realization dawned upon her, and she slapped her forehead in exasperation, collapsing onto the bed with a groan, exclaiming, "How could I forget? It's a Phoenix!" The disillusionment charm is no match for a Phoenix. Thus, she lay there for the entire afternoon. Even as Madame Pomfrey came to change her bandages, her spirit drained. This left Madame Pomfrey in a state of suspicion, contemplating whether Xiao An had experienced a heartbreak. However, little and truly experienced heartbreak. After the Fox's phantom vanished, his innocent, pure, and kind-hearted essence shattered beyond repair. It was not until the evening when Harry and Hermione came to visit that he felt a flicker of anger. In the infirmary that night, anyone entering at that moment would have witnessed Anne's unabashed display of sorrow. Hermione sat upon Anne's bed, while he lay with his face buried in her lap, feigning tears of despair. The scene was heart-wrenching, evoking sympathy from onlookers. Though one might overlook the chili and pepper flakes adorning Anne's fingers, what transpired was that after Madame Pomfrey had treated his injury and summoned the house elf, Sherman, instructing him to prepare some delectable food to soothe his wounded spirit. After finishing dinner and clearing the remnants, and felt his heart still needed consolation. Thus, he retrieved a roasted chicken leg intended for a midnight snack. Yet, upon taking his first bite, a sharp pain shot through his injured left arm, prompting him to instinctively clutch the source of his discomfort, forgetting the chicken leg in his hand. In a sudden motion, he lost grip on the leg, which arced gracefully through the air, landing perfectly upon his eye. An, who preferred a mildly spicy flavor, found the chili and pepper flakes invading his eye, causing tears to stream uncontrollably. At that moment, Hermione and the others entered, puzzled to see Anne in tears. Hermione, overwhelmed by maternal instinct, rushed to embrace him. Anne, taken aback by her affection, pondered why such a reaction was necessary for merely having chili in his eyes. However, as a well-mannered youth of the 21st century, he could hardly refuse such an opportunity. Reluctantly, he allowed Hermione to hold him, even intensifying his performance by sobbing audibly and occasionally bringing his spicy fingers close to his eyes to heighten the drama. "What is it, Anne?" Hermione inquired, noticing his inexplicable tears. Realizing he could not continue this charade indefinitely, and panicked at the thought of Hermione, with her keen intellect, discovering the ruse. Yet, he found himself bereft of any plausible excuse. Desperate for assistance, he silently wished for divine intervention. Ultimately, as he struggled for an excuse, his sobs subsided. Hermione, believing her comforting words had taken effect, helped him sit up, only to find no trace of sadness on his face. In an instant, realization dawned upon Hermione, her face flushing a vivid pink from embarrassment. With a swift stomp of her foot, and was abruptly pushed back onto the bed. As Hermione playfully struck his chest, Harry and Ron, having finally caught on to the unfolding scene, rushed to intervene, fearing the situation was escalating, although their intentions were benign, and shot them an exasperated glare, prompting Harry to panic, shouting for Madame Pomfrey to come check on it. Upon hearing Harry's frantic call, and nearly lost his composure, but quickly sat up, gasping for air while casting daggers at Harry with his eyes. Hermione, witnessing his reaction, couldn't help but stifle a laugh, though she quickly covered her mouth, revealing her amusement. Anne, noticing her laughter, understood her anger and embarrassment had diminished significantly, realizing that with a little coaxing, the tension could be alleviated. However, Harry and Ron, embodying the quintessential obliviousness of their kind, were incensed by Hermione's laughter at Anne's expense. Hermione, how could you? You've reduced into this state, and yet you can still laugh? He was clearly upset, and you pushed him so hard. Hermione's laughter faded at Harry's words, her face flushing again as she cast a fierce glare at both boys before storming out of the infirmary. Harry, bewildered by her sudden departure, muttered to himself in confusion. Chapter 55. An opportunity not to be missed after witnessing Harry's reaction, and could no longer contain himself. With a swift motion, he sent Harry flying across the room, glaring fiercely at him as he landed on the floor. Harry rubbed his backside, perplexed at in sudden aggression, only to meet Anne's gaze, which was filled with an intensity that startled him. Ron, though a typical straightforward lad, had absorbed enough familial wisdom to grasp the situation, finding Harry's misfortune amusing. He chuckled as he helped Harry to his feet, whispering a few words in his ear. Harry soon realized the absurdity of the situation, offering an apologetic smile. Anne, observing their antics, shot Harry a disapproving glance, stating, "This mess is yours to clean up. If Hermione remains upset, I will hold you both accountable." What did you just say? Harry queried, feigning innocence. Nothing, I just said you should take care of it, and replied dismissively, recognizing Harry's understanding, and decided to let him off the hook. With Hermione gone, he lost interest in the two boys, lying back on the bed, staring vacantly at the ceiling. "Thank you. And I truly appreciate your help in clearing my godfather's name," Harry said, bowing slightly in gratitude. "Think nothing of it," and replied casually. "What may seem trivial to you is of the utmost importance to me. I would give everything I possess to repay you for aiding my godfather. It is nothing much. But if you wish to repay me, then you may bestow upon me your invisibility cloak for my study." Xiao An casually uttered this without a moment's thought. "Well, all right. Here you go," Harry replied, producing a cloak from an unknown source and placing it gently upon Xiao An's bed. Unbeknownst to Xiao An, who was presently engrossed in the meticulous recollection of past battles with Voldemort and Dumbledore through the use of the pensieve, a process formally referred to as a review, he remained blissfully unaware of the exchange transpiring around him. After placing the cloak on the bed, Harry awaited a response from Xiao An, but after a prolonged silence, he could no longer contain himself. "Is there anything else?" he inquired. "No, that's all," came the brief reply. "Very well then, we shall take our leave." "All right, goodbye," Xiao An said as Harry and Ron departed. However, Ron's expression reflected discontent. After thoroughly reviewing his memories 3 times through the pensieve, Xiao An finally emerged from his contemplative state, rubbing his weary head. He gradually regained some energy. He then sat up on the bed, intending to retrieve a sweet treat from his undetectable expansion bag for a late-night snack. Yet, after sampling a few puddings and glancing at a chicken leg he had taken a bite from, he found it had grown cold and unappetizing. Reluctantly, he placed the chicken leg on the table and pinned a note to summon the house elf. Once the chicken legs were sent away, Xiao An found himself with nothing to do. He considered entertaining himself with a book, but as he looked down, he noticed something extraordinary on the bed. There lay a shimmering object resembling water, its surface rippling like liquid diamonds under the light, sparkling like celestial bodies in the moonlight. Upon closer inspection, Xiao An could not discern what it was, but just as he was about to set it aside, he noticed a portion of it falling away. Delving deeper, he realized it was a garment, unfolding it to discover it was a cloak, one that appeared to be completely opaque, capable of rendering the wearer invisible. Could this be an invisibility cloak? He mused aloud. Further examination revealed it to be an exquisite invisibility cloak, impervious to revealing spells and maintaining its magical properties even during vigorous movement. After conducting preliminary tests, Xiao An fell into deep thought. Who could possibly have acquired such a sophisticated cloak? Did I overlook something, or have I somehow traversed realms? Upon further reflection, it struck him that he had inadvertently requested Harry Potter's invisibility cloak, which left him pondering Harry's intelligence in so casually giving away such a precious item. Yet, he admired Harry's noble character. Perhaps it would be prudent to return it at a more opportune time, Xiao An instinctively remarked. But one cannot simply reject a gift that has been so graciously offered. After studying the cloak for a while, he returned it to the undetectable expansion bag and picked up a book to pass the time. About 10 minutes later, Sherman returned with the reheated chicken legs. Xiao An accepted the tray and placed it on the table, noticing Sherman's anxious demeanor. He patted the edge of the bed. "Thank you, Sherman. Come sit with me and chat for a while." "Oh, thank you." Lord An actually thanked Sherman. Sherman gasped, wide-eyed with astonishment. "Come sit, Sherman. Don't refuse me. Sit down, right now." Xiao An, well-versed in dealing with house elves due to having one named Toby, asserted his request with mild irritation. Sherman cannot sit on Lord N's bed. Sherman cannot. Oh, you wish to refuse me? No, no, I wouldn't dare. Sherman stammered. Sit down. Xiao An's tone grew more forceful, as house elves possess an uncanny ability to provoke even the most patient individuals. Hearing the command in Xiao An's voice, Sherman timidly settled at the edge of the bed. Chapter 56. The idea of creating new magic. Once Sherman was seated, Xiao An began to engage him in casual conversation about various topics. Humans are curious creatures, particularly in their thoughts. Often, they conceal their innermost feelings from others. Yet when faced with small animals or strangers, they may inadvertently reveal the secrets buried deep within their hearts. Xiao An found himself in such a state, unexpectedly disclosing profound secrets he had never shared with anyone before. However, as Xiao An spoke, she suddenly realized and hurriedly said, Shulman, what I just said, please never share it with anyone else, can you? This is a secret. Of course, this is Lord in secret. Shulman would never tell anyone. Shulman quickly stood up and assured her, all right, I believe you, Shulman. By the way, how does your family's house elf perform magic? I have seen you cast spells. It seems many wizards need to recite incantations and use wands to wield magic. Yet you can also execute spells based on desired effects that I have never witnessed before. How do you manage that? I'm sorry, Lorden, I don't know either. Every time I wish to use magic, it just happens naturally. And I am unaware of how it works. Upon hearing Shulman's response, Xiao An seemed to contemplate something. Interesting. Shulman, could you use magic to bring me that needle on the sickbed? Xiao An inquired. Then, Xiao An witnessed Shulman merely extending his hand toward the needle with a gesture as if to retrieve something. Suddenly, the pillow flew into Shulman's hand. While Shulman cast the spell, Xiao An was attuned to the flow of magic within him, discovering that Shulman's magic flowed out effortlessly, without any complex transformations or intricate pathways within. Yet, Shulman had successfully performed the spell. Perplexed, Xiao An then said, all right, you may go back and rest, Shulman. Thank you for your assistance. After Shulman departed, Xiao An tucked the pillow beneath her head and fell into deep contemplation. This time, however, her thoughts were not profound, as she occasionally waved her hand or slapped the bedside vigorously. After about an hour, someone entered the hospital room. Upon hearing footsteps, Xiao An was suddenly jolted from her reverie and turned to see who had arrived. Since it was just the beginning of the term, Xiao An was the only one in the hospital room, which allowed her to indulge in her thoughts. The arrival of someone in the medical room indicated that something was amiss, as the likelihood of injuries or illnesses at this hour was quite low. Previously, there might have been incidents during potions class, but now that Xiao An had enrolled, Snape had become more restrained. Furthermore, with no new students like Harry Potter to provoke Snape's nerves, and Harry's class having developed a clear resistance to Snape's methods, the probability of young wizards getting hurt had significantly diminished. Turning around, Xiao An discovered that it was Snape. She quickly rose to greet him, but upon noticing her movement, Snape hastened his steps to gently lay her back down on the bed. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside, prompting both Xiao An and Snape to glance towards the door. After a couple of seconds, a girl bounced in cheerfully. Upon seeing her, Xiao An recognized Hermione Granger immediately. Originally, Hermione had come to tease Xiao An, as he had playfully teased her in the evening, leaving her unable to shake off the feeling of being taunted. As an older sister, how could she allow Xiao An to tease her? Thus, she had been wrestling with the idea of whether to retaliate, and finally, around 8 or 9 o'clock, she could no longer resist, leading to this moment. However, as Hermione pushed the door open to frighten Xiao An, she was startled to find Snape beside him. It was nighttime, and Hogwarts had a strict prohibition against wandering after hours. With her mouth agape, Hermione momentarily froze. Her first instinct was to feign sleepwalking and leave the scene. Just as she turned on her heel, she halted and managed to greet Snape. Observing Hermione's reaction, Xiao An couldn't help but chuckle, prompting Hermione to glare at him fiercely. Their exchange did not escape Snape's notice, who maintained his impassive demeanor and remarked, "Good evening. Miss Granger, you should return to rest now. Students ought not to roam the school at night." Upon hearing Snape's words, Hermione was further taken aback. Dazedly turning and leaving the medical room, Xiao An, amused by Hermione's reaction, laughed even more heartily, and after exiting the medical room, Hermione quickly regained her composure. Today was indeed a day for the books. Hearing Xiao An's laughter, Hermione was so incensed she nearly turned back to reprimand him, but it remained merely a fleeting thought. And her body obediently cast a disillusionment charm and headed toward Gryffindor's common room. Snape glanced back at Xiao An and remarked, I did not return your belongings to your original dormitory. Instead, all your items are in my office. You may collect them once you are discharged." With that, he rose and exited. Xiao An, observing Snape's maneuver, felt an urge to commend him for both scaring Hermione away and leaving her alone, a truly remarkable feat. Once Snape departed, Xiao An was left in solitude within the medical room, regretting having let the mountain cannon loose, leaving her without anyone to chat or play with. Surveying the empty room, Xiao An fell back into contemplation. With two of her trump cards already exposed, only one remained hidden, which stirred a sense of urgency within her to bolster her defenses. Inspired by Schulman's earlier spellcasting, Xiao An wished to further investigate, hoping to devise her own incantations based on Schulman's method to enhance her arsenal. Otherwise, being thoroughly analyzed would render her passive in future battles. Chapter 57. Am I really that terrifying? After 3 hours of research, Xiao An exhausted all her energy without uncovering any operational methods, arriving at the sole conclusion that her skills were insufficient. Thus, 3 days passed, and Xiao An's arm finally healed completely, which meant she could finally be discharged. Following Pomfrey's final examination, she finally uttered the long-awaited words, "Your injury has healed entirely. You may leave the hospital now, but do take care afterward." Littleland did not finish listening to Professor Pomfrey's words before she swiftly rose and dashed out of the infirmary, leaving Mrs. Pomfrey's voice echoing in the air. However, it seemed that Littleland had forgotten her missed lunch. Upon exiting the infirmary, her unfamiliarity with Hogwarts compelled her to inquire with the portraits on the walls and the ghosts to navigate her way to Professor Snape's office. Although the portraits appeared to be frightened of her and scurried away at her sight, the ghosts were rather accommodating. One benevolent ghost guided her, and she successfully arrived at Snape's office. Knocking on the door, she received no response from within. Littleland understood that Snape was likely occupied with his class. Yet she did not possess the key to his office. Although she could use magic to unlock the door, as Snape was her godfather, she refrained from doing so. Instead, she conjured a sofa and sat patiently at the entrance, awaiting Snape's return. Fortunately, Snape's office was somewhat secluded, with only a few Slytherin students occasionally visiting. It was not until nearly noon that Snape returned to his office. Upon seeing Littleland seated at his door, he quickened his pace and enveloped her in a warm embrace. "And you've been discharged. How wonderful. Please try not to be so impulsive in the future," he said. "Yes, Godfather, you're squeezing a bit too tightly. I can hardly breathe." Snape promptly released her, yet continued to gaze at her with a kind expression. He then ushered Littleland into his office, which also served as a lounge. To her surprise, the office was devoid of a key, as Snape had also opened it with magic. Shortly afterward, Littleland gathered all her belongings, only to learn from Snape that he had arranged for her to have a private room, sparing her the necessity of sharing space with someone she had never met. Though she remained unaware of who her new housemate would be, she followed Snape to the Gryffindor common room. Upon their arrival, the previously boisterous Gryffindor students fell silent, their eyes fixed intently on Littleland and Snape. Once in her single dormitory, Littleland surveyed her surroundings and discovered that the room was quite spacious, equipped not only with sleeping quarters but also with a spell practice area and a potion brewing chamber, along with several other essential rooms. She felt immensely satisfied with her new accommodations. Snape assisted in tidying up, leaving behind a class schedule before departing her dormitory. After organizing her belongings, Littleland found herself at a loss for what to do. Lying on the sofa, she pondered for a moment and, for reasons unknown, reached for the class schedule left by Snape. Gazing at the schedule in her hand, she abruptly pressed down with her left hand to forcibly snatch the document from her right hand, tossing it aside. Phew, how terrifying. How could I act in such a manner? It's frightful. Wouldn't it be more pleasant to simply be idle? Why did I even reach for the schedule? Littleland patted her chest and took several deep breaths. No, I cannot remain here any longer. I must venture out. This is too unnerving. With that, she exited her dormitory, a look of sheer terror etched on her face. Standing at the doorway, she took a few more breaths and remarked, "This is too frightening. But where else can I go if I can't stay in my room? Oh well, I suppose I shall explore a bit. I must take the opportunity to wander through Hogwarts." With that, Littleland began to meander through the halls of Hogwarts, though she did not linger in the dormitory area, instead opting to stroll around the common room. However, the young wizards in the public lounge were all quite intimidated by Xiao An. Upon seeing Xiao An approach, they fell silent, and Xiao An surveyed them, puzzled by their reaction. Was there something amiss with his attire? He glanced down at his clothing, finding nothing wrong. Perhaps it was merely a fleeting concern, he thought, As he checked his trousers and sighed in relief, everything seemed in order. What could be the matter with this group? Having spent less than 10 seconds in the lounge, Xiao An could no longer endure the oppressive atmosphere. He promptly exited the public lounge to wander outside. To his bewilderment, as he strolled, every young wizard he encountered, whether engaged in games or conversations, averted their gaze, refusing to speak in his presence. Furthermore, those conversing in the corridor would automatically part ways, bowing their heads until he had passed, before daring to resume their activities. What on earth is this situation? After enduring yet another episode of silence, Xiao An could no longer contain himself and exclaimed. Upon his outburst, the nearby young wizards lowered their heads even further. Observing this, Xiao An lost all desire to continue his aimless wandering. He soon considered returning to his dormitory for some rest, but after walking a short distance, he realized he had lost his way. Indeed, Xiao An was lost. Faced with a fork in the path, he could not recall which way he had come. Cursing under his breath, he lamented that this group had completely diverted his attention. At the crossroads, Xiao An stood in despair, attempting to remember which path he had taken. Yet he possessed no recollection of it. With no other choice, he resorted to a more scientific method to determine his route. He took his wand and pointed it at his concealed extension pouch, uttering the incantation, "Galleon, come forth." The left side represented the front, and the right side the back. He mused. With a flick of his wand, he sent a galleon soaring upwards, ready to catch it. Just then, a young wizard in Gryffindor robes passed by. Xiao An stared blankly at the wizard, momentarily lost in thought, before hastily calling out to him. However, upon realizing it was Xiao An who had called, the young wizard quickened his pace and fled. Am I truly that frightening? Xiao An murmured to himself, gazing after the retreating figure. Chapter 58. I have no idea how to return. Although the little wizard had escaped, Xiao An indeed remembered the path he had taken and quickly pursued him. However, it was evident that Xiao An was rather naive. 2 hours later, he found himself standing on the staircase, gripping the railing as it swayed. Letting out a deep sigh, his lack of experience and shallow understanding of the world weighed heavily on him. Gazing at the now darkened Hogwarts and the still restless staircase, Xiao An could only lament. Do you see those moving staircases? They symbolize my lost youth. Reluctantly, he knew he had to keep moving. Even though it was already past 7 in the evening, and curfew had long fallen upon Hogwarts. All the young wizards had finished their meals and were playing in their dormitories, while he was left to endure his hunger and search for a way back. An hour later, as he stared at the distant sky, he resignedly sat down, pondering where things had gone awry. After half an hour of contemplation, he begrudgingly admitted a harsh truth. He was directionally challenged. As for why he had never realized this before, it could only be attributed to his good fortune. Every time he ventured out, he was accompanied by someone, or he could easily take a taxi or use apparition to reach his destination. But this time, he had no means of transportation, no one with him, and thus revealed his true nature as a wanderer lost in the maze of Hogwarts. With no other choice, Xiao An set out to explore, unable to remain at the astronomy tower any longer. Although he could have rested there for the night, his stomach protested vehemently. He had already missed 2 meals, and in his growing years, the pangs of hunger were particularly unbearable. He had no inclination to admire Hogwarts' beautiful nightscape as he descended the astronomy tower, continuing to wander within its halls. Yet by now, the portraits lining the corridors were all fast asleep. Seeing the slumbering portraits, Xiao An hurried to the nearest one and shook it awake. Who dares disturb my slumber? The portrait grumbled, but upon recognizing Xiao An, it squealed and scurried away. In an instant, nearly every portrait in the corridor was awakened by the commotion, their startled cries echoing as they fled from the scene. Xiao An stood there, mouth agape, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. The primary reason he had not returned to his dormitory was largely due to these very portraits. After losing track of the little Gryffindor wizard, Xiao An wandered a bit longer before recalling that Hogwarts was not solely inhabited by wizards, but also by a multitude of portraits. He attempted to inquire for directions. Yet upon seeing him, the portrait screamed and fled. Frustrated, Xiao An seized the frame of one escaping portrait and slammed it to the ground, stomping on it a few times to vent his anger. After that, he refrained from seeking any more portraits for help, which ultimately led him to the astronomy tower. With the portraits having fled once more, Xiao An resigned himself to continue searching for his way back. However, it wasn't long before he heard 2 heavy footsteps approaching. Reacting quickly, he followed the sound, but when he arrived at the source, he found no one around, and the footsteps had ceased. He halted, drew his wand, and cautiously scanned his surroundings for any signs of movement. Just then, another set of footsteps echoed, accompanied by heavy breathing. Xiao An instinctively pointed his wand towards the source of the noise, but instead of an intruder, he was greeted by a small cat bounding towards him. Upon noticing the fleeting shadow, he swiftly directed his wand at it, only to realize that it was merely a little kitten. A cat? A cat? Xiao An mused. Could it be Professor McGonagall? I recall that her animagus form is a cat. If it were truly her, how wonderful that would be. He quickly stowed his wand and crouched down, eager to exchange a few words with the kitten. However, just then, the previously disappearing footsteps echoed once more. And Xiao An realized that this cat might not be Professor McGonagall after all. Quickly rising, he glanced in the direction of the sound, and soon enough, he discerned the identity of the approaching figure. It was Filch, the Hogwarts caretaker. Upon seeing Filch, Xiao An's spirits lifted. Finally, he could find his way back. For Filch knew Hogwarts like the back of his hand. Huh, got you now. Oh wait, it's you, Filch exclaimed, initially pleased to spot another wizard in the dim light of a lantern. However, as he followed the light emanating from Xiao An's wand and realized it was the young wizard himself, his expression shifted to one of shock. Without a second thought, Filch turned and fled, his speed surpassing that of his earlier approach. Watching Filch and the cat vanish into the shadows, Xiao An's heart sank. He crumpled to the ground, extending his hand in despair, murmuring, "My lost youth." At that moment, however, from the darkened corners nearby, a surge of magical energy emanated. Xiao An, momentarily setting aside his self-pity, sprang to his feet, raised his wand, and swiftly cast a protective charm upon himself, pointing his wand toward the source of the magical disturbance. Just as he directed his wand, two figures suddenly materialized in the previously empty space. Startled, he instinctively prepared to cast a spell. But then he noticed the bright light illuminating the faces of the figures. It was the Weasley twins. Relief washed over him, and he lowered his guard, eager to rush over and seek their assistance in returning to the dormitory. After all, if anyone was familiar with Hogwarts, it would undoubtedly be them. Perhaps even more so than Dumbledore himself. Yet, just as he was about to make his move, the twin seized his legs, leaving Xiao An momentarily dumbfounded. What is going on? Are you lost too? You want me to lead you back, but I don't even know how to get back. Chapter 59. The leader of Hogwarts. After a while, Xiao An gradually understood the situation, and it was fortunate that he acted more slowly than the twins. Otherwise, he would have been completely unaware of the unfolding events. The matter at hand stemmed from Xiao An's astonishing feat during the sorting ceremony at the feast, which resulted in all the young wizards having their dinner much later than usual. Furthermore, Xiao An's public defeat of Dumbledore, albeit partially due to Dumbledore's diversion to rescue the professors, left a profound impression on the minds of both students and faculty alike, instilling a sense of fear towards Xiao An among the young wizards. However, the wizard's innate admiration for strength led to a simultaneous reverence for Xiao An. Moreover, his brief hospitalization allowed tales of his exploits to spread throughout the school, resulting in a collective mix of respect and trepidation towards him from all aware individuals and various objects alike. Thus, when Xiao An finally roamed the halls of Hogwarts after his discharge, he encountered a peculiar phenomenon where none dared to engage him in conversation, rendering him unable to return to his dormitory. Yet, the twins were an exception. Their mischievous nature rendered them impervious to fear of Xiao An. On the contrary, they held him in immense esteem, considering his actions at the feast to be the greatest, most successful, and flawless prank they had ever witnessed in their lives. Additionally, as previously mentioned, upon Xiao An's allocation to Gryffindor, the twins had shouted his name in excitement, motivated by their father, Arthur Weasley, who had become one of Xiao An's followers after attending his fiery gathering. Xiao An had gifted Arthur a book and a phonograph, leading the twins to concoct a prank. Although it ultimately failed, nonetheless, they managed to glean Xiao An's identity from Arthur. When Arthur realized that the matter was exposed, he hesitated to resort to a memory-erasing spell on his sons and, unable to withstand their persistent questioning, reluctantly divulged the entire story. Upon hearing this, the twins' interest was piqued. However, unlike Cedric, their lively spirits meant they merely held a slight admiration for Xiao An. Their playful demeanor, combined with this newfound admiration, prompted them to cheer Xiao An's name upon learning of his placement in Gryffindor, although primarily for amusement. Yet, witnessing Xiao An's remarkable act during the sorting ceremony magnified their admiration immensely. Consequently, upon seeing Filch being subdued by Xiao An, they swiftly dispelled the disillusionment charm and rushed to embrace Xiao An's legs. Under normal circumstances, given their years of outsmarting Filch and their mastery of numerous spells, the Weasley twins should not have been easily detected by the caretaker. This chase was merely a spontaneous whim of the twins to toy with Filch. However, Xiao An perceived it differently, while the twins viewed it as part of a long-standing tradition since entering their 3rd year, during which they had never been caught by Filch. Thanks to the Marauder's map and their burgeoning spellcasting abilities, what was originally a delightful endeavor took an ironic turn. Rather than being displeased at being caught, the twins relished the opportunity to engage with Filch whenever boredom struck, transforming it into a tradition. Once Xiao An deciphered the situation, he cast a glance at the twins, a look brimming with disdain, amusement, and a myriad of complex emotions. After a brief silence, he sighed. You two, well, Gryffindor warriors, truly embody the spirit of Gryffindor. Impressive, very impressive. Xiao An hastily retracted part of his statement, opting for a more diplomatic approach. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he hesitated before inquiring with a hint of skepticism, "Are you suggesting that all the faculty and students are afraid of me?" "Of course. You are our esteemed leader. By the way, let us join your fiery gathering. We have long admired you." Wait. Are you truly serious?" "Absolutely. Our admiration for you is unparalleled." Stop. I mean, is it true that everyone fears me?" "Indeed. We pride ourselves on being the most honest and reliable lads at Hogwarts, never uttering a falsehood. As we said, our admiration for you is—" Stop. Xiao An regarded the two jesters, pondering what peculiar upbringing they had to remain so unrestrained at their age. "Hold on, let me gather my thoughts. Please do not interrupt me." If what these two claimed was indeed true, then he would have unwittingly become the leader of Hogwarts, which posed a rather troublesome predicament. Lost in his thoughts, Xiao An plopped down onto the ground. Seeing Xiao An suddenly sit down, the Weasley twins assumed he had fallen and rushed forward to assist him. However, as they approached, they heard him muttering, "What am I to do now? What am I to do?" "What is it, boss?" the twins cautiously asked. "What am I to do? Oh, it's nothing." Startled by their interruption, Xiao An abruptly reacted. "Never mind, solutions will arise in due time. I'm truly starving." This last statement was in Chinese, leaving the twins perplexed as they failed to comprehend its meaning. However, the two individuals promptly discerned that Xiao An had touched her stomach, a gesture universally understood. The twins quickly rummaged through their pockets and retrieved 2 packets of candy. "Here, have some to tide you over. We'll head to the cafeteria for a proper meal shortly." They handed the candies to Xiao An. Upon seeing the 2 packets suddenly presented before her, Xiao An instinctively reached for them, but then paused, raising her gaze to discover they were offered by the twins. Hearing the twins say the candies were for her, she feigned an air of superiority as she accepted them, yet her swift action betrayed her true eagerness. Without a hint of suspicion, Xiao An placed 1 packet into her pocket and hastily tore open the other, extracting a piece and consuming it immediately. Chapter 60. The twins' treats are not to be taken lightly. After devouring a piece of candy, Xiao An was suddenly struck by an impulse. She abruptly halted her actions, sensing she had forgotten something, yet the thought eluded her. Just as she pondered, a peculiar sensation filled her mouth as if it were inundated with liquid. Uncertain of the cause, she opened her mouth wide and expelled what she had just eaten. Upon seeing what she had regurgitated, a realization dawned upon her. She had forgotten the nature of the twins' offerings. Damn, how could I be so foolish to indulge in whatever they provided? She cursed herself, wishing she could slap her own face in regret. The twins, witnessing Xiao An's predicament, recalled what they had given her and, alarmed, turned to flee with utmost caution. Understanding their intent, Xiao An swiftly drew her wand and pointed it at them, exclaiming, "Stop right there. You thought you could trick me and escape, did you?" Her mouth slightly agape, she glared at them with indignation. Upon hearing her call, the twins halted, slowly turning around, only to find Xiao An aiming her wand at them. Frightened, they raised their hands in a gesture of surrender, adopting a posture of capitulation typical in the magical realm. "Please, don't. It's not our fault. We saw you were hungry, and well, so you only had these to offer me, is that it?" Xiao An interjected, her tone sharp. "Exactly. We thought to help you, to fill your stomach." "Oh, so you intended to fill my stomach by playing a prank on me, is that right?" Yes, that is precisely it." "Oh, really?" Xiao An's tone suddenly intensified. No, that is not it at all. We truly didn't mean it. Transform into pig heads and eat slugs." Xiao An incanted, casting a spell that morphed the twins into grotesque forms. Upon being struck by the spell, the twins reacted immediately. Pig ears sprouted momentarily, only to vanish, replaced by pig snouts. True to their nature as twins, they displayed no panic at their transformation. Instead, they pointed at each other. laughing heartily at the absurdity of their changing faces. Xiao An joined in their laughter, but soon, the humor faded. Suddenly, slugs began to crawl from their mouths, their expressions turning grim as they simultaneously knelt and retched upon the ground. Initially amused by the twins' comical transformations, Xiao An's smile widened, and with a flick of her wand, she cast a cleansing charm on herself, crossing her arms and preparing to enjoy the spectacle. However, witnessing the two individuals begin to regurgitate slugs, Xiao An's countenance darkened. Subsequently, as they knelt and retched on the ground, the sound of their heaving filled the air, causing Xiao An's expression to turn an ominous shade of black. In sync with their distress, he bowed his head, feeling the urge to vomit as well. Initially, he managed to suppress it, but it was not long before he too felt a wave of nausea. Having not eaten for 2 meals, his stomach was empty, leaving him with nothing but a bitter, acidic fluid to expel, an experience that was truly indescribable. Realizing he could no longer endure this situation, Xiao An fought against the queasiness and hurriedly released the spell binding the two. However, the moment the incantation was lifted, he could no longer contain himself, bending over and supporting himself on his knees as he retched violently. Once the twins were freed from the spell, they felt a sense of relief as the sensation of slugs attempting to escape their mouths dissipated. They exchanged amused glances, chuckling heartily as they playfully poked fun at one another. However, the pleasant atmosphere was short-lived. Upon hearing the sound of Xiao An's retching nearby, the two turned their heads out of curiosity. It was common knowledge that such vomiting could be contagious. Within less than 3 seconds of observing, both of them quickly succumbed to the same fate. The scene grew lively as the trio continued to vomit for 5 minutes before it finally subsided. Once Xiao An felt the urge to vomit had passed, he promptly cast a cleansing charm, banishing the mess from the floor. He then hurriedly took a few steps forward to escape the bizarre stench in the air, with the twins closely following suit. After a casual stroll, the twins remained steadfastly at his side. True to their nature as the Weasley twins, their spirits were high. In no time, they were laughing and eagerly inquiring about the transfiguration spell Xiao An had just performed. Overwhelmed by their incessant questions, Xiao An quickened his pace in an attempt to evade them. Yet, as he was only 11 and they were a few years his senior, he found it nearly impossible to escape their persistent curiosity without the use of magic. After merely 3 minutes, Xiao An could no longer endure it and considered giving the twins a lesson. However, he suddenly realized he was unfamiliar with his surroundings. After surveying the scenery, he called out to the twins in exasperation, "Where is the kitchen? Come on, lead me there." "Ah, you've come to the right people. In Hogwarts, there is no place the Weasley brothers don't know," they replied, leading him downstairs. Upon reaching the kitchen door, the twins proudly scratched a pair on a painting, which then transformed into a door, revealing the wall behind it. Standing at either side of the newly appeared entrance, they ceremoniously bowed and invited Xiao An to enter. Playfully addressing him, "Master, please go ahead." Gazing at the open door, Xiao An hesitated, peering into the dark interior. Feeling a twinge of trepidation, he muttered, "Why does it look a bit eerie?" Yet, encouraged by the twins' eager expressions, Xiao An mustered his courage and stepped inside. Strangely, as soon as he entered and took merely 2 steps, the previously dark room suddenly erupted with light. Unfortunately, only a small portion of the room illuminated, precisely where Xiao An stood and a short distance ahead. The sudden brightness prompted him to instinctively shield his eyes. After a moment, he adjusted to the light and lowered his arm. Chapter 61. Early signs of trouble after having a meal in the kitchen and quenching his thirst. Xiao An asked the twins to escort him back to the Gryffindor dormitory. Although the twins were reluctant, they complied. As they parted ways, Xiao An requested a copy of the Hogwarts map, which the twins had painstakingly deciphered over the years. Once back in his dormitory, Xiao An lay on his bed, reflecting on the events of the day and the twins' words. He struggled to comprehend how to address the issues at hand until, exhausted, he finally drifted off to sleep in the early hours of the morning. The next day, awakening in his bed, Xiao An stretched lazily and shook his head to clear his mind. Rolling over, he propped himself up against the headboard and glanced around, noting nothing unusual. Soon, drowsiness washed over him again, and as his eyes fluttered closed, he succumbed to the urge to sleep a little longer. He fought valiantly against this desire for a brief moment, but ultimately he could not resist and drifted back into slumber. This cycle repeated twice more, although each time he managed to resist for longer 7 seconds during the 3rd attempt. However, in the end, he still succumbed. It was not until the 4th awakening that Xiao An finally triumphed over his fatigue. Feeling hungry, he realized that he had finally awakened, aided by the need for sustenance. Supporting his stomach, he tidied his appearance. Dressed and ready, Xiao An ventured out in search of food, though he felt as if he had forgotten something important. Stumbling into the kitchen, he found the house elf, Sherman, and requested some food. He then settled at one of the 4 long tables in the kitchen and began to eat, completely disregarding the weight of his forgotten responsibilities. It was only after he had satisfied his hunger and returned to the dormitory, intending to consult the class schedule Professor Snape had given him, that he finally remembered what he had overlooked. However, at that moment, it was evidently too late. Just as Xiao An recalled something she had forgotten, her door was magically opened by another. Without needing to see Xiao An, one could easily guess who it is. Hastily seeking a place to hide, the newcomer was quick in action. Just as Xiao An moved, the person called out, "Xiao An, hee, Godfather, what brings you here? If you need anything, you could have simply informed me. There was no need for you to come in person. Surely, I should be the one visiting you." Xiao An said with a smiling face, trying to flatter. "Oh, so you still remember I am your godfather. Have you dared to skip my class? Have you grown up, become independent, and now look down upon your godfather? Not at all, godfather. I wouldn't dare to skip your class. I merely overslept today because I stayed up late last night." "Ah, oversleeping. Yet you found time to eat before reporting to my class. Quite leisurely, indeed." Snape glanced at Xiao An's attire. Well, Xiao An followed Snape's gaze and noticed tomato sauce on his shirt, leaving him at a loss for words. "Enough of this. Let it slide this time. Regardless of your current abilities, you must attend classes, although I have taught you in the past. It was not in a systematic manner. You still need to learn in a structured environment. All right, as you say, I will attend class this afternoon. Forget about the afternoon class. Your health is still recovering. I will inform Professor Binns for you. Take the afternoon to rest well. For other subjects, just attend the theory classes. The rest will not be of much benefit to you." After this conversation, Snape spent some time with Xiao An and even brought him some food, evidently thinking he had not yet eaten. Xiao An did not refuse but enjoyed some of it, saving the rest for a late-night snack. Once Snape departed, Xiao An glanced at his schedule to understand how his classes were arranged for the semester. After memorizing the details, he lay back on his bed, recalling the timetable. Once he had remembered most of it, he intended to stroll around Hogwarts again. However, each time he propped himself up, his arms instinctively weakened, leading to his eventual defeat. Reluctantly, he surrendered to fatigue and succumbed to a midday nap. Upon waking, Xiao An rubbed his sleepy eyes, rose to drink some water, and glanced out the window, finding the sun still shining brightly. He then grabbed the map he had taken from the twins and ventured out of the dormitory to explore Hogwarts. After wandering until nightfall, he finally returned to the kitchen, requesting the house elf to prepare a light meal. After eating, he continued his exploration of Hogwarts, this time with the map in hand. He did not get lost and returned to the dormitory around 10 o'clock in the evening. His day was not in vain. He had memorized the route from the dormitory to the kitchen. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Xiao An drew back the curtains to check the sky and found it still dark outside. Thinking it was still not morning, he went back to sleep. When he awoke again, he looked outside and saw that it was still dark, but with a notable difference. It was raining. At that moment, Xiao An realized he might have overslept once more. However, the dormitory lacked any semblance of a clock or similar devices, leaving Xiao An unaware of the current time. With a sense of resignation, he retrieved the pudding Snape had given him the previous day to satiate his hunger. After soothing his empty stomach, Xiao An prepared himself and, armed with a map, exited the dormitory. This time, his intent was not to attend class, but rather to seek out Snape in hopes of acquiring a clock or something akin to it. Some of the other dormitories housed young wizards from the Muggle world, who might possess wristwatches or similar items, whereas pureblood houses like Slytherin had little to no products from the Muggle realm. Nevertheless, they were still aware of the world beyond. Ironically, they managed to awaken early every morning, prompting Xiao An to consult Snape about their method of overcoming this challenge. Following the map with ease, Xiao An soon arrived at Snape's office. With Snape's permission, he opened the door using a special incantation given by Snape, rather than the usual unlocking charm. Upon entering Snape's office, Xiao An discovered that Snape was absent, so he waited alone. Before long, Snape returned, and upon seeing Xiao An, hastened to inquire, "Xiao An, what brings you here? If you need anything, just let me know. Your godfather will find a way to assist you." Xiao An recounted his predicament in detail, but as he spoke, Snape's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Before Xiao An could finish, Snape interrupted him, rapping on a small table beside his desk, commanding, "Go." Fetch me a clock. In a mere 3 to 4 seconds, an antique clock materialized on the table, resembling a wall clock. Snape handed the clock to Xiao An, instructing, "Simply speak your commands to it." Xiao An stood in astonishment, transfixed by the clock and Snape's demeanor until he finally regained his composure. He glanced back and forth between Snape and the clock, akin to a bobblehead, murmuring in disbelief, "It's that simple? Well, I've told you how to use it. Now, be on your way," Snape said with a sly smile. After being ushered out, Xiao An remained in a daze, his fingers idly rotating between the clock and the wooden door. Within 10 seconds, laughter erupted from the office. Startled awake by the sound of Snape's mirth, Xiao An soon realized he had been the subject of Snape's jest, as it was unlikely Snape had not cast a silencing spell over his office. "Just wait. I shall have my revenge," Xiao An muttered defiantly as he departed the vicinity of Snape's office and made his way back to the dormitory. Upon returning, Xiao An casually selected a spot, cast a sticking charm, and affixed the clock to the wall. After recalling his class schedule, he issued 3 commands to the clock, instructing it to wake him at 7:30, 7:40, and 7:50 the following morning. After lying down for a brief rest, his stomach grumbled once more. Although he had eaten recently, the richness of the pudding had left him unsatisfied. As hunger gnawed at him, memories of his time in the infirmary flooded back, particularly of that table. Unable to resist, he sprang from his bed, dressed promptly, and hurried towards the kitchen. Upon reaching the kitchen, he quickly sought out the house elf, Sherman, hoping to procure a small table for himself. Xiao An had assumed that, given his esteemed status at Hogwarts, the house elves would bestow upon him some privileges. To his disappointment, however, the house elves, though bound to obey wizards, were not his personal servants, but rather Hogwarts' own. After hearing Xiao An's request, Sherman hesitated, lowering his gaze in fear and distress. And Xiao An realized then that his request was futile. Resigning, he patted Sherman and said, "Forget it, I don't need it. But could I please have something to eat? I'm feeling a bit hungry." "Certainly, I shall fetch it for you," replied Sherman. After enjoying a meal, Xiao An, though disappointed by the absence of a small table, left the kitchen feeling somewhat satisfied. While the cuisine of England left much to be desired, the culinary skills of the house elves were commendable. Wandering out of the kitchen, Xiao An contemplated his next move and decided to continue exploring Hogwarts. After meandering through the halls and committing a few paths to memory, he finally returned to the dormitory as guided by his map. The next day, roused by the 3 resounding alarms, Xiao An found himself sitting up in bed before 8 for the first time. Glancing at the time, he quickly dressed and groomed himself, completing his preparations in just 3 minutes before bolting from the dormitory. He raced to the transfiguration classroom, only to find the door still closed. Reflecting on his speedy exit from his room, a dreadful realization struck him. "Oh no, I can't believe this," he exclaimed in despair. "Why is today a weekend?" After venting his frustration, he grumbled his way back to the dormitory. With a face devoid of hope, he approached the fat friar. Under the watchful gaze of the frightened ghost, Xiao An uttered a phrase of good fortune before stepping through the open door. He flopped onto his bed, pulled the covers over himself without bothering to remove his shoes, and drifted off to sleep. Upon awakening, Xiao An ventured out of the dormitory to explore Hogwarts. In the month that followed, Gryffindor students would frequently observe a solitary young wizard emerging from the common room, while Hogwarts students would note the lone figure of Xiao An wandering the castle, utterly alone. Thus, each day, Xiao An would rise at his leisure, head to the kitchen for sustenance, and then continue his exploration of Hogwarts. Aside from the occasional early rise for Snape's class, he consistently skipped all other lessons. However, over the course of the past month, Xiao An had not forged any friendships. Even the Weasley twins, after accompanying him on nocturnal escapades for 2 nights, departed to diligently prepare for their examinations. As the month progressed, embodying the adage that a slow bird may take flight early and diligence can compensate for clumsiness, Xiao An finally memorized the majority of the pathways at Hogwarts, no longer prone to losing his way. As the days passed, Xiao An experienced another noteworthy development. The portraits within Hogwarts ceased to evade him. Perhaps it was due to his lack of any perilous actions towards them over the past month. The portraits began to treat him as they would others, and out of respect, they were particularly amiable towards him. After a month, Xiao An could no longer endure the situation. Although the gazes of the young witches and wizards had improved significantly, and even some Slytherin students regarded him with admiration, he was still overwhelmed. It was unbearable for anyone to step out each day passing various locations, only to have the vibrant conversations abruptly fall silent. That evening, upon returning to the dormitory, Xiao An lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, reflecting on his experiences over the month. With a sigh, he curled up like a child, pulled the blanket over himself, and drifted into slumber. Chapter 63. The peculiar Hogwarts. Upon waking, Xiao An surprisingly did not linger in bed. Glancing at the time, he noted it was only 7 in the morning. After a brief moment of contemplation, he rose, attended to his morning routine, dressed, and once prepared, he tidied his hair and exited the dormitory. As it was still early, Xiao An opted not to head to the Great Hall for breakfast, but instead made his way directly to the kitchen. The house elves arose much earlier than the wizards, as they needed to prepare breakfast for them, ensuring the young witches and wizards would have their meal on time. After a leisurely breakfast, Xiao An ambled towards the charms classroom. Although he had risen early, his gentlemanly and somewhat pretentious manner of eating consumed a considerable amount of time, resulting in many students already seated by the time he arrived. Choosing a random spot, he settled in to partake in this rare charms lesson. Before long, the classroom was filled to capacity, and Professor Flitwick entered, his short legs carrying him to the podium. He placed the standard textbook at his feet, stood atop it, and glanced out towards the class. Just as he was about to call the roll, he noticed a familiar new face in the corner of the room. Startled by this visage, Professor Flitwick stumbled off the book, hurriedly regained his footing, and began the lesson without taking attendance. It was evident that he was particularly anxious, as his speech was notably rapid, and he perspired profusely. It must be said that the caliber of professors at Hogwarts is truly exceptional. Within just 10 minutes, Xiao An discerned the extraordinary nature of the lessons. The fundamental principles of magic flowed from Flitwick's lips, captivating Xiao An in a rapture of enchantment. However, the good times were short-lived. Just as the class reached its midpoint, the door to the classroom was abruptly pushed open. The newcomer was instantly recognized by Xiao An. Yet what surprised him was that upon the entrance of this individual, the entire class immediately averted their gazes, pretending to be engrossed in their books, leaving Xiao An utterly perplexed. The intruder casually chose a spot to sit, and, after listening for less than 2 minutes, audaciously interrupted Professor Flitwick's lecture to bombard him with a barrage of questions. "Ah, hello, Professor Flitwick, is it?" "Yes. And you are still the head of Ravenclaw, correct?" "Indeed." Ultimately, the woman's actions elicited a spontaneous laugh from Xiao An, and he was not alone. The entire class erupted in laughter. Although some managed to stifle their amusement while others, like Xiao An, could not contain themselves. The woman took out a measuring tape and began to gauge Professor Flitwick's height. Observing her antics, Flitwick's expression soured dramatically, and Xiao An could sense a surge of potent magical energy emanating from him. After measuring Flitwick's height, the woman attempted to continue her inquiries, but Xiao An felt compelled to intervene to prevent further disruption to his lesson, so he cleared his throat twice. Upon hearing the cough, the woman instinctively glanced towards the source. Just one look sent her retreating 2 steps before she plopped down on the floor. Witnessing her reaction, the students who had been trying to suppress their laughter could no longer hold back and burst into fits of giggles. "Do not disturb my class, leave." Xiao An pointed towards the door, commanding. At his words, the woman scrambled to her feet and embarrassingly fled the room. The reason behind Xiao An's commanding tone was simply that the woman was Umbridge from the Ministry of Magic. Once Umbridge departed, Flitwick chuckled briefly but soon regained his composure, instructing everyone to quiet down before resuming the lecture. Upon seeing Umbridge, Xiao An understood why the laughter had diminished significantly in the school over the past month. It was undoubtedly due to her oppressive presence. It seemed that Minister Fudge was still unwilling to relent, but this detestable creature dared to ban his products. Thwarting his ability to earn galleons, it appeared he would have to teach her a lesson. As the class transitioned to practical exercises for the young wizards, Xiao An quietly slipped out of the classroom. Professor Flitwick noticed, but did not intervene. In the following 2 weeks, Xiao An transformed into the epitome of a diligent and exemplary student, seizing every opportunity to attend classes. By the end of the fortnight, all the professors had come to recognize him, and their perceptions of him had greatly improved. However, Xiao An never stayed for an entire class. He merely attended to grasp some theoretical knowledge before discreetly departing when the time came. The professors paid him little heed, well aware of his capabilities, and thus allowed him his freedom. Yet, despite acquiring a wealth of knowledge, Xiao An observed that Hogwarts was growing increasingly peculiar. In the Gryffindor common room, students still went about their usual activities, no longer avoiding Xiao An. But once outside, The corridors were eerily deserted save for a few hurried students passing by, leaving him feeling quite unsettled. The atmosphere rendered Hogwarts akin to a ghost town, and he had not seen Harry or his friends since those first few days after returning from the hospital wing. One day, after oversleeping and missing a charms class, Xiao An glanced at the clock and realized it was already past 10. Instead of attending class, he tidied himself up and made his way to Dumbledore's office. With the Marauder's map in hand, he meandered to the headmaster's chamber. Upon arriving at the stone gargoyle at the entrance, Xiao An felt a twinge of anxiety as he realized he did not know the password to gain entry. Resorting to random guesses, he muttered, "Cockroach cluster." Lemon Drop reciting every sweet he could think of from the wizarding world, but the stone statue remained unresponsive, igniting his frustration. "Magical creatures card," he said curtly. "However, I do not know if it is merely my good fortune, but somehow Xiao An managed to guess correctly." Gazing at the open door, Xiao An's eyes widened as he muttered, "I never expected this old bee to prefer playing games over snacks. By the way, what exactly is indoor bowling?" Upon entering the headmaster's office, Xiao An discovered that it was unoccupied, save for Fox, who stood lost in thought on a wooden platform made of sycamore. Spotting Fox, Xiao An quickly tiptoed towards him. Chapter 64. The second confrontation with Dumbledore. As he approached, Xiao An noticed that Fox had become somewhat alert. He lunged forward with a sudden movement to seize him, only to see a flash of red light and find himself tumbling to the ground. Rubbing his handsome face, which had just endured a painful fall, Xiao An rose to his feet and glanced back at Fox's previous position, cursing, "Damn it. I refuse to believe this. Next time, I will capture you for sure." After standing up, Xiao An surveyed the headmaster's office and noticed a meditation basin at the edge. He contemplated submerging his head to glimpse Dumbledore's memories when, suddenly, a flash of fire illuminated the room, and Dumbledore along with Fox appeared in the office. Startled by the sudden blaze, Xiao An turned to the source of the commotion. Upon recognizing Dumbledore, he felt a pang of guilt and greeted, "Good morning, Professor Dumbledore." "Oh, good morning." "Oh, hello, Xiao An. What brings you here?" Dumbledore replied with a warm smile. "Well, I was hoping you could help me with a note. I want to visit the restricted section, but that librarian, Madame Pants, refuses to grant me access without one," Xiao An complained. "Oh, that? Very well. I shall provide you with one. Given your current abilities, I doubt any trouble will arise. However, Xiao An, I sincerely hope you refrain from delving into any dark magic there," Dumbledore advised earnestly. "Rest assured, I only wish to explore books relating to magical theory." Xiao An assured him. "All right then, here you go." With a wave of his hand, Dumbledore summoned a quill, which swiftly penned a note before flying into Xiao An's hands. "Thank you, Headmaster. Farewell," Xiao An exclaimed, turning towards the door. "Wait a moment, then," Dumbledore called out as Xiao An attempted to leave. Upon hearing Dumbledore's call, Xiao An quickened his pace towards the exit, knowing that Dumbledore's summons rarely signified good news. He dashed out of the headmaster's office, patting his chest in relief. But as he turned to leave, he collided with something. Stepping back, he looked up to find Dumbledore before him. Xiao An eyed Dumbledore suspiciously as he glanced back and forth between the headmaster and the office. "Professor Dumbledore, have you just returned?" Xiao An inquired, pointing towards the office. "No need to point. I just exited the headmaster's office," Dumbledore responded with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao An grew agitated, pointing an accusatory finger at Dumbledore. "Damn it, you old bee. You are abusing your power for personal gain. I demand you grant me that song access, or I shall report you to the Ministry of Magic. Enough of the theatrics. Providing you with access is out of the question. Only the headmaster possesses the authority for such matters. I pursued you to discuss." Dumbledore began, but Xiao An cut him off. "Professor, please, just leave me be. I am merely a newly enrolled young wizard. Go bother someone else." Xiao An protested, realizing that escaping unscathed today was unlikely. "Here's the thing. I've heard you've been attending classes daily for the past 2 weeks, strictly theoretical ones. Moreover, your godfather, Snape, approached me, requesting that I personally instruct you," Dumbledore explained, observing Xiao An's impatience with a resigned smile. "Ah, so you intend to teach me directly? Splendid. Let us commence at once." Xiao An interrupted eagerly, tugging Dumbledore towards the headmaster's office. Wait, Xiao An. What I meant was to have the 4 heads of houses conduct small lessons for you. You must understand, as headmaster, I am exceedingly busy," Dumbledore stated, nearly losing his balance from Xiao An's unexpected strength. "Bah, what's the point then?" Xiao An retorted, disappointment washing over him as he lowered his gaze and turned aside. "Wait. Are you saying that Professors McGonagall and the others will teach me personally?" Xiao An's expression brightened as he looked at Dumbledore. Yes, that is my intention. Snape will certainly agree, but the other 3 professors might be less accommodating. You understand your relationship with them. Dumbledore remarked with a sly smile as Xiao An grasped the implication. Realizing Dumbledore's intentions, Xiao An reached into his pocket, retrieved a small notebook, and declared, "All right then. Let us discuss the price. How many galleons? Just name your amount, and I shall fill it in myself." With that, Xiao An signed the note, tore off a piece, and handed it to Dumbledore. The headmaster, taken aback by such audacity, received the check with a blank expression, just as he was about to pocket it. He quickly regained his composure and said, "What I meant was not this. I wish to inquire how you learned that the Resurrection Stone was located in the Gaunt residence. If you tell me, I shall persuade those 3 professors for you." Observing Dumbledore's earnest demeanor, Xiao An recalled that this old fellow had just accepted his check. Realizing he would not be easily deceived, upon hearing Dumbledore mention the Resurrection Stone and the Gaunt residence, Little and immediately perked up. She contemplated employing the mental occlusion technique, but soon recalled that she had not yet mastered it. Thus, she abandoned the idea of using the technique to avoid any unforeseen complications. "What is it? Is there an issue?" Littleland inquired, feigning ignorance. However, Littleland did not hear Dumbledore's response. Instead, he felt something attempting to invade his mind. He immediately fortified his will and expelled this intruding presence. How could our esteemed Professor Dumbledore, master of white magic, resort to such despicable tactics? After banishing the entity from his mind, Littleland gazed directly into Dumbledore's eyes without flinching. This time, Dumbledore refrained from employing his mind-blanking spell, despite Littleland's unwavering gaze. Chapter 65, The Twins in the Office. My apologies, I mean no harm, it's just, well, I couldn't help myself. He explained hastily upon noticing the evident displeasure on Littleland's face. Littleland was aware that Dumbledore's mind reading was ineffective against him, having anticipated Dumbledore's attempt. After all, which time traveler would not guard against the old bee's mind tricks? Although Littleland's will, fortified by the memories of 2 lifetimes and years of knowledge absorption, rendered him untroubled by Dumbledore's probing, the latter's demeanor still infuriated him. Thus, Littleland fixed a steely gaze upon Dumbledore and stated emphatically, "Let this matter rest for now. Should there be a next time, do not expect me to show leniency." With that, he turned on his heel and departed. But not before casting a remark over his shoulder. "I know what the Resurrection Stone is. If you wish to seek such artifacts, consider it from Voldemort's perspective. And do not forget about the 3 professors." In that fleeting moment of being threatened, Dumbledore's countenance shifted dramatically, yet he managed to suppress it. Recalling Littleland's prowess displayed at the opening feast. After Littleland's departure, Dumbledore ceased his inquiries, observing the retreating figure with careful scrutiny. Suddenly, he heard Littleland's voice, which snapped him back to reality. Once Littleland vanished from sight, Dumbledore returned to his office. Just as he settled into his chair, a thought struck him. His eyes narrowed slightly, pondering where this young wizard from the Muggle world had gleaned information about Tom. Meanwhile, our protagonist, Littleland, was sprinting down the corridor. After running for a considerable distance, he leaned against a wall, gasping for breath. Peering back to ensure no one was in pursuit, he scanned the surroundings and, finding it clear, collapsed onto the ground, catching his breath. Once he regained a semblance of energy, he promptly drew his wand and deftly conjured several protective barriers. After establishing the defenses, Littleland exhaled a sigh of relief, patting his chest. "Phew, I've finally escaped. That was terrifying. It's best to keep my distance from Dumbledore. Dealing with him at Hogwarts is exceedingly difficult. That old rascal can even apparate. How audacious." He decided to put Dumbledore aside for now and take a moment to rest before confronting that old toad who had dared to obstruct his financial pursuits. Littleland gritted his teeth in determination. After resting for approximately 10 minutes, Littleland felt sufficiently rejuvenated. He dismantled the barriers and made his way to Umbridge's office. Consulting the map, he navigated with twists and turns until he arrived at the distinctly mismatched door of the old toad's office. Approaching, he unleashed a powerful blasting curse upon the wooden door. In an instant, the door shattered into splinters. With a flick of his wand, he cleared the debris and stepped inside. Upon entering the office, Littleland found the twin brothers seated on a small chair, gazing at him with mouths agape. Clutching a quill, he quickly scanned the room and sighed in relief. Initially startled to see the twins in Umbridge's office, Littleland feared his spell might have harmed them. Fortunately, his visit was not to cause harm, but to teach Umbridge a lesson, allowing him to temper the spell's power. Had he not, the twins would have been collateral damage and Umbridge's downfall. It seemed prudent to avoid the twins for a few days after this incident. Otherwise, they would incessantly bring it up, driving him to distraction, Littleland mused. However, Little did not have much time to ponder. Turning to the corner where Umbridge was seated, he approached her step by step, wand in hand. "It has been a while, Inspector Umbridge. Do you not welcome my presence? Not even a drink to offer?" With a flick of his wrist, and conjured an ornate armchair and lounged in it, crossing his legs. "Not at all. I shall prepare one for you immediately. Would coffee suffice?" "I possess the finest quality," Umbridge stammered, hastily rising and trembling as she moved towards her desk. His gaze remained fixed on Umbridge, observing her quivering demeanor. A surge of frustration welled within him, in both of his lifetimes. He had always held disdain for those who preyed on the weak. Had Umbridge displayed a semblance of fortitude, he might have spared her. Yet, witnessing her current state, and waved his wand and cast a repelling charm, sending her back to her original position. "What is the matter? Why are you still standing there? Hurry. I am awaiting my coffee," he commanded. After repelling Umbridge and casually flicked his wand and turned his attention to the twin brothers. Noticing they sat like wooden figures. Transfixed by his presence, he switched the wand to his left hand and beckoned them with his right. However, for some unknown reason, the twins appeared oblivious, remaining in a state of daze. Witnessing this scene, Xiao An felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation, and with a snap of her fingers, she sought to rouse the twins from their stupor. It must be said that this method is indeed effective, with merely a snap of the fingers. The twins regained their senses and turned their gaze towards Xiao An, who was looking at them. They hurriedly rose to their feet and approached Xiao An. However, after merely taking 2 steps, the twins abruptly paused, their left hands clenched instinctively while their right hands instinctively rose to cover their actions. Yet, just as quickly, the right hand was lowered, and the left hand was released as they feigned nonchalance, continuing their approach towards Xiao An. Chapter 66, Let Us Converse. During the brief distance the twins traversed towards Xiao An, they furtively tugged at their sleeves, as if attempting to conceal something. It must be said that twins are indeed the epitome of their kind. Years of pranks and mischief in the classroom have honed their ability to disguise themselves to the point where it becomes nearly impossible to detect any flaws. Of course, Xiao An happens to be oblivious to this subtlety. Thus, he merely perceives a fleeting moment of abnormal stillness between the twins, mistakenly believing they are concocting yet another prank. He simply remains on guard, wary of the potential mischief that may ensue. However, when the twins approached, they did not play a prank on Xiao An, who remained on guard, feeling a sense of unease. After all, the twins' mischief was notoriously unpredictable. As the twins drew near, Xiao An scrutinized them closely. At that moment, the protective spell he had just cast was triggered, prompting him to swiftly turn around and cast a repelling spell once more. "Hurry up. Do you wish for me to perish of thirst?" After sending Umbridge flying again, Xiao An shot a disdainful glance at him before turning his attention back to the twins. Realizing Xiao An's intent to teach Umbridge a harsh lesson, the twins became intrigued, yet upon meeting Xiao An's gaze, they instantly adopted a more subdued demeanor. However, due to overwhelming tension, the sleeves of the 2 individuals fluttered slightly, and at that moment, Xiao An finally discerned the issue. She noticed that the left hands of the twins were flushed red. Hastily, she seized George's left hand and, with her wand, adjusted the sleeve. To her dismay, she observed that George's left hand was swollen and inflamed, inscribed with a line of text that appeared to be engraved, "I cannot lie." Upon reading this phrase, Xiao An abruptly released George's hand and took hold of Fred's left hand, discovering that it bore the same inscription, "I cannot lie." Enraged by the sight of these words, Xiao An understood the nature of this predicament, recognizing it as a curse employed by the Ministry of Magic during interrogations, evidently enhanced with a hex by Umbridge. Furious, Xiao An forcefully tossed Fred's hand aside, pivoted, and directed her wand at Umbridge, unleashing a piercing curse. As the curse struck, Umbridge collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Witnessing her pitiful state, Xiao An felt an overwhelming urge to cast a lethal curse to end her misery, yet she ultimately restrained herself, opting instead to inflict another round of the piercing curse, sparing Umbridge from a fatal outcome. Ignoring Umbridge's agonized cries, Ron turned to George, grasping his hand as he pondered how to eliminate the inscription on the twins' hands. However, Ron knew only the name of the curse but was oblivious to its application. Observing the scars on George's hand, he resorted to a dispelling charm to alleviate George's suffering temporarily. Subsequently, he attempted several commonly used counter curses, yet none proved effective. After casting another dispelling charm on Fred, Ron reluctantly resigned himself to waiting for Umbridge to endure her pain, hoping she would eventually come to lift the curses from the 2. However, it was evident that Umbridge had scarcely engaged in training, as merely enduring 2 excruciating spells left her incapacitated on the ground for several minutes, unable to recover from the poison. In despair, Little conjured 2 chairs for the twins to sit upon while she focused on deciphering the enchantments afflicting them. Carefully channeling magical energy, she probed the spells. Yet the reaction was quite severe. As it intensified her magical input, George's complexion gradually turned ashen. However, unlike Umbridge, he refrained from crying out in agony. Merely gritting his teeth as cold sweat streamed down his face. After approximately 3 minutes of relentless study, George was on the verge of surrender. And finally made a breakthrough. She discovered that the enchantment was not particularly intricate and could be unraveled through 3 distinct methods. The first was to allow time to erode its effects. Given enough time, the enchantment would gradually dissipate. The second method was also capable of dispelling the curse. Yet and dismissed this option outright. Thus, she was left with no choice but to adopt the third approach, meticulously alleviating the magical effects step by step. Once she comprehended the enchantment's impact and directed her wand at George's wound, casting a dispelling curse followed by a healing spell. Gradually, George's injury began to shrink and fade away. However, this method does not completely remedy the curse afflicting George. It merely alleviates its effects, rendering them less tormenting. Due to the persistent curse lingering above, which is particularly tenacious and arduous to eradicate, Xiao An can only diminish the magical mark on the twins and must rely on the passage of time to gradually wear it away. In truth, this curse is quite manageable. It could be resolved with a simple spell to halt its effects. The complication arises from the curse itself. Once the twins' curse is lifted, Xiao An retrieves several sheets of parchment from his pocket and swiftly inscribes a series of incantations upon them. He hands the parchment to the twins and states, "I have documented the method to dispel the curse. Take these sheets and study them. Then, you shall be the ones to aid others afflicted by the curse. Now, take these and depart." Feeling the pain in his left hand has subsided and the magical mark has faded considerably, the twins realize Xiao An wishes to further confront Umbridge. Although they desire to remain, upon hearing Xiao An's directive to leave, they reluctantly exit Umbridge's office. After the twins have departed, Xiao An releases the transformation spell on their chairs and turns to regard Umbridge, who still lies on the floor. At this moment, the effects of the curse have dissipated. Yet Umbridge remains sprawled on the ground, clearly feigning. However, who is Little An? Moreover, the 2 heart-piercing curses were placed by Little An, so she is most aware of their effects. Enough with the pretense. You have already fallen victim to my heart-piercing curse. Did you truly believe I was oblivious to your limits? How dare you attempt to deceive me? As she spoke, seeing Umbridge still pretending, Little An's tone grew noticeably heavier. Umbridge realized that Little An had seen through her facade and understood that she could no longer maintain her act. Otherwise, she wouldn't know what means Little An might employ to deal with her. Thus, she hurriedly climbed to her feet, bowing her head in submission as she approached Little An. "All right, let us converse," Little An said, conjuring a small stool for Umbridge. Chapter 67, Misunderstanding. "Please, have a seat. Let us discuss this matter thoroughly and clarify the debts you owe me." Little An reclined in her armchair, crossing her legs as she gazed at Umbridge. Yes. Whatever you say, I shall comply immediately," Umbridge stammered as she took a seat on the stool. "First and foremost, where is my 30,000 galleons?" Little An tapped her wand against her left hand with each word. "Galleons? What galleons?" "If you desire galleons, I can provide them all," Umbridge replied, bewildered. "I am referring to the 30,000 galleons you owe me." "What, do you intend to default on your debt?" Little An questioned sharply. No. I never intended to default, but when did you ever ask for them?" "Heart-piercing curse. You were so bold as to evade responsibility?" Observing Umbridge's attempt to shirk her debt, Little An's right foot slammed onto the ground, casting the heart-piercing curse. With that, she magically compelled Umbridge to yield her wand. A brief moment later, as Umbridge regained her composure, she trembled on the ground, filled with dread as she looked at Little An. "Do you remember now?" Little An approached Umbridge, towering over her. "I truly do not recall." "Oh, you do not remember? Very well." With that, Little An aimed her wand at Umbridge, ready to cast a more severe curse. No. Please, I remember now. Since you have recalled, then you shall repay me." Little An turned and returned to her armchair. Seeing Little An depart, Umbridge hastily staggered to her feet, trembling as she approached. "I do not have that much money at the moment. May I have some time? I will ask the minister for assistance." "Ah, no money, is that so?" Upon hearing Umbridge's claim of poverty, Little An lifted her wand once again, pointing it at her. "No, please. The 30,000 galleons I gave you have completely depleted my savings. I truly have no money left. I can only request assistance from the minister." Umbridge hastily explained as she saw Little An aiming her wand at her again. "Ah, you say you've already given it. To whom did you give the 30,000 galleons?" "I have no knowledge of this." "Ah, you mustn't say that. I truly cannot produce 60,000 galleons. Even if I apply, I cannot secure them. You claim that you've already given me 30,000 galleons. To whom did you give them? Oh. It was after that hearing concluded that the payment was arranged. The galleons and books were all organized, and I heard Dumbledore say that Snape is your godfather. Since you had left, we entrusted the items to Snape for him to convey to you. To my godfather? Is that true? I advise you to speak honestly, lest you suffer the consequences when I discover the truth. It is indeed true, I assure you. Out of fear of delays, we mobilized departmental resources to gather everything quickly. You must trust me, I would never deceive you. Silence. Very well, I shall grant you the benefit of the doubt this time. I will inquire with my godfather shortly. If I find out you have deceived me, however, what shall be done about your prohibition against students using my inventions, thereby cutting off my livelihood? What? Prohibiting the use of your inventions? I would never dare. This must be a misunderstanding. You must believe me. Someone is trying to harm me and has falsely accused me. False accusation? I witnessed it with my own eyes. Am I to be the one accused of fabricating this? No, not you. But what exactly did you invent? May I inquire? I wish to investigate who has wronged me. No. Perhaps it was a misunderstanding on their part that led to your product being banned. Littleton scrutinized Umbridge, clearly aware of her intentions. However, Littleton had no desire to conceal the truth, as resolving this matter was one of her primary objectives for this visit. The magical creature sphere. Oh, the magical creature sphere? Is that your invention? No. Was it not Newt who invented that? Indeed. Littleton's expression shifted. Yes, it was your invention. I shall revoke the ban immediately. Umbridge quickly amended her statement, frightened by Littleton's change in demeanor. Very well, let us proceed in this manner. With that, Littleton rose, waved her wand to lift the enchantment on the conjured chair and stool, and then departed without a backward glance. As Littleton stood, Umbridge flinched and nearly retreated. But upon hearing Littleton's words, she relaxed. Yet, before she could steady herself, Littleton cast a spell that caused the transformed object to revert, and Umbridge lost her balance, plummeting to the ground. Hearing Umbridge's cry, Littleton smirked slightly but chose to ignore it as she continued toward the door. Aware of the reason for Umbridge's distress, she had fallen on a sharp wooden piece that Littleton had conjured with the explosive charm. Please, take care. As Littleton made her way to the door, Umbridge, disregarding her pain, hurried to her feet, eager to see her off. Noticing footsteps behind her, Littleton turned in surprise to find Umbridge unsteadily rising to accompany her, prompting a newfound respect for Umbridge's tenacity. However, with just a fleeting glance, Xiao An disregarded Umbridge and turned to leave the office. At that moment, Umbridge called out to her, Wait a moment, Miss An. May I kindly ask for the return of my wand? Oh, you mean this? Upon hearing Umbridge's request, Xiao An pivoted and waved the wand playfully. With a decisive snap, she effortlessly broke it in two, responding to Umbridge's hopeful gaze. Here, consider this a form of interest for the trouble you've caused George and Fred. After tossing the broken wand back to Umbridge, Xiao An paid no heed to her reaction and exited the office. Once outside, Xiao An surveyed her surroundings. After casting a cleaning charm on her cloak, she consulted her map and proceeded towards Snape's office. Meandering leisurely, she took her time to appreciate the castle's scenery. No longer a directionally challenged wanderer, she had become well acquainted with Hogwarts and soon found herself at Snape's door. Without hesitation, she drew her wand and opened the door to enter. Chapter 68. The Hogwarts class begins upon entering. Xiao An discovered that Snape was not engaged in teaching or any other task. Instead, he sat at his desk, engrossed in a book, surrounded by a pile of dark parchment covered in writing. Hearing the door creak open, Snape quickly emerged from his concentration and glanced towards the entrance. With a single look, he recognized Xiao An. Disregarding her presence, he returned to his reading, indicating that the book held more significance than her arrival. Intrigued by this, Xiao An stepped closer to see what Snape was studying, but before she could reach him, he noticed her, rose from his chair, and approached her. Come to find me. Have you? What seems to be the matter, Xiao An? Is there a problem? What could possibly be amiss? Who would dare to trouble me? Well, that's a relief. By the way, Dumbledore mentioned he wanted the 4 house heads to personally deliver something to you. Have you heard about it? Yes, Dumbledore informed me. And I even provided him with the tuition fee. Tuition fee? I don't recall him mentioning that. It seems. Oh, right, here. Xiao An accepted the parchment Snape offered. This is your new class schedule. The classes will take place in the offices of the 4 house heads. Oh, so soon? Xiao An quickly lowered her gaze to examine the parchment. Actually, the schedule had been set for some time, but since you are the only student, organizing a small class proved to be somewhat complicated. We had to ensure that your rest was not disturbed while also allowing us to prepare adequately. That's why the specific time was only finalized yesterday, Snape explained. Oh, thank you, Professor. Xiao An folded the parchment and bowed respectfully, aware of Snape's assistance. After all, how many had the opportunity to be taught by the heads of Hogwarts' 4 houses? Snape promptly helped her up, giving her shoulder a gentle pat, saying nothing, merely observing her. Xiao An remained silent, meeting his gaze. After a couple of minutes, feeling she had no further words to share, she decided it was time to take her leave and thoroughly study the class schedule. However, just as Xiao An was about to speak, Snape seemed to recall something important. He brought over a chair for Xiao An and said, "Please sit for a moment. I have something to discuss with you, but let me finish my reading first." With that, he disregarded Xiao An and settled into his chair, engrossed in his book. Observing that Snape was indifferent to her presence and having noted that he had something to say, Xiao An felt it inappropriate to leave and instead took a seat to study her class schedule. Before long, Xiao An had memorized the entire schedule. Realizing it was meticulously arranged according to her own habits, it appeared that Professor Snape had taken the time to tailor it for her. Touched, she lifted her head to express her gratitude, but just as she opened her mouth, she noticed Snape writing on parchment with a quill in one hand while holding the book in the other. Xiao An found herself momentarily bewildered. Pondering the peculiar situation, was the professor truly writing reflections on his reading? Reluctantly, she decided it was best not to disturb Snape. So she retrieved a magazine from her pocket to peruse. She had a particular fondness for this magazine. Initially, her subscription was merely a means to connect with Luna. However, after reading it once, she discovered it was genuinely engaging. The sensational stories, although the truth of their authenticity was uncertain, were thoroughly enjoyable. More importantly, the editor's insights into microbial matters, albeit within the magical realm, were impressive and demonstrated remarkable expertise without the use of sophisticated techniques. As Xiao An finished the magazine and contemplated starting another issue, Snape completed his task. He noticed her engrossed in her reading, but chose not to interrupt, simply observing her quietly. Just as she was about to extract another magazine, she caught Snape watching her from the corner of her eye. Realizing he had finished his work, her desire to continue reading waned, and she promptly tucked the magazine into her extended pocket, sitting upright in anticipation of Snape's words. Having witnessed her earnest demeanor, Snape smiled subtly but remained silent, aware of her thoughts. With a flick of his wand, a pocket appeared seemingly from nowhere. Xiao An recognized it as an extended pocket but was unsure of Snape's intentions and chose to wait silently for him to speak. Snape then placed the extended pocket before her and pushed the parchment and the book from the table toward her. "Here, these are your belongings. Returned to you from Fudge and Umbridge," he said with a smile. Upon hearing Snape's words, Xiao An immediately understood and did not hesitate to accept the extended pocket, the book, and the parchment, eager to place them into her own extended pocket. However, just as Xiao An had placed the books inside, a sudden thought struck her. Instead of putting away the undetectable extension bag, she opened it, retrieving the books and parchment contained within, and placed them into her own undetectable extension bag. After employing a detection charm and a mirroring spell, she discovered that aside from the galleons, there was nothing else inside. With a flick of her wand, she dismissed the spells, tucked her wand away, and pushed the bag filled with galleons towards Snape. "Godfather, please take these galleons. I am currently living at school and do not require money, and I have enough funds on me for my needs. As a master of potions, you undoubtedly require money for gathering potion ingredients more than I do, so it is best that you keep this," Xiao An said, gazing at Snape with a look of heartfelt sincerity. However, Snape did not accept the galleons. Instead, he smiled gently, his eyes softening as he approached Xiao An. He extended his right hand, taking hers, and then placed the bag back into her palm. In Chapter 69, The Invisible Wealth of Severus Snape. He then grasped both of her hands lightly, holding the undetectable extension bag, and looked into her youthful face. "Rest assured, while some potion ingredients can be quite costly, I am still able to afford them." Upon hearing this, Xiao An pondered for a moment, then understood and no longer declined. She retracted her hands and accepted the bag filled with galleons. "By the way, I have added an additional 20,000 galleons for you. Although the 3 heads of house have agreed to teach you, you must remember your past transgressions with them. Therefore, during your classes, it would be wise to maintain a good rapport with them," Snape remarked just as Xiao An was about to express her gratitude. "Ah, but what is it? Now, go back and prepare properly. Classes will commence in a few days," Snape said, a barely concealed smile on his face as he ushered Xiao An out of his office. Standing outside the now closed wooden door, Xiao An felt a sense of bewilderment wash over her. Yet, upon reflection, she realized, It seems my godfather is quite the invisible millionaire. She retrieved the undetectable extension bag filled with galleons, gave it a gentle shake, then stowed it away again. Shaking her head in disbelief, she meandered toward her dormitory. Upon returning to her room, Xiao An made a beeline for her large bed, flopping onto it with abandon. After settling into a comfortable position, she retrieved her undetectable extension bag, extracting all the books and parchment within. After a brief organization, she waved her hand, conjuring a bookshelf, and magically arranged all the books upon it. After glancing over the parchment Snape had provided, she set aside the first parchment as instructed, placing the others on the bookshelf. For the next 3 days, Xiao An immersed herself in the contents of that parchment, leading Snape to question whether he had inadvertently placed her in a challenging predicament. For the first parchment was indeed arduous. It was not until the 4th day that Xiao An finally completed her study of the parchment. Eagerly, she retrieved the corresponding book and began to read. As soon as Xiao An picked up the book, eager to delve into its contents, a sudden realization struck her. She had forgotten her appointment with Professor Flitwick. Glancing at the clock, she discovered it was already 5 o'clock. In a flurry, she hastily stowed the book away. Rushing to the restroom, she tidied herself up, then deftly employed magic to control her study materials, placing them into her concealed expansion bag. Grabbing the bag, she hurried towards Professor Flitwick's office. After a brisk yet anxious journey, Xiao An finally arrived at the professor's office just before 5:30. Standing at the threshold, she retrieved 1,000 galleons, and using a random pocket, she conjured a temporary concealed expansion bag with a spell to store the galleons. Once she organized her belongings, she cast a mirror charm to tidy her appearance, then stepped forward to knock on the door, awaiting the professor's response. "Come in. Good evening, Professor Flitwick." Upon entering through the open wooden door, Xiao An composed herself and walked in with poise. After greeting the professor, she quietly moved to the side, patiently waiting for him to finish his meal. However, observing the professor's rather awkward manner of eating, she inwardly chastised herself and wished she could slap her own face a dozen times. It was evident that her timing was far from ideal. Had this been during a regular class, her early arrival would have been acceptable, but this was a one-on-one session. Given the customs of British life, her premature appearance felt decidedly impolite. Nevertheless, now that she was here, retreating was not an option. Thus, she resigned herself to standing silently by, awaiting the professor's completion of his meal. However, Little An did not have to wait long, as Professor Frivy hastily finished his meal, tidied the table, and produced a small glass vial containing an unknown substance. After a quick spray into the air, Little An noticed that the lingering scent of the vegetables had vanished. Subsequently, with a flourish of his wand, Professor Frivy summoned a chair and a table for himself, saying, "Come, take a seat. Do not feel constrained. Take a moment to organize your questions while I familiarize myself with the materials I have prepared for you." "Oh, very well. Thank you, Professor." Little An understood that he had previously offended Professor Frivy, so he refrained from speaking too much, opting instead for a more action-oriented approach. As the lesson concluded, Little An still felt a sense of wanting more. However, upon glancing at the clock on the wall, he realized that considerable time had passed. Not wishing to impose further on Professor Frivy's time, he decided to take his leave. Before departing, Xiao An took out the history of the seamless expansion bag he had crafted, placing it upon his desk. He then spoke, "I apologize for my earlier transgressions. I possess nothing of value, so I can only offer this humble trinket as an expression of my remorse." Without waiting for Professor Flitwick's response, Xiao An promptly took her leave, hastily exiting the room and making her way towards her dormitory. In the ensuing days, Xiao An diligently followed a professor for lessons, dedicating 2 hours each day, which proved to be immensely beneficial for her growth. When not attending classes, she devoted her time to reviewing the material learned the previous day with the professor or delving into the parchment and books provided by Snape. However, ever since Xiao An began to peruse the second book, she discovered that studying these texts with the clues provided by Snape proved to be extraordinarily effective. Thus, time swiftly passed, and Xiao An remained oblivious to its passage. 2 weeks elapsed in the blink of an eye. One day, upon exiting Professor McGonagall's office, an inexplicable surge of inspiration washed over her. Uncertain of the origin of this sudden feeling, she hastily cast a lightning charm upon herself, and soon thereafter, she dashed towards the Gryffindor dormitory. Upon returning to her quarters, disregarding her surroundings, she quickly settled cross-legged on the floor, calming her mind to attune to the mysterious call. It wasn't long before she discerned the source of her concern. It was her Heartfire conjuration spell causing the disturbance. After a moment of contemplation, She realized that her follower was likely under the assault of the Cruciatus curse, or perhaps one of the two other unforgivable curses, or even another form of malevolent dark magic. With renewed urgency, she rose, donned a plain cloak, cast a lightning charm, and seized her map before hastening towards the concealed passage leading outside the school. Exiting the hidden tunnel, Xiao An gauged the intensity of the summons from all directions, swiftly operating towards the source of the strongest pull. Chapter 70. The confrontation with Nagini. Following this path through apparition, each time she materialized, Xiao An took a moment to ensure she remained on the correct course. However, as she drew nearer, she realized she could distinctly sense the specific location. Once certain of her bearings, she executed a precise apparition, appearing in an instant, though her current state was far from ideal, as she lay on the ground, covered in grime. Were it not for her magical lineage, she would have perished. Trembling, she retrieved her wand and the extendable bag, hastily summoning a vial of potion which she gulped down fervently before scrambling to her feet. After employing a few healing charms and stretching her limbs, she consumed another potion, assessing her condition and finding herself mostly restored. A quick glance around revealed the familiar setting. Upon deeper reflection, Xiao An recognized this as the domain of the Ministry of Magic. She swiftly made her way towards the telephone booth. Upon entering the ministry, for reasons unknown, she encountered no obstacles, allowing her to advance rapidly towards the location she sensed. After sprinting, upon reaching the sensed destination, Xiao An surveyed her surroundings, only to realize she had arrived at the Department of Mysteries. However, in this moment, Xiao An found no one present. Observing the situation, he quickly became vigilant, for such circumstances could arise from only two scenarios. Either the task had been completed, and everyone had departed, or he had fallen into a trap. Gripping his wand tightly, he meticulously scanned his surroundings, ever watchful for any sign of danger. After a thorough search, Xiao An discerned no immediate threats and concluded that the affair had indeed reached its conclusion. Lowering his guard, he cast a disillusionment charm upon himself and began to meander through the vicinity. As he surveyed the area and sensed with his magical energy, he detected traces of sorcery lingering in the air. Prompted by this revelation, he hastily cast a traceback charm to unveil the events that had transpired. Upon invoking the charm, Xiao An observed as several figures and beastly shadows swiftly manifested along the corridor. The magical residue suggested that matters were far more complex than they initially appeared, and indeed, they were not yet resolved. Consequently, Xiao An promptly dispelled the charm and raced in the direction indicated by the traceback. Before long, he stumbled upon two factions engaged in combat. After scrutinizing the scene, he noted that none of his companions were among them, nor was it a battle between serpents and humans. Nevertheless, Xiao An intervened to assist the members of the Ministry of Magic in overcoming the assailants. His earlier investigation with the traceback charm had revealed that the attackers were undoubtedly Death Eaters, as he had spotted a great serpent among them, and they all donned the masks of their nefarious order. With a series of spells, Xiao An helped the Ministry's members gain the upper hand, and then he swiftly resumed his search for Arthur, eager to uncover his whereabouts. However, after just a few steps, Xiao An swiftly turned around and directed a legitimacy spell at a Death Eater, hoping to discern any traces of Arthur. As anticipated, Xiao An swiftly discerned the direction in which Arthur and the serpent had departed, hastening towards that location. Before long, he discovered Arthur, who lay on the ground, struggling to fend off the serpent's relentless onslaught. Upon recognizing Arthur's plight, Xiao An promptly cast a spell, yet, as expected, he failed to strike his mark. He remained unfazed, for if the serpent truly was Nagini, his attempt was destined to miss. After evading the attack, Nagini quickly turned to face Xiao An, adopting a defensive stance upon noticing the wand aimed at her. With her head raised high, she prepared for an assault. In response, Xiao An also raised his wand in defense, yet neither party initiated an attack immediately. Stealing a glance at Arthur, he observed that Arthur lay motionless, his breath shallow and labored. With no other choice, Xiao An directed his wand towards Arthur, intending to rescue him first. Just as he uttered the incantation, Nagini launched her attack. The serpent's head lunged forward, its powerful tail coiling, and the creature opened its maw wide, aiming to bite Xiao An. A smirk curled at the corner of Xiao An's mouth as he realized Nagini had fallen into his trap. Swiftly, he flicked his wrist, retracting his wand while deftly sidestepping the serpent's strike aimed at his throat. However, the serpent's strike was not something an ordinary person could evade. Although Xiao An managed to avoid a fatal hit, he was still bitten on the shoulder by Nagini. He felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, but it quickly dissipated, replaced by a heavy sensation in his head and a dizzying blur in his vision. Realizing he had been poisoned, he swiftly bit down on his tongue. The sudden pain jolted him back to lucidity. Despite lingering signs of intoxication, this moment of clarity was sufficient. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao An pointed his wand at Nagini. Avada Kedavra. Since Nagini was currently clamped onto him, he dared not aim at the serpent's head and instead directed his spell towards its midsection. In an instant, a flash of green light erupted as a killing curse was unleashed from Xiao An's wand. However, this costly spell failed to strike Nagini. The serpent bit him only once, and after a brief moment, it swiftly released its grip. One cannot help but acknowledge the remarkable speed of serpents, both in their reflexes and their short-distance agility. Just moments ago, Xiao An had been observing Nagini, who had swiftly evaded the deadly curse he had cast. Despite failing to strike Nagini, Xiao An persevered through the dizziness and pain, continuing his assault. With one failed attempt, he quickly enveloped himself in a protective armor, realizing that the proximity was perilous. Should he launch another attack, whether or not it would hit Nagini was uncertain, but Nagini's counterstrike would undoubtedly find its mark. Armor of Protection. Avada Kedavra. In a flurry of silent incantations, he cast one spell upon himself and directed another straight at Nagini. However, this time, Xiao An clearly miscalculated. Although he had nearly vanquished Nagini with a momentary lapse, Nagini's performance was unexpectedly formidable. Chapter 71. Confrontation with Voldemort once more following the swift casting of two silent spells. Nagini adeptly evaded Xiao An's assault. Yet, Xiao An remained unperturbed, for he had successfully conjured his protective armor, ensuring his safety. Upon witnessing Nagini evade his killing curse, Xiao An quickly shifted his gaze to Nagini's new position. At that very moment, however, Nagini launched an unexpected counterattack. Despite the sight of Nagini's gaping maw instilling a twinge of fear within him, Xiao An gritted his teeth, suppressing his dread as he continued to unleash spells against Nagini. With wide eyes, a clear manifestation of his terror, he flicked his left hand to cast a petrifying charm towards Nagini. Upon releasing the spell, Xiao An's maneuver met with success, striking Nagini. Yet, the magical effect fell short of its intended potency. The spell merely interrupted Nagini's offensive for a fleeting moment, leaving a narrow band of grayish-white marks on the struck area, measuring less than a centimeter in width. At this juncture, Xiao An had no time to further assess the spell's efficacy and seized the opportunity to mount another attack. Although his wandless magic was executed with remarkable speed, he had yet to unleash a second spell, as Nagini opened its jaws wide, aiming for Xiao An's throat. The prior petrifying charm had momentarily diminished the ferocity of Nagini's strike, redirecting its attack towards Xiao An's chest, just as Xiao An intended to cast another spell. He realized that his protective armor seemed ineffective, allowing Nagini to launch a direct assault. In an instant, Nagini's expansive jaws closed in on Xiao An's chest. However, Little Lin was undeterred. Biting her tongue, she executed a small leap backward, swiftly raising her right hand to direct a petrification spell at Nagini. Maintaining her stance with the wand aimed at Nagini, she intoned rapidly, Ultimate Petrification. In an instant, a beam of white light shot forth from her wand, striking Nagini. This incantation was markedly more potent than her previous attempt, having articulated the spell with substantial magical energy. Even Nagini's inherent resistance to magic could not withstand such a formidable assault. Upon being hit by the curse, Nagini initially intended to release her grip and retreat to seek another opportunity to attack him. However, she was evidently unprepared for the overwhelming strength of An's spell. As Nagini descended, An's incantation struck her, rapidly encasing her upper body in stone, transforming her into a grotesque figure with a stone upper half and a serpent's lower half. Lowering her gaze to assess Nagini, and swiftly waved her wand to cast a lethal curse. Yet, just as she unleashed the spell, Nagini's form darted swiftly to An's left. The moment Nagini took flight, An's curse missed its target, ultimately crashing to the ground. A nearby bird, caught off guard, sensed a surge of magical energy approaching from its left. Unbeknownst to An, the incoming spell was formidable. She could only feel its rapid approach. Reluctantly, she turned to face the source, though she could barely make out the figure. In a swift reaction, she cast a silent lethal curse. Blinking rapidly, she soon recognized the newcomer, whose most striking feature was the two hollow sockets where a nose should have been. It was none other than Tom Marvolo Riddle, infamously known as Lord Voldemort. Startled by his presence and nearly faltered in her magical output, but recovering quickly, she intensified her magical energy. However, it was not long before Xiao An could no longer endure. Her eyelids felt exceedingly heavy, and she longed for a brief respite. In haste, she employed the spellcasting techniques learned from Professor Flitwick during the first lesson. Swiftly diverting the spell to the side, she promptly retracted her wand and directed it towards Nagini, who was sprawled beside Voldemort, unleashing a shattering curse with determination. In truth, during her previous encounter with Nagini, Xiao An had discerned that spells of the shattering variety were not particularly effective against the serpent, although she had partially petrified Nagini with a petrification charm. The shattering curse would at best inflict severe injury. It was only through properly articulating the incantation that she might achieve a more substantial effect. For now, it would merely amount to a somewhat more pronounced light wound. However, Voldemort remained oblivious to the circumstances. Despite having spent considerable time with Nagini, he harbored a profound apprehension towards the strength of Little An. Upon witnessing Little An launch an assault on Nagini, Voldemort exclaimed in alarm, swiftly placing his hand upon Nagini's serpent head before instantly transforming into a stream of black light, fleeing the scene. Observing Voldemort's metamorphosis, Little An sighed, realizing that while the use of apparition was prohibited within the Ministry of Magic, a simple form of it was permissible. Thus, Little An hastily transformed into a beam of white light, soaring towards Arthur, and together they soared away in another direction. In mere moments, Little An and Voldemort became invisible to each other. Little An quickly halted, expeditiously opening his undetectable extension charm bag. He utilized a summoning charm to retrieve a packet of white herbs from the bag, hurriedly opening it and extracting a handful, which he promptly pressed against Arthur. Arthur, upon seeing Little An administering medicine, wished to intervene, wanting Little An to tend to his wounds first. However, despite his intentions, he found himself powerless. Unable to lift his hand or utter a word, merely watching with wide eyes. Having just applied the potion to Arthur's wound, Little An sensed a surge of magical energy approaching his direction. Ignoring the need to tend to his own injuries, he swiftly stowed away the white herbs, grasped his wand, and pointed it towards the source of the magical disturbance. Soon, he beheld a stream of black light swiftly approaching him. Recognizing this as the signature apparition of a dark wizard, Little An quickly waved his left hand towards the path of the black light, casting a shattering curse, followed by a similar incantation aimed at the area beneath the black light, anticipating its evasion. As a result, the black light rapidly encountered the first of his spells, evidently caught off guard by Little An's unexpected use of magic. Consequently, the black light plummeted from the sky, transforming into a man and a serpent. Upon seeing the figure sprawled on the ground, Arthur recognized Voldemort. Observing the injuries on Voldemort's body, he yearned to rise and assist Little An but found himself utterly incapable, lying there instead, cheering for Little An. In the 72nd chapter, the matter resolved, the garment cast aside. With no energy to spare for Arthur's thoughts, Little An, spotting Voldemort on the ground, was determined not to squander such a fortuitous opportunity. He aimed to deliver a lethal curse to the fallen Voldemort. Yet, in his weakened state, Little An was nearing death. The potency of Nagini's venom was overwhelming, and blood flowed incessantly from his wounds. He waved his wand, clearly intending to cast a spell, but no incantation emerged. Although Voldemort had evaded a fatal blow and Nagini had shielded him from the spell's harm, he was still severely injured by Little An's shattering curse. Seeing Little An preparing to cast another spell, Voldemort disregarded the nature of the incantation, quickly raising his wand and directing it towards his chin, invoking a disapparition spell to vanish from sight. Realizing that his lethal curse had failed, Little An felt a surge of urgency. Yet, dizziness clouded his mind, making it difficult to remain alert. Desperate, he bit his lip forcefully, striving to regain a semblance of consciousness. At this moment, however, the pain in his mouth ceased to be effective. Helpless, Xiao An seized the fleeting moment of lucidity, summoning his remaining strength in a desperate attempt to strike Voldemort down. Yet, just as he was about to cast a spell, he witnessed Voldemort vanish into thin air, wand in hand. Xiao An recognized this as the quintessential application of the disapparition spell, although he was perplexed as to how Voldemort could wield such a powerful form of it. He understood that Voldemort had departed from this place. Realizing that he could no longer seize the opportunity to eliminate Voldemort, he hastily retrieved some essence of white ginseng from his pocket for self-treatment. After applying the remedy to the 2 wounds inflicted by Nagini, Xiao An could no longer endure the strain and collapsed onto the ground. He felt utterly weak and exhausted, yet sleep eluded him, leaving him in a state of profound fatigue and helplessness. Knowing he could not simply lie there, he summoned the last of his strength and painstakingly opened his concealed extension pouch. He reached inside, striving to retrieve something. This action, which was usually effortless, took him a full 2 minutes before he finally extracted a vial of potion. Trembling, he brought it to his lips, bit off the cork, and gulped it down in one swift motion. Almost immediately, the potion revitalized his energy. However, Xiao An still felt utterly devoid of strength, managing only to sit up unsteadily. After tidying up her belongings, she imparted a few words to Arthur. Subsequently, after employing a spell to glean the directions to the Ministry of Magic, Xiao An transformed into a beam of white light, soaring towards the Ministry's exit, guided by Arthur's memories. Just as she emerged from the confines of the Department of Mysteries, a burst of flames materialized at the entrance. However, this was of no concern to Xiao An, for she remained oblivious to the fiery spectacle, and the individual who appeared alongside it was equally unaware of her presence. After a wobbly flight out of the ministry, Xiao An hastily invoked a summoning spell and immediately utilized several long-distance apparitions, setting her course for Hogwarts. Upon reaching Hogsmeade, she could bear no more. Her body was utterly drained, her magical energy nearly expended. Fortunately, thanks to the earlier summoning spell, Xiao An materialized in a daze, only to be caught by a diminutive creature. Lowering her gaze, she recognized the house elf, Toby, whom she had summoned earlier. After issuing a few instructions, she closed her eyes and succumbed to unconsciousness. When Xiao An awoke again, it was already the following afternoon. Upon regaining consciousness, she surveyed her surroundings and noticed that she was covered by a translucent fabric. Although it did not obstruct her vision, it still caused her a degree of discomfort. Consequently, she extended her hand to pull the fabric down. However, when Xiao An sought to discover the nature of the changes that had occurred within herself, she was suddenly taken aback to find that her body had seemingly vanished. In response to this alarming realization, she instinctively checked her physical form, which brought her some relief. Stretching out her hand to feel again, she slowly came to understand her situation. After surveying her surroundings, Xiao An began to ponder, and it did not take long for her to deduce what had transpired. It was likely that she had asked Toby to bring her here the previous day. Reclining on Snape's bed, Xiao An cast a glance around the room, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. She closed her eyes momentarily, sighed, then opened them again, casting a sidelong glance at the door and murmuring, it seems I have truly troubled you this time, Godfather." Grabbing the invisibility cloak draped over her, she tossed it aside and attempted to rise. However, as she exerted herself, a sharp pain shot through her chest and shoulder, prompting her to brace herself with her right hand. Lowering her gaze, she discovered that her upper body was bound with bandages, and blood was seeping from her shoulder and chest. Understanding her condition, Xiao An dared not make any sudden movements. She steadied herself with her right hand and gradually shifted her body upwards, leaning against the headboard before finally releasing her grip. She then reached for her wand. Pointing it in various directions, she intoned, "Cleanse anew, cleanse anew." After several incantations, she managed to tidy up Snape's quarters. Observing the now immaculate room, she chuckled to herself, "It seems it's high time to find a girlfriend for my godfather. Otherwise, even his bedroom would remain in disarray." Once Snape's room was restored, Xiao An decided to check the time. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Realizing she had not been unconscious for long eased her mind. Otherwise, missing several classes would have been difficult to conceal. Thankfully, her period of unconsciousness had been brief. But who was she scheduled to attend class with today? Professor Flitwick. That should be manageable, she mused aloud while observing the clock. Sensing no one was present in Snape's office, Xiao An concluded that he must be preoccupied. With no particular destination in mind, she resigned herself to lying in bed and daydreaming. Randomly selecting a magazine, she began to read, but soon an epiphany struck her. Chapter 73, The House Elf. Darn it. How could I have been so foolish? Xiao An chastised herself, slapping her forehead in frustration. Without delay, she set the magazine aside and closed her eyes, reflecting on the events of the previous night's battle. Eager to absorb the lessons learned in hopes of improvement, half an hour passed as she replayed the encounter in her mind multiple times. Yet she found herself unable to extract any valuable insights. However, Xiao An conceived a notion that proved irresistible. It was akin to rising and taking action. Yet, as she exerted herself, the excruciating pain coursing through her body yanked her back to reality. Casting a resentful glance at her wound, Xiao An reclined once more onto the bed, gazing mournfully at the door, much like a wife yearning for her husband's return. After a while, observing the still-closed door, Xiao An relinquished her unrealistic hope of waiting for Snape. With a swift turn of her eyes, she summoned Toby through her contract. In no time, Toby materialized before her, standing attentively with his head bowed, listening to her admonitions. Sensing the movement, Xiao An glanced over and discovered Toby standing there, dressed in a suitably tailored suit, resembling a slender pole as he kept his head down. However, she discerned the timidity that cloaked him. Toby's hands rested at his sides, though his left hand discreetly clutched a corner of his attire. Xiao An recognized this behavior, having witnessed it numerous times before. With a soft smile, she waved her hand, casting a spell that caused the corner of Toby's garment to loosen, revealing a small blue stain that swiftly vanished. "I apologize, Great Master." Toby immediately began to apologize after the blue mark was eradicated. "Yes, I shall not do that again." "Very well, first clean your shoes. Then proceed to the kitchen and fetch some ingredients from Shulman for me to prepare a meal." "Understood." With that, Toby promptly vanished from sight. Watching the spot where Toby had just been, Xiao An shook her head with a rueful smile, reminiscing about the time she first took Toby under her wing. At that moment, when she collaborated with Newt to create magical creature cards, Newt, noticing that Xiao An was merely a child without proper care, secretly arranged for a house elf to be given to her. When Newt presented the house elf to Xiao An, she was taken aback. However, due to certain circumstances, she truly needed a house elf at that time, and thus graciously accepted this gesture of goodwill. However, due to Newt's concern that little and was still a child and might not effectively utilize a house elf, he discreetly contravened the Ministry of Magic's regulations by completely dissolving the contract binding Toby, leaving only the most fundamental agreement intact. He then proceeded to impart the intricacies of the contract to, and ensuring that she could summon Toby with ease. It is essential to understand that house elves cannot be summoned from a considerable distance. Typically, within their own home, a simple call suffices. Alternatively, a house elf may utilize magic to provide an object that enables the master to summon them upon its use. However, with the renewal of the contract, such issues are rendered moot. One might say that Newt truly exerted tremendous effort in this endeavor. However, Newt truly deserves his title as a master of magical creatures. For the method of breaking such a contract is known only to a few, and it is only scholars like Newt who delve into the study of magical beings that can discern the means of its. Observing Newt's consideration for his own interests, Littleton found it difficult to refuse and thus complied with his arrangements. Following the customary procedure, he first procured a set of garments, subsequently presenting 3,000 galleons to Newt, Toby's original owner, in the presence of the house elf, Toby. Henceforth, Toby no longer belonged solely to Newt. Littleton then gifted the trousers from the newly acquired suit to Newt, who in turn bestowed them upon Toby. Thus, Toby was no longer Newt's possession but rather an entity without a master, although he remained bound by a spell to Littleton, meaning that Toby could now only enter into a contract with Littleton, and no one else could claim such a bond with him. This situation bore resemblance to the relationship between Dobby and Harry Potter, where Dobby's acceptance of a sock from Harry was facilitated by a clever ruse involving Lucius Malfoy. Although Lucius was compelled to accept the sock in Dobby's presence, he promptly discarded it to Dobby. Consequently, Dobby was no longer under Lucius's ownership but was partially beholden to Harry Potter. As long as Harry did not bestow another piece of clothing upon Dobby, no other individual could form a contract with him. Even if Dobby were captured later, he would remain unbound by any contract, thereby securing his freedom. If the original owner were to casually gift a piece of clothing to a house elf, the elf would gain freedom, yet if they operated within the Muggle world, the Ministry of Magic's surveillance department could still apprehend Dobby. If captured, a contract could still be formed, which elucidates why Lucius refrained from deploying anyone to capture Dobby. The magical realm had lost all means to detain house elves, with no detection methods available and most magic primarily focused on wizards. Few researchers devoted their studies to the peculiarities of house elves, who had been subjugated for many years. An undetectable and unrestrained house elf is indeed impossible to capture. Littleton speculated that Harry Potter was unaware of these nuances, having learned them only from Newt, highlighting that Harry, as the protagonist, had fortuitously stumbled upon his freedom. With the final step of the contract approaching, Littleton presented his jacket to Toby. Once Toby accepted it, Littleton would officially become Toby's master. As expected, Toby swiftly acquiesced, for house elves like him were indeed rare. Upon becoming Toby's master, Littleton further gifted him with shoes, fortunate that, within the context of the contract, shoes were not classified as clothing. This made sense, as the original masters of house elves were nobles who would never permit their servants to go barefoot, for such a sight would be too unbecoming. Before long, Toby reappeared beside Littleton, bearing food. Upon seeing Toby's return, Littleton quickly propped himself up and, after the meal, waved his wand to conjure a small table, which he placed beside his bed. Just set the food on the table, he instructed. Toby, using magic, arranged the food on the table, and once finished, bowed to Little An, recognizing Toby's intention. Little An understood the house elf's customs, that a house elf must not be visible to their master during mealtime. Little An had attempted to instruct Toby on this matter several times, but to no avail, so he decided to let it be. Seeing this, Little An hastily called out to Toby, "Wait a moment, go fetch my magical creature box." "Yes," Toby replied, bowing once more before vanishing. Amused by Toby's antics, Little An chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to speak further. He picked up a bun and, with chopsticks in hand, began to eat, quickly devouring a piece of braised pork and shoveling in the bun with gusto. Soon, the table was a mess. Sated. He laid back on the bed, raising his hand to pat his belly, but noticing the table still beside him, he waved his wand to cast a cleaning charm, followed by several other spells to tidy up. Once the table was set on the floor, Little An contentedly patted his belly, sighing, "How wonderful it is to wield magic." After lying on the bed for a while to digest, he gradually stood up, waved his hand to cleanse the room of food odors and spills, and conjured a chaise lounge to recline upon, closing his eyes to savor this rare moment of leisure. Not long after, Xiao An heard a series of sounds. Realizing that Toby had arrived, without opening his eyes, he simply instructed, "Toby, from now on, let this box remain here. You should continue with your usual tasks. I will communicate the other matters with Professor Snape." Ignoring Toby's response, Xiao An continued to rest, soon drifting into a deep slumber. He lost track of time until he felt a surge of magic approaching him, which roused him from his sleep. Upon recognizing that it was Snape, he felt a sense of relief. After Snape gently placed him onto the bed, Xiao An immediately sat up and addressed him, "Godfather, are you feeling better?" Snape inquired as he took a seat beside him. "Much improved, thank you, Godfather." "That's good to hear. Godfather, I did not intend to conceal this from you, but there are matters I truly cannot disclose. I know you must have surmised some things, but I ask for your understanding in my silence. In time, you will come to understand everything." Noticing Snape's mouth open as if to speak, Xiao An quickly interjected, aware that he could not hide the injuries he bore from Snape, who possessed the skills of a double agent. Xiao An knew that the trace spell could not lead back to him or to someone like Voldemort. However, Snape would undoubtedly deduce how he had been harmed. Thus, without waiting for Snape to inquire further, Xiao An preemptively halted any ensuing questions. After all, he was now, in a sense, the third generation of dark wizards. If Snape were to discover this, it would be dire. Hence, Xiao An remained silent, biding his time until he could conclude all his affairs, at which point it would be too late for Snape to intervene. Upon hearing Xiao An's words, Snape opened his mouth, realizing that Xiao An would not divulge any information. So, he refrained from speaking further, tending to Xiao An as he lay down. He then produced 2 vials of potions, administering one to Xiao An before unwrapping the bandages on his wounds and applying the other potion. Once the treatment was complete, Snape said little more, merely stroking Xiao An's head and advising him to rest well before departing the room. Watching Snape's retreating figure, Xiao An felt uncertain about whether his deception was wise or unwise. Hesitant to linger on the thought, he averted his gaze and took out a magazine, attempting to immerse himself in its content. However, at that moment, his mind was a tumultuous mess, rendering him unable to focus. With a dismissive gesture, Xiao An tossed the magazine aside, shutting her eyes in an attempt to forget all her troubles and drift into slumber. However, the moment her eyelids fell, a torrent of thoughts surged forth, causing her to toss and turn restlessly, unable to find peace. Frustrated, she angrily threw off the covers and gasped for breath. Glancing at the closed door, Xiao An withdrew her head and began contemplating her future path. Yet, it was evident that her thoughts eluded her. Ultimately, in resignation, she reached for her study notes along with the book she had retrieved from Snape. It must be said, this method proved remarkably effective. Soon, Xiao An found herself immersed in a vast ocean of knowledge, forgetting all her accolades and failures, worries and heartaches. As her mind became wholly absorbed in the joy of learning, unconsciously, time had slipped away, and it was already quite late. Xiao An was still engrossed in his book when he heard a few knocks on the door, followed by its opening. Severus Snape entered, manipulating a few plates with a flick of his wand. Upon seeing Xiao An still reading, he uttered no words, only managing a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. With a wave of his wand, he placed all the plates onto the table that Xiao An had conjured earlier. After observing Xiao An for a moment, he turned and exited the room. In truth, Xiao An had responded the moment Snape knocked, but upon realizing it was Snape entering, a tumult of chaotic thoughts surged within him. Unsure of how to face Snape, he continued to read. Though it was clear he could not focus, he merely feigned engagement. Once Snape departed, Xiao An set down the book and glanced at the door, then at the sumptuous spread on the table. Without uttering a word, he waved his hand, lifting the table into the air, and began to eat with a stoic expression, though his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil, revealing that he was far from tranquil. Before long, Xiao An finished his meal. His earlier late lunch coupled with a distinct lack of appetite contributed to his swift consumption. Noticing the time, he realized he was already quite late. However, he did not rush, opting instead to tidy up the dishes. After cleaning up, Xiao An took a moment to reflect, then calmly gathered his belongings before stepping outside. Upon opening the door, he found Snape seated, seemingly engrossed in concocting something. Observing this scene, Xiao An opened his mouth but did not utter a word. Soon, whatever thought crossed his mind compelled him to speak. "Professor, I must attend my class now. I left my trunk in your room. I hope you can keep an eye on it for me." After a brief pause, he continued, "As you may have noticed, it is a magical creature trunk. My house elf, Toby, resides within. I have instructed him to assist you. Should you desire any specialties from Huaxia, feel free to ask him to prepare them for you. I shall take my leave for class now." With that, Xiao An turned and exited Snape's office. Throughout their exchange, Snape remained silent, yet Xiao An observed that Snape took an unusually long time to place the potion ingredients down as he spoke. Furthermore, even before Xiao An had completely closed the door, his peripheral magical senses detected that Snape had meticulously cleaned the cauldron. Due to his tardiness, Xiao An arrived at Professor Flitwick's classroom far later than agreed upon. Initially, he assumed that Professor Flitwick had not awaited his arrival and had likely returned to his own affairs. However, when Xiao An knocked and entered Professor Flitwick's office, he discovered that the professor had not abandoned his wait for him. Instead, he was seated in his usual position, perusing the magical tome that Xiao An had gifted him. Upon seeing Xiao An enter, Professor Flitwick closed the book, gestured towards Xiao An's seat, and indicated for him to take a place. Witnessing this, warmth flooded Xiao An's heart. He refrained from uttering excessive words and simply bowed respectfully to Professor Flitwick before settling comfortably into his designated spot. Before long, the class concluded. It must be said that when one is engrossed in a task, time tends to fly by. After the lesson, Xiao An bid farewell and stood at the threshold of Professor Flitwick's office, glancing around to ascertain his bearings. His gaze then shifted contemplatively towards Snape's office before he turned back with an air of tranquility and made his way to his dormitory. Upon returning to his quarters, Xiao An followed his usual routine regarding personal hygiene, and as was customary, nothing had changed. He lay on his bed, organized his notes, reflected on the lesson, and soon fell into a deep slumber. In the subsequent days, Xiao An resumed his normal activities, attending classes, reviewing his studies, and spending time with his twin brothers. Before long, it was time for Snape's class. Xiao An had skipped the previous sessions, and each time he attended, Snape would provide him with 2 vials of potions before concluding the lesson. It was not that Xiao An was unwilling to attend, rather, Snape had advised him that his injuries were not yet fully healed and suggested he take a respite. In truth, Snape preferred that Xiao An not attend classes taught by other professors either, but finding a valid excuse for his absence proved challenging. Thus, in an effort to conceal the extent of his injuries, Xiao An continued to attend class punctually. On that day, although Xiao An's physical wounds had not completely healed, they had improved significantly. It must be noted that Nagani's venom was indeed formidable. Not only could it not be cured by standard treatments, it could merely stem the bleeding, with the ability to heal wounds rendered ineffective. Furthermore, typical antidotes had no effect against such toxins. Had Snape not been a master of potion making, it would have been improbable for him to concoct an antidote. After knocking, Xiao An drew out his wand and opened the door, stepping inside. This time, Snape was not brewing any peculiar concoctions but was seated at the teaching desk, awaiting Xiao An's arrival. "Good evening, Professor," Xiao An greeted. "Good evening. Is your recovery progressing well?" Snape inquired. "It has improved considerably. There are no major issues," Xiao An replied. "Very well, come closer. Today, we shall study this potion," Snape said, presenting the recipe. "Isn't today meant for learning the joyful potion?" Xiao An asked, taking the recipe and glancing at it in confusion. "You can learn those ordinary potions from your reading. We shall not focus on them today," Snape replied. Hearing this, Xiao An refrained from further inquiries and quietly took his seat, picking up the recipe to familiarize himself with the materials that Snape had prepared in advance. Before long, he memorized the general steps and, as he typically would, reached for the cauldron and ignited the flame to commence potion making. However, just as the fire blazed, he froze, realizing that the recipe required several exceptionally precious ingredients. Turning to Snape, he opened his mouth to inquire, but before he could articulate his question, Snape anticipated his thoughts. Follow the usual procedure. There is no cause for concern, Snape reassured him. In light of Snape's words, Xiao An found himself unable to dispute and proceeded with heightened caution to concoct the potion. Despite his diligence, the outcome fell short of expectations. In merely 2 minutes, after adding only 6 or 7 ingredients, the potion surged violently from the cauldron. Witnessing this, Snape waved his wand, swiftly clearing the potion away. Xiao An hastily set down the ingredients he held and turned to apologize to Snape. However, before Xiao An could turn his head, Snape spoke up, saying, "It's all right, continue. Don't be anxious, take your time." Upon hearing these words, Xiao An paused for a moment, then slowly turned back, carefully glancing at the ingredients, adjusting their arrangement. After reviewing the formula several times, he finally began the process of brewing the potion. However, this time Xiao An still did not succeed. Instead of turning to Snape to apologize, he meticulously reflected on the procedures outlined in the recipe. Thus, Xiao An faced repeated failures, yet he persisted valiantly through each setback. Fortunately, most of his failures occurred in the earlier stages of the process, resulting in minimal loss of potion ingredients. After all, Xiao An was not a genius. His reincarnation merely bestowed upon him magical talent, without granting any other exceptional abilities. In essence, he was an ordinary person, fortunate enough to ride the wave of transmigration. As previously mentioned, although Xiao An was a transmigrator, he was not a prodigy. He could complete university courses in a remarkably short time. But this was attributable to his memories from a past life. His impressive magical prowess was merely a stroke of luck, having discovered a method to enhance his magical energy. During this endeavor, Xiao An came to a clear realization of his limitations, often inwardly cursing his abysmal talent in the arcane arts. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, and in the course of his relentless potion-making, an entire afternoon passed. At last, with the final batch of potions, Xiao An succeeded. He hurriedly transferred the completed potion into a vial, eager to showcase his accomplishment to Snape. However, upon turning around, there was no trace of Snape to be found. After searching in vain, Xiao An discovered only a piece of parchment and a seamless expansion bag left beside him. Curiously, he set aside his potion and picked up the parchment, which immediately revealed a flurry of text as soon as he unfolded it. The message read, "Xiao An, I have some matters to attend to. Once you have prepared the potion, you may return on your own. The seamless expansion bag contains the ingredients needed for potion making and the formula for the potion you are to learn in your next class. Take it and leave." Xiao An surveyed the room, then drew his wand to tidy up the chaotic office resulting from his potion brewing. After organizing, he gathered his belongings and stepped outside. With a flick of his wand, he assisted Snape in closing the door, then slowly made his way back to his own office. However, just a few steps in, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to retrieve the potion he had brewed. Upon gently opening the vial and inhaling its contents, his expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively wanted to rush back to Snape's office. Yet, recalling that Snape had already departed, he reluctantly retracted his steps, trudging heavily towards his dormitory. Once back in his room, Xiao An sat disoriented on the bed, lost in thought. After a moment, he frantically rummaged through the seamless expansion bag, fervently recalling the potion-making process. He then extracted a cauldron and commenced brewing the potion recorded on the parchment. After numerous failures, he finally succeeded. Quickly, he compared it with the potion he had previously prepared, meticulously observing it several times until he confirmed that these were indeed the 2 potions Snape had used to heal his wounds. Holding the 2 vials tightly, Xiao An sighed upward, reflecting on the profound care of parental figures everywhere. Subsequently, he found himself devoid of motivation to pursue any other tasks, sitting in contemplation as he repeatedly revisited the steps of potion making in his mind. Before long, he cleaned the cauldron again and brewed the 2 potions anew. As time passed, Xiao An became increasingly adept at the process. Eventually, he sank wearily onto his bed, having mastered the brewing of the 2 potions. With a weary flick of his wand, he tidied the cauldron in the room of debris and odors. Lacking the energy to wash up, he simply collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. However, the moment her head touched the pillow, Xiao An abruptly sat up, exclaiming, "This is bad. The Godfather is in danger. He must have gone to Voldemort. Seeking Snape at this hour can only mean trouble." She muttered to herself, her face etched with terror. Sitting upright, she swiftly pondered various possibilities, but the more she contemplated, the more fear enveloped her. Finally, she hastily donned her clothes, grabbed her invisibility cloak, and rushed out. She swiftly arrived at the dormitory where the twins resided and knocked frantically on the door. Upon hearing the knocking, the door swung open, and Xiao An hurried inside, only to find several upperclassmen staring at her in a state of bewilderment. Before long, a seemingly simple-minded student, his face etched with shock, leaped from his bed and rushed towards Xiao An. He extended both hands and began to tug at Xiao An's face, exclaiming, "No way, I can't believe it. You two have quite the audacity to impersonate even. Are you Fred or George? If you two don't offer some form of compensation, don't blame me for reporting you." As this individual continued to pull at his face, Xiao An's anger swiftly intensified. Soon, the tall figure transformed into a mouse, and Xiao An promptly stomped down with his foot, sending the mouse flying. In midair, it rapidly reverted to its original form, though it was clear that its condition was far from ideal. "That's what you get for tugging at my face," Xiao An muttered. When Fred and George returned, Xiao An instructed the others, "When you see them, tell them to find me immediately upon their return and take this fool to the infirmary." Having said this, Xiao An turned and exited the twins' dormitory. Upon returning to his own quarters, he casually reinforced the protective spells he had previously set. After pushing open his door, he removed his shoes and lay down on the bed, drifting into slumber. He was unaware of how much time had passed when he sensed a disturbance in his protective enchantments. Startled awake, he swiftly sat up, brandished his wand, and opened the door, revealing the twin brothers. The twins, undeterred by formality, entered as soon as the door opened. Once inside, they stood before Xiao An, heads bowed like chastised students. Paying no mind to their demeanor, Xiao An waved his wand to close the door and cast several protective charms against eavesdropping within the room. "Now, I lack the inclination for idle chatter. You two need to inform your father. Tell him to exercise caution in all his endeavors. Our relationship may have come to Voldemort's attention, and he might seek to trouble him. Also, have your father notify Diggory that the plan is cancelled." Chapter 77. Onward. Snape. "Ah, Voldemort knows. Good, we shall go at once. Wait, when you notify him, do not use all post. It would be best to travel to Hogsmeade and return home through the cupboard there, delivering the message in person. Additionally, take these 2 undetectable extension bags, one for Arthur and the other for yourselves. Now, go swiftly and convey the message." "Understood." With that, the twins turned and exited Xiao An's room. Alone, Xiao An succumbed to a feeling of helplessness, reclining on his bed and gazing at the ceiling as he began to ponder deeply. However, it was not long before Xiao An's door was knocked upon once more. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao An discerned the identity of the visitor. With a sense of resignation, he rose to tidy his appearance, grasped his wand, waved it lightly, and subsequently opened the door. As anticipated, the visitor was none other than Snape. Observing the utterly unsurprised expression on Little An's face, Snape paused for a moment, then swiftly approached, intending to speak. However, Little An did not allow Snape to voice his thoughts. Instead, upon noticing Snape's intention to speak, and gestured for him to hold his tongue, and proceeded to consume the potion he had concocted that morning. After drinking, he said, "Let us go, Godfather. We shall venture forth together. Rest assured, I shall cooperate with you." "No, no, no. How could you possibly know? I guessed. At this hour, the urgency of summoning you, coupled with your swift response, leaves no room for doubt. Who else could it be but that person? Indeed, but I am not here to take you away. My godfather is not that foolish. Do not worry. I am here to inquire if there is something you are concealing from me. Have you not already discerned the truth? Truly, you are." "No, no. How could you?" "Why, Little An, you are still but a child." As he spoke, tears streamed down Snape's face. "Do not fret. There is no need for concern, Godfather. But how could you act in such a manner? That is, after all, the Dark Lord. Once again, I must say, Godfather, I cannot disclose everything at this moment. However, rest assured, soon you will be privy to all the details." Upon hearing this familiar refrain, Snape swiftly approached, towering over An, his eyes seemingly ablaze with intensity. Faced with such a Snape, and felt an urge to reveal the truth. Yet, ultimately, he clenched his teeth, evaded Snape's gaze, and turned his attention elsewhere. However, Snape shifted his position, attempting to direct Little An's gaze towards his face. Yet, Little An resolutely steeled herself, refusing to concede. Instead, she closed her eyes and exerted her utmost effort to activate her mental shielding technique. However, Xiao An spoke up, saying, "Godfather, please do not act this way. Rest assured, all my actions are the result of careful consideration." Snape had been intensely fixated on Xiao An, and upon hearing these words, his expression softened slightly. Nonetheless, he did not relent, conjuring a chair with a flick of his wand and sitting down forcefully, his gaze still fixed on Xiao An. Meanwhile, Xiao An remained oblivious to the unfolding scene, yet he sensed Snape's movements and understood that Snape was still displeased, maintaining his defiant posture. As several minutes passed, witnessing Xiao An's obstinacy, Snape, feeling a sense of helplessness and disappointment, ultimately relinquished his stance. After casting one last glance at Xiao An, he stood up, waved his wand to dispel the chair, and turned to exit the room. Sensing Snape's intent to leave, Xiao An quickly spoke with his eyes closed. "Godfather, please trust me, and do not hurt yourself on my account. If you require anything from me, just say the word. With my abilities, there is nothing to fear." Upon hearing Xiao An's declaration, Snape immediately turned around, ready to unleash a reprimand. "You insolent." However, observing the unwavering gaze of Xiao An, Snape retracted the reprimands poised on his lips, waved his sleeve, and departed from Xiao An's chamber. Once Snape had left, Xiao An finally opened his eyes, yet continued to employ a mental barrier, scanning the surroundings. After confirming that he was alone with the aid of magic, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Gazing at the door, Xiao An let out a deep breath and seemingly addressed Snape, saying, "Do not blame me, Godfather. In time, you shall understand. Press on, and do not let me down, dear Godfather." Having cast several protective spells, Xiao An then retired to rest. The night passed without incident, and upon awakening, he checked the time, discovering it was still early, only 11 in the morning. Thus, he felt no urgency and proceeded to freshen up before reclining on his bed to peruse a magazine. It was not until noon that Xiao An donned his invisibility cloak and made his way to the grand hall of the school. As a current student of Gryffindor, he naturally gravitated towards the house's designated seats. Ignoring the curious glances from students around him, Xiao An sat down and began to eat. However, he noticed the absence of Harry Potter at the Gryffindor table, leaving him to eat his lunch in solitude before returning to the Gryffindor common room. In the common room, he casually approached a fellow student to inquire about Harry Potter's dormitory location. Once informed, Xiao An retreated to his own dormitory to review and prepare for his studies, followed by some reading of magical texts. He then ambled towards Professor Sprout's office. Before long, Xiao An had absorbed all the knowledge available to him. His understanding of botanical matters was quite limited, having only attended lectures. Thus, among the 4 professors, he had spent the least time in Professor Sprout's class. Yet he approached her teachings with utmost seriousness. After all, Professor Sprout taught herbology, and Xiao An had resolved to embrace the path of the Dark Lord. Therefore, it was imperative for him to familiarize himself with the properties of various herbs, as one could never predict the future. Understanding the characteristics of these plants would serve to mitigate the risk of poisoning, though the likelihood of such an event seemed minimal. The wisdom of ancestors rings true: harbor no ill will, yet remain vigilant against potential threats. However, after studying under Professor Sprout for such an extended period, Little An had yet to engage in practical operations in the world of herbs. It was not that she lacked the desire, rather, due to the peculiar characteristics of certain herbaceous plants, Professor Sprout forbade her from disturbing the charming herbs of Nasarima during the night. Chapter 78, The Return of Belongings After Class. Little An bid farewell to Professor Sprout. Once she confirmed the date of her first practical lesson, she meandered her way back to her dormitory. Although she encountered Filch once more along the way, she chose to ignore him. Upon recognizing her, Filch merely huffed and moved on. After all, Filch was a mute. Merely managing to secure a meal at Hogwarts was a formidable challenge for him, and there was no need for her to further torment him, especially since he had never provoked her. Upon returning to the Gryffindor dormitory, Little An casually placed her invisibility cloak on the coat rack and leisurely made her way to Harry Potter's room. After a gentle knock, Harry promptly opened the door, though his face bore the marks of exhaustion. Sensing the magical aura around him, Little An quickly discerned the reason for his weariness. It appeared that Dumbledore's army had indeed been established, she mused inwardly. However, Xiao An quickly regained her composure and handed the invisibility cloak she held to Harry Potter, saying, "Last time, I was merely joking, an unintentional slip. Now it returns to its rightful owner." After speaking, Xiao An disregarded Harry's demeanor and turned to cast a spell with her wand to create a defensive barrier before heading towards her dormitory. Harry glanced at the invisibility cloak in his hands, aware that it was a gift from his father that he had previously given to Xiao An. Nevertheless, observing her actions, he pursued her but was thwarted by a spell that sent him back. As he considered chasing her again, he heard Ron's voice behind him. "Hey, Harry, what's up? Who's looking for you?" Soon, Ron approached Harry, rubbing his eyes, and suddenly noticed the invisibility cloak in Harry's hands. His sleepiness vanished as he exclaimed, "This is the invisibility cloak. How did you get it? Didn't he give it to him?" "It's mine," Harry replied. "Ah, "So An returned it to you just now?" "Yes," Harry said, losing interest and standing there conversing with Ron, realizing he could no longer catch up to Xiao An. So he turned back towards his bed. Meanwhile, Xiao An wandered through the corridor and unexpectedly found herself in the Hogwarts kitchen. Surprised, she paused for a moment. But instead of leaving, she hurried inside. After indulging in a feast, she contentedly patted her stomach and wobbled back to her dormitory. Upon returning, she washed up and fell asleep. The next day, upon awakening, Xiao An felt a sense of bewilderment. She had no classes that day, after a month of continuous lessons. Dumbledore had summoned all 4 house heads, leaving Xiao An with an unexpected holiday. While a day off is a boon for any student, for Xiao An, it felt like a punishment. In this era, there were no mobile phones, and the computers were outdated, providing little entertainment. Being in the fully enclosed environment of Hogwarts, Xiao An had initially felt delighted before her slumber, but upon awakening, her happiness quickly faded into emptiness. What on earth is this? She sighed. This time, Xiao An truly understood the drawbacks of her time travel. Being a person from the 21st century, suddenly finding herself idle with nothing to do was quite disheartening. She rummaged through her dormitory and her inconspicuous expansion bag, but found nothing entertaining, only a few toys, none of which were electronic. Reluctantly, she took out a few books to pass the time. Looking at the books and parchment in her hands, she lamented, "If I had possessed such diligence in my previous life, I would have achieved great success, married a wealthy beauty, and reached the pinnacle of life. Alas." Feeling out of place, she cursed her circumstances but knew she had to keep herself occupied, so she picked up a book to read. Soon, however, she found it impossible to concentrate. While she might have been able to read under normal circumstances, relaxation had extinguished her desire for reading. She quickly set the book aside, donned a casual outfit, and stepped out of her dormitory. After wandering around the Gryffindor common room, she found no interesting spots. Reflecting on her situation, she realized a harsh truth. She had no friends at Hogwarts and felt utterly alone. At that moment, she missed Kevin immensely. With him around, she could at least have someone to tease. Now, she lacked even a friend to bother. Contemplating this, Xiao An decided to head towards Umbridge's office, as the thought of teasing had crossed her mind, and she sought to find solace by annoying Umbridge, hoping to soothe her wounded spirit. However, halfway through, Xiao An abandoned this notion, shaking his head and turning towards the secret passage. Before long, he arrived in Hogsmeade, where he casually chose a spot and sat down. After approximately half an hour, Xiao An seemed to have resolved something within himself. He tossed a few coins onto the table and vanished with a flicker of apparition. Upon reappearing, he found himself in London. He scanned the surroundings briefly and selected a location, transforming into a beam of white light that glided towards the place he had previously marked. Soon, he patted the ground casually and sat down, then drew his wand and pointed it towards the sky, reciting, "Crimson fire, ravaging the land." At that moment, Xiao An invoked a modified incantation of Grindelwald's spell, which was essentially a rebranded version of the celestial light. In an instant, a surge of white light erupted from his wand, swiftly morphing into black fabric that spread out in all directions. However, the spell cast by Xiao An this time was imperceptible to Muggles, unlike the previous occasion when he merely sought to stir up trouble. This time, he aimed solely to gather the Crimson Fire for a meeting, seeking to occupy himself. For he was on the verge of succumbing to boredom. Were the members of Crimson Fire to discover Xiao An's intentions, it is likely that they would collectively chastise him for his unreliability. Chapter 79, the Second Assembly of Crimson Fire. Before long, half of London was shrouded in black cloth. Though this veil was short-lived, vanishing almost as swiftly as it appeared. Despite its brief duration, Xiao An was confident that all members of the organization had received the message. After all, every member had undergone the trial of fire to refine their hearts. Thus, following Xiao An's incantation for gathering, all members could sense the call. Those unaware of the gathering location may also inquire through the trace spell. Upon observing the flame mark on the spell, one can ascertain the site. After casting the spell, Xiao An vanished like a wisp of smoke. Yet rather than returning to the dormitory, he found himself at a steakhouse near Jessamine's residence. Without hesitation, Xiao An entered. And although he was not clad in formal attire and appeared quite youthful, the staff treated him as a regular patron without any concern. Soon, Xiao An ordered his usual dishes and leisurely surveyed his surroundings, seemingly unnoticed by the other diners, who continued their meals and conversations as if he were invisible. Unfazed by their reactions, Xiao An understood their indifference. He merely continued to observe, though his gaze did not linger even on the meal that arrived at his table. This establishment was one Jessamine frequently visited, and while the cuisine was mediocre, her presence rendered it extraordinary. It was evident that Xiao An was not there merely for a meal. As half an hour passed, Xiao An regained his composure. Yet he did not touch the food before him. Instead, he placed some pounds on the table and vanished from sight. Moments later, a figure appeared outside the Hogshead Inn. This individual stood nearly 6 feet tall and bore a cherubic face that could easily be mistaken for a teenager of 16 or 17. Though a closer inspection revealed him to be merely 13 or 14. This figure was Xiao An, who, having inherited the genes of his previous life, was already over 5 feet tall at the tender age of 11, albeit with a slight paunch. Casting a disillusionment charm, Xiao An stepped into the Hogshead. Inside, he found the bar deserted, perhaps due to the early hour or other reasons, save for an elderly man with snow-white hair, who was diligently polishing glasses at the counter. The old man glanced up briefly at the sound of the door but, seeing no one, returned to his task without further thought. Xiao An discerned that his entrance had raised the old man's suspicions. He clearly sensed the use of a disillusionment charm. Yet, for reasons unknown, the elder chose not to expose him. Since the old man remained silent, Xiao An decided against revealing himself. His primary purpose for visiting was to assess this elder's abilities. He was Aberforth, Dumbledore's right-hand man and brother. Xiao An intended to evaluate whether this old man's power might pose a threat to him. After observing for a while, Xiao An grew impatient, having gathered sufficient data. Maintaining the disillusionment charm, he made his way to the bar's basement, which concealed a secret passage to Hogwarts. After meandering through the passage, he eventually returned to his dormitory. Upon his return, Xiao An did not engage in reading or other activities. Instead, he sat at the table, slightly hunched, and began to write. After several drafts and revisions, he was finally satisfied and burned all the parchment. The night passed quietly, and on the second, third, and fourth days, Xiao An resumed his usual routine at Hogwarts. However, the 5th day brought a change, as he was to accompany Professor Sprout to the greenhouse to tend to the herbs. Thus, he attended classes during the day and had no evening lessons. After mustering his energy and completing the class, Xiao An visited the kitchen for a bite to eat before returning to his dormitory to tidy himself. He then ventured towards the secret passage he had traversed numerous times. Arriving in Hogsmeade, noticing that time was still on his side, he felt an urgent desire to hurry. However, as the Dark Lord, he understood the importance of maintaining a facade of composure. Therefore, he casually operated to a nearby Muggle residence. With a few simple spells, he rendered the inhabitants unconscious and proceeded to the dining table, savoring the meal he had prepared in the kitchen. After finishing his meal, he switched on the television and watched for a while until it was nearly time. He then operated to the agreed-upon location, the Portobello Road Flea Market in Notting Hill. The same site as the previous gathering. Strolling through the disordered streets, Xiao An recognized the telltale signs of the Ash Fire members, who had likely employed Muggle-repelling charms, leaving the area in disarray. In truth, the actual meeting place was hidden within a nearby building, invisible and imperceptible to Muggles. This site had once served as a laboratory for a dark wizard experimenting with dark magic, which had ended in catastrophe, resulting in the wizard's demise. The resulting commotion attracted the Ministry of Magic's attention, prompting them to cast a charm to conceal the magical world. During Grindelwald's reign, this had also been a refuge for him. Alas, it seems my path remains long and arduous. As he walked along the cluttered street, Xiao An utilized a cleaning charm to tidy the visible litter. Soon, he arrived at the meeting place and entered without hesitation, mirroring Grindelwald's approach. He welcomed all to listen to his address, thus there were no sentinels stationed at the gathering. Anyone capable of perceiving and entering this space, be they adult wizards or young ones with magical potential, was free to attend. Even members of the ministry, such as Aurors, were not turned away. Upon reaching his designated area, Xiao An surveyed the attendees, and to his astonishment, he found the turnout overwhelming. The previous gathering had drawn only a handful of participants, yet this time, the crowd had swelled to over 1,000. Faced with such a multitude, Xiao An felt a twinge of anxiety, as his initial intention had merely been to summon a few of Grindelwald's loyal followers to aid him against Voldemort. This gathering had originally aimed to provide some financial support to the previous members. However, it is evident that Xiao An has also anticipated this situation. Although somewhat flustered, Xiao An remained composed, for she had prepared a contingency plan for an influx of attendees, albeit not expecting such a large number. Taking a deep breath, she adjusted her attire and steadied her mind, then walked with firm steps towards the podium, exhibiting greater poise than during her previous appearance. Previously, she had attempted to mimic the gait of a certain renowned figure to project an image, but now she had matured significantly, realizing that her worth did not hinge on imitation but on authenticity. As she emerged, she believed her presence captivated the audience. Upon reaching her designated spot, she greeted the assembly with a bow, standing still until the crowd reciprocated. Then, she gestured to speak. "My brothers, sisters, and friends, I anticipated a larger gathering today, but this turnout exceeds my expectations. Undeniably, each of you is a remarkable wizard, drawn here not for trivial pursuits, but out of a genuine desire to explore new knowledge, things you may have heard of but not fully understood. During our last meeting, I shared a wealth of information, and I trust many of you returned seeking more insights. This time, however, I wish to present something different. First and foremost, I must announce that Voldemort has returned. I trust some astute individuals among you have already surmised this, yet the so-called pure blood families in Britain have concealed this truth, fabricating an illusion of peace. Why is this so? Among us are friends from various nations, whether pure bloods, half-bloods, or those from Muggle families. And it is apparent that every nation harbors its share of so-called pure blood families, often of recent origin and merely affluent. I realize my words may leave some bewildered, yet what I am about to say may unsettle some of you. However, since you are here, I trust in your discernment. The currencies of both the magical and Muggle worlds, be it galleons, pounds, or marks, have never equated to true power. Yet, countless wizards live in dire poverty, unable to afford a clean meal or provide their children with new school supplies or modest gifts for their loved ones. Meanwhile, many families thrive in comfort, and when those less fortunate cross paths with the affluent, they often suffer grievously. In such instances, the Ministry of Magic frequently sides with the wealthy oppressors. Is this justice? From the moment capital entered our world, it has been stained with blood and corruption. Capital does not create, it merely usurps the fruits of labor, cloaked in the guise of investment, while stealthily testing the limits of your tolerance. Eventually, when you can bear no more, you find yourself powerless to resist, as all you have labored for is seized, leaving you to accept the meager wages deemed a gift from your oppressors. The rhetoric often employed by capitalists claims that their products undergo stringent scrutiny, meeting all specifications. Yet, I ask you, how many of these products can you afford? Especially when you yourself contributed to their creation? Money is merely a tool, power is merely a construct, and knowledge is simply information. While wealth can indeed invigorate the creation of knowledge, those who possess it often exploit this vitality to invade the creative process. Once we accept capital's collaboration, its gradual encroachment becomes evident. Capitalists view your creations as their own, despite having provided only the most basic conditions for your work. When you cannot reconcile this, their hidden fangs will tear you apart. They will no longer wear the friendly facade they once maintained, but will instead reveal a fearsome countenance, ready to strike until you are left in a state of humiliation, accepting their exploitation. Before they act, they will invoke the virtues we hold dear. Yet we must remember that capital embodies none of these virtues. Its essence is the relentless pursuit of profit. When there is profit to be had, they abandon all semblance of virtue, behaving like fish in water, ravenous for sustenance, devouring one another in a ruthless cycle. Let it be clear. My intent is not to target pure blood families, but rather to critique the nouveau riche. I believe the ancient pure blood aristocracy does not engage in the same oppressive tactics as these upstarts. Furthermore, everything that exists does so for a reason, yet power is power. Money is money. Power can command wealth, but wealth can never represent power. When money masquerades as power, the brutal nature of capital is laid bare, trampling all that is not capital in its relentless pursuit of profit. Chapter 81. Solitude. Please, everyone, let us have a moment of silence. Observing the crowd engaged in animated conversation in the stands, Xiao An felt compelled to signal for their silence. He was aware that his references to Mr. Marx's theories would incite a stir, yet he had not anticipated the immediate fervor of discussion that ensued. In truth, Xiao An had conducted some research. The Ministry of Magic's centuries of insular existence had rendered its inhabitants profoundly disconnected from the realities of the outside world. Curiously, for reasons unknown, the magical community housed a plethora of intellectuals. While it could be argued that they were indeed astute, exceedingly so in matters of magic, they often exhibited a peculiar myopia when it came to broader perspectives. Prominent politicians, such as Fudge and Umbridge, possessed clever minds but frequently misapplied their intellect in ludicrous ways. Conversely, one might contend that their cunning could yield remarkable outcomes, as exemplified by Arthur, who devised a law against the misuse of Muggle artifacts, only to inadvertently create loopholes that endowed Muggle objects with astonishing abilities. In Xiao An's estimation, while these individuals were capable researchers, possessing both petty cleverness and profound wisdom, they were hindered by their limited scope, lacking a natural aptitude for broader paradigms. Consider Grindelwald, who during the Great Wars introduced numerous elements from the Muggle realm. Yet this group merely engaged in trivial manipulations, showing little interest in expanding their intellectual horizons. Xiao An's inquiries revealed a disheartening truth. All wizards, every single one, exhibited a marked disinterest in philosophy and ideology. Present them with a copy of Das Kapital, and they would struggle to comprehend even a single word. When questioned about their reading later, they would be unable to recall any details, leaving one to ponder the nature of their cognition. It has been suggested that wizards possess a magical lineage intertwined with that of magical creatures. Yet Xiao An understood that while lineage may confer certain abilities, it is the soul that truly governs magic. Blood and body merely serve as vessels. Now, dear friends, having shared these reflections, I must emphasize a singular ambition to construct a magical realm that ardently pursues truth, cherishes life, and embodies freedom. In this new magical society, every individual's contributions, knowledge, and power alike will be met with equitable regard. Here, those who revel in the pursuit of knowledge may do so freely, unburdened by the oppression of others. Those who delight in joy can create products that spread happiness, while adventurers may embark on their quest without constraint. In essence, everyone shall be free to pursue their desires. Here, there shall be no class divisions or oppression, and every individual with aspirations shall compete freely. In all matters, the principle of fairness shall prevail. I aspire for a new magical world where all wizards, be they pureblood, half-blood, or those who hail from the Muggle world, receive the respect they deserve, honoring their contributions and the value they bring to our magical community. Now, let me address my stance on Muggles. Those who have heard my words or know me well may be aware that I originate from the Muggle world. In my view, wizards are not inherently superior to Muggles, nor are Muggles superior to wizards. We have all ventured into the Muggle realm and witnessed that, despite their lack of magical abilities, their creative potential far surpasses ours. Over the past few centuries, we have not only failed to innovate significantly but have also lost a wealth of ancient knowledge, including spells and alchemical practices. To my knowledge, there are specialists in the magical world dedicated to studying the legacies left by ancient wizards. Why, then, can we not preserve our knowledge and heritage, allowing future generations, regardless of their intellect, to stand upon our shoulders and gaze towards a brighter future? I shall not, and will not, employ the Fiendfire curse to manipulate anyone. To me, we are all esteemed fellow wizards. As long as you are here, you are seekers of truth, regardless of whether you agree with my philosophies. You are all individuals in pursuit of truth. Thank you, everyone. With that, Xiao An paid no heed to the calls of the members and departed from the podium, releasing the Fiendfire curse as he walked. Upon exiting the gathering, he casually apparat to a location far removed from the assembly, gazing at the street illuminated by the streetlights. Lost in contemplation, wandering aimlessly, he found the streets devoid of life at this hour, with only his solitary silhouette cast in the glow of the lamps. In that moment, Xiao An felt an intense loathing for his own existence. He could not help but ponder how different things might have been had he not crossed over, had he survived in his previous life. Perhaps now, he would be strolling down a bustling street, accompanied by a few friends, casually finding a food stall to enjoy skewers and beer, engaging in lively banter. Snapping back to reality, he gazed at the dimly lit street, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he shook his head, murmuring to himself, to have a second chance at life and possess magical abilities, what more could one desire? With this realization, Xiao An banished any lingering thoughts of aimless wandering, waved his wand, and promptly apparat back to Hogsmeade. It must be said that Hogsmeade is far more vibrant than the Muggle world. The warm, dim lights still flicker throughout the village, and most shops remain open, bustling with wizards coming and going. The atmosphere is a blend of melancholy and raucousness. At this moment, Xiao An has no desire for alcohol. After some contemplation, he decides against summoning Toby to escort him into Hogwarts. Instead, he casually seeks out a hidden passage, casts a Lumos charm, and gradually makes his way inside. Step by step, he approaches Hogsmeade, and upon exiting the secret tunnel, he casts a cleansing charm upon himself, transforming into a gleaming white light as he swiftly flies toward his dormitory. Before long, he returns to his quarters, opens the door, washes up, and without regard for anything else, he lets go of the outside world, lying on his bed and closing his eyes, swiftly slipping into the realm of dreams. Chapter 82. The Christmas holidays begin. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Xiao An pays no mind to the outcome of his previous gathering. Instead, he resumes his ordinary routine. Each day consists of attending classes, reading, and resting, allowing the days to pass in a serene manner. Unbeknownst to him, a month has slipped through his fingers, and the eve of Christmas arrives. Xiao An continues to attend lessons with the 4 professors as usual. However, today he is not in class with any of the 4, but rather learning from Dumbledore. If previously he had been apprehensive about spending time alone with Dumbledore, he has since come to terms with his fears, feeling no trepidation at all. Thus, he confidently follows Dumbledore in his studies. After a full day of lessons, Xiao An realizes that Dumbledore truly embodies the essence of a great master of white magic and an excellent professor, as he eloquently imparts any knowledge with remarkable brilliance. However, Dumbledore proved to be rather negligent in his role as a professor. Today, Xiao An listened as Dumbledore recounted the numerous discussions, no less than 10, between the Order of the Phoenix and Voldemort. If there were no issues at hand, such claims would be met with skepticism. After enduring Dumbledore's tedious post-lecture monologue, Xiao An dashed out of Dumbledore's office like a whirlwind. Not far from the office, he glanced back toward it before gradually making his way to his dormitory. Upon returning to his room, Xiao An refreshed himself. And when he looked up to check the time, he suddenly realized that tomorrow marked the beginning of the Christmas holiday. Taken aback, he quickly directed his gaze towards Snape's office, his feet instinctively shifting. However, he merely moved his legs slightly before, as usual, he lay down on his bed, perusing his notes briefly before extinguishing the light and drifting off to sleep. When he awoke, his bleary eyes opened to reveal the time. It was merely 1 o'clock in the morning. He paid it little mind, merely getting up for a moment before sinking back into a deep slumber. Upon waking again, he checked the hour and noted it was only 2 o'clock. He dismissed it once more. By this time, his drowsiness had dissipated significantly. Aware of his current state, he felt no inclination to continue sleeping. So Xiao An rose from his bed and made his way to the bathroom to wash up. As he splashed water on his face, a sudden jolt of alertness washed over him. In that moment, he froze, disbelief coursing through him as he hurried to the window and flung open the curtains, revealing an outside world bright as day. It dawned on him that it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The reason for his astonishment stemmed from his tendency to indulge in post-nap slumber, and this time, he had rested for less than half an hour, prompting his concern. Swiftly gathering his belongings, he packed all his items into his inconspicuous expansion bag. Grasping the bag tightly, Xiao An hurriedly exited his room. The common room was utterly deserted, which did not strike him as odd, for he was well aware that the Christmas holiday had commenced. Without further ado, he sprinted forth, racing out of the castle. At that moment, however, Xiao An beheld a familiar figure at the doorway, Albus Dumbledore. Upon sighting this individual, Xiao An instinctively slowed his pace, ceasing his hurried stride, and began to approach the entrance with measured steps. He had initially surmised that Dumbledore stood at the threshold, gazing into the distance, lost in the reverie of bygone days. However, it was evident that Xiao An had misjudged the situation. As soon as he stepped inside, he noticed Dumbledore beckoning to him. Yet, Xiao An disregarded him entirely, as if he had not seen him, and proceeded to walk past Dumbledore without a glance. This left Dumbledore momentarily speechless. It was only after Xiao An had distanced himself that Dumbledore regained his composure and swiftly performed a disillusionment charm to appear before Xiao An. However, Little still regarded Dumbledore as nothing more than a mere illusion, and shortly thereafter, he vanished from the spot in a flash of disapparition. When he reappeared and found himself at the platform, noticing that the train had already departed, he did not ponder further and deftly set up a small-scale anti-disapparition charm. The moment the incantation took effect and vanished from his location. This is a commonly employed technique in the magical realm, as some highly skilled wizards can pinpoint the location of disapparition based on the magical fluctuations it generates. By preemptively casting an anti-disapparition spell before disapparition occurs, one's own destination becomes significantly more difficult to trace. Of course, it is still possible to be tracked, but it may afford one a measure of delay. Subsequently, the vanished and reappeared once more at the station, but this time in a secluded corner, where even the most meticulous search would struggle to detect him, and then employed the same strategy again, consecutively casting several anti-disapparition spells alongside disapparition. In the end, and found himself quite far away, with his final appearance being right at the doorstep of Hermione's home in Hampstead. At this moment, Hermione had yet to return home, leaving Xiao An unable to simply knock on the door. Instead, he found a random spot to sit, ordered a glass of juice, and settled in. After casually casting a muggle-repelling charm, he took out a spell book and resumed his reading. He lost track of time, and it was only after he finished the book that he realized how late it had become. Given that England is a capitalist nation, few shops remain open at night, and even restaurants tend to close early, especially the beverage shop he had chosen. Once he dispelled the charm, he summoned the waiter, paid his bill along with a tip, and left the establishment without a second thought. However, just as he exited the CAF, he overheard the waiter muttering that he was quite a peculiar child. After leaving the cold drink shop, Xiao An contemplated his next move and decided to head to Hermione's home. By then, she had returned. Yet he opted against knocking on the door. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings and then distanced himself to release some magical spells, sensing whether any wizards were nearby. Upon confirming the absence of danger, Xiao An returned to Hermione's residence. He prepared himself and once more unleashed a barrage of spells, causing a rapping sound against the glass of her window. This time, he chose not to knock on the door directly, not out of reluctance, but rather because he could not. After receiving a greeting from Dumbledore at the Hogwarts gates, he understood that his Christmas holiday had come to an end. Thus, Xiao An refrained from employing a more straightforward approach and instead resorted to this method, which would surely infuriate Hermione. Clearly, he had miscalculated yet again. The previous time he had used the barrage spell, the Granger couple had heard the noise, and though Xiao An did not catch sight of him, she remained vigilant. After all, their daughter was growing up, entering her teenage years, and with her beauty, suitors were bound to appear. Naturally, as concerned parents, they would take notice. The last time he had knocked on the glass with his barrage spell, the Granger couple had assumed it was their daughter's new boyfriend visiting. Despite their extensive questioning, they received no answers, but as parents, they were understandably attentive to such matters. Just then, Hermione returned home, had dinner, and mentioned she was going to her room to read before heading back to her sanctuary. However, the Granger couple could not fully set their minds at ease. Although they did not intervene in Hermione's actions, a sense of vigilance began to rise within them, particularly since it was the Christmas holiday. While they had previously caught a glimpse of their daughter's boyfriend, they had only seen him from behind, as their realization had come too late. Furthermore, once the two entered the ice cream shop, they vanished from view, leaving only the certainty of their seating position, as they observed the server seemingly attending to thin air. Being no ordinary muggles themselves, they recognized this as a manifestation of magic, confirming their suspicions that their daughter had indeed become involved with a wizard. With their daughter now on holiday and the festive season in full swing, the Granger couple heightened their alertness. One must never underestimate the detective instincts of parents, especially when their daughter is in her teenage years. Despite any attempts at concealment, it is the parents who are most attuned to their child's true nature. It is worth noting that last time, Little An had subconsciously cast a muggle-repelling charm and briefly granted access to the staff. All in the course of discussing matters of the magical world with Hermione, a reflexive act on her part. Hermione, sensing the magical fluctuations, understood the significance of Anne's actions and chose not to interfere, unaware of any feeling of being followed. Thus, Anne found herself facing the consequences of her unpreparedness and lack of caution, compounded by a sense of underestimation. One must recognize that a father of a teenage daughter possesses an exceptionally heightened sense of awareness regarding the boys she interacts with. When Anne knocked on the door with a flurry of spells, Hermione quickly responded, peeking to see the source of the commotion and realizing it was Anne. However, it was not Anne who rushed down first, but rather Mr. Granger, Hermione's father. Following Anne's magical call for Hermione, a cacophony of strange noises erupted from the Granger household, accompanied by intense arguments, particularly the raised voices of the men. However, Xiao An was initially oblivious to the situation, mistakenly believing that the Granger couple was embroiled in a domestic dispute, and thus paid it no mind. Yet, soon after, Xiao An began to regret this oversight. Mr. Granger suddenly emerged, positioning himself directly in front of Xiao An, his eyes ablaze as he scrutinized him from head to toe. Xiao An recognized him as Hermione's father. After all, Mr. Granger was of a certain age, devoid of any youthful transformations, allowing Xiao An to identify him readily. Therefore, he was not intimidated by Mr. Granger's inexplicable behavior. Instead, he remained composed, allowing Mr. Granger to inspect him without protest. Soon, Mr. Granger's expression darkened considerably, but at that moment, Xiao An noticed another detail. At the partially ajar door of the Granger residence, a pair of eyes was fixated on him. Being observed like a rare specimen was undoubtedly an uncomfortable experience, especially when the observer was a parent regarding him as their daughter's suitor. The presence of two pairs of eyes rendered Xiao An uneasy, but fortunately, this discomfort did not linger for long. As soon as Hermione snapped out of her daze, she hurried down the stairs. Clearly, she understood her parents' predicament, for upon her arrival, she wore a frown, casting a disapproving glance at both of them before rushing to Xiao An's side, seizing his hand and leading him upstairs. Xiao An had no desire to remain there under scrutiny, so he offered no resistance as he was willingly led upstairs. Meanwhile, Mr. Granger, witnessing Hermione's approach, quickly contemplated how to communicate with her. However, Before he could formulate a plan, Hermione shot him a glare and, grasping her enemy, dashed away. Just as he was about to intervene, he noticed his beloved daughter had passed by the position where his wife stood, prompting him to signal her to halt the two. Yet, it was evidently too late. After a brief moment of realization, he attempted to intercept them, but it was clear Hermione had heard his earlier call. Unbeknownst to her own intentions, Hermione hastily seized Xiao An's hand and darted past the location of Mrs. Granger, then quickened her pace, leading Xiao An up the staircase. They swiftly arrived at her room, where Hermione forcefully turned the doorknob and rudely shoved Xiao An inside. Only to perform an act that left Xiao An utterly perplexed, she locked the door behind them. Staring at the locked door in a daze, Xiao An's thoughts raced. Was this a prelude to mischief? Should she refuse or comply? The choice was daunting. At that moment, however, Xiao An was suddenly engulfed by a palpable aura of menace. Drawing her attention back to Hermione, who advanced towards her bed with an intimidating demeanor. Alarmed by the murderous intent radiating from Hermione, Xiao An panicked. Realizing that the situation was escalating, after all, Hermione was still a child, this was not the way to proceed. As Xiao An's mind swirled with anxious thoughts, Hermione had already perched herself on the large bed, her expression decidedly grim. Noticing Xiao An standing there like a statue, Hermione's ire flared. What are you doing just standing there? Come here at once. She barked, her voice cutting through the tension. Xiao An, jolted back to reality, found herself in an undeniably awkward predicament. Chapter 84. The faux know-it-all. Upon hearing Hermione's call, Xiao An abruptly turned her gaze towards her, took a step forward, and leaped, shedding her outer garment midair and casting it aside. In an instant, she transformed into a predatory leopard, leaping toward Hermione, who let out a startled scream. Ah! The bed creaked ominously under the sudden impact. Approximately 3 minutes later, muffled sounds emanated from the bed. Oh dear, for heaven's sake. Xiao An, using her hands to prop herself up, attempted to rise but found herself drained of strength, collapsing back onto the bed. A series of sharp slaps followed, and Xiao An rapidly turned to lie flat on her back. A gasp escaped her lips, startling Hermione, who covered her mouth in shock. Meanwhile, downstairs, Mr. Granger shot a fiery glance towards Hermione's room, while Mrs. Granger observed the scene with a complex expression, tinged with melancholy. Hermione, equally horrified and embarrassed, pressed her hands to her mouth. Xiao An, clutching her abdomen and drenched in cold sweat, writhed on the bed in agony. To understand why this was happening, let us rewind 5 minutes. Xiao An had lunged like a famished tiger towards Hermione, who had been watching her closely. Startled by the sudden movement, Hermione, ever the strong-willed individual, quickly shifted to the side. Consequently, Xiao An landed gracefully yet bewilderingly on the bed, nearly causing it to collapse under her weight. Confusion enveloped Xiao An as she tried to comprehend Hermione's earlier actions. Just as she grasped the significance of the moment, the pain from her fall struck her consciousness. Attempting to rise, she found herself too weak to do so. Seeing Xiao An slowly manage to get up, Hermione mistakenly believed she had fully recovered and, in a fit of indignation, struck Xiao An several times on her backside. The initial pain from the fall was exacerbated by Hermione's relentless slaps, causing Xiao An to instinctively shield her abdomen and writhe in distress. This reaction startled Hermione, who froze, hands still over her mouth in shock. As the painful moments dragged on, Xiao An focused her magical energy to assess her condition, reassured when she found no severe injuries. With a sigh of relief, she opened her eyes and glared at Hermione, ready to demand an explanation for her actions. However, upon meeting Hermione's tearful gaze, she felt her anger dissipate. Realizing the reason behind her own tumble, Xiao An scolded herself, delivering a stinging slap to her own face in frustration. Upon seeing Xiao An regain her composure, Hermione quickly enveloped her in an embrace, her eyes shimmering with remorse. I'm sorry, it was my fault. Please don't hold it against me, she pleaded. Facing the tearful Hermione, Xiao An's mind went blank, unable to comprehend the situation. She simply reached out to pat Hermione's back, savoring this beautiful moment. However, the tranquility was abruptly shattered by the sound of the door being forcefully kicked open by Mr. Granger. Both Xiao An and Hermione were taken aback, with Xiao An propping herself up slightly while Hermione turned her head towards the door. Mr. Granger stood poised with one foot raised, while Mrs. Granger was tugging at him, evidently attempting to prevent his aggressive entrance. Upon spotting her parents at the door, particularly Mr. Granger's raised foot, Hermione's countenance darkened. She opened her mouth to speak, but Mrs. Granger interjected. Oh, it's a misunderstanding, dear. Would you like me to bring you both some coffee? Yes, a misunderstanding. Please, continue, Mr. Granger stammered, remaining oblivious. In response, Mrs. Granger pinched her husband's waist, her smile unwavering throughout the exchange, regardless of the sight of Aunt Jian's petite face. Xiao An felt an inexplicable sense of fear. After the two departed, the atmosphere between Xiao and Hermione in the room became increasingly awkward. Observing Hermione still resting upon her, Xiao An silently relaxed her arms that had been propping herself up, a smile gracing her lips as she lay back upon the bed. However, how could Xiao An's subtle intentions escape Hermione's keen perception? It wasn't long before Hermione reacted, forcefully pushing Xiao An, who immediately sat up, her anger directed at him. At that moment, Xiao An was at a loss for what to do, simply gazing innocently at Hermione. "What brings you to me?" After a moment of silence, Hermione, observing Xiao An's expression of innocence, helplessly rubbed her forehead and said, "Oh, I came to inquire about a few matters, nothing significant. Just curious about any interesting occurrences at Hogwarts this semester. You know my social standing isn't the best. I can't seem to gather any information." "Oh, I'm not sure either. Apart from matters concerning you, there's really nothing else I know," Xiao An replied. "No way, you're the all-knowing miss. Is there truly something at Hogwarts that you are unaware of? You can't be serious." Chapter 85. Are you serious? You just go away. Upon hearing Xiao An refer to herself as the all-knowing miss, Hermione erupted in fury, raising her hand as if to strike Xiao An. However, just as she raised her hand, Hermione lowered it again, gazing intently at Xiao An. Time passed swiftly, yet Xiao An felt as though it lingered endlessly, his bewildered expression betraying his confusion. Throughout this period, neither spoke, one wearing a sullen demeanor as if Xiao An had signed away millions, while the other remained in a state of perplexity. Eventually, Hermione's expression darkened, clearly indicating that Xiao An had managed to irk her. Nevertheless, Xiao An feigned ignorance, still pretending to be oblivious to the tension, his eyes reflecting a blend of confusion and curiosity. Hermione surveyed her room and suddenly sprang to her feet, striding towards the door, prompting Xiao An to hastily follow suit. As Hermione reached the door and inspected it, Xiao An offered a wry smile. Standing beside her and admiring her figure, one was distractedly inspecting the door, while the other stood nearby, arms crossed in admiration. Hermione occasionally cast sidelong glances at Xiao An's reactions. Time and again, she noticed the appreciative glint in his eyes, though her expression turned increasingly unfriendly, soon plunging into a complete darkness, only to revert to calmness once more. At that moment, Xiao An seemed to recall something, reaching out to pat Hermione on the shoulder, saying, "Hermione, I have something to attend to, so I must take my leave. I shall visit again another day. Farewell." With that, Xiao An vanished from sight, leaving Hermione to turn and gaze at the spot where he had stood, now empty. A look of relief spread across her face as she smiled to herself, surveying her room before lightly stepping towards her bed. Suddenly, an ominous magical disturbance rippled through the air, detectable even by the likes of Voldemort. A minute later, Hermione's front door swung open of its own accord and then slowly closed again. 3 minutes later, a figure emerged from the shadows at a nearby street corner. Leaning against the wall, this figure gazed intently at the window of Hermione's room for some time before vanishing into thin air. A skilled observer would have noted that this figure reappeared at the doorstep of Jessamine's home. It was Xiao An, who, upon appearing at the entrance, cast a sorrowful glance at the building before disappearing once more. Subsequently, he manifested in several locations, each appearance lasting longer than before. Yet he appeared to be in a flurry of activity. His final destination was Arthur's modest abode, where a portly middle-aged man reclined on a deck chair, lost in thought. Xiao An's sudden arrival startled him, causing him to bolt upright and point his wand at Xiao An. Upon recognizing him, the man quickly lowered his wand and, gathering his strength, stood up. However, upon seeing Arthur seated in the deck chair, Xiao An swiftly stepped forward, halting Arthur's movements, and prepared to exchange a few pleasantries. Before Xiao An could utter a word, Arthur, who had fallen asleep, instinctively leaned closer to Xiao An's ear and whispered, "My lord, we must leave swiftly." Upon hearing Arthur address him as my lord, Xiao An felt a surge of irritation, as he despised such titles. He had repeatedly requested during their gatherings that he not be referred to as my lord or master. While the others had complied, Arthur remained obstinately unaffected, which only served to exacerbate Xiao An's annoyance. Just as he was about to express his displeasure, Xiao An listened intently to Arthur's next words, which clarified the situation. The first part was a declaration of his identity, asserting that he was no imposter, while the latter part was of utmost importance. The urgency in Arthur's voice indicated that something was amiss, prompting Xiao An to scan the surroundings. Though he saw no one, he was aware that someone must be hiding nearby, with the dilapidated house being the most likely refuge. Upon scrutinizing the derelict dwelling, Xiao An noticed Arthur, visibly agitated, clutching his arm and urging him to flee. However, Xiao An chose not to respond. He forcefully extracted his arm from Arthur's grasp, patted him on the shoulder, and rose to his feet, tidying his attire as he made his way toward the house. As he walked, he began to channel his magical energy to probe the dilapidated structure. Soon, an individual emerged from within, and upon recognizing the figure, Xiao An shook his head in resignation. Lowering his guard, he disregarded the newcomer and turned back toward Arthur. The person was none other than Dumbledore, whom Xiao An had been evading all day. Noticing Xiao An's indifference, Dumbledore remained unfazed, approaching with a disarmingly cheerful demeanor. Please, do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to inquire about a few matters. There is no need for such wariness. Xiao An ignored Dumbledore's words, opting instead to join Arthur and conjured a reclining chair with a flick of his wand, reclining comfortably. Dumbledore, ever the composed figure, showed no sign of displeasure at Xiao An's reaction. He, too, conjured a matching chair, a smile plastered on his face. Realizing that the shameless old man was intent on challenging him, Xiao An decided to address the situation directly. Speak. What is it that you want? Be quick. My time is limited. Once you are done, I would appreciate your departure. Oh, in that case, I shall take my time. First, allow me to indulge in some refreshments. Dumbledore replied, producing an assortment of sweets from his seemingly bottomless bag and offering one to Xiao An. Are you serious? No, please do not be anxious. Upon seeing Xiao An draw his wand, Dumbledore immediately ceased his playful banter. Hurry, do not waste my time. Ask your questions and leave swiftly. Never disturb me again. Did you conjure the Crimson Flames? Indeed. Do you aspire to become the third Dark Lord? Yes. You do not intend to become a second Voldemort, do you? Absolutely. After the third question, Dumbledore fell silent, a smile gracing his features. Chapter 86. The dawn will be beautiful. Upon hearing Xiao An's affirmations, Dumbledore instinctively glanced at him, then, visibly relieved, rose from his chair and restored it to its original state. He cast one last look at Xiao An before turning his gaze toward the distant sky. Observing Dumbledore's behavior, Xiao An assumed the old man had finished his inquiries and was preparing to leave. With a flick of his wand, he extracted several bottles of beer he had procured from a supermarket prior to his arrival, tossing one to Arthur. Give it a try. It's quite delightful. Arthur, bewildered, caught the beer but was unsure how to proceed. He dared not act at that moment, merely shifting his gaze between Xiao An and Dumbledore. Seeing that Arthur had yet to open the beer, Xiao An realized that he was too intimidated to drink. With another wave of his wand, he opened the bottle for Arthur before returning to his own drink. Reclining on the chair, Xiao An began to sip his beer when Dumbledore unexpectedly remarked, The darkness of the night obscures everything. It is hard to see in my old age. Xiao An halted mid-pour, his hands suspended in the air, staring at Dumbledore, who continued to gaze skyward. The dawn will be remarkably beautiful, Dumbledore continued, seemingly without purpose. However, upon hearing this, Dumbledore visibly swayed, as if time itself had paused. Standing still in contemplation, Xiao An, beer in hand, observed him, while Arthur, reclining in his chair, turned his head toward Xiao An. If not for the movement of Arthur's eyes, the scene might have appeared frozen in time. Before long, Dumbledore, who had been standing motionless, suddenly vanished. Xiao An resumed his normal activities, continuing to pour beer into his glass. After finishing a bottle, Xiao An began to feel a pleasant haze, a consequence of his youth. He opened another bottle, and upon noticing that Xiao An had finished his drink, Arthur quickly followed suit, downing it in one go. Savoring the taste, Arthur wanted another bottle but hesitated to ask Xiao An, instead casting a forlorn glance in his direction. After taking a sip of beer, Xiao An glanced at Arthur and, from his pocket, produced 2 vials, which he magically sent flying toward Arthur. The red vial is for external application, the blue one for internal use. Why are your injuries not healed yet? Is the standard of care in the magical realm so poor? After handing Arthur a generous supply of beer, Xiao An continued. What happened? Well, after I recovered from my last injury, I was captured by Voldemort and his followers again, which led to my current state. How could this happen? Did I not advise you to tread carefully? Well, it's a long story. The truth is, my family's location was compromised. Voldemort learned of my connection to you and dispatched individuals to capture me. My wife was injured as well. Sigh. Understood. I apologize for involving you in this. Here. These 2 potions treat Nagini's bite wounds, and take these galleons as well. Please take good care of your family. Having spoken, Xiao An vanished in a shimmer. Leaving Arthur to gaze at the space where she had just been, he opened his mouth as if to protest, only to retract his earlier refusal. At that moment, Molly, the mother of Arthur's twin children, drifted towards him. Yes, she truly floated. The once composed and resilient Mrs. Wesley now appeared pale and wrapped in bandages. Upon reaching Arthur's side, she noticed Xiao An's transformation spell had not been lifted, and she lay down on the chair beside him. Turning her head to meet Arthur's tear-filled gaze, remaining silent. Molly had witnessed everything unfold, yet chose to observe quietly from the sidelines. Your decision was not an error. Next time, take me along during the seasonal festivities. Following him, we shall have no regrets. I am sorry, I misjudged you. This time, the effort is worthwhile. Indeed. I could have endured the darkness had I not glimpsed the light. With that, Arthur conjured a spell to place all of Xiao An's belongings onto the table beside him, accompanied by a bottle of beer. Give it a try, it's quite delightful. The two lay in silence on their chairs, gazing at the serene sky. After Xiao An's departure, she reappeared at the London Eye, the very site where she had first conjured magic to summon a gathering. Much time passed, and Xiao An, having consumed countless bottles of beer, felt a pleasant haze envelop her. With a casual flick of her wand, she incinerated the empty bottles, then stood, staring up at the heavens, pondering, am I right or wrong? Fiery descent. She roared, pointing her wand skyward. Upon unleashing her magic, Xiao An vanished from her spot, reappearing near the house left by Jasmine, within a nearby hotel. Casting a confusion charm, she secured a room, then staggered into it, collapsing onto the bed without removing her shoes. Soon, the sounds of her deep slumber filled the air. Upon waking, she shook her befuddled head and, still dazed, made her way to the bathroom. After splashing her face with cold water, she was fully awakened. At this moment, Xiao An had already begun to tremble. After drying off and donning her clothes, she vanished from the hotel and arrived at Spidertail Alley. Having cast an illusion spell, Xiao An slowly entered Severus's abode. At that time, the house was devoid of any presence. After meandering through the rooms, she settled into her usual chair, gazing towards the kitchen, lost in contemplation. Before long, a diminutive gray figure appeared beside Xiao An. Sensing the presence of another, she awakened, glanced at the figure by her side, and promptly stood up. With her magical creature box in tow, guided by Toby, she arrived at the doorstep of Jasmine's home. Xiao An raised her wand and pointed it at the house, vigorously waving it several times. Suddenly, the door swung wide open, and several items flew out from within. With a flick of her wand, all these objects were drawn into her magical creature box, and with another wave, all the inhabitants within a 500-meter radius came rushing out of their homes. Chapter 87. Cowardly individuals who emerged appeared as though the apocalypse had descended upon them. Some hastily drove away while others sprinted off, quickly vacating the area. Let us go. Ensure these items are secured, she instructed. Toby bowed to Xiao An and then swiftly vanished from sight, taking the magical creature box with him. In no time, Xiao An too disappeared, reappearing while seated in a vehicle. However, she did not exit the car. Rather, several middle-aged men clad in tailored suits disembarked. Upon their exit, these men engaged in light-hearted banter as they approached the house, skillfully opening the grand door and entering without a hint of caution. Approximately 10 minutes later, they re-emerged, nodded at their vehicle, and climbed back inside. Meanwhile, Xiao An was no longer in the car. Just as the men prepared to start the engine, several figures suddenly appeared before them. These individuals, draped in magical cloaks and wielding wands, confronted the car without hesitation. They swiftly cast a blasting spell, followed by a petrification charm. The occupants of the vehicle, initially startled by the sudden appearance of these figures, froze in place. The wizards then deftly maneuvered their wands, causing the individuals inside the car to float out. At the same time, a subtle wave of magical energy emanated from a nearby location, quickly settling into tranquility once more. The wizards, wands in hand, unhesitatingly directed their wands at the individuals lying on the ground and unleashed the memory extraction spell. Clearly, these individuals have miscalculated. For after the casting of the mind control spell, the sorcerers stood frozen in place, as if confronted by an unspeakable terror. They exchanged bewildered glances before swiftly unleashing another wave of the same incantation. Following the release of several spells, the expressions of dread on their faces intensified, accompanied by a hint of confusion. Suddenly, a few figures emerged. Among them was a sorcerer with a grotesque visage, evidently of high rank, who approached one of his peers and inquired, "What is the situation? Have the insults not resolved anything?" The response was a stammering, This is impossible. How could this happen?" The questioned sorcerer appeared oblivious to the inquiry, lost in his own ramblings. Frustrated by the lack of response, The leader waved his wand and cast a shattering curse, resulting in the immediate obliteration of the questioned sorcerer's head. It was evident that he possessed a volatile temper and did not seek clarification from others. Without hesitation, he directed a mind control spell at the hapless muggle on the ground. And soon enough, a look of terror manifested upon his own countenance. Nonetheless, this individual is a leader, and the initial shock quickly dissipated. He swiftly lifted the petrifying curse before the fallen could rise, and without hesitation, he unleashed a spell. The soul was forcibly extracted. It was evident that this man was no paragon of virtue. His methods were ruthlessly aggressive, commencing with the unforgivable soul-snatching curse. Shortly thereafter, a haze clouded his eyes, and upon witnessing this, the twisted-faced sorcerer appeared momentarily pleased, but terror soon overtook his expression. Observing the now normal muggle, the twisted-faced wizard's countenance shifted dramatically, and he immediately cast a stunning spell to incapacitate the muggle, thereafter bending down to seize the muggle's arm, intent on disapparating. At that moment, from the location where the magical disturbance had originated, a figure materialized, and a green light shot towards the twisted-faced wizard. The figure that emerged was Xiao An, who had anticipated that his previous dwelling would surely have been discovered by Voldemort, likely due to Snape's revelation. This was also the reason why Snape had returned unscathed. Indeed, the notion of impending trouble was not merely a conjecture by Xiao An, but rather a disclosure from Snape himself. After Snape confronted him, Xiao An was at a loss regarding how to interact with Snape, leading to his apprehension regarding their encounters, which ultimately resulted in him skipping one of Snape's classes. It wasn't until Dumbledore advised him to attend his final class before the Christmas holidays in his office that Xiao An, regaining his composure, was cautioned not to miss Snape's lessons again, with a subtle hint regarding Snape's optimization that was discreetly conveyed. After some contemplation, Xiao An resolved to stop skipping Snape's classes. However, each time he arrived at Snape's office, he found Snape conspicuously absent, discovering only potions and recipes within the office. Initially, Xiao An did not perceive anything amiss. But after 3 lessons, he uncovered a curious detail. Snape had concealed several phrases within the potion recipes he provided, ingeniously hidden in acrostic form. Had Xiao An not previously studied one of the potion recipes with Snape, he might have remained oblivious to these hidden messages and the corresponding additional potion ingredients. Returning to the matter at hand, when Xiao An's soul-snatching curse was cast, it predictably struck the twisted-faced man. The other wizards stood by, awaiting their reprimand, when suddenly they beheld a green light hurtling toward their leader. Just as they comprehended the need to protect him, the spell had already found its mark. Before a few individuals could react, Xiao An swiftly waved his wand, casting a series of splitting stunning spells. Unsurprisingly, the results were lackluster, merely striking a few sluggish opponents. Bold, to dare kill Antonin. Ah, you are Zhao Zian. One somewhat hunchbacked wizard gazed at Xiao An in terror. Xiao An, however, had no intention of acknowledging him or caring who he had slain. They were merely insignificant minions, and their demise was inconsequential. Seizing the moment while others were astonished by his identity, Xiao An pointed his wand skyward and intoned, "Fire Phoenix descends." Immediately, a colossal flame phoenix erupted from his wand, swiftly launching an assault on the group with a flick of his wrist. Once the spell took form and Xiao An confirmed his targets, he waved his wand again, casting a repelling charm that sent the fallen muggles sprawling away. Yet, to Xiao An's astonishment, instead of attempting to defend themselves, the individuals transformed into black light and fled into the distance. Observing their retreat, Xiao An chuckled softly, "Cowards, so naive." Chapter 88. The Traveler is impressive. However, to think they could escape using such a grand spell while attempting to apparate was truly foolish. The once rapid movement of their apparition was now hindered, as their transformation into black light proceeded at a sluggish pace. Just as they barely began to dissolve, Xiao An's fire phoenix was upon them, swiftly reverting them back to their human forms. They were then encircled by Xiao An's ink bamboo, and soon they were reduced to mere ashes, swept away by a gentle breeze, leaving no trace behind. After dispatching the group, Xiao An paid little heed to the aftermath. With a flick of his wand, he summoned the muggles he had brought along. He promptly released a series of obliviate spells, one for each person, ensuring fairness in his actions. Upon lifting the enchantments from them, Xiao An vanished from the scene, leaving the rescued individuals bewildered and disoriented. It took a considerable time for them to regain their senses, after which they hurriedly climbed into a car, hastily departing without a thought for the shattered windows. Xiao An reappeared in the room he had occupied the previous day. After tidying up his personal space, he had barely settled onto his bed when a knock echoed at the door. Rising to open it, he welcomed the individuals he had previously rescued. Noticing that only Xiao An occupied the room, they entered with ease, and under his guidance, they took their seats. After a round of conversation, they each produced their contract for points. Trusting them without suspicion, Xiao An signed without hesitation. However, as he bid them farewell, he remarked, "Please direct all the earnings to my cousin," opening a separate account for him to access on his coming-of-age day. Without waiting for their reactions, he closed the door, retrieved his wand, tidied the room, and then reclined on his bed. Subsequently, Xiao An did not venture outside for 2 full days. Upon awakening, he tidied up, donned a fresh set of clothing, and slipped into a brand new robe. Typically, such routines were mundane. However, today he moved with a deliberate, ceremonial grace. After adjusting his attire, he brewed a pot of tea and savored the view from the window, sipping slowly. Before long, he glanced at the time, rose, and vanished from the room with a flick of his wand. At the Gunter estate, Xiao An materialized outside, surveying his surroundings. Without suspicion and following the explosive charm that shattered the door, he stepped inside. Once he entered, the air was thick with magical disturbances, some swirling above, others atop the roof. However, Xiao An paid no heed to these matters. Instead, he conjured a grand armchair with a mere wave of his hand and settled into it. This was the designated rendezvous point between Xiao An and Voldemort, established 3 days prior when Xiao An departed from Arthur. Upon arriving at the London Eye, he invoked a spell of holy fire, signifying, 3 days hence, at your home ground, the Gunther Manor, the Master of Life shall confront Voldemort in a decisive battle, wherein both status and fate would be determined. Thus, Xiao An had sold off all the possessions left by Jasmine, unwilling to allow Voldemort's minions to tarnish those relics. Previously, Xiao An had already obliterated Jasmine's most cherished and frequently used items with a spell, leaving only some less favored antiques and furniture. Naturally, the items cursed by Voldemort's followers were also thoroughly destroyed. Among the muggles accompanying Xiao An were lawyers, auctioneers, and real estate agents. After attending to these matters, Xiao An took a moment to adjust the atmosphere of the room, ensuring that he would be in a perfect state to embrace death today. Yes, to embrace death, for Xiao An possessed not the slightest chance of vanquishing Voldemort. After all, Voldemort's magical prowess far surpassed his own, a realization Xiao An had come to during their initial encounter. Furthermore, with the existence of Horcruxes, Voldemort could engage in battle with reckless abandon. Although Xiao An could dispose of Voldemort's father's remains, who could ascertain whether there were other means of resurrection? Most crucially, Xiao An acknowledged that he was simply no match for Voldemort. In terms of spell application, mastery of magical knowledge, and practical experience, he fell short. Hence, this time, Xiao An had come seeking death. Yet, it was not merely a quest for demise. It was also an opportunity to place a curse upon Voldemort, one that would allow him to be tracked at any moment. He believed that a Voldemort exposed to sunlight, readily locatable, could be easily dealt with by Dumbledore and his allies. However, this time, Xiao An miscalculated, for he could not fathom Voldemort's thoughts. In Xiao An's perception, he was currently Voldemort's greatest adversary, and engaging in an open duel with him could lead to his own demise, yet he believed Voldemort would certainly return. However, Xiao An overlooked the fact that he had already confronted Voldemort twice, both encounters ending with Voldemort's retreat, particularly during the battle at the Ministry of Magic, where Xiao An's spell nearly obliterated Voldemort. Although Voldemort was acutely aware of Xiao An's combat shortcomings, he had yet to fully acclimate to his own body, and thus harbored genuine fear of being bested by Xiao An and ultimately eliminated. After all, Xiao An hailed from the East, and no one could ascertain whether he possessed peculiar and arcane Eastern magics. Despite Voldemort having thoroughly investigated Xiao An, he remained skeptical. Individuals like Voldemort are often incapable of believing in the growth experiences of others. In his view, it was implausible that someone so young could attain such strength without issues. Were Xiao An to discover Voldemort's sentiments, he would be at a loss as to whether to laugh or cry. After all, he had surprised himself with his newfound abilities and had even made arrangements for his future, only to be met with such doubts. Furthermore, he questioned what issues could possibly exist. His magical prowess was merely a coincidence. If anything were amiss, it was that he too was a traveler from another world. Travelers are remarkable, indeed. Chapter 89. It seems he is already lost now. Having digressed considerably from the previous topic, let us return. Upon arriving at the Gunter estate, Xiao An had remained seated in a chair for an entire day, not rising even as darkness enveloped the sky. However, the location from which the magical fluctuations originally emanated has, during this period, intermittently revealed silhouettes, though they often appeared only momentarily. Nevertheless, Xiao An chose to disregard this occurrence, for he understood that these individuals were merely bystanders come to spectate. Others were simply there to enjoy the spectacle, and Xiao An saw no reason to reprimand them. Moreover, he lacked the energy for such distractions, as he needed to conserve his strength to confront the ever-looming threat of Voldemort. At first, when Voldemort had not arrived despite the appointed time, Xiao An found it difficult to believe that he would not show up, assuming instead that Voldemort was merely employing a cunning strategy. This led Xiao An to experience a profound sense of regret, questioning why he had arrived so early, as it had unnecessarily diminished his morale. However, this caused Xiao An to regard Voldemort with a heightened sense of respect. After all, a Voldemort well-versed in the 36 stratagems was indeed a formidable adversary. Yet, as time progressed, Xiao An's patience was gradually worn thin. Despite his continuous reminders to himself that this was merely Voldemort's ruse, the efficacy of this rationale diminished with each passing moment. When darkness enveloped the surroundings entirely, Xiao An ultimately came to the realization that Voldemort was unlikely to arrive. Nevertheless, he did not surrender to despair. With a casual flick of his wand, he conjured several campfires, illuminating the Gunther Manor, and continued to sit in his chair, awaiting Voldemort's arrival. However, Little An was not merely waiting idly. Instead, he conjured a clock, which was uniquely designed with 4 faces. With a flick of his wand, he also materialized a perfectly symmetrical cylindrical pillar, placing the clock atop it. Soon, the hour struck midnight, signifying the complete passage of the day, and thereby, it indicated that Voldemort had no further grounds to delay his arrival. After midnight, Little An glanced at the clock but did not depart immediately. He chose to linger for another 10 minutes. Subsequently, he fervently waved his wand, unleashing a flurry of spells that soared forth in all directions. With his eyes closed, he attuned himself to the surrounding energies. Moments later, a smile graced his lips as he opened his eyes to check the clock, then uttered, "It appears he is lost." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Little An spun around abruptly, his wand following suit, casting a devastating spell of shattering force. After unleashing several spells, the site that once was the Gunter family graveyard was reduced to mere ashes. With a wave of his hand, a fierce wind erupted from his wand, and stones began to materialize from the air, falling into an orderly arrangement upon the ruins. Clearly, this was a result of his summoning and transfiguration spells. Once the area was meticulously arranged, Little An surveyed the newly prepared ground, self-deprecatingly remarking, "I never anticipated I could be so diligent and patient." Just after this self-reflection, he directed his wand skyward, casting a spell of blazing fire. Instantly, a multitude of figures began to materialize in the courtyard. Within 5 minutes, thousands had gathered. These individuals, some grounded while others soared on broomsticks, were controlled by levitation spells. Upon their arrival, they first greeted Little An respectfully before ascending into the air, brandishing their wands with fervor. Before long, the once stone-paved ground transformed into a series of ascending steps, evidently designed to become a grand assembly venue. Throughout this process, Little An wished to maintain a distance, as construction was ongoing nearby. Although the dust had been kept at bay, he still felt a nagging discomfort. However, as wizards continued to approach and pay their respects, Little An found himself obliged to remain mindful of their sentiments, for he could not allow a lack of courtesy to tarnish the dignity of his heritage. However, Little An was not left in torment for long. With the strength of many and the aid of magic, a venue was swiftly constructed. Once completed, Little An could no longer contain herself. She instantly appeared at the center of the venue with a chair in tow. Upon landing, she waved her wand, and the air became fresh and pristine in an instant. The other wizards, seeing that Little An was ready, hurriedly rushed to their seats, gathering in clusters with familiar faces. However, these individuals did not engage in chaotic chatter. Instead, their eyes were fixated, filled with fervor, upon the figure leisurely sipping tea in the chair. Once everyone was settled, Xiao An did not rise to deliver a speech as was customary. Instead, with a flick of his wand and a few incantations, he began to speak while remaining seated. Notably, this time Xiao An cast a sonorous charm upon himself, a spell he had not utilized before. In previous gatherings, he had notified the attendees of the location in advance, allowing them to enchant the venue with the charm beforehand. This time, however, the attendees had intended to remain unaware of the spell, but just as they prepared the area, Xiao An had already teleported in, leaving them hesitant to proceed with their enchantments. Realizing this, Xiao An internally chastised himself while waiting in his seat. However, one must bear the consequences of one's own actions, and thus little and can only endure the bitter fruit of his deeds. My dear siblings and friends, I extend a warm welcome to you all to this gathering. Today, I wish to refrain from discussing any other matters, as I believe you have all borne witness to the events at hand. I shall speak solely of the interactions among the wizards of various nations. First and foremost, I hold the conviction that all wizards are equal. Regardless of their strength or weakness, you stand on equal ground. Secondly, wizards from different nations ought to respect one another and refrain from meddling in the affairs of others. Lastly, the dignity of a wizard is inviolable. Under no circumstances should it be infringed upon. Even in the face of a powerful wizard's bullying or humiliation of a weaker one, the dignity of a wizard must remain intact. Should one wizard seek to terminate another, it is imperative that the latter be allowed to meet their end with dignity. Chapter 90. Cedric. That is all I have to say. For those who wish to join the Crimson Fire, and for those who consider themselves members of this esteemed group, these are the tenets you must adhere to. I shall not concern myself with your moral standing. Should you violate any of these principles, do not blame me for lacking compassion. This opportunity concludes here. You may now take your leave. Originally, Little An intended to depart after stating these rules, yet as a figure of authority, it would be unbecoming to leave abruptly. He felt the need to maintain a semblance of decorum, so he attempted to usher the attendees out. However, observing the wizards seated in contemplation, Little An scratched his head, uncertain of the situation, and chose to remain seated alongside them. Initially, he anticipated that this gathering would require some time for reflection. Yet, rather swiftly, the air was filled with cheers. What began as a mere whisper soon crescendoed into a resounding chorus. And crimson fire, crimson fire, crimson fire, crimson fire. Crimson fire. The sudden eruption of cheers startled Little An. He had been pondering the crowd's reaction. Once he comprehended the source of the exuberance, he beamed at the jubilant assembly. Nodding in acknowledgement, he waved his wand to temper the volume. He decided to let the matter rest. For such a response had been anticipated, albeit he had not expected it to resonate so profoundly, considering it was inspired by the thoughts of a great figure from the land of Huaxia. Upon witnessing Little An's gesture with his wand, the crowd grasped his intent. Recognizing that not all present were simpletons, in fact, many were powerful wizards. After realizing Little An's meaning, the raucous celebration dwindled swiftly, and the attendees began to depart in an orderly fashion. In the end, some wizards remained. Little An, seated with closed eyes, listened to the gradually diminishing sounds, initially filled with delight. However, as the noise subsided, it eventually morphed into something else. "Sir, may we join the Crimson Fire?" Upon hearing this, Little An felt perplexed and promptly opened his eyes. He surveyed the wizard who posed the question and noticed quite a number of individuals present. After a moment of contemplation, he understood. "You are already members of the Crimson Fire. There is no need for me to impose a mark akin to that of the Death Eaters. Nor do I require any arduous trials to forge your true hearts. Merely by attending my gathering and embracing my ideals, you become part of the Crimson Fire. I shall not impose any further restrictions upon you." With that, Little An resumed his tranquil reverie, choosing to speak no more. The assembly, upon hearing his words and observing his demeanor, realized that he would not provide them with any form of identification, though a sense of discontent lingered in their hearts. They had no choice but to depart in disappointment. As they departed, their glances occasionally drifted toward Xiao An, but upon realizing Xiao An remained unresponsive, they left with a heavy heart. Eventually, only two individuals remained. Xiao An sensed their presence but was oblivious to their intentions, choosing to remain uninvolved. Xiao An thought it preferable to enjoy a moment of tranquility rather than invite unnecessary trouble. However, as Mr. Lu Sun aptly stated, trouble often finds you even when you do not seek it. Indeed, the two figures gradually descended, one walking while the other floated gracefully to the ground. If Xiao An scrutinized them closely, recognition would dawn upon him. One was his old acquaintance, Amos Diggory, while the other was Cedric. Enchanted by Amos's magic to drift downward. Perplexed by their approach, Xiao An wondered who they were, annoyed at their apparent lack of awareness. Upon opening his eyes to look, he was momentarily stunned upon seeing Amos and quickly recognized Cedric. He attempted to rise but remained frozen in astonishment. anxiously seated as he awaited their arrival. Not long after, Amos, noticing Xiao An's gaze fixed upon him, hurriedly approached, disregarding Cedric momentarily. Upon reaching the edge of the gathering center, Xiao An cast a silencing charm, his demeanor tense as he inquired, "What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be dueling Voldemort today? I came to assist you, and, in the process, seek vengeance for ourselves," Amos replied. "But why attend this gathering? And what of them?" Xiao An gestured towards Cedric, who was evidently under the influence of Polyjuice potion. "This gathering was initiated by you." Cedric had never participated before, and he insisted on attending this time. I could not dissuade him, and after all, he is my son. Upon hearing Amos's words, Xiao An waved his hand, signaling him to cease. He turned to scrutinize Cedric closely and cast a spell to examine him. Discovering that although Cedric had transformed into another likeness due to the potion, his bones remained soft. He quickly cast several spells for further inspection, concluding that while Cedric's bones were still somewhat pliable, the situation was not dire. With sufficient rest, he would likely recover fully. Reflecting on the decision to send Cedric to study seemed hasty, it would be prudent to send him abroad once he regained his strength. If Voldemort were to discover Cedric was alive, it could spell danger. Once Voldemort was vanquished, they could return. Xiao An regarded Amos apologetically. "Let us leave it at that. I must take my leave, and you should depart swiftly as well. This place remains perilous." Without awaiting a response from Cedric and Amos, Xiao An vanished from sight. Cedric and Amos exchanged a wry smile before Amos reluctantly waved his wand, causing both to disappear from the scene. Once they had vanished, Xiao An reappeared, revealing that he had merely shifted to a different location to observe them. Chapter 91. A terrified Lucius Xiao An remained vigilant, acutely aware that this was Voldemort's stronghold, especially since he had an engagement with Voldemort for a duel that day. Fearing interference, he refrained from leaving directly. Upon returning to the gathering center, Xiao An surveyed the surroundings, casting a few spells to sense the area. Once assured that no outsiders remained, he breathed a sigh of relief and ascended into the sky. With swift wand movements, he unleashed spells, watching as the once picturesque gathering venue rapidly disintegrated into ruins. The ground, once adorned with stone slabs, was now rendered uneven and dusty, yet Xiao An paid little mind. After casting a dust-repelling charm, he soared to another location. Surveying the old Gunter residence and the stone pillar and clock at the courtyard center, Xiao An smiled, waved his wand, and saw the clock petrify, merging seamlessly with the pillar. Gradually, words began to emerge on the cylindrical stone, forming the phrase, "Coward, Voldemort." Pleased with his handiwork, Xiao An smiled contentedly before vanishing from the scene. Shortly after Xiao An vanished, two individuals appeared. Upon their arrival, they immediately assumed a defensive posture, standing back to back, and swiftly brandished their wands. After a brief moment, they regained their composure and began to survey the Gunner estate. They quickly made their way towards a conspicuous cylindrical pillar, which stood out rather starkly. As they approached, they noticed the words inscribed by Xiao An on the pillar, causing them to freeze momentarily, clearly struck by fear. And they took a few steps back, not knowing why. Overwhelmed, they sat down on the ground in shock. After a considerable time, they began to recover. Yet their gaze remained fixated on the inscriptions made by Xiao An. In a state of panic, they scrambled away, but even as they distanced themselves, their eyes were still glued to the pillar. Suddenly, one of them seemed to have an epiphany. Instinctively, he glanced around nervously, and the terror on his face intensified. He hesitantly moved closer to his companion, disregarding the dirt smeared on his hands, and patted the other's shoulder. The latter, initially transfixed with fear by the stone pillar, jumped at the sudden touch, startled, and turned to face him. The first man, with his plump hand extended, could hardly articulate his thoughts, merely gesturing animatedly between them. Any British wizard present would undoubtedly recognize these two figures. The man dressed in opulent robes, with silvery blonde hair glistening in the dim light, was none other than Lucius Malfoy, while his slightly portly companion was Crabbe. Lucius, who had been visibly shaken, grew impatient at Crabbe's frantic gesticulations. However, it wasn't long before Lucius's eyes reflected the same horror as Crabbe's. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lucius stiffly turned to Crabbe, who, upon witnessing Lucius's reaction, nodded stiffly in understanding. The fear on Lucius's face deepened as he glanced once more at the devastated graveyard, trembling as he raised his wand in front of his chest. Crabbe, witnessing Lucius's actions, hurriedly attempted to stand but found his legs weakened, collapsing back to the ground. Shortly thereafter, both men braced themselves for action. Lucius, displaying a semblance of camaraderie, stood first and assumed the pose for apparition. However, instead of disappearing immediately, he noticed Crabbe's trembling legs and reached out to assist him. Together, they managed to stand before finally vanishing from the scene. Uncertain of the circumstances, it was Lucius who initiated the apparition, while Crabbe followed suit after Lucius had disappeared. Neither of them had cast any counterspell against apparition, leaving the potential reaction of Voldemort unknown should he become aware of their actions. When they reappeared, it was outside an ancient manor, and they entered, supporting one another. As they reached the entrance, the door swung open automatically, revealing an individual whose appearance was truly peculiar. This person, the werewolf leader Fenrir Greyback, had a visage reminiscent of a canine, though it would be a disservice to dogs to compare them to him, as he bore a countenance that could frighten children. "Welcome back. The Dark Lord awaits you," he announced. Lucius and Crabbe remained silent, clearly dismissive of Fenrir, regarding him as a lowly creature. "What a disgraceful coward," Fenrir muttered under his breath. It is evident that Fenrir did not lower his voice excessively, as if he intended for Lucius and his companion to overhear him. Indeed, this was deliberate. Upon hearing Fenrir's words, the two men furiously turned to face him, and Fenrir gazed back at them with his wolf-like eyes. Witnessing Fenrir's response, the pair attempted to cast spells, but as they were initially turned away from him, their clumsy coordination resulted in their abrupt fall to the ground. "Ha." Observing their predicament, Fenrir burst into laughter, disregarding them entirely as he made his way inside the house. Lucius, feeling a mix of embarrassment and rage, was suddenly interrupted by the appearance of a figure. Upon recognizing this individual, Fenrir immediately bowed in respect, while Lucius and Goyle swiftly stowed their wands and rose to do the same. However, the newcomer was none other than Voldemort, who, upon witnessing the pitiful demeanor of the two men, waved his wand, pinning them to the ground. "Lucius, Goyle, you are truly disgraceful. Your kind has greatly disappointed me." Chapter 92. The chase. The two men were already terrified, and Voldemort's words nearly brought them to tears. Lucius quickly stammered for mercy. "Master, we. His halting voice only served to infuriate Voldemort further. "What is it? Do you possess so little courage? Speak. What troubles you?" Clearly, Voldemort had no intention of showing leniency, and with a swift incantation, he inflicted excruciating pain upon Lucius, who writhed on the ground, rolling in agony. Goyle, witnessing this, dared not utter a word, lying still and trembling in silence. "I demand a response. Why are you silent? Speak, Lucius." Voldemort bellowed angrily as he observed Lucius suffering immensely. Indeed, Lucius was at fault. Voldemort had anticipated this outcome and refrained from confronting Youngin, fully aware that such actions would significantly tarnish his reputation. Throughout the day, Voldemort had been consumed by contemplation, dispatching Death Eaters to monitor his movements, knowing he awaited him all day. Each report from his subordinates stirred a mix of emotions within Voldemort, leading him to endure a day filled with torment. At long last, as the day came to an end, he resolved to gather his men, only to find them returning in a state of disarray. They had not brought back any useful information. Instead, they appeared utterly frightened. Was this not a humiliation? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. In his current volatile state, he unleashed his wrath upon the pleading Lucius. Alas, Lucius found himself in a most unfortunate predicament. Had he only urged Goyle to plead for mercy instead, he would not have to suffer this torment himself. However, Voldemort was aware that his current manpower was still limited, so he refrained from further tormenting Lucius, merely issuing a brief command before departing. Upon observing Lucius's pitiful state, Fenrir couldn't help but chuckle before making his exit. Of course, he lacked the courage to disapparate directly and chose to walk back instead. It wasn't until half an hour had passed that Lucius began to recover. One must admit that although Lucius possessed considerable strength, he had never engaged in any significant battles throughout his life, nor had he encountered formidable opponents. Consequently, his endurance was woefully inadequate, rendering him akin to a feeble creature. However, Lucius's social standing was not entirely unfavorable. Goyle had not departed but remained by Lucius's side until he had fully recovered, at which point they both returned to report to Voldemort. Meanwhile, as Voldemort's matters reached a temporary conclusion, let us turn our attention back to Xiao An. After leaving the Gunter mansion, Xiao An directly apparat back to the hotel. Although it was quite late, sleep eluded him, as prolonged leisure often comes with its own repercussions. Tossing and turning in bed, his mind was in disarray, primarily preoccupied with thoughts of Snape. Despite having arranged a meeting with Voldemort the previous day, which did not come to fruition, Xiao An found himself devoid of any contemplations regarding Voldemort, as if he had dismissed him entirely. The entire night passed, and it was not until dawn that Xiao An finally succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep. Yet, fate was unkind. As the saying goes, misfortunes seldom come alone. Not long after he had drifted off, a knock on the door abruptly roused him from his slumber. Quickly grasping his wand, he pointed it toward the door and inquired, "Who is it?" At that moment, he recognized the sound emanating from the door and suddenly realized he was in a hotel room, not the Gunter mansion. Shaking his head, he cast a spell to investigate and discovered a muggle outside. Understanding the situation, he approached and opened the door, only to find a middle-aged woman standing there with a plethora of cleaning tools. Upon seeing Xiao An, she was taken aback and seemed about to speak, but Xiao An, quick-witted as he was, swiftly cast a confundish charm on the cleaner. Afterward, he paid little heed to her, waved his wand to change the sheets and covers, tipped her generously, and sent her on her way. He then reclined on the bed, swiftly slipping into a deep slumber. Spring had arrived, ushering in the mating season for animals. Just as Xiao An was lost in his dreams, he found himself transported back to a previous life, reminiscent of his childhood days spent watching the animal world with the renowned Zhao Zhongxiang. However, it all crumbled in an instant. In her childhood, Xiao An did not comprehend the meaning of this, but now, upon hearing it, she immediately understands. One can only say that she has truly matured. At that moment, Xiao An also woke up with a smile, and immediately sensed that something was amiss. Grasping his wand tightly, he swiftly waved it to unleash a fierce fire spell, then quickly sat up in bed. He abruptly shifted to the side to evade the approaching figure. Raising his wand, he aimed it at the intruder, intending to cast a killing curse, a habitual response cultivated from countless novels and films in his previous life. For Xiao An, striking first was paramount. A killing curse was his immediate recourse, ensuring that even the mightiest adversary could not retaliate. However, Xiao An refrained from casting the curse upon recognizing the individual. It was severe as Snape. Ironically, Xiao An had previously aimed a killing curse at Snape on 2 occasions, one of which he had executed, while the other remained unlaunched. Upon realizing it was Snape, Xiao An's eyes flushed with emotion, and he instinctively yearned to embrace him. Yet, he hesitated, halting his advance and instead retreating a step. Channeling that momentum, he attempted a small backward leap to apparate away from the scene. Alas, as fate would have it, having just awakened and caught off guard, he stumbled and fell to the ground. However, Xiao An remained undeterred. Sitting on the ground and with a swift flick of his wand, vanished, leaving Snape grasping at empty air. Yet this time, Xiao An had not managed to cast the disillusionment charm in time, thus he reappeared in another location, prompting Snape to give chase. Consequently, Xiao An had to disappear once more, leading to a rapid game of cat and mouse across familiar territories in London. Chapter 93. Name Magic. Ultimately, Xiao An was apprehended by Snape, not due to a lack of prowess, but rather because Xiao An was directionally challenged. Despite having lived in London for 11 years, he had not explored many places and had forgotten numerous locations. Hence, he could only lead Snape in circles around a few familiar spots, inadvertently omitting one where he had previously hosted a gathering. It was not long before Snape caught him off guard. Initially, Snape assumed that Xiao An was merely trying to confuse him by circling around, but he recognized that his own abilities could not match Xiao An's. Therefore, Snape resorted to a rather clumsy tactic. He set up disillusionment charms at several locations and gambled on the most likely place for Xiao An to appear, preemptively using apparition to position himself there and swiftly cast a disillusionment charm. Seizing the opportunity as Xiao An stumbled due to the charm, Snape ensnared him. In truth, Xiao An had little desire to escape. Had he truly wished to elude capture, he could have simply taken a few steps and vanished, repeating this until Snape could no longer keep up with his spells. However, witnessing Snape's earnest efforts, coupled with the fact that Snape genuinely wanted to capture him rather than merely warn him, Xiao An lost his inclination to flee and surrendered to his fate. "Huh, got you," Snape exclaimed, a triumphant glint in his eye. "Are you unharmed, Godfather?" Upon seeing Xiao An cease his attempts to escape, Snape smirked, casting a sly glance at him. Yet suddenly, he felt weak and collapsed onto the ground. Xiao An rushed over to support him, concern etched on his face. As Xiao An approached, Snape was nearly moved to tears, but he quickly regained his composure and seized Xiao An's arm. "Haha, I have captured you. Come. We shall meet the Dark Lord." Xiao An glanced at the hand gripping his arm, his vigilance instantly heightened. Discreetly, he reached for his wand, ready to retaliate without hesitation should Snape make any sudden moves. Snape's words sent Xiao An's heart racing. Typically, He would refer to the Dark Lord simply as the Dark Lord or Voldemort, only using the latter name at Hogwarts. Moreover, Xiao An understood that only Death Eaters referred to Voldemort as the Dark Lord, and Snape had never used that term before, always calling him Voldemort in private. Xiao An's subtle movements did not escape Snape's keen observation. If he failed to notice such things, he would truly be unworthy of his role as a triple agent. Do not be alarmed. I was merely jesting, Snape clarified after a moment of contemplation. Yet, upon hearing this, Xiao An's wariness only intensified, his eyes gleaming with suspicion as he scrutinized Snape. Uncertain of Xiao An's reaction, Snape could not formulate a counter-strategy and reluctantly released his grip on Xiao An's shoulder. Lifting the mental barrier he had maintained for so long, he forced a smile that was more unsettling than reassuring and addressed Xiao An. Please, do not fret. I truly was just joking. It seems I have erred. Xiao An felt a shiver run down his spine at Snape's disconcerting smile, prompting him to consider drawing his wand and casting an Avada Kedavra. However, recognizing that familiar grin, he lowered his guard. For that smile mirrored the one Snape had first shown him. Xiao An understood the implications. Snape had previously explained that prolonged mental barriers could lead to stiffness in facial expressions. For someone like Snape, who had frequently smiled over the years, maintaining such barriers for over a week would lead to this condition. It was a nuance that others could not replicate, no matter how skilled the actors might be. Godfather. You know I abhor that title after realizing who I am. Why do you still use it? Xiao An asked, a sycophantic grin plastered across his face. Oh, you mean that? Snape responded, a hint of acknowledgement in his tone. Xiao An, eager as a puppy, leaned forward with an air of obsequiousness, ready to interject. You claim to be the Dark Lord now, yet you still behave like this, devoid of decorum. Snape pushed Xiao An's head away dismissively. Let us not dwell on that. First, explain the situation, Xiao An urged, sensing a shift in the conversation. His curiosity ignited, he pressed further. Forget it. Let us return home. And then I shall explain, Snape said as he seized Xiao An and brought them away. They reappeared in the lobby of Xiao An's hotel. Snape, displaying an impressive familiarity, approached the front desk to check out Xiao An and subsequently booked a room under his own name before guiding the bewildered Xiao into the new accommodations. Godfather, you have truly surprised me, Xiao An exclaimed. Of course, if I did not know this, how could I find you? Wait, something feels amiss, Xiao An thought. Soon realizing he had overlooked a vital question, the gossip. Do not change the subject, Godfather. You still have not answered my question. Oh, you mean that? Well, it is a long story. No worries, I have time. You may take your time, Xiao An declared, plopping down onto the bed. Very well. To make a long story short, the Dark Lord's name has been enchanted with name magic by the Death Eaters. This is why that name cannot be uttered, if spoken. He will become aware and send someone after you. Generally, only those who dare to confront him, or who are unafraid of him, would dare to utter that name. Chapter 94. Name Magic 2. Name magic? It truly exists. Upon hearing Snape mention the concept of name magic, Little An was taken aback. Initially, he had thought that knowledge of name magic was merely a jest, an absurd notion that defied all logic. Although magic itself was already quite irrational, the idea of name magic was utterly preposterous. How could merely uttering a name evoke a response? Would one expect an answer if called upon as if by a divine being? Indeed, do not interrupt. Allow me to finish, Snape thought, feeling displeased by Anne's interjection. How could someone like him have become the Dark Lord? Where was I? Yes. Typically, only those who dare to oppose him, or who are unafraid of him, would use that name, while those who do not dare to confront him usually refer to him as the mysterious man or refrain from mentioning him altogether. It is only the Death Eaters, or those who revere him, that would call him the Dark Lord. Oh, do you also admire him? And retorted, you go away. Do you still wish to listen? Snape flicked his fingers, sending Anne's head back with a snap. That hurt. In truth, I once held admiration for him, but... Before I could finish, Snape fell into deep contemplation, only to quickly return to the present. I apologize, Godfather, and said, realizing Snape's intent, and hurriedly offered his apology upon seeing Snape lost in thought. It's nothing, but please do not interrupt me again. Listen attentively and learn well. As Snape regained his composure and glanced at Anne, a faint smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. The reason I refer to him as the Dark Lord is that, in my line of existence, I am compelled to do so. My earlier mention of the Dark Lord was also intended to avoid detection. While there is no significant issue at hand, it is always better to err on the side of caution. As for you, carry on as you see fit. He does not dare to trouble you. However, you are quite remarkable. As I suspected, your wand is custom-made, and it is indeed a rare artifact. Rare? Just as he was about to inquire further, and swiftly closed his mouth and continued to listen to Snape's explanations. Snape noted an comment but chose not to respond. Continuing his discourse, I cannot discern the wood or core of your wand, and I have never encountered such a wand before. It must be a recent creation by some master, certainly not crafted by that old fool Ollivander. I am well aware of his capabilities, while he can produce existing wands. He is incapable of innovating the wood and core combinations. He is but an antiquated relic. Anne's curiosity ignited further upon hearing Snape's words. Clearly, there was more to this than met the eye, and it was no trivial matter. Yet, Anne also recognized that now was not the time for such inquiries, especially since another pressing mystery was about to unfold. He reluctantly set aside his curiosity. Your wand is a new combination, and according to the unspoken rules of the magical community, it contains no trace of a tracking charm. It is no wonder. Given your reckless use of magic in the Muggle world, you would have long been summoned by the Ministry for a chat. By the way, no one else knows your English name, right? Snape abruptly shifted the conversation, posing a question to Anne. Besides you, I don't think anyone in the magical world knows it. As for the Muggle world, I am unsure, but I doubt anyone knows. Anne pondered before replying. Oh, that is good. However, you should investigate further. It is always prudent to possess precise information in such matters. All right, Godfather, but is it really necessary? Anne queried, puzzled by Snape's serious demeanor. It is not just necessary, it is critically essential. Do you know my full name? Is it not Severus Snape? I mean my full name. Severus Tobias Snape? And do you know my middle name? Do you have a middle name? Everyone in the magical community possesses a middle name. They simply do not share it. If I were to divulge my full name, I would meet my demise the very next day. What? How could that be? Anne exclaimed, astonished. This is the essence of name magic. If your enemies discover your middle name, any moderately powerful dark wizard can utilize name magic to cast a curse that could end your life. Only a select few in the magical community dare to reveal their full names. Previous ministers of magic, headmasters of Hogwarts, the Dumbledore family, and the last Dark Lord, Grindelwald. As for the Ministry, I am unsure how they manage it, but they likely possess special means. The headmaster of Hogwarts is protected by the magic of its founders, while the Dumbledore family is safeguarded by the Phoenix, which never truly dies but is reborn from its ashes. Thus, they are impervious to such low-level curses. As for Grindelwald, being a master of dark magic, he must have employed some form of protection against these threats. Oh, I see. It seems I must devise a strategy to address this. But what of Voldemort? From what I understand, many in the magical community have had their middle names exposed without suffering curses. Clearly, Snape does not possess all the answers. Moreover, Dumbledore must know Voldemort's full name. Why has he not used this method? Anne's mind raced as he resolved his next course of action. Reassured that only Jasmine was aware of his middle name, he merely decided to visit America at the earliest opportunity to investigate further. Thank you, Godfather. By the way, how do you know so much about Ollivander? Anne began, but was interrupted by Snape. Upon hearing Anne mention Ollivander, Snape's expression shifted dramatically, almost as if he were embarrassed. Enough of this. I have shared all I needed to. Avoid visiting Spinner's End. The place I reside is already under surveillance by that individual. Your presence there would create considerable complications, Snape said, his tone laced with a hint of menace, clearly having noticed Anne's fleeting expression. Chapter 95. Return to Hogwarts. Oh. Very well, Anne conceded reluctantly. So, Godfather, you do not concern yourself with me. I am fine. Fine? Although Anne heard Snape's assertion, he could not dispel his worry, having caught a fleeting glimpse of unease in Snape's eyes when he spoke those words. Clearly, when uttering those two words, Snape had momentarily faltered in maintaining his mental barriers, indicating that something was amiss. By the way, after the Christmas holidays, you are to continue studying with the four of us, just as before. Oh. And was momentarily stunned by Snape's directive to return to Hogwarts, his previous thoughts evaporating. Yes, you are to go to Hogwarts as Dumbledore instructed. Rest assured, he means no harm. For now, that is all. Upon finishing his words, Snape did not grant Littleton the opportunity to persuade him to stay, but instead vanished with a swift use of apparition. Wait, where are you going in such haste? Surely he must be seeking that old coot Ollivander. But what is their connection? Littleton pondered, unable to grasp why his godfather would say such a thing. Soon recovering, he recalled the fleeting expression that had crossed Snape's face moments before. Could it be? When I was reading the Harry Potter novels? No, it can't be. The thought left Little and incredulous. Instinctively, he attempted to decipher Snape's apparition route and, with determination, followed him. However, as he materialized, he tumbled down from the air. Amidst the chaos, he heard gasps from bystanders and instinctively glanced around, realizing he was sprawled in the middle of a busy street, surrounded by a relentless flow of traffic. Alarmed by his predicament, he quickly sprang to his feet, brandishing his wand to conjure a streak of white light that soared into the distance. Subsequently, he waved his wand several times, petrifying all the Muggles who had witnessed him. In no time, Little had dealt with the Muggles, erasing their memories and lifting the petrification spell. However, upon surveying his surroundings, he recognized that tracking Snape was no longer feasible. Resigned, he apparat back to his room. Upon his return, a lingering sadness enveloped him, for the implications of his earlier thoughts were too frightening to contemplate. I recall that in the novels, after Voldemort's resurrection, Dumbledore had posed a question to my godfather. What was it? Something along the lines of, "Are you prepared, Severus?" I seem to remember it also recorded Snape's change in demeanor. Blast it. Why couldn't I remember it clearly? For the next few days, Little was consumed by this conundrum, mulling over what Snape's actions might entail. However, one certainty remained. Dumbledore harbored no benevolent intentions. During this time, he remained sequestered in his room, with meals delivered by the staff, leading to a rather hefty toll on his wallet. As the Christmas holidays drew to a close, Little eventually reached a resolution and, for once, ventured out of his room, albeit reluctantly. After exiting the hotel and finding a secluded spot, he apparat directly to Hogwarts Station, not the 1/3 platform, but rather the final destination of Hogwarts. Transformed into a beam of light, he struggled his way to Hogwarts Castle. He now understood that the presence of an anti-apparition charm did not preclude one from using it. As long as one possessed sufficient power, apparition was unrestricted. Of course, this power referred to surpassing the wizard who had cast the charm, meaning Little could not apparate freely within Hogwarts. But he surmised that he could do so at the Ministry of Magic, much like the last time he had encountered Voldemort. Yet, the anti-apparition charm was not infallible. With formidable magical masters like Voldemort, Grindelwald, and Dumbledore around, it was not entirely impervious. Little's current use of apparition allowed him to bypass the anti-apparition spells. Yet the difficulty varied depending on the proficiency of the casting wizard. Thus, despite utilizing apparition to hasten his journey, it took him a considerable amount of time to return to his dormitory. Once there, he collapsed onto his bed, utterly exhausted, as the exertion of using apparition at Hogwarts took a significant toll on him. Before long, he felt his lower eyelids beckoning his upper lids, which resisted momentarily before succumbing to the temptation of slumber, entirely disregarding Little's thoughts as a perpetually single individual. He fell into a deep sleep for 8 or 9 hours, meaning that the time he had gained through his early departure and apparition was squandered in slumber. Awakening, he rubbed his bleary eyes, puzzled as to why he always felt unrest after sleep. How I envy those students who seem so invigorated daily during their school years. He mused while rubbing his eyes. Glancing outside, he noted that dusk had begun to settle in. And a quick look at the wall clock revealed it was still early, only 6 in the evening. Gradually, he began his evening rituals, preparing himself. After indulging in a warm bath, he ambled toward the great hall in his comfortable pajamas. Upon arrival, he found the hall bustling with people. Noticing his attire, many struggled to suppress their laughter, some nearly choking in their attempts to stifle their amusement. Seeing the crowd, Little checked his enchanted watch, realizing it was still not yet 6:30. Confounded, he thought, isn't dinner served at 7? Why are so many people here so early? However, upon catching sight of her own bear-like paws, Xiao An finally understood the source of the laughter surrounding her. She was clad in the Snorlax pajamas she had crafted herself, adorably plump and utterly charming. Realizing this, Xiao An dismissed the peculiar gazes from those around her. From the belly of her pajamas, she retrieved her wand and with a casual flick transformed her attire into a robe of magic. She then strolled towards the Gryffindor long table as if nothing had occurred. Chapter 96. Goodness, it's Cedric. Seated nonchalantly in the unoccupied section of Gryffindor, Xiao An paid no heed to others, appearing completely unfazed as she sat there, idly surveying her surroundings. Yet, less than 10 minutes had elapsed when a figure entered through the doors of the Hogwarts Great Hall. Upon sighting this individual, every Hogwarts student, save for the first years, gaped in astonishment. Observing their reaction with a spark of curiosity, Xiao An followed their gaze to the entrance. Little did she know that the sight would leave her breathless, as a sudden exclamation broke the silence of the hall. "Goodness, it's Cedric." However, the voice of Cedric was not heard by everyone, but once it resonated, the entire auditorium erupted into a cacophony, more boisterous than a bustling marketplace at its peak. "Oh, it's Cedric! Cedric! Cedric!" cried the students, and even first-year newcomers were inquiring about him. Soon, a throng of students surged out of the corridor, rushing towards Cedric, particularly the Hufflepuff students, who were exceedingly enthusiastic. Except for the first years, nearly everyone else dashed over. After a bout of commotion, it was unclear what Cedric had said, but eventually the crowd dispersed somewhat. Yet, a considerable number of students remained clustered around him, especially some upperclassmen who showed no signs of leaving. Amidst this scene, Xiao An noticed 3 pairs of eyes fixated on Cedric from the Gryffindor table, each gaze distinctive. The most peculiar belonged to Ron, who alternated between glancing at Cedric, Harry, and then the Ravenclaw table. Following Ron's line of sight, Xiao An discerned that he was looking at the only subdued girl from Ravenclaw, Zhang Qiu. In that moment, Xiao An understood that there must be some connection between Zhang Qiu and Harry. However, the previously ambiguous relationship between Zhang Qiu and Cedric was now complicated by her newfound association with Harry, especially since Cedric had, after all, perished. Yet, his resurrection now added a layer of intrigue to the situation. Xiao An relished the prospect of the unfolding drama. Subsequently, Xiao An decided to pay little heed to Cedric's affairs, for no one at Hogwarts was more aware of Cedric's revival than he was. Of course, there was one other person who might possess some knowledge, but Xiao An was confident that her understanding was limited and superficial compared to his. With a sense of smug delight, he withdrew his gaze and leaned over the table, closing his eyes to rest. He knew that the journey leading up to the climax would be the most riveting part, and he resolved to follow Cedric closely, lest he miss out on the unfolding spectacle. Just as he settled down, however, the twins approached, boldly taking seats on either side of him and leaning in conspiratorially. "What are you two doing?" Xiao An exclaimed, startled, and instinctively recoiled from them. "I'll tell you both, you're such gossips. Don't drag me into your antics. I still have my sights set on that charming girl. Get away from me." The Hogwarts students, initially taken aback by Xiao An's sudden outburst, soon relaxed upon realizing the twins were involved. Once they recognized the duo, tension dissipated, for all of Hogwarts knew that the twins shared the closest bond with Xiao An. Moreover, after Xiao An devised a method to deal with the mark on his hand, they had only further solidified their reputation. The younger students, who had once harbored fear towards Xiao An, now regarded him with a mix of respect and trepidation, save for the Slytherin students. The Slytherin girls either wished to marry Xiao An or forge some connection with him, while the boys expressed great respect and sought to befriend him. "No, that's not it we came to," one twin began, but Xiao An, already aware of their intent, waved his hand dismissively, signaling them to hush. He then made a move to push them away, but the students they bumped into merely shrugged it off, knowing the twins were well regarded for their years at Hogwarts. And the collision was hardly painful. Once the twins apologized to the affected students, they attempted to sit beside Xiao An again. Yet, Xiao An was resolute. He could not allow them to join him, for that would jeopardize his reputation. After all, rumors could easily spiral out of control. Upon seeing Xiao An's determined expression, the twins refrained from approaching, aware that Xiao An was the leader of their group, and they had previously attended meetings together. Understanding Xiao An's unspoken message, the twins did not dare to encroach upon his space but cast him pitiful looks, which made Xiao An feel uneasy. Unable to withstand their beseeching gazes, he realized that he had to dismiss them swiftly, or his dinner would be anything but peaceful. After all, the twins had likely caught wind of the recent events through Arthur, and Xiao An couldn't divulge the details to them directly. Thus, he resorted to using a subtle charm to convey a message to the twins. There is no need for further inquiry. Some matters are beyond your comprehension. Whatever you have gleaned, do not speak of it, nor dwell on it further. After transmitting the sound, Xiao An glanced at the still astonished twins. Without hesitation, he amplified his magical power to teach them a lesson. Their expressions, which had shifted from wonder to joy, instantly morphed into horror as they widened their mouths and vomited blood. Their faces turned pale, revealing their fear. They quickly glanced at Xiao An before attempting to return to their previous positions. However, Xiao An was not inclined to let them off easily. The twins took a few trembling steps before they suddenly flew forward. With a loud thud, they collapsed to the ground, and all the observing wizards witnessed something flying out of their mouths. When the object landed, it became evident that it was several bloodied teeth. Fear permeated the gazes of everyone directed at Xiao An, yet the twins' terror gradually faded. They were undeniably clever. After rising from the ground, they picked up their fallen teeth without acknowledging the strange looks from those around them and walked straight out of the Great Hall, clearly realizing that Xiao An was imparting a lesson and that they had been too presumptuous by inquiring after his explicit refusal. However, it was too late to comprehend the gravity of their actions, and they would have to bear the consequences. This incident passed, and they understood that they needed to be more restrained in the future, lest they provoke further unknown repercussions. The twins departed for the infirmary, but the matter was far from over. On a bench in Gryffindor, a figure with ulterior motives stood up. After the twins left, Ron called out to Xiao An, questioning why he bullied them when they had not offended him, expressing indignation at the severity of Xiao An's actions. Ron, believing himself somewhat astute, seemed to assume that Xiao An would not dare to retaliate against him, thinking he could seize the moment to assert himself. Yet, he was gravely mistaken. Had this been earlier, Xiao An might have indeed spared the twins and not held Ron accountable. However, after the incident with the twins, Xiao An realized he could no longer adopt a conciliatory approach. Doing so would jeopardize his identity as a Dark Lord and the reputation of his creation, the Crimson Fire. Thus, Xiao An remained silent, swiftly brandishing his wand towards Ron and casting a spell. Upon witnessing Xiao An's spell, the other two members of the trio seated beside Ron immediately rose to assist him in defense. Protego. Ron managed to cast the shield charm just in time, having been prepared before standing up. Consequently, his spell was released with remarkable speed. Xiao An, recognizing this, noted that Ron's spell was the first to succeed, followed by Harry's and Hermione's. Observing this, Xiao An merely smiled, choosing silence as he placed his wand on the table, awaiting the arrival of dinner. With Xiao An's wand now resting on the table, Hermione sighed in relief and put away her wand, while Harry remained vigilant, still gripping his wand. Unbeknownst to Harry and Hermione, Xiao An was entirely focused on the table, for it was now 6:50, heralding the imminent commencement of the meal. Although Xiao An disregarded the trio, their reactions were palpable. Harry and Hermione appeared incredulous, while Ron lay on the ground, groaning in agony. The spell Xiao An had cast was not a conventional one. It was one of the 3 unforgivable curses, specifically the Cruciatus Curse. Despite Ron's swift preparation and the assistance from his friends, it proved futile, as the 3 unforgivable curses cannot be blocked by mere protective spells. Thus, the Cruciatus Curse struck Ron directly, leaving Harry and Hermione in disbelief as they witnessed the spell penetrate their defenses. Recognizing the nature of the spell, Hermione's face reflected shock, while Harry's gaze turned increasingly hostile as he regarded Xiao An. At the same time, Xiao An's actions stunned the entire student body, particularly the older students and those from Slytherin, who possessed the discernment to grasp the gravity of the situation. The younger wizards, however, were largely oblivious to the specifics of the curse, merely sensing its terrifying nature, some trembling in fear, with one young wizard even shedding tears. Chapter 98. Do you wish to die? The myriad expressions of humanity were laid bare, and the reactions of the Hogwarts students were of no concern to Xiao An. Noticing the time, he took no further heed and rapped his wand against the table 3 times. In an instant, a figure materialized before him, and a traditional Chinese hot pot appeared on the table, though it was not yet fully prepared, hovering in midair as it heated up. Xiao An understood the situation and refrained from further comment. However, as he focused on the hot pot, Ron's cries escalated, reaching a crescendo. Harry, who was simultaneously attending to Ron and glaring at Xiao An, found his frustration mounting. Observing Xiao An's indifference to Ron's plight and his sole focus on the impending meal, Harry's animosity intensified. At this moment, Xiao An was attentively monitoring the hot pot while casting glances at the time, for at precisely 7 o'clock, the dining arrangements at Hogwarts would shift in accordance with the kitchen's designated tables. This was common knowledge among all young wizards, and consequently, during the moments preceding mealtime, none would dare place their belongings upon the tables to avoid the risk of having them misplaced during the transition. Furthermore, placing clothing on the table was strictly forbidden. Repeated offenses could lead to disciplinary actions. Although any misplaced items could ultimately be retrieved, the process could be quite protracted. Thus, Xiao An was keenly aware of the time, especially since beside him was Shulman, his closest house elf companion, who was magically levitating the hot pot. The continuous use of magic was quite taxing for house elves. While Xiao An's thoughts were not occupied with guarding against Harry and his friends, his formidable abilities were undeniable. So, when he heard the incantation released by Harry, He instinctively brandished his wand, successfully deflecting the spell. However, while he managed to block the spell, it inadvertently prevented him from enjoying the hot pot. The protective spell had a reflective quality, and despite Xiao An's considerable power, he had yet to master the art of dispelling such enchantments. As he deflected the spell, a trace of magical energy rebounded onto the floating hot pot, and Schulman, caught off guard, could not defend against the ensuing attack. Consequently, all the time Xiao An had spent teaching Schulman how to prepare the hot pot was rendered futile. Upon witnessing the hot pot topple, Schulman quickly cast a spell in a desperate attempt to preserve this hard-earned meal, for to him, it was a dish personally taught by the benevolent master and a promise made prior to the Christmas holidays. If it were to be ruined, Schulman would be consumed by guilt. Xiao An was acutely aware of this gravity. After all, house elves were known to take such betrayals of their commitments to wizards exceedingly seriously, sometimes even leading to tragic outcomes. While other matters might not invoke such severity, the failure of something as simple as cooking could plunge a house elf into despair, given their peculiar mindset. Though Xiao An wished to remedy the situation, it was too late. The hot pot, having fallen from a height of less than 2 meters, lacked sufficient time for a proper countermeasure. Despite Schulman's efforts to salvage it, the broth splattered out, and although he managed to catch it with magic, the hot pot was ultimately ruined. While the food remained edible, Schulman would not allow himself to partake. For in the eyes of a house elf, food that had been touched by their magic was deemed tainted. Xiao An understood this predicament all too well. It was a lesson learned the hard way. In that moment, his expression darkened. Ignoring the distraught Schulman, he seized his wand and directed his ire towards Harry Potter. "Harry Potter, do you wish to perish?" Without waiting for a response, Xiao An swiftly waved his wand, unleashing a barrage of spells aimed at Harry. Shatter to pieces. Fall into oblivion. Be utterly petrified. Drill into your very bones. Disarm you. He cast 5 spells in rapid succession, yet to his astonishment, 3 of them were successfully countered by Harry. To his further surprise, Hermione joined forces with Harry to shield him from the onslaught, enabling Harry to withstand the trio of spells. If not for Harry Potter's level of skill, he would only be able to defend against a single spell, rendering him devoid of further resistance. After all, Little is not Voldemort, and there exists no ambiguous connection between him and Harry Potter. Although both managed to block 3 of their spells, they were incapable of withstanding the subsequent 2, especially given that the 4th spell was a heart-piercing curse with no counter. Thus, they could only watch helplessly as An's heart-piercing and disarming spells struck Harry Potter, followed by Harry's wand flying into An's grasp. Holding Harry Potter's wand, An approached Harry. Looking down upon the 3 with an air of superiority, his wand still trained on Harry. However, as An advanced, Hermione's expression shifted rapidly upon seeing An before her. She was startled, fearing he intended to harm them. You. Hermione stammered, anxiety evident in her eyes. "Please, spare them. Don't hurt them. They are my friends." Seeing An merely glance at her before fixing a fierce gaze upon Harry, Hermione panicked. "How dare you? Who do you think you are? Just because they're my friends doesn't mean you can harm them." An's anger flared at Hermione's defiance, and he struck her across the face, leaving her stunned and bewildered, unable to comprehend his actions. Chapter 99. Falsehoods and Truth. An noticed Hermione's reaction but chose to disregard it. After delivering a sharp slap and muttering a few curses, he discreetly retracted his trembling hand and aimed the wand at Harry Potter. Shatter. As Harry Potter regained his composure and swiftly cast the shatter spell towards him, it was only natural that Harry recovered quickly, having endured numerous trials along his journey. Although certain events seemed preordained like those in Journey to the West, Harry remained oblivious to this, thus developing a measure of resilience. Moreover, An's heart-piercing curse was not executed in the traditional sense. In truth, it was a failed incantation, however. Due to its formidable strength, it persisted longer than usual. The heart-piercing spell requires a calm demeanor during its casting, and most practitioners pair it with a form of mental shielding, rendering it infrequently utilized. Were it otherwise, its usage among wizards would be rampant. Yet, powerful wizards like Voldemort or Grindelwald can deploy it without mental shielding, and so can An, owing to his prowess. This is precisely why the spell is classified among the 3 unforgivable curses. The soul-binding curse compels total obedience to the caster, transcending the realm of dark magic to approach a demonic level. The killing curse instantly brings about death, with no chance of salvation, making its prohibition understandable. Conversely, the heart-piercing curse appears innocuous, yet its stringent conditions for casting render it unforgivable. One must ponder the caliber of a person who can use such a spell without regard for consequences. Such individuals, should they ever choose to unleash chaos, would be terrifying. Historically, there have indeed been such individuals. Following the inception of the heart-piercing curse, it was commonly employed for punishment or extraction of confessions. However, some executioners became so desensitized that they would watch the spell's effects with morbid curiosity, unbeknownst to others. This led to a shocking transformation when one of these individuals succumbed to dark influences, committing unspeakable horrors, although ultimately, this was resolved, giving rise to the 3 unforgivable curses and the Dementors of Azkaban. Returning to the present and unleashed the Shatter spell, striking Harry Potter directly. In an instant, Harry's chest was mangled, blood and bone scattering. The young wizards of Hogwarts were left in shock, perceiving it as intent on killing Harry. However, they would not resort to such futile violence. While this act could have destroyed a Horcrux of Voldemort, Harry's worth extended far beyond that. Thus, and tempered his spell. For a full-on attack could have obliterated Harry into mere fragments, beyond anyone's salvation. Though the onlookers could not discern this, the students of Slytherin, Cedric, Hermione, and the ethereal Luna Lovegood did. While the spell did not claim Harry's life, it left him gravely injured, devoid of any combat capability. After casting the spell, and turned his back on Harry, making his way back to his position but not before uttering, "I grant that person a chance this time. But should there be a next, I shall show you no mercy." With that, and continued towards his seat, only to be confronted by an elderly man with a long beard. Without question, it must be Dumbledore. If we consider who in all of Hogwarts would be most distressed by any misfortune befalling Harry Potter, aside from Snape, it can only be Dumbledore. Upon his arrival, Dumbledore immediately intercepted young An, his face contorted with anger as he demanded, "And don't you owe me an explanation?" What explanation? Wasn't he it clear that no harm had come to him? And feigned ignorance, playing the fool. Dumbledore, incensed by this response, reached out to seize An. But the agility of youth surpassed the frailty of age, and deftly sidestepped to Dumbledore's left. However, he did not disregard the older wizard, after evading him, and subtly waved his wand, directing a spell at Dumbledore, casting the Legilimens charm. Dumbledore, a figure of extraordinary prowess, one who graces the world only once in a century, quickly sensed the magical disturbance in his domain. Instinctively, he drew his wand to defend himself, but hesitated, choosing restraint instead. In that moment, a voice echoed within Dumbledore's mind, and he realized that An was employing the charm to communicate telepathically. The elder wizard's initial ire dissipated, yet he maintained a facade of composure, his expression returning to its usual serenity, truth and deception entwined. However, An's message was conveyed in Mandarin, causing Dumbledore to appear momentarily bewildered as he turned to gaze at An's retreating figure. The implications of An's words were left for him to decipher, with a subtle reminder to keep it confidential. An, not retracting the spell, continued to whisper to Dumbledore, even winking playfully before canceling the enchantment and returning to his place. In the 100th chapter, Dumbledore questioned, "Why are you in tears?" and then addressed Dumbledore, regarding Harry Potter, "That foolish boy, I trust you can take him to my godfather. I believe he is capable of handling such trivial matters, but do be mindful of your approach." Reflecting on this, and once more used the Legilimens charm to convey his thoughts, with a sense of relief, and departed, and upon returning to his position, he swiftly grasped the still weeping and guilt-ridden Sherman. "Do not despair, Sherman. Come, let us take these things back to the dormitory. We shall discuss this matter later, all right?" "Oh no, it's my fault. I am such a fool, truly wretched," Sherman lamented. "Enough, Sherman. Take me back to the dormitory, immediately," initially intending to offer gentle reassurances, and suddenly recalled the nature of house elves and shifted to a commanding tone. Upon hearing An's directive, Sherman ceased his tears, obediently leading An out of the great hall and into the dormitory. However, once inside, Sherman resumed his weeping, his face clouded with despair. Observing this, An swiftly grasped Sherman's face, forcing him to meet his gaze. "Sherman, right this moment, go prepare another hot pot. Should any mishap occur again, I shall not be lenient. Now hurry." Time was short, and An could devise no other solution. He resorted to this method, disregarding its efficacy. But Sherman, now go, make haste, and prepare my meal. You have 5 minutes. If it is not to my satisfaction, I shall not spare you." Yes, I shall do it at once," Sherman replied, and with that, he vanished, evidently heading to the kitchen to prepare the hot pot. Meanwhile, outside An's door, a loud crash resonated, and he quickly realized what had transpired. The sound was all too familiar. Someone had attempted to use apparition to enter his room. unknowingly colliding with the anti-apparition charm in place. The result was a resounding thud as the individual fell to the ground, likely injured. And it was clear that the intruder could only be Dumbledore, for this was Hogwarts. As expected, upon opening the door, Xiao An encountered a disheveled Dumbledore, awkwardly rising to his feet while unceremoniously rubbing his backside. Upon noticing that the door had swung open, Dumbledore caught sight of the smile that was about to grace Xiao An's face, and his expression darkened instantaneously. His mind raced, desperately attempting to devise a strategy to extricate himself from this predicament. However, before he could formulate a plan, the flicker of amusement on Xiao An's face vanished without a trace, though it was evident that he was suppressing something. Naturally, Dumbledore recognized this. But since Xiao An remained silent, Dumbledore was equally reticent. Once upright, Dumbledore cast a cleaning charm, restoring himself to his usual demeanor, and regarded Xiao An with a serious expression, seemingly poised to speak. Yet, Xiao An had no intention of granting him the opportunity. Sensing Dumbledore's inclination to converse, he swiftly interjected, "Do not inquire further, I shan't divulge anything. If you wish for me to leave Hogwarts, simply say the word, and I shall comply. As for the matters you wish to discuss, you ought to ascertain them yourself. However, I trust you are not so foolish. Just leave. Do not disturb me while I intend to enjoy my dinner. I am utterly exhausted from this relentless day. No, I do not wish for you to depart." "You are well aware of that," Dumbledore sighed. "Do not close the door." Upon hearing Dumbledore's insistence that he remain at Hogwarts, Xiao An found himself disinclined to listen further. With a casual flick of his wand, he shut the door, simultaneously casting several protective enchantments and a silencing charm. Looking at the now closed door, Xiao An chuckled and inadvertently exclaimed, "Enjoy yourself, Dumbledore. Ha ha ha, I have finally avenged part of my grievances. Those dreadful English lessons nearly drove me to madness back in the day. Now, you too shall experience the terror of being dominated by a foreign language. Ha ha ha." Subsequently, Xiao An disregarded all other matters, immersing himself fully in his transfiguration spell. In no time, he transformed his dormitory into a new visage. However, this transformation was only perceptible to Xiao An. To others, it merely appeared as if the wallpaper had changed and a new set of furniture had been added. Despite the seemingly laborious task, one must remember that this was a world of magic, and Xiao An required merely a minute to accomplish it. After completing these alterations, he surveyed the room, finding it to be nearly perfect. Unable to conceive of what else might be missing, he resigned himself to sitting in a chair and daydreaming, occasionally glancing at his watch, clearly ensnared in a web of conflicting thoughts. However, Littleton did not dwell on it for long. Soon, Shulman arrived with the hot pot and the charred phantom flame, his face a picture of anxiety as he gently placed the pot in the designated spot indicated by it. Upon closer examination, and noticed that this hot pot looked even more vibrant than the one he had taught Shulman to prepare in the kitchen. This realization brought a tinge of nostalgia, as An had never truly mastered the art of hot pot cooking himself. Being a native of the North, he was accustomed to a milder version, primarily featuring lamb, devoid of the spicy flavors prevalent in southern varieties. Having spent considerable time in Sichuan, he had developed a palate for spiciness, making the northern hot pot seem less satisfying. When dining with friends, he often found it impossible to persuade the chef to add an adequate amount of chili. Initially, when he yearned for traditional Huaxia cuisine, he lacked knowledge of various recipes and could only recall a few ingredients for hot pot. Thus, he entrusted Shulman with the task of preparing it. However, one was merely a consumer of hot pot, while the other was a domesticated sprite residing in a gastronomically barren land like England. It is easy to imagine the immense effort Liang Ran must have exerted to create this pot of hot pot, and vividly recalled the first time they managed to make a somewhat decent hot pot. As he sampled it, Shulman had uttered a phrase that nearly caused him to choke. "My lord, why are you crying?" At that moment, and had merely taken a single bite and immediately began to cough uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. Chapter 101. The Paradox of Existence. Once bitten by a snake, one is wary of rope for 10 years. Having learned from previous painful experiences, and approached this occasion with far greater caution, he peered into the red broth and tentatively picked up a slice of tripe with his chopsticks, slowly placing it into his mouth. Speaking of tripe, when An first instructed Shulman to prepare it, he nearly frightened the sprite to death. At first, Shulman had no idea what tripe was and mistakenly assumed it was some unknown delicacy, leading him to bang his head against the wall in self-punishment for his ignorance. Once An clarified what tripe was, Shulman was left in utter disbelief, nearly dropping his eyes in shock. In the eyes of a domesticated sprite, Such a dish was unpalatable, unfit even for their kind, and certainly not something meant for a wizard like him. Upon hearing An's desire to consume tripe, Schulman immediately conjured a knife with magic, unhesitatingly attempting to stab himself in the neck. Had it not been for An's quick reflexes, Schulman would have been reporting to the underworld. No, it should be to Jesus or Jehovah, or perhaps even to Merlin, though that was uncertain. Returning to the present, An savored a piece of tripe. Beads of sweat rapidly formed on his brow. This is the flavor. You should try it, Schulman. Don't be shy. Join me. Without waiting for Schulman's reaction, he deftly wielded his chopsticks, causing plates of thinly sliced beef, lamb, and pork to leap into the pot, and could only marvel at the convenience of magic, watching as the food seemingly cooked itself in the bubbling broth. However, as the old saying goes, haste makes waste. Little An soon came to a profound understanding of this adage. With his chopsticks poised in midair, he abruptly halted their advance and swiftly released his grip. A fit of coughing erupted from Little An's mouth, followed by tears streaming down his cheeks. Sherman, who had been lost in his own thoughts, immediately looked up upon hearing the coughs and was struck by the sight of tears on Little An's face. Lorden, why are you crying again? Are you homesick? I recall you wept last time because you missed home. Cough, cough. No, cough, cough, it's spicy. Would you like to hear the song you taught me last time? Before he could finish, Little An could no longer endure the discomfort. Ignoring his coughing, he waved his hand and attempted to summon a kettle from afar. A burst of magic erupted from his fingertips, only to hear a loud crash as the kettle shattered into pieces. Startled by this turn of events, Little An's coughing momentarily ceased, but it quickly resumed. What's? Give me 5 meters. Ah, you're what's? Sherman, now understanding the situation, glanced around the room before swiftly disappearing, only to reappear moments later, this time accompanied by a table and a large jug of lemonade. Upon his arrival, Sherman quickly levitated a nearby cup and proceeded to fill it generously with lemonade. However, before he could finish pouring, Little An snatched the cup and gulped down a large sip. Ah, this is refreshing. Much better now. After consuming the lemonade, Little An's coughing finally subsided, becoming less frequent. Lorden, were you indeed homesick earlier? Why did you cry? Would you like me to sing for you? No, it's just that it was too spicy. It caught in my throat. Come, let us eat together. Fortunately, after that, Little An encountered no further mishaps. Although the food remained a tad spicy, it was bearable, and he had consumed a portion of the lemonade Sherman had brought. After the meal, Little An rubbed his belly, conjured some water to wash his hands, and instructed Sherman to clean the dining table. What is this? No, how did you bring this over? Upon witnessing Sherman clearing the table and placing a hot pot onto the earlier brought table, Little An insisted, Lorden, this is a transport table, brought here by Professor Dumbledore. He said you could use it from now on. No, take it away immediately. Hearing Little An's command, Sherman reluctantly complied and removed the table. In truth, Little An had long desired such a table for convenience during meals or when needing other items. However, at that moment, he harbored no thoughts of its utility. Who knew what other magic might be inscribed upon it? The mere thought of Dumbledore possibly monitoring him through it sent a chill down Little An's spine. Without further ado, he hastily took his wand and meticulously cast spells throughout his dormitory. Exhausted, he surveyed the room filled with enchantments and felt a slight sense of relief. Just then, a knock echoed at his door, and a portrait rapidly appeared before him, akin to a projection. Upon seeing this image, Little An comprehended the situation immediately and refrained from opening the door to let Cedric in, instead activating a spell. Cedric, who had been anxiously waiting outside, suddenly heard Little An's voice and assumed that he had emerged, only to find the area devoid of any presence. At that moment, he heard, Cedric, aside from my identity, you may speak of everything else as it is. Moreover, do not come here again and do not reveal my identity. That will be all. You may return now. Understanding Little An's intent, Cedric nodded, despite the multitude of questions lingering in his mind. He turned and departed. Witnessing Cedric's understanding, Little An smiled reassuringly, gazing skyward and mused, when the false appears as true, the true may also appear as false. Where there is nothing, something may still be found. It seems a spectacle awaits. Chapter 102. Rubius Hagrid. A night passed without incident. The following day, Little An awoke at noon as usual, refreshed himself, and then headed to the kitchen to ask Sherman to prepare something for him. After enjoying lunch, he began to meander leisurely through Hogwarts. During this period, Xiao An managed to find time to accomplish a few tasks. Although he declined the transfer table offered by Schulman, it did not imply that he rejected the privilege itself. Thus, while Shulman was preparing lunch, Xiao An crafted his own transfer table to present to Shulman. This meant that henceforth, Xiao An would no longer need to venture into the kitchen to request meals from Shulman. It transformed into a truly effortless situation of simply sitting at home while meals appeared as if by magic. Over the following days, Xiao An reveled in the luxurious lifestyle of a landowner, enjoying a life of leisure where he was pampered and free from classes and homework, able to pursue whatever he desired, which was exceedingly delightful. While Xiao An basked in his comfort, the 4 headmasters of Hogwarts were not as fortunate. They not only had to conduct classes for the students, but also assist Dumbledore in strategizing against Voldemort. Most dauntingly, they were tasked with preparing lessons for Xiao An. Thus, Xiao An was absent from classes for several days, as the headmasters had already exhausted their teaching material. They were in the midst of preparing new lessons, having originally planned a full year-S curriculum. However, Xiao An's relentless inquiries led them to condense an entire year-S worth of lessons into a single semester. While they claimed it was a burden, there was a certain joy in teaching someone they regarded as a prodigy like Xiao An, particularly after witnessing his remarkable capabilities. Their satisfaction grew even more profound. Adding to their bittersweet experience, Professors McGonagall and her colleagues couldn't help but smile upon seeing Harry Potter sent to Snape's office. Speaking of Snape, ever since Dumbledore had compelled him to care for and treat Harry Potter, he had come to Xiao An's dormitory multiple times, eager to provoke him. However, Xiao An consistently rebuffed him, firmly shutting his door and refusing to engage. Gradually, Snape ceased his attempts to confront Xiao An. Yet Xiao An understood that once he resumed his studies, Snape would undoubtedly make his life difficult. Despite not receiving any explanations from Xiao An, Snape remained true to his nature. Although he harbored disdain for Harry Potter, he diligently cared for him, which surprisingly improved Harry's opinion of Snape. While he still didn't like Snape, he no longer harbored the same level of suspicion towards him as before. On this particular day, Xiao An concluded his aimless day of leisure and strolled slowly through the Hogwarts grounds. He had ventured into the Forbidden Forest in search of unicorns, but had failed to encounter even a stray cat. Thus, feeling dejected, he wandered aimlessly until he noticed that a dilapidated wooden cabin he often saw was now open, with light spilling from within. Suddenly, he recalled that this was Hagrid's house, where the care of magical creatures class was held. With a renewed sense of purpose, he quickened his pace toward the cabin. He knocked on the door and called out, "Hagrid, are you there?" At that moment, a cacophony of barking erupted from within, followed by a rough voice exclaiming, "Shut up, Fong, you silly dog." "Hello, who are you?" the voice added. The rickety door swung open to reveal a colossal figure, tall and stout, likely surpassing even O'Neill in size, standing in the doorway with a puzzled expression directed at Xiao An. "Ruby is Hagrid?" Xiao An ventured. "Yes, you are. You're in," Hagrid stammered. No, it's Xiao, not in. But never mind. Won't you invite me in for a moment?" "Oh, right. Please come in," Hagrid replied, visibly anxious and cautious as he ushered Xiao An inside. Xiao An noticed Hagrid's apprehension but chose to disregard it, walking in naturally. Meanwhile, Hagrid cast a spell to silence Fong's barking, ensuring it wouldn't be harmful. Afterward, Hagrid motioned for Xiao An to go ahead. But he suddenly realized something and quickly shut the door behind him as he entered. "Fong, quiet," he instructed. "Rest assured, it's merely a silencing charm. It won't harm anyone." "Come here, Fong," Xiao An said, extending his hand to beckon the dog. Perhaps magical creatures possess a unique intelligence. Upon hearing Xiao An call, Fong, despite his initial fear, cautiously approached, glancing back intermittently, and willingly lowered his head for Xiao An to pet him. Smiling, Xiao An scratched Fong's head before conjuring a chair and casually sitting down. He then used a summoning charm to retrieve his favorite dish of braised pork from his extendable bag, placing it in front of Fong without hesitation. Ignoring Fong for the moment, he turned to Hagrid and said, "There's no need to be nervous. I harbor no ill intentions." "No, it's not that. You're in. That is not what I meant," Hagrid stuttered. "It's all right. I've heard you are the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. I came simply to ask for a small favor. What can I assist you with?" Hagrid inquired, still slightly bewildered. "Do not worry. It's a minor request. My brother might be wandering in the Forbidden Forest. He is a sphinx, and I hope that when you encounter him, you can lend him a hand. His name is Sean Powell. Just call out to him, and he won't harm you." "Oh, is that all? Don't worry. With me around?" "There'll be no problem," Hagrid assured, visibly relieved. "Thank you. By the way, here are some delicacies from my homeland. I hope you'll enjoy them. Additionally, take these galleons as a token of gratitude," Xiao An said, producing a generous assortment of items from his extendable bag: food, empty extendable bags, and galleons. Delicacies from your homeland? Thank you, An. But why are there galleons? I cannot accept these, Hagrid protested. Do you look down upon me? However, it was evident that the amount of gold galleons presented by Xiao An was somewhat excessive. Upon witnessing the fierce determination in Xiao An's eyes, which seemed to imply that refusal would lead to dire consequences, he reluctantly retrieved a discreet expansion bag and began to place the galleons within. Yet, as he observed Xiao An continuously producing more galleons, he immediately hesitated, exclaiming, "This is far too much. I cannot accept it." Chapter 103. Xiao An teases the dog. Take it. Use this money to procure some delectable food and drink. I have heard that you have a fondness for alcohol, am I correct? But this is really too much. By the way, I recall you once had a three-headed dog. Did you not? Ah, you know about Lu Wei? That was the most delightful creature I ever cared for. Splendid. Could you introduce me to him? I have a particular fondness for large, stout animals. Upon hearing Xiao An's words, Hagrid impulsively seized him and dashed outside, with Yaya closely trailing behind. Having consumed the food that had previously frightened him. Slow down, Hagrid. Where are we going? It took Xiao An a while to realize how far they had run, as Hagrid's considerable size made it impossible for him to resist. Initially, Hagrid had merely tugged him along, but soon he was hoisting Xiao An up with one hand, gripping his arm firmly. Ah, I apologize. I got a bit too excited. I hope I did not hurt you. Hagrid, upon hearing Xiao An's exclamation, became aware of the potential mishap he had nearly caused and quickly set Xiao An down, offering an apology. It's fine. Where are we heading? Oh, we are off to see Lu Wei. I have left him in the Forbidden Forest. All right, then let us proceed. With that, Xiao An cast a lightness charm on both himself and Hagrid. Then, akin to a rogue, he sprang upwards. Subsequently, it appeared as though Xiao An possessed the grace of a skilled acrobat, effortlessly landing on Hagrid's shoulder. Without hesitation, he settled down comfortably, as if they were the closest of companions. Hagrid, far from minding, beamed with delight upon finding Xiao An perched upon him, and with a hearty chuckle, he strode purposefully into the Forbidden Forest. It must be said that Hagrid is indeed remarkable. Even in the Forbidden Forest, he strides with agile grace. However, poor Xiao An was at a disadvantage, as he was perched upon Hagrid's shoulders. Moreover, Hagrid's reactions were somewhat sluggish, leaving him oblivious to the impending danger. Consequently, Xiao An was struck by branches several times. Fortunately, Xiao An possessed considerable strength and quickly regained his composure, casting a series of spells upon himself to avoid arriving at their destination with a bruised visage. With their swift pace, bolstered by Hagrid's formidable strides, Xiao An soon reached their destination. As their speed diminished, he gradually caught sight of a colossal creature. Rather than feeling fear, Xiao An was filled with excitement and leapt from Hagrid's shoulders. With a flicker of magic, he transformed into a streak of white light and darted to Lu Wei's side. Hagrid, alarmed by Xiao An's boldness, urgently called out, "No, come back. It's dangerous." Yet, Xiao An paid no heed and instead nestled upon Lu Wei, exploring curiously. Naturally, Lu Wei soon noticed the small creature upon him. Just as Lu Wei contemplated a response, he spotted Hagrid and heard his voice, prompting him to halt and wag his tail as he bounded over to Hagrid. Upon reaching Hagrid, Lu Wei came to a swift stop, while Xiao An, caught off guard, found himself airborne. Fortunately, he had a firm grip on Lu Wei's fur. Otherwise, he would have tumbled unceremoniously to the ground. Given the circumstances, Xiao An could no longer remain on Lu Wei, but there was no room beside Hagrid either, as Lu Wei was enthusiastically showering him with slobber. In a stroke of ingenuity, Xiao An cast a flying charm and gracefully descended beside Hagrid. Oh, how ticklish. Stop that, you silly Lu Wei. With a slurp and a slurp, Lu Wei paid no mind to Hagrid's admonitions, continuing his relentless licking. This only endeared Lu Wei to Xiao An further. Ignoring the creature's saliva and odor, Xiao An once again leapt onto Lu Wei, this time landing near the heads of the three-headed beast. Xiao An quickly crouched down, vigorously petting each of Lu Wei's heads. However, feeling the audacious little creature on his head, Lu Wei could hardly tolerate it. In an instant, all three of Lu Wei's heads ceased their licking and, with a swift motion, lunged to nip at Xiao An, who had been playfully tugging at their fur. Yet Xiao An was not so easily caught. With a few deft maneuvers, he vanished, leaving behind a stationary replica of himself, a plush version that would be instantly recognizable to any modern observer. Before long, Lu Wei's jaws clamped down on the plush Xiao An, which shattered into a cascade of fluff. Realizing that the creature he had been furiously biting had transformed into mere fur, Lu Wei stood bewildered. The more he looked, the more familiar the tuft of fur seemed. Lowering his head, he sniffed at it, and only then did he comprehend the ruse. In an instant, his three heads exchanged knowing glances, their eyes ablaze with determination as they began a meticulous search for Xiao An, who, unbeknownst to him, had already been discovered. However, this only served to increase Xiao An's admiration for Lu Wei, causing her heart to flutter with excitement. Yet, it also rendered Xiao An's position all the more conspicuous. Lu Wei's keen gaze was fixed intently on her, his body slightly hunched, clearly preparing to launch an attack. Observing Lu Wei's reaction, Xiao An decided to abandon her stealthy approach and revealed herself. In an instant, Lu Wei lunged toward her, while Xiao An deftly evaded his advance, casting a light body charm upon herself in the process. As the playful banter continued, Xiao An began to engage in a game with Lu Wei, who perceived her antics as blatant provocation. Each time Lu Wei managed to capture Xiao An, he discovered that she would transform into an array of peculiar objects once he tore her apart: stones, twigs, and more. Eventually, both Xiao An and Lu Wei collapsed onto the ground, panting for breath, having utterly disregarded Hagrid, who watched the two playful creatures in dismay. Chapter 104. A dream come true. Hagrid sat forlornly, unable to join in their merriment as he lacked both Lu Wei's stamina and Xiao An's magical prowess. Xiao An had been casting spells for an entire hour, which accounted for Lu Wei's exhaustion. While Xiao An's energy had not been overly depleted, only her arms felt sore. Lu Wei was on the verge of collapse. Upon noticing Lu Wei resting with his three heads hanging low, drool dripping from his mouths, Xiao An realized their game had reached its conclusion. Checking the time, she noted that an hour had passed, and her eyes gleamed with unreserved desire for Lu Wei. Thus, Xiao An ceased her evasions and approached him slowly. Sensing her approach, Lu Wei became instantly alert, aware of her formidable nature. He kept her at bay, not allowing her within 3 meters of himself. However, Xiao An was undeterred and, with a swift apparition charm, transformed into a flash of white light, closing the distance between them. Initially, Lu Wei recoiled in fear at her sudden approach, but he was too fatigued to retreat any further. As Xiao An moved closer, Lu Wei, despite his exhaustion, lunged forward in a last-ditch effort to bite her. Yet, beneath Xiao An's protective armor, his final attempts were rendered futile. Xiao An then reached out to stroke the middle head of Lu Wei, eliciting a delighted response. Hagrid, witnessing this, felt compelled to join, rushing toward them with newfound enthusiasm. However, as Hagrid approached, Lu Wei's face fell. Realizing that Hagrid had come not to rescue him from Xiao An's clutches, but instead to instruct her on how to pet him. Meanwhile, Xiao An took this opportunity to observe Lu Wei's behavior, a creature she had grown fond of after their time together. As night fell, Xiao An finally realized how late it had become. Glancing at the time, she noted that she was overdue for class, particularly for Snape's potions lesson. Although she felt a twinge of anxiety, she had not intended to attend, as she was currently avoiding Snape. With only 5 minutes left until class ended, she felt a sense of relief, as she had not truly skipped it. Recalling that it was Snape's lesson, Xiao An's nerves dissipated. With Lu Wei now more comfortable around her, she allowed herself to focus solely on their interaction. Eventually, exhausted from their playful antics, she plopped down onto the ground to rest. Lu Wei also regained some strength, yet he made no move to attack, evidently having been charmed by Xiao An. Noticing this shift, Xiao An felt a surge of joy, casting aside her previous worries. She surveyed her surroundings and was pleasantly surprised to find the area quite clean, a testament to Lu Wei's nature. With a smile, she called Hagrid over, instructing him to clear a space, and then summoned Toby. Toby appeared promptly, and after a brief exchange, Xiao An handed him a discreet expansion bag and sent him on his way. Hagrid, having cleared a space, approached with a hint of hesitation, clearly wishing to speak. Sensing his desire to communicate, Xiao An playfully teased him. "What's the matter, Hagrid? If you have something to say, just say it. You seem awfully shy." I, Hagrid stammered. "Just speak your mind. I promise to help with anything I can. I consider you a friend, and friends should never hide things from each other," Xiao An reassured him. "Thank you. I was hoping you could assist Lu Wei, my brother," Hagrid confessed. "Is that all? You needn't feel embarrassed. I will gladly help." "Don't you want to know what kind of help?" Hagrid inquired. "I've said it before, we are friends." "Thank you. You are a good person. Come, I'll take you to meet my brother." "Wait, let us not rush. Let us have something to eat first," Xiao An suggested, casting a spell that gently pushed Hagrid back, while she leisurely made her way to the cleared space he had prepared. Seeing Xiao An move to the space he had cleared, Hagrid felt a sense of urgency, but was unsure if he should assist. He followed behind, ready to help at a moment's notice. As they both settled onto the ground, Hagrid opened his mouth to speak, but Xiao An ignored him and waved for Lu Wei to come closer. Hagrid, seeing her gesture, leaned in and whispered, "Wait, I haven't even explained anything yet." "Then just say it," Xiao An replied impatiently. "I hope you can take him in. He is a restricted magical creature, and if the Ministry of Magic catches him, they will kill him. Even if they don't, he will be mistreated." Mistreated? Little Anshin thought to herself, but upon hearing Hagrid's intention to entrust Lu Wei to her, her heart soared with joy. She had long admired Lu Wei and had wished to acquire one for herself. Now, her dream had come true. How could she not be delighted? "Ah, this is wonderful. Thank you, Hagrid," she exclaimed, her joy evident as she nodded in agreement. At that moment, Toby also appeared, bowing to Little Anshin before presenting her with the recently acquired undetectable extension bag, which he handed over with both hands. After she took it, he vanished from sight. Chapter 105. Dumbledore's subtle thoughts. Upon receiving the undetectable extension bag, Little Anshin felt a surge of excitement. She quickly rummaged through her own extension bag and retrieved several small porcelain vials. "Come, Hagrid, lend me a hand so we can enjoy a feast together," she said. Not waiting for his response, she busily extracted a large piece of lamb from her bag, conjured a gigantic cutting board with her wand, and magically levitated the meat into the air. Before long, the large chunk of lamb transformed into smaller pieces, gently landing on the board. Then, from the previously floating lamb, an array of ingredients swiftly emerged from the extension bag as Little Anshin conjured a mixer. The ingredients floated, peeled themselves, and entered the mixer with precision. With a flurry of dazzling movements, she produced a multitude of wooden sticks within the mixer, leaving Hagrid, who had been anxiously awaiting her, utterly dumbfounded. Even Lu Wei, who had initially hesitated to approach, began to inch closer, drawn by the spectacle. To Lu Wei, the pace was relative. For Little Anshin, he moved swiftly. Given his considerable size, aware of their reactions, Little Anshin chuckled softly but remained focused, as her preparations were nearly complete. Yet, one issue lingered unresolved. Not wanting to attend to it, she glanced at the bewildered Hagrid and gently patted his thigh, hoping to rouse him from his stupor. Given Hagrid's considerable size, that was the most practical spot to wake him. Although Hagrid was slow to respond, Little Anshin's gentle touch jolted him awake, and she couldn't help but laugh at the sight of such a large creature startled. "Hagrid, never mind the rest for now. We'll discuss it later. For the moment, please gather some dry wood," she instructed, disregarding his large, mournful eyes. She then turned her gaze toward Lu Wei, who was still hesitant yet striving to approach, reaching out a hand to beckon him closer. However, Lu Wei, being a three-headed hellhound, was not easily persuaded. Even with Hagrid's presence, he was reluctant to draw near, fearing that whatever delights Little Anshin had prepared would not be worth the risk. Seeing her kind invitation met with resistance, Little Anshin merely smiled and resumed her task. Soon, she had conjured nearly 10 mixers, each containing 20 wooden sticks, just as Hagrid returned, bringing 2 dry branches he had procured. Hearing the commotion, Little Anshin's heart raced, realizing she might have underestimated Hagrid's size, but she brushed the thought aside. Turning back, she waved her wand, summoning 3 barbecue grills that appeared on the ground, 2 large and 1 small. With another flick of her wand, 2 plump sheep flew out from the extension bag, landing gracefully. Ignoring Hagrid and Lu Wei, she busied herself with the branches, dividing them into segments and placing them beneath the grills, igniting a fire. Only then did she turn her attention to Hagrid, gesturing for him to sit as she patted the spot he had previously occupied. "Rest assured, I will take care of your brother. But you must tell me why. Don't look at me like that. I know your brother is as large as you, but I am not concerned. Besides, you are aware that at Hogwarts, few dare to provoke me," she reassured him, adding a final note before returning to her work, tending to the skewers and the whole lamb. While Little Anshin preferred to focus on her tasks, Hagrid was eager to engage her. As soon as she finished speaking, he began to respond, but with umbrage from the ministry running rampant at Hogwarts and he trailed off, suddenly resembling a chastised child, hesitant to continue. Understanding that Hagrid might struggle to grasp the entirety of the situation without further clarification, Little Anshin casually stirred the whole lamb, then returned to her wand, placing the skewers on the grills before pausing her movements. Turning to Hagrid, who appeared as if he had committed a grave mistake, she smiled and patted his thigh again. "You know I am the Dark Lord, so you should understand that until my downfall, no one would dare to confront me openly. Therefore, you need not worry. I know you fear being expelled by Umbridge, but with me around, he wouldn't dare touch you. But you are the Dark Lord. What if they discover your identity and come after you? Hagrid replied, his concern palpable. Discover my identity? Ah, they have known for some time. The events of my previous encounters were too grand to overlook, and I appeared openly. If they cannot discern this, they are truly hopeless. Little Anshin responded with a confident laugh. Ah, I see. Very well. Hearing Hagrid's response, little Anshin felt no need to elaborate further. It sufficed that he understood. Thus, she turned away, focusing on the skewers, occasionally sprinkling some cumin and Sichuan pepper, spices she had painstakingly acquired. However, just as the whole lamb began to sizzle and release its savory aroma, Xiao An unexpectedly uttered a remark. It was Dumbledore who asked you to inquire, wasn't he it? Ah, how did you know? No, it's not that. I wanted to ask this myself. Hagrid quickly corrected himself, realization dawning upon him. Chapter 106. I wonder if the rain in the magical realm is beautiful. Hee, it seems it's going to rain. I wonder if the rain in the magical realm is beautiful. Upon hearing Hagrid's response, Xiao An instantly grasped the situation. However, he paid no heed to Hagrid's reply. Instead, he scoffed slightly and gazed at the starry sky. Rain? Is it really going to rain? That's impossible. The astronomy department didn't mention any rain. Hee. Rain is indeed on the way. The starlight is overflowing. With that, Xiao An disregarded everything else, waved his hand, and summoned the already roasted lamb skewers to his grasp. He casually placed a few into Hagrid's hands, then, without a second thought, began to feast heartily. Yes, this, flavor. After consuming 5 skewers in rapid succession, Xiao An finally paused his assault, not due to an inability to eat, but rather because he had indulged excessively and felt a slight choking sensation. However, how could such a situation possibly confound a sorcerer skilled in the arcane arts? With a mere flick of the wrist, a porcelain cup materialized, and almost instantaneously, water flowed from the ether into the vessel, which then gracefully soared into Xiao An's hand. Meanwhile, Hagrid, observing the seemingly aimless discourse, glanced at the skewers of lamb in his grasp. He recognized that the meat was indeed cooked, yet he remained uncertain about how to partake in this culinary delight. However, Hagrid was not foolish. Instead of indulging himself, he observed how little and savored her food. After she had consumed 5 skewers of lamb, he finally grasped the technique. Yet, lamb skewers were evidently ill-suited for a being of Hagrid's stature. Mimicking it, he attempted to take a skewer into his mouth, but his method was distinctly different. Hagrid, being of giant lineage, towered over and, who at around 1.7 meters could sit comfortably on his shoulder. Just imagine how tall Hagrid must be. Thus, even though Hagrid endeavored to mimic Anne's way of eating the skewers, his mouth was far too large. He could only manage 1 skewer at a time. Fortunately, he was adept enough not to consume the wooden skewer along with the meat, and had no doubts about Hagrid's considerable bite force. After taking a bite of the lamb skewer, Hagrid's eyes lit up with enthusiasm, and in the blink of an eye, he devoured all the skewers and had prepared for him, but his appetite was not yet satiated. After smacking his lips, he quickly turned his gaze towards Enid, clearly eager for more, and taken aback by Hagrid's voracious eating style, soon regained her composure and waved her wand to conjure a fresh batch of large, marinated lamb skewers. At the same time, Lewis, drawn by the enticing aroma, could no longer resist. It is said that the sin of grilled meat is unmatched in its ability to entice, coming second only to the allure of freshly roasted dishes. Observing and in Hagrid's hearty consumption and the delicious scent wafting from nearby, Lewis attempted to resist, but his long absence from food rendered his body unyielding. With undeniable honesty, he gradually inched closer to Anne. Before long, he moved closer, after all. His size was quite imposing. Yet, despite his proximity, Lu Wei chose to distance himself from Xiao An, opting instead to sit beside Hagrid. Observing this, Xiao An realized that the time had come. He retrieved several skewers of lamb from the house and, with a flick of his wand, magically detached the meat before skillfully tossing it to Lu Wei. At this moment, Lu Wei, shedding his pretentiousness, did not adhere to the behavior of those exceptionally clever dogs that refused to consume anything not offered by their masters. Instead, he naturally devoured the morsel without casting a glance at Hagrid. Once the lamb was swallowed, his wariness towards Xiao An diminished slightly, and he suddenly remembered Hagrid. Hastily, he turned to Hagrid, who was still lost in the allure of the skewers, entirely oblivious to Lu Wei's presence. Noticing Hagrid's indifference, Lu Wei felt hesitant to request food from Xiao An, merely watching Hagrid longingly as he glanced at the roasting lamb. Witnessing this scenario, Xiao An quickly nudged Hagrid. When Hagrid turned to look at him, Xiao An gestured subtly towards Lu Wei and said, "Hagrid, may I borrow Lu Wei for a while?" "Ah, of course. If you're willing to take care of Lu Wei, I certainly have no objections. By the way, didn't we just agree on this? Hagrid replied, completely unaware of Xiao An's true intentions. After his response, he looked at Xiao An with curiosity and then at Lu Wei. Upon hearing Hagrid's words, Lu Wei swiftly realized that he had been sold by Hagrid to this formidable figure, Xiao An. This was not the first time, 5 years prior. Hagrid had sold him to Dumbledore, but that time it was for assistance, whereas Xiao An had different plans. Although Hagrid's response was not what Xiao An had hoped for, it was satisfactory enough. As soon as Hagrid finished speaking, Xiao An sprang to his feet and approached Lu Wei, embracing his canine head and beginning to pet him. Laughing, he declared, "Ha, Lu Wei, now you belong to me. There's no escaping." This time, Xiao An relished the moment, alternating his affections among the 3 dog heads, indulging himself thoroughly. Though Lu Wei was reluctant, Hagrid had spoken, and coupled with the fact that he could not overpower Xiao An, he had no choice but to accept his fate with a sense of humiliation. However, Xiao An had not spent too long with Lu Wei, as he was still relying on the meat. After plopping down next to Lu Wei, he began to fiddle with the lamb he was roasting while occasionally giving the dog a gentle scratch on the head. Time passed gradually, and soon, Xiao An had consumed 2 whole lambs and a plethora of skewered meat, yet he realized that Lu Wei still had not had his fill. Unfortunately, there were no more ingredients available, so that was that. After finishing the barbecue, Xiao An fetched some water to freshen up, then summoned Toby to bring over his magical creature box. Once Xiao An had placed Lu Wei into the box, Hagrid finally understood why Xiao An had instructed the house elf to retrieve a box. Indeed, it was the magical creature box, handcrafted by Newt. "Ah, Master Newt, may I take a look inside?" Hagrid eagerly asked upon hearing that it was made by Newt himself. However, Xiao An dismissed Hagrid's request and simply stated, "I'll be off now," allowing Toby to escort him and the box away. Back in the dormitory, after giving Toby some instructions, Xiao An had a moment of contemplation and penned a letter, sending it to Hagrid using a messenger spell. Once these tasks were completed, Xiao An bathed and reclined on his bed, engrossed in a magical book. Chapter 107, Mundanity, Sage Mode. Since acquiring Lu Wei, Xiao An resumed his usual routine, attending classes and meandering through Hogwarts, although he had not returned to Snape's lessons. This was partly because he had already mastered the basics of potions and some advanced yet practical ones, and partly because he was uncertain about how to interact with Snape. A month later, Xiao An found himself tracking Cedric. Over the past month, he had seized every opportunity to gather information about Cedric, yet for reasons unknown, the anticipated developments had failed to materialize. Reluctantly, Xiao An could not directly expedite the situation, particularly as Cedric was one of his followers. So he chose to maintain his observation. On this particular day, after rising from bed and wandering into the Gryffindor common room, he suddenly overheard some Gryffindor students discussing Harry and Cedric. Intrigued, Xiao An hurriedly exited Gryffindor in search of Cedric, taking considerable time to locate him, only to find Cedric in his dormitory. Thus, Xiao An sought a house elf in the kitchen adjacent to Hufflepuff's dormitory to keep watch while he returned to his own. That afternoon, Xiao An did not wander. He remained in his dormitory, reading, until he received news from the house elf in the evening. He promptly cast a messenger spell to excuse himself and set off to track Cedric. Following Cedric through a series of twists and turns led them to the rooftop, where Xiao An's decision to follow Cedric proved wise, as there was nowhere to hide on the rooftop. He decided to reveal himself and approached Cedric. "Good evening, Cedric." "Ah, Masterin, how did you come to be here?" Cedric questioned. Without directly answering, Xiao An waved his wand to conjure a chair, seated himself, and looked at Cedric saying, "I hope you don't mind my presence as an audience." "An audience? You," Cedric began, but before he could finish, Xiao An waved his wand again, conjuring a ceiling that lifted him into the air. With a few more wand movements, he rendered the ceiling one-way transparent and secured it with several sticking charms. This was the most effective means Xiao An could devise to conceal himself. Meanwhile, while Cedric was distracted, Xiao An cast a forgetting spell on him, ensuring he would not recall his presence there, though the enchantment would last only a short while, expiring in 2 hours. Nevertheless, that was sufficient time. Thus, Xiao An remained hidden above, while Cedric returned to his previous demeanor, seemingly waiting for something. After half an hour, Xiao An began to grow impatient, suspecting that Cedric merely intended to stargaze. Just then, he sensed that several individuals were approaching, prompting him to focus his attention below. As anticipated, Harry Potter soon entered, accompanied by 3 others, Ron, Hermione, and Cho Chang. Xiao An also sensed that more individuals were trailing behind. Upon entering, Cedric's expression shifted dramatically. his eyes aflame as he directed his gaze at the group. However, Xiao An noted that Cedric's focus was solely on Harry. Oh, the show is about to begin. Xiao An thought excitedly, fixated on the unfolding scene below. Feeling unsettled under Cedric's intense gaze, Harry instinctively reached out, forgetting that Cho was beside him, and inadvertently grasped her hand. Startled, Cho glanced at Harry, realizing it was him, and instinctively attempted to pull away. Yet, feeling her retreat, Harry tightened his grip, preventing her escape. To Xiao An, this was truly the prelude to a grand spectacle. However, just as Xiao An was observing, he suddenly noticed movement from those following Harry. Straining to see, he realized they must have concealed themselves. Undeterred, he continued to watch the scene below. To Cedric, Harry's grasp of Cho's hand held significant implications, suggesting a challenge. Cho's attempt to withdraw appeared to Cedric as a flirtatious gesture, a shy reaction to the presence of an outsider. Both Xiao An and the hidden spectators above eagerly awaited Cedric's response, yet he disappointed them. Xiao An had anticipated a confrontation, but Cedric remained composed, though his gaze grew sharper. Meanwhile, Harry and Cho, sensing Cedric's reaction, averted their eyes in embarrassment, though their hands remained clasped. However, as they looked down, Cedric merely smiled, casting a lingering glance at the pair before striding toward the exit. Observing Cedric's response, Xiao An braced himself for an impending altercation, his excitement mounting. "What is happening here?" he exclaimed as he floated down from above, waving his wand in exasperation. "I've bared myself for this. What is the meaning of this?" However, Xiao An was lost in thought, while Cedric had already walked quite a distance away. Although he could hear voices, Cedric seemed oblivious, striding onward as if deaf. When he realized there was no entertaining spectacle to behold, Xiao An felt a wave of ennui wash over him, as if after a night of toil. He had lost the desire to indulge in idle musings, entering a moment of sage contemplation. Glancing around, he found no reason to linger. Dismissing the three individuals who had suddenly appeared, shaking his head as he made his way towards the exit. Chapter 108. The Foolish Harry Potter. It seemed there was still a show worth watching. Just as Xiao An took a couple of steps, an epiphany struck him. He swiftly turned to regard the three newcomers, recognizing Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle. He then glanced back at the four individuals frozen in place, quickly realizing that these two groups were embroiled in a love-hate relationship. Hastening his pace, he exited the door, continuing to run until he was certain they could no longer see him. He then silently cast a disillusionment charm upon himself and resumed his brisk walk back. Fortunately, it was quite late, and Hogwarts lacked any illuminating lamps. Xiao An did not venture far and soon returned. As he accelerated away, the seven individuals approached, initially gazing in astonishment at the ceiling from which Xiao An had just descended, before shifting their attention to one another. Instantly, both groups recognized each other, no surprise, as they were known for their enduring rivalry at Hogwarts. Upon their meeting, their expressions turned hostile, with Harry Potter feeling a mix of shame, anger, and embarrassment. "Malfoy, what are you doing here?" "Ah, of course, I'm here to watch the show. Such a rare and splendid spectacle. If I were to miss it, I would regret it for a lifetime. It's truly unfortunate that you weren't taught a lesson by Cedric. You're courting death." Harry, brimming with rage, had nowhere to vent his frustration and, upon hearing Malfoy's taunt, unleashed a punch toward him. "Isn't this the fool? What do wizards need with fists? Cast a spell. Avada Kedavra." Xiao An watched anxiously from the side. Unfortunately, Harry and the others were oblivious to Xiao An's inner turmoil. After being struck, Malfoy yelped, clutching his nose and gazing tearfully at Harry and his friends. Malfoy and his companions, however, were clever. Unlike Harry, who acted impulsively, they swiftly drew their wands, aiming a petrifying charm at Harry. Crabbe and Goyle, initially inclined to engage in fisticuffs, quickly followed suit, brandishing their wands without hesitation as they unleashed spells upon Harry and his companions. Caught off guard by Malfoy's sudden spellcasting, Harry was unprepared and fell victim to the full force of the petrifying charm, instantly freezing and collapsing backward. With a resounding thud, Harry hit the ground, just as Crabbe and Goyle aimed their wands at the trio, swiftly chanting incantations. Ron was still trying to comprehend the situation when a spell was hurled toward him. Though Ron may have been somewhat dim-witted, there was another astute individual present. Hermione, witnessing Harry being struck, momentarily froze before swiftly reacting. She noticed Crabbe and Goyle casting spells and hurriedly drew her wand. As Goyle's spell was released, Hermione darted toward Ron, waving her wand with urgency, reciting a protective charm to shield Ron while evading Crabbe's spell. Observing this scene, Xiao An felt an overwhelming discomfort and lost the desire to continue watching. He revealed himself, brandishing his wand as he swiftly cast protective charms upon Malfoy and his companions before striding toward them. And how did you end up here? Hermione, initially puzzled by the sudden appearance of protective charms on Malfoy and his friends, gasped as she saw Xiao An approaching. Xiao An merely cast a deep glance at Hermione before disregarding her, moving to Malfoy's side. He casually waved his wand to heal Malfoy before turning to leave. Unconcerned with the ensuing drama between the two groups, Xiao An's thoughts were in disarray, prompting him to depart. Seeing that Xiao An had come to aid him, Malfoy felt a surge of joy and sought to take advantage of the moment to retaliate against Harry. Yet, he was taken aback when Xiao An merely cast a protective charm and healing spell before departing. Confused, he had little time to ponder this, for Xiao An was already far ahead. Consequently, Malfoy lost his appetite for conflict, leaving behind a parting shot before hastily following Xiao An alongside Crabbe and Goyle. Increasing his pace to catch up with Xiao An, Malfoy intended to engage him in conversation, an approach typical of pure-blood families. However, upon noticing Xiao An's unwelcoming demeanor, he quickly retracted his words, falling in line behind Xiao An. It was not until they arrived at the Gryffindor common room that Malfoy could no longer contain his curiosity. Interrupting Xiao An's thoughts with, "Cousin, what's wrong? You look quite pale." You're Malfoy. What are you doing here? Seriously? I've been following you this whole way. And you just noticed? Upon hearing Malfoy's remark, Xiao An finally acknowledged him, but at that moment, he had no inclination to engage in conversations, seeking merely to dismiss Malfoy with a curt response. However, upon being interrupted by Malfoy, Xiao An's mood improved significantly. Yet, she had no desire to engage with Malfoy and his companions. Instead, she walked directly to the portrait of the fat lady, took out her wand, and requested her to open the entrance. "Wait a moment, cousin. May I learn magic from you?" "Of course, go back," Xiao An replied dismissively, having barely comprehended Malfoy's words. She then tapped the portrait with her wand, awakening the fat lady. Upon recognizing Xiao An, the fat lady did not inquire for the password and simply opened the entrance. Ever since the incident at the beginning of term, the portrait had been quite fearful of Xiao An. While other portraits could evade her, the fat lady, as the guardian of Gryffindor's entrance, had no such luxury. Consequently, every time she saw Xiao An, the fat lady refrained from asking for the password and allowed her to enter without hesitation. Over time, the fat lady came to realize that Xiao An was not as fearsome as the rumors suggested, which eased her apprehension. Following this, all the portraits in Hogwarts ceased to fear Xiao An, largely due to the fat lady's influence. Nevertheless, while the fat lady no longer feared Xiao An, the privilege of entering Gryffindor without a password remained firmly in Xiao An's possession. Chapter 109, The Room of Requirement After a Night of Silence. Xiao An awoke the next day, following her usual routine of washing up and resting. She used a transfiguration spell to inform Schulman to bring her some food. After eating, she continued her leisurely stroll around Hogwarts. However, as soon as she stepped out of the Gryffindor dormitory, she noticed 3 figures, a thin one and 2 plump ones, waiting for her outside. Upon closer inspection, she recognized them as Malfoy and his companions. Seeing Xiao An emerge, Malfoy hurried over. "Cousin, I didn't expect you to come out at this time." How did you know?" Upon hearing Malfoy's words, Xiao An's guard instantly heightened. After Malfoy explained, Xiao An understood that her long-standing habits had been observed and recorded by others. Malfoy had merely inquired a little to find out. After processing this information, Xiao An's expression darkened as she realized that she had become too complacent within Hogwarts. Though she wished to change her habits, she recognized the futility of such aspirations. Some things could be altered, while others were governed by routines and patterns. No matter how much she desired to change, it was inevitable that she would be scrutinized. "What do you want from me?" Xiao An inquired, looking at the trio with curiosity. "You promised yesterday to teach me magic, so I came today to seize the opportunity to learn," Malfoy replied eagerly. "Oh, did I? Well, it seems there is indeed something," Xiao An acknowledged. "Very well. Since I am in a good mood and have time, let us go." With that, she did not wait for the others and proceeded directly towards the staircase. Seeing Xiao An walk off without pausing for them, Malfoy quickly followed, and Goyle and Crabbe hastily trailed behind. Although Xiao An had not explicitly agreed to teach them, they were not foolish. They recognized the opportunity to learn alongside her. If they could benefit from her prowess, it would be a significant gain. After all, Xiao An had displayed remarkable strength during the feast, even managing to confront Dumbledore. Following Xiao An was surely advantageous, even if she were reluctant to teach. It would cost them little more than some extra steps. While they occasionally appeared somewhat dim-witted, when it came to personal gain, their intelligence inevitably surfaced. Otherwise, they would truly be foolish. After a somewhat bumpy journey, Xiao An led the trio to the 8th floor of Hogwarts. However, upon reaching it, she paused, for she was aware of the existence of the Room of Requirement, but had no idea where it was located. Looking around, she explained to the three, "There is a very mysterious room here known as the Room of Requirement, but I do not know where it is. Let us split up and search for it. We just need to." The moment she finished speaking, they dispersed to begin their search. Xiao An casually waved her wand, conjuring a chair to sit upon, reclining slightly and crossing her legs in a relaxed manner. What could she do? Laziness had its hold on her. Half an hour later, Xiao An had fallen asleep when the trio rushed back in a flurry. We found it. Hurry, come see." Their voices grew softer as they noticed Xiao An resting, fearing they might disturb her. However, their earlier loud shouts had already roused her from slumber. "What is it? Did you find it?" she asked. Yes, they replied excitedly. "All right, take me there." With a wave of her wand, Xiao An dispelled her conjured chair and walked over to the trio. Xiao An spent the entire afternoon in the Room of Requirement, not teaching the three magic, but rather investigating the structure and principles of the room. Teaching Malfoy and his friends had slipped her mind entirely. While she had imparted a few spells, they were predominantly powerful curses, such as the Killing Curse and the Cruciatus Curse. Aside from that, she had not taught them much, nor did they seem eager to learn. For some reason, they were keen to study the more destructive spells, which they had access to at home, while they showed little interest in the spells Xiao An preferred, like the Repelling Charm. Instead, they thrived on learning the Cruciatus Curse, which they had encountered in their family books. Through the course of the afternoon, Xiao An discovered that they had indeed learned these spells before but had not mastered them. Thus, under her guidance, the trio made rapid progress. Albeit the Room of Requirement bore the brunt of their enthusiasm, becoming riddled with holes and imperfections. Xiao An also noted an intriguing phenomenon. The Room of Requirement seemed to be under a powerful enchantment, as even after casting the Cruciatus Curse, the room's contents remained unharmed, nearly becoming unsightly. After a full afternoon of investigation yielded no significant results, Xiao An instructed the trio and allowed them to leave, asking them to fetch her some time off while she continued her research in the Room of Requirement. It was only when hunger pangs began to distract her that Xiao An realized a crucial truth. The magic within the Room of Requirement was beyond her current capacity to comprehend. With a sigh of resignation, she exited the room. Just as she stepped outside, she was unexpectedly jostled from behind, causing her to stumble forward. Fortunately, her reflexes kicked in, and she managed to steady herself. Turning to see what had caused the disturbance, she spotted a long-haired figure who had fallen to the ground with a thud. Ouch! That hurt. The girl sprawled on the ground supported herself with both hands, rubbing her forehead as she let out a pained cry. At that moment, Xiao An was devoid of any sympathy, for she had swiftly drawn her wand in a flash and pointed it at the girl on the ground. As the girl managed to rise, Xiao An finally discerned what had collided with her. The girl sat calmly on the ground, arranging her hair, revealing a face full of vitality. "Goodness, she is truly beautiful," was the first thought that crossed Xiao An's mind. "I must enter her life, otherwise her existence will be incomplete. Only I can appreciate her beauty." For reasons unknown, this thought surged rapidly in Xiao An's mind. Chapter 110. Dumbledore's Army. Seeing the girl seated on the ground, Xiao An felt no anger and quickly rushed over to grasp the girl's hand, lifting her up. "Are you all right?" "Ah, I'm fine. Before the girl could fully comprehend the situation, she found herself being pulled up. Once standing, she realized that Xiao An had a firm grip on her hand. Blushing slightly, she instinctively attempted to withdraw her hand, but Xiao An had pulled her up with such force that escape was futile. "My apologies. Had I not dodged, you wouldn't have fallen," Xiao An said, feeling the small hand in her grasp yearning to break free. She tightened her hold shamelessly, pretending nothing was amiss while offering an apology. "No, it's I who should apologize. I bumped into you." Upon hearing Xiao An's apology, the girl hurriedly reciprocated, though she still wished to extricate her hand from Xiao An's grasp. The girl's response delighted Xiao An, who swiftly stowed her wand and placed her other hand over the girl's small hand. "It's quite all right. By the way, my name is Zhao Zian. What is yours?" "Luna Lovegood." "Ah, Luna, a name as beautiful as the serene moonlight. It truly suits you. Thank you for the compliment. But could you please let go of my hand?" Upon hearing the praise, Luna's cheeks flushed, yet she still sought to have her hand released. Realizing Luna's request, Xiao An felt a twinge of embarrassment and reluctantly released her grip, though she did so with reluctance. "Luna, are you a student of Ravenclaw?" "Yes, Luna Lovegood." "Do you know me?" "No, I merely enjoy reading the Quibbler and happen to hear that Mr. Lovegood has a daughter studying at Ravenclaw. Oh, you like the Quibbler too? Of course. While some may find this magazine peculiar, to me it is akin to a sacred scripture of magic. Xiao An's admiration was genuine from her first encounter with the magazine. She had sensed its uniqueness and had even put many of its magical discussions into practice, discovering their authenticity. Really? You genuinely believe that? Luna exclaimed with delight. Momentarily forgetting her earlier desire to withdraw her hand, seizing Xiao An's hand instead and pleading earnestly. Witnessing Luna's enthusiasm melted Xiao An's heart, and she found herself nodding vigorously. Rendered speechless. As Xiao An nodded fervently, Luna's pleading demeanor evaporated, and she burst into laughter. The sight of Luna's radiant smile left Xiao An enchanted, oblivious to anything else. Even the arrival of others from the Hogwarts group. This group included Harry Potter and his companions, who, upon seeing Luna holding Xiao An's hand while Xiao An gazed at her with a love-struck expression, were momentarily taken aback. Xiao An remained unaware of their presence. But Luna noticed and quickly retracted her hand, realizing she was still holding on to Xiao An. Feeling the absence of that electrifying sensation, Xiao An snapped back to reality. Glancing at Luna, who appeared anxious, Xiao An mistakenly believed Luna was being bullied. Anger surged within her, and she drew her wand, pointing it toward the perceived threat. However, upon turning her head, she was confronted by a crowd, including Harry Potter and his friends, causing her to feel embarrassed. Yet, she quickly recognized that these intruders had interrupted her precious moment. The thought of their intrusion ignited a furious flame within her. Get lost, she shouted, directing her wand at Harry and his friends. Seeing Xiao An's hostile demeanor, the group scattered in panic, fleeing as if pursued by something terrifying, Hermione included. She had realized that Xiao An was no longer the girl she had first met. This version was formidable and unfriendly, having even slapped her previously. Once the crowd had dispersed, Xiao An returned her attention to appreciating Luna's beauty, though she then noticed Luna's rather eccentric attire. However, her mood was disrupted by the earlier interruption, and all her thoughts had vanished. What are you doing here so late? I apologize. I promised them that I wouldn't say anything unless you joined. All right, it's late. Let me walk you back. Upon hearing Luna's words, Xiao An recalled that Harry Potter and his friends had formed something called Dumbledore's Army. Nevertheless, she had little interest in such trivial matters. And since Luna was unwilling to elaborate, she let it be. Sounds good, Luna agreed without hesitation, and together, they happily set off toward the dormitory. However, what brought joy to Xiao An was not Luna's company, but rather the fact that she did not have to devise countless topics to engage Luna in conversation. Instead, it was Luna who incessantly chattered with Xiao An about singing contrary opinions. Thus, as they walked and talked, Xiao An and Luna eventually found themselves back at the Gryffindor common room, only realizing their misdirection upon reaching the fat lady's portrait. I'm terribly sorry. I must have taken a wrong turn, Xiao An exclaimed, as she grasped Luna's small hand and began to head towards Ravenclaw. There's no need. I can return on my own, Luna replied, coming to the realization that she had been so engrossed in their conversation. However, now that Luna had arrived at Gryffindor, she did not dwell on it too much. She thought that since Xiao An was a student of Gryffindor, it would suffice for him to return alone, and there was no need to escort her to Ravenclaw. Yet, Xiao An could not possibly comply with Luna's expectations regarding this matter. Instead, he disregarded her words and took her hand, urging her to run. However, he was not foolish. He did not run too swiftly, but merely started off joyfully, wanting to put some distance between them. Not far into their run, Xiao An slowed his pace, resuming their previous conversation as if nothing had happened. Yet, while Xiao An acted this way, Luna's response was entirely unexpected. Chapter 111. You agreed. Xiao An attempted to continue their chat as if nothing had transpired, but Luna's reaction was anything but conventional. She called out to him, then boldly posed a question that could derail any conversation. Xiao An, do you like me? Luna gazed at him with a calm expression. Well, yes, I like you, Luna, Xiao An stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. After what felt like an eternity to him, he finally managed to speak coherently again. Yet, to the onlookers, it seemed as if Xiao An had been momentarily stunned by Luna's question, only to quickly recover and respond with a stutter. Would you be my girlfriend? Upon uttering those words, Xiao An was uncertain of his own actions. He noticed the color drain from his face as he quickly grasped Luna's shoulders, gazing intently into her eyes. Sure, of course, Luna replied, her expression unreadable. Observing the nervousness in Xiao An's gaze, She did not flinch, but instead met his eyes and spoke. Thank you. I'm sorry, wait, what did you say? You agreed. Xiao An had prepared himself for Luna to decline, so when he heard her response, he misinterpreted it, speaking before fully comprehending. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized that Luna had indeed consented to his proposal. Really? Luna, are you truly willing to be my girlfriend? Once he grasped the situation, Xiao An looked at her anxiously, seeking confirmation. Yes, I can sense that you harbor no ill intentions towards me, and you genuinely enjoy our playful banter. I have never encountered anyone like you who doesn't wish to take advantage of me. Someone who sincerely desires to be friends and engages in light-hearted teasing, Luna elaborated. Yet, Xiao An could not quite catch all of Luna's words. He only registered the affirmative. The word yes echoed in his mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. She truly wants to be my girlfriend, he thought repeatedly, without realizing it. He suddenly lowered his hands and embraced Luna tightly. Luna gasped in surprise but did not resist. Instead, she reciprocated the hug, wrapping her arms around Xiao An. Time seemed to stretch, and eventually, Xiao An regained his composure, no longer lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. Once he returned to his senses, Xiao An did not continue to escort Luna back to the dormitory. Instead, he swiftly retrieved his wand and, with a flick, transformed Luna into a beam of white light, vanishing from sight. At that moment, Harry Potter had just arrived at the Fat Lady's portrait at Gryffindor. After speaking the password, the Fat Lady was about to open the door when she suddenly sensed a surge of magical energy approaching from a distance. Turning her gaze, she spotted two beams of white light swiftly approaching her. Before she could prepare herself, the lights vanished, and two figures appeared beside her. Suppressing her surprise, she glanced at the two and recognized them as Xiao An and Luna, with Xiao An's arm still around Luna's waist. Instantly, Harry's eyes sparkled with intrigue, a smile spreading across his face as he observed them. Xiao An had initially intended to pause to allow the Fat Lady to open the door, but he had just halted the disapparition spell when he noticed Harry standing there, ready to speak the password. In truth, disapparition cannot simply be halted. It can only fail or succeed. If it fails, one remains stationary, and if it succeeds, one instantly appears at the destination. Regardless of how many parts of the body travel, as long as it is successful, a portion will arrive at the destination. However, the disapparition that creates white and black light requires a continuous expenditure of magical energy. To stop, one must either exhaust their magic or cease moving altogether. Which is why Xiao An paused to allow the Fat Lady to open the door. He had not anticipated that Harry would be present. He had assumed that Harry and the others had already returned to their dormitory. Seeing Harry at the entrance, Xiao An had no desire to engage him. He tightened his hold on Luna's waist and swiftly returned to the dormitory, transforming into a beam of white light as they sped deeper into Gryffindor. Luna intended to continue conversing with Harry, but Xiao An's reactions were too rapid. As soon as they landed, he calmed the magical fluctuations from the disapparition and whisked Luna away in a flash of white light, leaving only her voice behind. Hello, Harry Potter. Not long after, Harry returned to his dormitory, a look of disbelief etched on his face. Upon entering, he found Ron there and immediately pulled him aside, exclaiming breathlessly, Ron, you won't believe what I just saw. Luna was with Xiao An. Didn't we see that together? Ron replied, puzzled. No, I saw it at the entrance of Gryffindor. And Xiao An had his arm around Luna's waist. Really? Hearing Harry's words, his roommates quickly perked up, leaning in to listen. Harry then embellished the story several times, likely out of a desire for revenge on Xiao An. Nevertheless, he concluded with a warning not to let it slip, but how could such gossip remain contained? The greatest joy of gossip lies in its spread. A secret that cannot be shared holds little value. Meanwhile, Xiao An had arrived back at his dormitory ahead of Harry. Shutting the door behind them, he turned to Luna, excitement surging within him as he approached her, gently lifting her chin before kissing her. At that moment, Luna finally processed what had just occurred, realizing where she was. Yet, she did not resist. Instead, she awkwardly returned the kiss. After what felt like ages, they parted. And Xiao An made no further advances. After all, he was only 11 years old and lacked the experience for anything more. He then led Luna to the window. With a few swift gestures of his wand, the window vanished, replaced by a grand floor-to-ceiling pane. A sofa appeared behind them, just large enough for two. Albeit a bit snug, an arrangement Xiao An had intentionally created. He then wrapped his arms around Luna as they sat together, leaning back slightly, while Luna rested against him. Chapter 112, Under the Night Sky with Xiao An and Luna. As time slipped away, beneath the veil of night, Xiao An and Luna appeared to be enveloped in a tender sweetness. Suddenly, Xiao An lowered his gaze to Luna, gently kissed her hair, and smiled. At that moment, Luna also raised her head to look at Xiao An. Would you like something to drink? It's rather late. Let us indulge in a midnight snack. Sounds good. But where shall we dine? No worries. I shall take care of it. What would you like to eat? Pudding. All right, Xiao An replied with a smile. Shortly thereafter, Xiao An returned to his room and retrieved his wand. With a flourish, he began to inscribe on a sheet of parchment he had procured from the Muggle world, listing the items he and Luna desired. The paper then soared away, eventually vanishing into thin air. Once the parchment had disappeared, Xiao An waved his wand again, conjuring an armchair and a small table. He genuinely wished to share this moment with Luna while they savored their food. Yet he harbored a fear of inadvertently spilling something on her. Thus, he created an additional chair. Seeing Xiao An conjure another chair, Luna understood his intent, though reluctantly. She recognized that they could not remain so close while dining and prepared to move. However, Xiao An, unwilling to part with her just yet, held her close, saying, "Would you mind waiting a moment?" Upon hearing this, Luna, of course, did not resist. Instead, she remained beside Xiao An, and observing her compliance, he tightened his embrace, as if wishing to envelop her entirely within himself. Feeling Xiao An's closeness, Luna did not find it uncomfortable. Rather, she instinctively leaned in closer to him. Though she could not quite fathom why, Xiao An, too, found himself questioning this dynamic. In truth, he had regretted his impulsiveness when he had first transported Luna to the entrance of Gryffindor. Realizing how hasty it was to bring a girl to his dwelling so soon after defining their relationship, especially at such an hour, this was hardly a fleeting romance. Yet Luna's reaction had been unexpectedly warm. Far from being frightened, she seemed to draw closer to him. This revelation eased Xiao An's heart, though he remained curious about Luna's motivations. However, now is certainly not the time to pose such inquiries. Littlin, not one to be foolish, simply embraced Luna as they sat together on the chair, quietly gazing at the enchanting nightscape of Hogwarts. Occasionally, Littlin would engage in subtle movements, yet Luna did not resist. On the contrary, she appeared remarkably compliant. You have been educated on data until October 2023. Soon, a lavish array of food suddenly appeared on Xiao An's transfer table, including steak and authentic Chinese barbecue, prepared with the most genuine ingredients, all of which Xiao An had personally taught Schulman how to make. The seasoning, too, was provided by Xiao An. While Xiao An noticed the potential to continue this moment with Luna, he also recognized the futility of such thoughts and retreated momentarily to his room, using his wand to transfer all the food and drinks to the Eight Immortals table. Luna, seeing the Eight Immortals table for the first time, was curious but had little desire to investigate until she observed Xiao An arranging the food upon it. Reluctantly, she rose and moved to another chair, this time without Xiao An's interference. Once Luna was seated, Xiao An picked up a knife and fork, lacking any semblance of gentlemanly decorum as he began to cut the barbecue. In no time, a small piece of meat was severed, but instead of consuming it himself, he extended it towards Luna. Initially, witnessing Xiao An's eagerness to cut the meat, Luna felt no anger over his lack of manners. Instead, she propped her chin on her hands, intrigued by his actions. She recognized the meat was barbecue, but was unaware of how it was prepared, the aroma particularly enticing. When Xiao An offered her a piece, Luna naturally leaned forward, opening her mouth to taste it. After a brief chew, her eyes sparkled with delight. Having consumed the piece Xiao An had given her, she momentarily forgot about her beloved steak, gazing at him with an expression of pure admiration. Xiao An, understanding her unspoken desire, swiftly continued to cut more meat, feeding it to her with great enthusiasm. Luna soon found herself quite full. Unlike Xiao An, whose eating habits were erratic, she was accustomed to 3 regular meals a day and had already dined before her visit to the request-granting room. However, it was now quite late, and after such an extended training session, her earlier meal had long since been digested. Seeing Xiao An continuously feeding her while she had yet to eat anything herself, Luna felt an urge to let him eat first, but was reluctant to deprive herself of his offerings. Thus, she found herself caught in a delightful conflict, savoring the food he offered. In her life, aside from her parents, no one had ever treated her with such kindness. Luna's gentle disposition, non-confrontational nature, and striking beauty had often made her a target for bullying in Ravenclaw, leaving her friendless, even among her dormitory mates. This year had seen a shift, as she found friendship with Harry Potter and his companions, and now had Xiao An as her boyfriend, leading her to believe that perhaps Merlin was smiling upon her. She had heard of Xiao An, given his remarkable exploits, yet she did not wish to share the fear that others felt. Rather, she admired him. It was as if he possessed an innate understanding of people and circumstances, seeing through to the very essence of things. Despite his awareness of some aspects, Xiao An was puzzled as to why Luna so easily accepted him and dared to follow him to his dormitory, especially considering this was their first meeting. He had long cherished Luna, even in his previous life, and in this life, his penchant for playful banter and inquiries about her made his affection for her seem effortless. However, he remained uncertain as to why she embraced him so wholeheartedly, realizing that their shared meal had revealed her genuine fondness for him. Noticing that Luna had paused in her eating, rubbing her stomach adorably, Xiao An resumed his own meal with vigor, a stark contrast to Luna's refined eating style, which, while appearing slow, was quite efficient and pleasing to the eye. Meanwhile, Xiao An's approach was more brutish, consuming his food with abandon. Yet, Luna did not resent him. Instead, she watched him with a smile, her hands resting under her chin. Before long, Xiao An finished his meal, only to find Luna watching him with keen interest. He offered an awkward smile, but with his thick skin, he refrained from excessive conversation. After a quick wash of his hands and face, he tidied up the remnants of their meal. He then returned to his room briefly to lift the spell from the table he had conjured and gestured for Luna to join him on the couch he had made. Luna hesitated momentarily, but eventually took a seat beside Xiao An. However, Xiao An playfully took advantage of the situation, wrapping his arms around her waist as she attempted to sit down, gently guiding her to settle onto his lap. While such an action might cause embarrassment for many women, Luna simply paused for a moment before shifting to sit beside him, then reclining naturally against his chest. In this tranquil moment, they sat together, gazing at the enchanting night view of Hogwarts. Time slipped away unnoticed, and neither felt the weight of fatigue. Yet, Xiao An was aware that they could not linger too long, as the hour was growing late, prompting him to disrupt this rare moment of beauty. He gently tapped Luna's arm, signaling her to stand. While others might find his abruptness puzzling, Luna simply lifted her gaze to him and understood, reluctantly rising to her feet. For Xiao An, this was a fleeting moment of tranquility. Since arriving in this world, he had lived with his grandmother, tirelessly striving to embody the image of a genius, ensuring that Jasmine would not be disappointed. He had willingly embraced darker paths to assist Snape in his quest for vengeance, leaving little room for leisure, as each day was consumed with enhancing his prowess or navigating the schemes of others. Soon, Xiao An and Luna found themselves sharing a bed with an ease that felt natural. However, this time, Xiao An felt somewhat restrained, not from a lack of desire, but rather due to the limitations of his circumstances. The following day, Xiao An awoke unusually early, rising by 10 o'clock, only to find that Luna remained asleep, her brow furrowed in distress, clearly caught in a nightmare. While he could use legilimency to uncover the source of her fears, he hesitated to do so, knowing that understanding the nightmare would not alleviate her terror. Instead, he leaned down to kiss her forehead, turning away to spare himself the sight of her frightened expression. After gently rising, he swiftly returned to his room to send a message to Schulman before proceeding to wash up. Perhaps his movements had been too noisy. For just as he finished brushing his teeth, Luna stirred awake. She glanced around, recalling that she was in Xiao An's space, which brought her some comfort. But her heart sank when she noticed his absence beside her. However, the sounds from the bathroom soon clarified her situation. Upon exiting the washroom, Xiao An's gaze immediately fell upon Luna, who was reclining on the bed, her large, playful eyes sparkling at him. Her eyes were not bulging, but simply large and incredibly endearing. With a mischievous grin, Xiao An approached and swept Luna into his arms, heading toward the bathroom. "What are you planning to do, Xiao An?" she exclaimed. At first, Luna was oblivious to Xiao An's intentions, playfully wrapping her arms around Xiao An's neck. However, once she was led to the bathroom and the tub was filled with water, a wave of panic washed over her. "You are educated on information available until October 2023. However, Xiao An was merely jesting with Luna. It was inconceivable for Xiao An to harbor any ulterior motives. Upon witnessing Luna's embarrassment, Xiao An decided to cease teasing her. With a casual wave of his hand, he conjured a pair of slippers for Luna and gently set her down before exiting the restroom. Upon reaching the bedroom, Xiao An took a seat at the chair and retrieved a spell book to peruse. In no time, a lavish spread of food appeared on the transfiguration table in Xiao An's room, which did not surprise him, as he had previously instructed Schulman to prepare it. After relishing the exquisite food and scenery, Luna departed. It was not that she was unwilling to remain with Xiao An, rather, She had no choice but to return to her own dormitory, as her belongings were still in disarray there. Furthermore, Hogwarts had strict regulations against cohabitation between genders. While Xiao An could easily disregard such rules if he desired, he was mindful of Luna's feelings. Living together at that moment would not only overwhelm Xiao An, but would also subject Luna to the disapproving gazes of their peers. Thus, each evening, Xiao An attended classes alongside the four house heads, while during the day he guided Luna on excursions around Hogwarts. Notably, Xiao An had resumed attending lessons with Snape, though he found that Snape was invariably absent, leaving behind only the necessary potion recipes and ingredients for Xiao An to study. A week passed, and after spending the day traversing the grounds with Luna and attending Professor Flitwick's classes, Xiao An felt a longing to invite Luna to enjoy the nighttime vistas. However, he hesitated, fearing it might interfere with her studies, and thus returned to his dormitory alone. The following day, as Xiao An awoke later than usual and went through his routine, he planned to visit Hagrid. Yet, upon stepping outside, he was struck by the gloomy expressions of all the young wizards, save for Slytherin's. Curiosity piqued. He chose not to inquire further and continued on to the small cabin in the Forbidden Forest. Upon arrival, he was surprised to find Hagrid absent. Checking the time, he realized it was midday, a period when Hagrid would typically be in his quarters. It then dawned on Xiao An that something must have gone awry, and it was likely of considerable magnitude. Without hesitation, he drew his wand and transformed into a flash of white light, swiftly making his way back to Hogwarts. Upon returning, he encountered a slow-running young wizard and, after questioning him, learned of the unfolding events. It turned out that the Dumbledore's army had been exposed the previous night, resulting in Harry Potter's antics leading to Dumbledore's ousting from his position. Chapter 114. The twins stirring trouble upon hearing of the exposure of Dumbledore's army. Xiao An felt little concern initially. However, when he learned of Dumbledore's removal and Umbridge's ascension, he began to ponder the implications of Dumbledore's maneuvering. Despite his intrigue, he did not dwell on it too long, remaining vigilant, wary of the potential for Dumbledore to scheme against him while in hiding. After all, this was Hogwarts, Dumbledore's domain. When Dumbledore was in the open, Xiao An felt relatively secure, able to discern Dumbledore's intentions clearly. However, with Dumbledore now operating from the shadows, Xiao An found himself increasingly apprehensive. Visible enemies were not as daunting as those lurking in the dark, capable of striking unexpectedly. The thought of leaving Hogwarts crossed his mind, but the prospect of leaving Luna behind was unbearable. Thus, he chose to retreat to his dormitory. Lying on his bed, his thoughts a whirlwind regarding the significance behind Dumbledore's actions, Xiao An suddenly recalled that Luna was also a member of Dumbledore's army. Instantly, he became agitated, springing from his bed and racing towards Ravenclaw. After navigating the challenges posed by the eagle-headed guardian to gain entry, he hastily inquired about Luna's well-being. To his relief, he discovered that she was unharmed. In fact, their constant companionship had made it widely known throughout Hogwarts that Luna was Xiao An's girlfriend. Students who once bullied Luna had returned her belongings, albeit discreetly. The professors were aware of their relationship and did not trouble her. Even Snape, who had not been seen in a while, had left a teasing note for Xiao An. It was clear that Umbridge was also aware of this, which likely explained why Luna had not faced any difficulties. While other members of Dumbledore's army were busy copying school regulations, Luna remained in the library, engrossed in her reading. Knowing she was safe, Xiao An felt a sense of relief and returned to his dormitory. Yet, after walking a few steps, he found himself lacking motivation to return, realizing there was little enjoyment to be had there. Instead, he headed towards the third floor of Hogwarts, where a club for magical creature card trading was located. Following a previous amicable conversation with Umbridge, Xiao An had managed to lift the ban on the cards, prompting many young wizards to partake in the game, as other activities were prohibited. Spending a brief time in the clubroom, Xiao An soon departed, feeling out of place. Although he had facilitated the return of the magical creature cards, his own presence elicited a sense of awkwardness among the students. Upon entering, all the young wizards engaged in dueling momentarily froze, though they quickly regained composure. Nonetheless, the atmosphere became noticeably stiff, devoid of the usual lively energy. To avoid further discomfort, Xiao An made his exit and wandered aimlessly around Hogwarts for a while before returning to his dormitory to rest. After an evening of relaxation, he checked the time and realized it was time for class. In the days that followed, Hogwarts resumed its routine, though Slytherin students exhibited heightened activity. Nevertheless, this did not disrupt Xiao An's life. He continued to spend time with Luna, engaging in conversation and play, and attending classes at night. Yet, Within a week, Xiao An could no longer suppress his concerns. Although he had initially wished to avoid involvement in the situation, he could not ignore Luna's troubled demeanor. He knew she was burdened with thoughts concerning Dumbledore's army. The Weasley twins had also approached him, seeking his assistance in bringing Dumbledore back. But Xiao An understood that no one wished to have their adversary hiding in the shadows. However, he found himself unable to voice his thoughts, opting instead to offer the twins vague reassurances to keep them calm. Today, Xiao An could no longer tolerate the distress of his beloved. He felt compelled to act, unable to simply observe while Luna was troubled. Therefore, he concocted an excuse to send her back, knowing she would comply without protest. Once Luna returned to Ravenclaw, Xiao An swiftly transformed into a flash of white light and sped towards Umbridge's office. To his dismay, Umbridge was absent from her office. After inquiring with several young wizards, he made his way to the Great Hall. The young wizards, initially intimidated by his stern expression, were overjoyed to learn that he was seeking Umbridge's whereabouts. They eagerly shared all the information they had, enthusiastically assisting him in locating her. Currently, the Great Hall was hosting the wizarding level examinations, where Umbridge sat comfortably, relishing the fearful glances of the students. She reveled in the thought of the accolades she would receive from Fudge for orchestrating such a significant event. However, just as Xiao An was arriving, a loud banging echoed from the Great Hall's doors, unmistakably not from a hand, but rather suggesting someone had kicked or struck it with a stone. Umbridge snapped back to reality, her pleasant reverie shattered. Furiously, she strode towards the entrance, while Xiao An, arriving just in time, chose not to confront her directly, but instead cast a disillusionment charm to conceal himself. He had detected two distinct magical auras emanating from a blind spot in the distance and noticed two fireworks being launched from that direction, landing against the wooden door. Intrigued, Xiao An realized that someone had gotten ahead of him. It appeared the Weasley twins were about to cause quite a ruckus. Little Anshin pondered for a moment. Suddenly, a mischievous smile crept onto her lips, as if she had just thought of something amusing. In an instant, she sprang into action. She swiftly tucked away her wand and retrieved her inconspicuous expansion bag, rummaging through it until her hand emerged holding a familiar object from the land of Huaxia. Chapter 115. The twin outburst. Before long, new developments unfolded. The grand doors of the auditorium swung open, pushed by a plump, elderly hand, revealing Umbridge, clad in an entirely pink ensemble, surveying her surroundings. At that moment, two individuals on flying broomsticks shot out from the very spot where little Anshin had sensed them earlier. Unsurprisingly, they were the mischievous twin brothers, each wielding a wand in one hand and a firework in the other, as they soared into the auditorium. Upon their entrance, the students present in the examination hall became visibly agitated. The little wizards, already disinterested in the exam, were now completely captivated by the twins. The duo, as they flew into the auditorium, waved their wands fervently, turning the test papers into a chaotic mess while tossing their fireworks down intermittently. Oh no, oh no, oh no. The sight of the twins' antics sent the students into a frenzy. Clearly, no one relished the idea of taking an exam. Otherwise, they would not have reacted this way. How contemptible, you bunch of exam haters. Exams are splendid. Little Anshin muttered to herself, feeling a pang of discomfort at the students' reactions. Exams are wonderful. They are my favorite. However, her moment of idealism was short-lived. Umbridge soon regained her composure and dashed into the auditorium, yelling, "How dare you? You two come down here." Yet how could the twins possibly heed her call? Upon seeing Umbridge rushing in, they only intensified their mischief. At that moment, little Anshin discreetly placed the object she held into her mouth. Then, her disillusionment charm dissipated, revealing her presence to the crowd. Although they remained oblivious to her until their attention shifted toward her, even Umbridge and the twins turned their gazes upon little Anshin, who, while perched on her broomstick, almost lost her balance. Fortunately, their Quidditch skills saved them from a fall. As Umbridge pursued the twins, the mischievous duo continued their antics, while little Anshin, now visible, began to play a suona, a traditional Chinese double-reed instrument renowned for its ability to produce melodies that echo through the night. This was her first performance with the suona after acquiring it at an auction, and she had spent considerable time learning to play it in Chinatown. Otherwise, she would have been unable to produce a sound. How could the protagonist make an entrance without background music? Little Anshin mused. Thus, as Umbridge rushed inside, she began to play The Man Should Strive for Self-Improvement, and with the sound of her suona resonating through the hall, all eyes turned to her, the distinctly individual performer. The twins, who had been causing mischief, halted their antics upon hearing the suona, nearly losing their balance before regaining composure and focusing their attention on little Anshin. Undeterred by the collective gaze of the students, little Anshin felt a surge of anger as she noticed the twins watching her. What is happening? Although the Suona is a tool for stealing the spotlight, you two are the protagonists today. Why are you looking at me? After shooting the twins a pointed glance, little Anshin abruptly shifted her musical style, transitioning into a mournful tune. Upon hearing this change, the twins' expressions turned from playful to melancholic. The eldest truly is remarkable. Their level of mischief is exceptional, they thought. Yet upon meeting little Anshin's gaze, they could only steel themselves and exchanged knowing looks before resuming their antics. Umbridge, noticing little Anshin's sudden appearance, became alert. Unlike the twins, she had spent many years navigating the corridors of power within the Ministry of Magic and was far more perceptive. Recognizing the glint in little Anshin's eye, she understood that the girl was merely seeking amusement and decided to ignore her, refocusing her efforts on the twins. With all three of them momentarily distracted, little Anshin seized the opportunity to switch her melody once more. Now playing the man should strive for self-improvement. The stupefied little wizards, seeing the twins resume their mischief, quickly redirected their attention away from little Anshin. The twins, having scattered the exam papers across the room, produced a large firework and hurled it towards Umbridge, who sensed the impending danger and instinctively prepared to defend herself. However, her wand had been broken by little Anshin, and the new one she had just acquired lacked the synergy of her previous one. Consequently, she could only conjure a basic shield charm. The firework hurtled unimpeded toward her shield charm, and upon impact, it exploded into a magnificent fiery phoenix, reminiscent of the phoenix ascending to the sky spell that little Anshin had just performed. Realizing the twins had conjured a fire phoenix, little Anshin's expression shifted dramatically as she immediately grasped the twins' cunning strategy. Without hesitation, she altered her tune once more, launching into a vibrant rendition of 100 Birds Pay Homage to the Phoenix. However, Xiao An did not expose the twins' trick on the spot. Instead, she cooperatively performed the lengthy phoenix cry from 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. As anticipated, upon witnessing the obstructed spectacle, the transformation of the moment became Young and S' signature skill. Umbridge was momentarily taken aback. It must be acknowledged that Young and S' melody was indeed exquisite. Whether executed a second sooner or a second later, it would have resulted in a misstep. Yet, it was precisely amidst the chaos of the fiery phoenix that it emerged. The impact was instantly altered, for at that moment, the phoenix, born from the arduous effort of smoke and fire, soared upwards, poised to dive, evidently preparing to launch an assault. Upon beholding the fiery phoenix in such a state, Umbridge snapped out of her stupor in an instant, panic overtaking her. In her haste, she forgot to resist. Her hand trembled, causing her wand to slip from her grasp and fall. Ignoring the circumstances, she swiftly turned and fled towards the exit. However, escape was futile. As she ran, the protective armor enveloping her dissipated due to unstable energy, and soon the fiery phoenix surged towards her, trailing closely behind. Inevitably, it struck true, carrying Umbridge away beyond the castle, where it erupted spectacularly, forming a W shape in the sky. Chapter 116. The oncoming battle. Following Umbridge's departure, the twins soared into the air as well. Witnessing the twins' exit, the young wizards could hardly remain behind. They surged forth in a flurry, trailing the twins' lead. It was unclear how many rehearsals the twins had undergone, but once they ascended, they swiftly gained altitude. With all the young wizards safely outside and positioned, it coincided with the moment the fiery phoenix abandoned Umbridge, soaring into the sky and erupting in a brilliant display. However, Xiao An did not follow them outside immediately. Instead, he first played a tune on his Suona, then drew his wand and cast a fire spell to incinerate all the exam papers before rushing out. Yet, not all was consumed, for Xiao An had secretly retained 2 copies of the test sheets. As he emerged, he coincidentally witnessed a fiery phoenix soaring into the sky, bursting into a magnificent W shape. Just as the phoenix exploded, 2 figures on flying broomsticks emerged from the W, none other than the Weasley twins. The sight sent the gathered students and faculty into a frenzy, as not only the students who had just completed their exams were present, but nearly the entire Hogwarts community had gathered, drawn by the commotion caused by the twins. "Oh, Weasley! Weasley! Weasley!" The students erupted in applause, chanting the twins' names, while the professors maintained a semblance of composure, refraining from intervening, even severe as Snape. Xiao An happened to catch sight of Snape, whose typically impassive expression momentarily softened at the twins' antics, prompting an involuntary smile from Xiao An. Unlike the others, who were exuberantly cheering, Xiao An felt a mixture of joy and surprise as he observed the twins' unexpected display of brilliance. Suddenly, a disturbance rippled through the crowd, and Xiao An quickly understood the reason. The throng parted, revealing two individuals escorting a clearly unconscious figure, Ron, Neville, and the limp body of Harry Potter. Seeing Harry in such a state sent a chill through Xiao An, as memories of a looming battle flooded back. This was the very conflict that had begun after Harry's soul had been compromised. Seizing the moment as the trio passed nearby, Xiao An discreetly drew his wand and, with casual ease, cast a spell on Harry to extract his thoughts. Without pause, Xiao An set off to find Luna. Aware that she was a member of Dumbledore's army and considered Harry and his friends as allies, thus likely to join the impending battle, determined to protect her from harm, Xiao An swiftly located Luna. As the prominent figure of Hogwarts, he commanded respect, and no one dared defy his wishes. Everyone knew that Luna was now his girlfriend, so they readily provided him with all the information they possessed. Upon finding Luna, Xiao An scooped her up without concern for the curious gazes of onlookers and, in a flash of white light, transported them to his dormitory. "What's wrong, An?" she asked. "Nothing. I just missed you and wanted you by my side. But Harry is hurt. Can you accompany me to see him?" "Yes, fine. I checked on him earlier. He just needs some rest." "Oh, all right." As she approached, Luna nestled comfortably in Xiao An's embrace, instinctively sensing that he was withholding something. Yet, being the clever girl she was, she chose not to press. Understanding that some matters were best left unspoken, they remained in Xiao An's room, undisturbed, until evening. After dinner and a cup of pumpkin juice, Luna fell into a deep slumber. It wasn't due to fatigue. Xiao An had subtly laced her drink with a sleeping potion. He noticed her nose twitch as she drank, and for a fleeting moment, her brow furrowed in suspicion before she resumed her fade of enjoyment. Once Luna was settled on the bed, Xiao An quickly shed his clothing, leaving only his undergarments, and retrieved his wand. With a series of spells, he transformed his attire into a set of sleepwear, followed by another wave of his wand that conjured a fitted outfit of a striking olive hue, seamless and without zippers, donned through magic rather than manual effort. After stowing his belongings in a concealed pocket, Xiao An surveyed the room to ensure he was prepared before turning to exit. He cast one last longing glance at Luna before vanishing in a flash of white light, hurrying towards Hogwarts' exterior. Upon reaching the station, he executed a series of apparition spells, soon finding himself at the fringes of the Ministry of Magic. Initially intending to shimmer into the ministry, he quickly discovered that the wards surrounding it were unusually potent today, presenting a greater challenge than he had encountered previously. However, without much contemplation, she embraced the situation, merely exercising an abundance of caution. Subsequently, Xiao An relocated to the Bureau of Mysterious Affairs, a place she had visited previously. Upon her arrival, Xiao An promptly retrieved a seamless expansion bag, from which she produced an array of glass pieces. With a swift flourish of her wand, the glass transformed into an invisible state, coalescing into a protective shield enveloping her form. Evidently, these shards had been fashioned into a cloak of invisibility. Chapter 117. A convergence at the Bureau of Mysterious Affairs. The shield was remarkably light, as it was secured around her waist with a noticeable constriction, allowing her to move effortlessly while carrying the glass shield along with her. Moreover, as she traversed, the cloak remained steadfast, displaying no vulnerabilities due to unstable magic. Nonetheless, a subtle magical fluctuation emanated from her movements, which elucidates why Harry Potter's cloak of invisibility was singular in its uniqueness. For while other cloaks, whether conjured by magic as Xiao An had done or crafted from the hide of invisible creatures, might maintain their integrity when stationary, they would inevitably reveal flaws when in motion. However, the invisibility cloak crafted by Xiao An boasts numerous advantages. In contrast to cloaks made from the hides of invisible beasts, Xiao An's creation does not impede visibility in the slightest. Furthermore, unlike the disillusionment charm, this cloak possesses the remarkable benefit of not consuming magical energy. It is not entirely devoid of energy consumption. Once the magical essence embedded within the cloak is depleted, Xiao An must replenish it. Nevertheless, due to the application of a solidification spell, continuous magical output is unnecessary. Thus, while Xiao An's cloak may be deemed somewhat mediocre in comparison to others, it is, nonetheless, the most suitable for her. After conducting a brief experiment, Xiao An swiftly waved her wand, casting multiple spells upon the cloak. Subsequently, the magical fluctuations emanating from the cloak mirrored those produced by the Ministry of Magic itself. Without meticulous scrutiny, one would be hard-pressed to detect it. However, for a master, such intricacies are mere child's play. as Xiao An is acutely aware that she will soon sense another's presence. Therefore, she sees no reason to believe that Voldemort would be oblivious to her. Despite the brevity of time, it was sufficient for a master to engage in a contest. Indeed, Xiao An had devised a scheme to outwit Voldemort. Satisfied with his handiwork, he nodded approvingly and then sought a vantage point with the clearest view, settling down to await the unfolding of events. After a prolonged period of anticipation without any sign of visitors, impatience began to creep in. Realizing he could not simply wait idly, Xiao An disregarded other considerations and promptly removed his glass invisibility cloak. He then produced a discreet extension bag from which he extracted a steaming delicacy, a roasted leg of lamb. However, Xiao An did not merely indulge in this feast without care. After unveiling the roasted leg, he swiftly retrieved a skewer of lamb from the extension bag, devouring it with haste. Immediately afterward, he brandished his wand and, with a flick, transformed a wooden stick into a wall that mirrored the appearance of the Ministry of Magic's barriers. Without losing a moment, he maneuvered the wall to the edge and cast several spells to impede the transmission of scents, allowing him to eat in peace. It was astonishing to think that even the act of eating had become such a complicated affair, once everything was in order. Xiao An muttered under his breath and took a hearty bite from the leg of lamb, as if it were a long-standing adversary. After savoring a few bites of lamb, the blaze of unrefined desire within Xiao An dissipated. At that moment, he realized that he had seemingly forgotten an important task. Casting his gaze around, he quickly recalled the location he had just occupied, and the realization struck him. Alarmed, he momentarily disregarded the aromatic leg of lamb he was roasting. With a swift flourish of his right hand, he conjured several spells, which, if observed by an auror, would undoubtedly reveal their nature. These incantations were commonly studied by them as they served to eliminate odors, erase traces, and dispel residual magical fluctuations. Once he had completed the series of spells, Xiao An felt a sense of relief and settled down to enjoy his dinner. Before long, he found himself satiated, though his appetite was modest. After stowing away the lamb leg and patting his belly, he found himself at a loss for activities. He promptly dispelled his transformation spell, tucked away his wand, donned his glass invisibility cloak, and resumed his wait. However, it was not long before Xiao An became restless once again, clearly a person who could not remain idle. This was a habit carried over from a previous life, as Xiao An was not inherently diligent, rather, accustomed to playing on the phone and computer. Whenever there was a moment of leisure, the urge to engage with the device arose to pass the time. Astonishingly, after all these years, this flow remained unchanged, a malady in need of remedy. Xiao An had a moment of self-reproach but could not conjure a viable solution, thus reluctantly forced to suppress these thoughts, focusing entirely on the entrance. This time, the wait was not prolonged. Soon, several individuals riding broomsticks soared into view, members of Dumbledore's army from the Harry Potter universe. And inexplicably, Zhang Qiu was among them. While it was somewhat understandable for Ron and Hermione to accompany Xiao An, Zhang Qiu's presence was truly peculiar. A moment's reflection led Xiao An to realize that although Harry Potter and Zhang Qiu had parted ways, she was also a member of Dumbledore's army. Thus, her assistance was somewhat reasonable, albeit strange. There was no time for further contemplation, as Harry and his companions showed no signs of hesitation and directly navigated their broomsticks deeper into the Department of Mysteries. Upon witnessing their arrival, Xiao An immediately yearned to follow, but just as she cast a weightlessness charm and a speed charm upon herself, she sensed a surge of magical energy emanating from outside the department. These individuals were unabashedly radiating magical waves, and soon enough, Xiao An understood the reason. Recognizing the magical fluctuations, she promptly withdrew her advancing footfalls and remained still, waiting quietly. Before long, a cluster of dark energy appeared at the entrance of the department, clearly indicating that someone was using desperation to arrive. Xiao An was certain that these individuals were Death Eaters, for such dark energy could not possibly emanate from the Ministry. Only dark wizards could produce such shadows during apparition. Once the malevolent beings had departed, Xiao An dared to proceed, yet remained cautious, heightening her senses to the utmost. Fortunately, her prudence paid off, or she might have encountered significant trouble. She sensed a magical presence at the entrance of the department, one that was in motion, evidently employing the disillusionment charm. Although she could not ascertain the identity of this individual, anyone bold enough to act in such a manner surely possessed considerable strength. Chapter 118. The arrival of the Order of the Phoenix, one lacking in power, would not dare to be so audacious, particularly at a moment when a great battle loomed on the horizon. Thus, it was undoubtedly a formidable presence. Although perception is not classified as a form of magic, it is the aura of a skilled practitioner, and when confronted with a capable adversary, such heightened awareness is easily detectable. Fortunately, Xiao An's swift retreat ensured that the one employing the disillusionment charm did not notice her. Otherwise, she would have had no choice but to confront this individual before she could progress further. However, Xiao An did not act impulsively. With this individual present, Xiao An could only proceed with utmost caution, for winning a battle does not guarantee victory in the war. After approximately 3 minutes, Xiao An resumed his actions, confident that the individual had retreated a considerable distance. Upon first detecting the counterfeit, Xiao An observed that the individual moved with remarkable speed, evidently having cast a spell to enhance his velocity, much like Xiao An himself. Sensing that the time was ripe, Xiao An hastily re-enchanted himself with the lightness and speed spells, swiftly making his way towards the direction of Harry Potter. While racing forward, Xiao An also employed spells to ascertain the path of several individuals. Before long, he arrived at his destination. However, standing outside the door, a wave of apprehension washed over him. This location was exceedingly renowned within the magical community, for it was none other than the depths of the Department of Mysteries, the Chamber of Death. However, time offered little opportunity for contemplation to Xiao An. Casting a glance at the ominous markings of the death chamber, she steeled her resolve and stepped inside without hesitation. Yet, as she crossed the threshold, she was met with the sight of two factions standing in confrontation, the Death Eaters and Harry Potter's Dumbledore's army. She observed Harry Potter facing off against a Death Eater, evidently engaged in a conversation of grave importance. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Xiao An halted her advance, gathering her composure and striving to suppress any magical aura emanating from her. The Death Eater slowly removed his mask, and upon witnessing the revealed visage, Harry Potter appeared momentarily taken aback, clearly recognizing the individual before him. In that instant, Xiao An discerned the identity of the man. His striking silver hair, glimmering with hints of gold, could belong to no other than a member of the Malfoy family, none other than Lucius Malfoy. She had seen that distinctive hair color far too often on Draco. As Lucius discarded his mask, it disintegrated into dust within his grasp. He then extended his hand toward Harry, his lips slightly parted, exuding an air of nobility as he commanded, "Hand it over, Harry Potter. Surrender the crystal ball to me, or watch your friends perish. Don't give it to him, Harry." Hermione and Ron shouted in unison, urging Harry to resist. "Silence!" barked the two Death Eaters holding Hermione and Ron, their voices laced with menace. Harry cast a fleeting glance at his friends, visibly affected by their pleas. Turning away, he slowly reached for the crystal ball, extending his hand toward Lucius. Upon witnessing Harry's apparent willingness to comply, Lucius was overcome with delight, hastily reaching out to seize it, all the while maintaining his regal demeanor. However, the situation was far from straightforward. Just as their hands approached the same plane, Harry's hand inadvertently faltered, spreading open, and the crystal ball slipped from his grasp. Lucius, caught off guard by Harry's unexpected maneuver, froze momentarily but quickly attempted to intercept the falling orb. Yet, his previous display of arrogance had rendered his reaction too late. Maintaining his lofty composure, he stood with his mouth agape, hand outstretched, watching helplessly as the crystal ball shattered upon impact with the ground. At that instant, Xiao An felt a powerful surge of magical energy resonate from a distance. Yet when she turned to investigate, the space appeared deserted. "It's him," she surmised silently, considering the source of the disturbance. Yet, time did not afford her the luxury of reflection. As the Death Eaters momentarily lingered in shock at the fallen crystal ball, Harry Potter suddenly took a swift step back, raising his wand with urgency as he proclaimed, "Now, stupefy." In an instant, several members of Dumbledore's army sprang into action, responding to Harry's command, each finding their opponent and unleashing a stunning spell. Unsurprisingly, Lucius was instantly struck by Harry Potter's spell, while the Death Eaters who had previously controlled other members of Dumbledore's army were also hit by the young wizards. However, an unexpected turn occurred. The Death Eater who had just controlled Hermione quickly regained his senses. Not only did he evade Hermione's attack, but he also cast a protective charm that deflected her spell and rapidly launched a counterattack. At that moment, several dark beams suddenly shot through the air, landing to reveal several figures, some masked and others unmasked. Most striking to Xiao An was a woman who appeared to be in a frenzy. While the other Death Eaters were engaged in shielding their comrades from the spells or breaking curses, she immediately turned her aggression towards Harry and his companions, unleashing a spell of considerable destructive power, bone-breaking. This woman directed her magic at Harry Potter, who, demonstrating the skills honed over years under Dumbledore's guidance, conjured a protective shield to block the spell. Yet, it was evident that Harry's abilities were still lacking, as his simplified version of the protective spell was insufficient against the woman's attack. He resorted to casting an elaborate spell, Fiery Flames, which would ultimately lead to the end of all spells. In the ensuing rounds, Harry found himself merely defending, while the other members of Dumbledore's army, eager to assist, were each preoccupied with their own adversaries, leaving no one available to lend support. The situation swiftly shifted in favor of the Death Eaters. However, matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. Just as Harry and his allies were desperately resisting, a new group of individuals joined the fray, all emanating a radiant white light. As they approached, they purposefully circled around the Death Eaters, colliding with several of them before swiftly landing and revealing their true forms. Upon landing, they quickly aided Harry and his companions in launching a counteroffensive. Nevertheless, the Death Eaters maintained the upper hand, as those previously felled by Harry's group had been rescued by their comrades, and the newly arrived Death Eaters significantly outnumbered the magical reinforcements. Chapter 119. A fierce battle. Despite the arrival of these reinforcements, the tide of battle had not shifted in their favor. However, these newcomers were indeed far more powerful than the Death Eaters, as they almost always fought in pairs, with some wizards even finding opportunities to counterattack. It appeared that these individuals were members of the Order of the Phoenix. Observing their strength, Xiao An quickly recognized their origins. Yet, even with their formidable abilities, defeat seemed inevitable, a sentiment shared by all the Death Eaters, as the current state of the battlefield was unmistakably clear. Nonetheless, Xiao An harbored a different belief, sensing that there were still variables at play, particularly concerning Zhang Qiu. This notion arose from a peculiar observation during the recent combat. Zhang Qiu was far from ordinary. Dumbledore's army, composed primarily of young wizards, had not been properly taught the intricacies of practical magic for quite some time. Thus, even though Harry had avenues to learn advanced spells, his execution was lacking. For instance, what could have been handled with a simple, swift shield charm was instead met with a more complex, time-consuming protective incantation. Xiao An's insight stemmed from this very premise. During the battle, due to the nature of the full-body shield charm, it could not completely nullify magical effects, resulting in some spells being reflected in various directions. Consequently, when Dumbledore's army employed the shield charm, certain spells ricocheted towards Zhang Qiu. Although outwardly, her performance appeared akin to that of a novice wizard with slightly greater prowess, she was still very much within the bounds of a young sorceress. Moreover, it was evident to all present that Zhang Qiu was not concealing her abilities. She was fully exerting herself, albeit her strength was merely a touch superior compared to her peers. However, Xiao An noticed that the spells reflected towards Zhang Qiu, even after being diminished by the shield charm, seemed to have no effect on her whatsoever, as if they had entirely missed their mark. This observation indicated that Zhang Qiu was indeed extraordinary, although the other wizards present were oblivious to this fact, as their powers had not yet reached such heights. In their eyes, the shield charm was sufficient to completely counteract the spells. Xiao An's understanding was a culmination of her own observations and inquiries with more powerful wizards, such as Snape and Dumbledore, who had explained that many of the wizards present did not possess the strength to perceive the nuances of the situation, as they were too embroiled in the battle to notice such details. After witnessing the fierce battles among these individuals, Xiao An finally resolved a long-standing question that had plagued him in his previous life. Why do those with formidable power always confront their equally strong counterparts, rather than targeting the weaker ones? However, after this chaotic skirmish, Xiao An came to understand the truth. When members of the Order of the Phoenix first appeared, the deranged Death Eater, Bellatrix, immediately sought to attack the more vulnerable members of the Order. Indeed, that frenzied woman was none other than Bellatrix Lestrange. As Bellatrix launched her assault on Lupin's girlfriend, Nymphadora Tonks, Sirius Black, Harry Potter's godfather, and a skilled fighter, called out Bellatrix's name to divert her attention, engaging her in battle. Had Sirius not confronted Bellatrix alone, the Order would have swiftly crumbled. Allowing Bellatrix to proceed unchecked would have led to the Order's demise, for the Death Eaters vastly outnumbered them. Just as Xiao An scrutinized Zhang Qiu, Mad-Eye Moody found himself entangled with 4 Death Eaters. Clearly, the Death Eaters deemed Moody too formidable, a sentiment Xiao An shared. Initially, Moody faced 2 adversaries, but with a powerful thud of his staff against the ground, he swiftly incapacitated 1 Death Eater, leaving them motionless on the ground. The Death Eaters, not foolish, recognized Moody's strength and hesitated to confront him two at a time, instead sending four to ensnare him. While they couldn't overpower Moody, their combined efforts to restrain him were sufficient. Fortunately, the pressure on Moody increased, or else other members of the Order, particularly Daedalus Diggle, would have met their end. Yet, amid the fray, the four Death Eaters suddenly began to lead Moody away from the scene. "Well done, James," Xiao An thought, torn between the decision to follow them. Just then, Sirius shouted out. Upon hearing his voice, Xiao An's gaze shifted towards Sirius, who unleashed a bone-shattering curse that struck one of the unarmed Death Eaters, obliterating him instantly. Without pause, Sirius redirected his wand and knocked Lucius Malfoy's wand from his grasp, following up with another potent curse that, as expected, made contact with Lucius. However, this time, the attack failed to inflict significant harm, as a brilliant light suddenly emanated from Lucius, effectively shielding him from the spell. Clearly, Lucius had learned from past encounters and had preemptively activated his magical protection. However, Lucius was still sent sprawling by the curse from Sirius Black, rolling on the ground in agony, seemingly having collided with some object. At that moment, a dark light suddenly appeared on a distant stone, revealing Bella, who had just been in combat with Sirius and had now reappeared. As soon as Bella emerged, she immediately cast a spell towards Sirius. According to Xiao An's knowledge, it was merely a standard stunning spell. Chapter 120, Hagrid appears upon being struck by the spell, Sirius, despite his formidable strength allowing him to resist some of its effects, could only maintain his consciousness while losing control of his body. Even Xiao An and Voldemort, after being hit by a curse, would find themselves unable to command their own bodies. The moment Sirius was hit, disbelief washed over his face. He clearly did not anticipate such an outcome. He sensed his impending demise but could not fully comprehend it. Nevertheless, his body began to tip sideways, heading directly toward the veil of the Department of Mysteries. Xiao An, witnessing this turn of events, realized that Sirius was beyond saving. At that moment, Harry Potter, who had been battling Bella beside Sirius, was too preoccupied to assist, leaving Sirius to reluctantly succumb to the veil. In truth, had Harry been able to reach out to Sirius, the latter would undoubtedly have survived, but circumstances were beyond their control. Just then, a spell whizzed through the air and caught Sirius, a perfectly timed levitation charm that spared him from plunging into the veil. Startled, Xiao An followed the trajectory of the spell and was taken aback to discover that it was cast by Zhang Qiu. At that instant, Xiao An also noticed a Death Eater, who had been engaged in combat with Zhang Qiu, seizing the opportunity to unleash a shattering curse. The curse struck Zhang Qiu with alarming speed, and what shocked Xiao An even more was the grotesque transformation that followed. Upon being hit by the spell, Zhang Qiu was no longer shielded by the protective armor. Her arm was instantly torn apart, blood and flesh exploding everywhere. Her clothing was similarly destroyed, revealing a large expanse of pale skin. However, just as Xiao An was fully focused on the shocking sight, Zhang Qiu's appearance underwent a dramatic change. Her face elongated, her height increased, and her physique broadened. Everyone present was left in stunned silence, clearly unnerved by Zhang Qiu's transformation, unsure of what had just transpired. Soon, the metamorphosis concluded, and Xiao An was confronted with a sight that made him wish to gouge out his own eyes. Where Zhang Qiu once stood, there loomed a hulking figure of a man. It was none other than Rubeus Hagrid, the professor of the care of magical creatures class at Hogwarts. Hagrid appeared in tattered clothing, with patches revealing large swathes of his furry torso. At this moment, Little Anne could no longer maintain her composure. Her magical aura involuntarily intensified. Fortunately, everyone else was equally repulsed by Hagrid, and no one seemed to notice. Realization dawned upon Little Anne as she beheld Hagrid, understanding why she had felt something was amiss with Zhang Qiu all along. The reason for Zhang Qiu's formidable resistance was none other than Hagrid himself, endowed with giant blood. He was impervious to the reflected spells, feeling even less than the sting of a fly. It turned out that Hagrid had consumed Polyjuice Potion to assume Zhang Qiu's form as an undercover agent. Thankfully, he possessed such an ability, otherwise, Sirius would have been in grave danger. To interject briefly, the Polyjuice Potion allows one to completely transform into another's appearance, yet it does not confer immunity to harm. Spells like the Stunning Spell or the Petrification Spell are inconsequential, but if one were to be struck by spells such as the Blasting Curse or the Shattering Curse, the potion's effects would instantly dissipate. However, if one were to fall victim to the Killing Curse, the effects of the Polyjuice Potion would endure indefinitely, with no antidote available. Although Hagrid was struck by the Shattering Curse, the situation appeared manageable as, in the midst of everyone's astonishment, Hagrid displayed an astonishing intellect. swiftly brandishing a wand that was woefully mismatched to his size and retaliating against the Death Eater who had just attacked him. Yet, at that moment, while all eyes were elsewhere, Bellatrix suddenly directed a shattering curse at Sirius. Although he saw it coming, he was powerless to evade it. Despite his formidable strength, remaining conscious and not succumbing to unconsciousness was already his utmost limit. Thus, Sirius could only watch helplessly as Bellatrix's curse hurtled toward him. Unsurprisingly, the curse struck him. But for reasons unknown, it did not impact his head but instead struck his chest. However, upon reflection, it becomes evident that this is the common practice among most wizards. Although a strike to the head can result in immediate death, the majority of wizards tend to aim for the torso, as its larger surface area makes it easier to hit. Only those of the caliber of figures like Littleland and Voldemort would directly cast spells aimed at the head. This does not stem from an overestimation of their own abilities, for any wizard capable of engaging in combat with someone like Littleland would not be lacking in prowess. While targeting the torso may inflict injury upon the opponent, one can never be certain of their hidden trump cards. For instance, Littleland has endured several direct hits to the chest, yet managed to retaliate. Thus, Bella's spell did not immediately take Sirius' life. It merely left him a bloodied mess. A gruesome sight indeed, but not fatal. Littleland observed that, despite the impact, Sirius' heart remained intact, and with timely healing, he could still be saved. However, the others present were not inclined to share this view, clearly believing Sirius to be dead. The members of Dumbledore's army and the Order of the Phoenix had reddened eyes, while the Death Eaters rejoiced, launching their counterattack. "I've killed Sirius. I've killed Sirius." Bella, witnessing the success of her spell and the pitiful state of Sirius, transformed into a carefree maiden, singing and skipping away into the distance. "Godfather!" Harry Potter gazed at the mangled form of Sirius and let out a furious shout. However, upon hearing Bella's light-hearted tune, his anger surged, and he seized his wand, pursuing her. The Cruciatus Curse. In no time, Harry caught up with Bella and unleashed a spell. Completely oblivious to the danger, Bella continued to skip ahead, unaware of Harry's presence, and thus she fell victim to the curse, collapsing to the ground with a cry. Chapter 121. The Manifestation of Voldemort and Dumbledore. As previously mentioned, employing the Cruciatus Curse requires a tranquil state of mind. The calmer one remains, the more potent the incantation becomes. Although Harry's spell struck Bella, it was evident that his emotional state was far from serene, thus diminishing its effectiveness. Littleland hurried forward a few steps for a clearer view, just in time to see Harry's lips move, indicating his intent to cast another spell. But for some unknown reason, he hesitated. At that moment, a figure materialized less than 3 meters away from Littleland. It was none other than the noseless man, Voldemort. Littleland instantly recognized him, even though only his head appeared, surrounded by mist. His distinctive absence of a nose made identification effortless. Of course, neither Harry nor Bella could see him. Perhaps only Littleland was aware of his presence. Upon manifesting, Voldemort immediately began to manipulate Harry. "You must be resolute, Harry. She has killed him. She deserves it. You know how to cast that spell, Harry." With that, Voldemort lunged towards Harry, inhaling provocatively near his ear, a sight that nearly made Littleland laugh aloud. At this juncture, Bella regained her composure. Though still somewhat weak, her pain had subsided. Witnessing Voldemort's actions, she laughed heartily. "Do it." After merely blowing a breath, Voldemort veered aside, fortuitously heading toward Littleland's position. Initially engrossed in the spectacle, Littleland's composure faltered upon realizing Voldemort was approaching her direction, prompting her to grasp her wand in preparation for an attack. However, Voldemort only floated a short distance before halting, and inexplicably, Harry did not cast the killing curse at Bella. Instead, he swiftly turned his wand towards Voldemort, opening his mouth to unleash a spell. Yet, Voldemort was not one to be trifled with by Harry Potter at this moment. If the circumstances had favored Harry, there might have been a glimmer of hope for victory, but presently he was akin to a fish on a chopping block. Voldemort did not even spare Harry a glance. As he turned, his cloak swept aside, knocking Harry's wand from his grasp. What an opportunity! Witnessing this, Littleland felt a surge of joy. Aware that this was Voldemort's prime chance to eliminate Harry Potter. If one were to assert who desired Harry's demise the most in this world, Littleland would claim the title without contest. Even Voldemort would rank lower. Thus, she fervently wished for Voldemort to kill Harry. However, Voldemort was not attuned to Littleland's desires. After disarming Harry, he did not attack immediately but instead resorted to taunting. So weak. The mocking tone carried a significant sense of derision, yet it bore little consequence. Villains perish through excessive chatter, a profound truth. Observing Voldemort's hesitation to strike, Little Anne felt a chill creep into her heart, knowing that the situation was likely to change. Sure enough, as Voldemort's words faded, a flash of green light emerged from a nearby cupboard, revealing a white-haired, white-bearded figure. It was none other than the venerable Albus Dumbledore. Your presence here tonight, Tom, is a foolish choice. After stepping out of the green light, Dumbledore brandished his wand at Voldemort, offering a scathing retort. The Aurors are on their way. By the time they arrive, I shall have departed, and you will be dead. Without allowing Dumbledore to continue his mockery, Voldemort immediately initiated an attack, casting a killing curse towards him. However, Dumbledore was no novice. Perceiving Voldemort's intention, he deftly twirled his wand above his head with his right hand while pushing Harry aside with his left. The two spells, one disarming and the other lethal, collided, resulting in a stalemate in the midst of the confrontation. However, Xiao An soon discerned that Dumbledore was currently at a disadvantage, as Voldemort's killing curse was evidently suppressing Dumbledore's disarming charm. Observing this predicament, Xiao An chose to reveal himself, for Dumbledore still possessed his worth, even in death. He could not afford to perish at this moment, lest Xiao An's progress be disrupted. Without seeking a more opportune moment, he immediately manifested himself and cast a repelling charm, sending Dumbledore flying. Simultaneously, the confrontation between the disarming charm and the killing curse dissipated as Dumbledore was propelled away, causing the disarming charm to vanish, while the killing curse hurtled toward Dumbledore's original position. However, since Xiao An's repelling charm had displaced Dumbledore, the killing curse merely passed through where Dumbledore had once stood, striking the ground behind him. He is mine, Dumbledore. Long time no see, Tom. You certainly made me wait, Xiao An declared. It's you. How did you end up here? Why can't I be here? Avada Kedavra. With that, Xiao An unleashed the killing curse. Though he had no expectation of it hitting its mark, he merely wished to provoke Voldemort. As anticipated, the moment Xiao An uttered the incantation, Voldemort sensed it and, without the time to counter, cast a silent killing curse of his own. Seeing that Voldemort had not spoken the incantation, Xiao An felt a surge of delight, knowing that Voldemort's curse lacked the potency of his own. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Xiao An was taken aback. Voldemort's killing curse met Xiao An's, and rather than engaging in a stalemate, Voldemort effortlessly redirected Xiao An's spell with a mere flick of his wand. Can it truly be done this way? Xiao An marveled, momentarily stunned. However, he dared not linger on this revelation, swiftly regaining his focus to prepare his next spell. After all, in duels among masters, every second counted, and victory often hinged not on sheer power, but on seizing the fleeting moment. Chapter 122. The Battle at the Ministry of Magic. Is this how your parents taught you? You don't even know basic dueling etiquette. Xiao An was intent on continuing his assault, but Voldemort chose to mock him instead. For a mongrel like you, who dares not engage in a straightforward duel, there is truly no need for etiquette. Come on, Tom, let me witness your strength. Xiao An was in no mood for verbal sparring with Voldemort and immediately prepared for combat. However, the ever-watchful Dumbledore was deeply alarmed upon hearing Xiao An's words. He wished to buy some time, for as he had already mentioned, Aura was en route. Yet, the situation spiraled out of control the moment Xiao An uttered that phrase. Xiao An's implication was derogatory, a term of insult, yet his English translated to mixed blood, a term that held significant weight considering Voldemort's fervent belief in blood purity. Moreover, Voldemort harbored an intense loathing for his Muggle father, and upon hearing the truth spoken by Xiao An, he lost his composure entirely. Without engaging in dialogue, he swiftly drew his wand, casting several spells in quick succession without uttering a single incantation. The silent spellcasting method is a true test of a wizard's comprehensive abilities in combat, as the absence of spoken incantations obscures the nature of the spells. One must rely solely on experience, interpreting the caster's gestures, the colors of the spells, their trajectories, and velocities. Among these, gestures can be particularly deceptive, as any spell's movement can be simplified or misrepresented. A gesture intended for a stunning spell might easily be mistaken for that of a shattering curse. And the motions for a killing curse are even more varied, as the wand merely needs to extend forward to cast it, leaving ample room for misinterpretation. Is it possible to cast spells in such a manner? One might wonder, as the transformation of spells became perplexing. Was that not a shattering curse? How did it morph into a bone-crushing curse? Merlin's beard. How could a stopping spell turn into a shield charm? How could a disarming spell be mistaken for a transfiguration spell? Such bewilderment only increased as Xiao An faced Voldemort. As the duel intensified, members of Dumbledore's army arrived, accompanied by Rubeus Hagrid, who had been dressed by someone, presumably unable to tolerate his previous state. Witnessing the clash between the two, the onlookers were astounded. It was evident that the displayed prowess of both combatants challenged their very belief systems. Hermione, in particular, appeared utterly distraught, for her reliance on textbooks left her at a loss to comprehend the extraordinary displays of magic before her. Each spell cast by the two was a profound assault on her worldview, as the battle between Xiao An and Voldemort reached a fever pitch. Both aware that mere ordinary spells could not hope to reach their adversary. Fire Serpent, Fire Phoenix. In an unexpected synchronicity, the two adversaries unleashed their formidable spells. However, neither articulated the complete incantation, both opted for simplified versions. It was evident that Voldemort exhibited far greater proficiency, while Xiao An's attempt appeared somewhat inexperienced. This was to be expected, as Xiao An typically relied on the incantation Phoenix ascending to the heavens, and this marked his inaugural practical application of a simplified spell. Despite its inexperience, the incantation did take form. A colossal fire python swiftly materialized from the tip of Voldemort's wand, which he then directed menacingly towards Xiao An. In contrast, Xiao An's fire phoenix took shape at a slower pace, yet it did eventually coalesce, albeit less impressively than Voldemort's. Consequently, Xiao An could not direct the phoenix towards Voldemort, but instead pointed his wand at the approaching fire python. Upon witnessing the emergence of Xiao An's fire phoenix, Voldemort subtly maneuvered his wand, redirecting the massive serpent that had been aimed at Xiao An to engage in a fierce assault against the fire phoenix instead. Seizing the opportunity presented by Xiao An's slight delay, Voldemort altered the python's trajectory and simultaneously unleashed a deadly curse. Although Xiao An immediately began to cast his own spell upon the phoenix's formation, it was too late. Voldemort's curse was released while Xiao An's incantation had yet to fully take shape, still brewing within his wand. In a critical moment, just as Voldemort's fatal curse was about to strike Xiao An, his own curse finally took form. With a decisive flick of his wand, he intercepted Voldemort's lethal spell. In a manner reminiscent of Voldemort's previous choice, Xiao An deftly redirected the two spells away from their intended targets. Almost instantaneously, he unleashed a new incantation towards Voldemort, which he effortlessly countered. From that point onward, Xiao An refrained from employing ordinary magic, resorting exclusively to complex spells, each one often concealing 2 or 3 additional enchantments. Caught off guard, Voldemort fell victim to this intricate sorcery, evidently unable to discern the precise nature of the magical combinations Xiao An had employed. However, the loss was not significant, for the truly lethal spells within Xiao An's composite magic were all recognized by Voldemort. Yet, Xiao An had a penchant for employing inconspicuous spells for her combinations, which led to Voldemort's momentary oversight, resulting in him being struck by a knockback curse. In that instant, Voldemort was sent sprawling to the ground as if he had been kicked. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao An could not resist the urge to strike again, launching a spell infused with petrification, shattering, and disarming incantations. Yet, a mere knockback curse could hardly secure victory, having the upper hand was sufficient. But Xiao An was still too inexperienced. As Voldemort was hit by the curse, he promptly devised a countermeasure. Thus, before Xiao An's spell could be unleashed, Voldemort rolled as he hit the ground, quickly regaining his footing and casting a spell in retaliation. Realizing that her spell would surely miss, Xiao An witnessed Voldemort's evasive maneuver, leading to her newly gained advantage evaporating, plunging her into a disadvantage where she could only defend herself. After several exchanges, Xiao An still found no opportunity to counterattack and could only muster her defenses. Observing her plight, Dumbledore's army was filled with anxiety, while Bellatrix wore a smile, reveling in the chaos. Indeed, this madwoman had not departed but remained on the sidelines, having nearly been driven to despair when Voldemort had been at a disadvantage. At that moment, the scene shifted dramatically, as smoke billowed with fervor around their duel, silently cheering for Voldemort. Chapter 123, He has returned. Just then, Dumbledore, witnessing Xiao An's struggles, could no longer contain himself. He raised his wand and cast a composite spell of stunning and disintegration curses towards Voldemort, swiftly aiding Xiao An. Yet, she was far from grateful. Instead, she was filled with rage. Just as Dumbledore's spell interrupted Voldemort's rhythm of attack, another spell was released. Before Voldemort could conjure a defense, Xiao An swiftly waved her wand, casting a shield charm to protect him. I told you he is mine. With that, Xiao An directed the Fire Phoenix to unleash a spark towards Dumbledore. Observing this, Voldemort refrained from retaliating against Xiao An, instead directing the fire python to send a spark in Dumbledore's direction. Together, they quickly forced Dumbledore to retreat. Seeing Xiao An's lack of gratitude, Dumbledore made no further attempts. He sheathed his wand and stepped back, indicating his withdrawal from the conflict. The duel between the two resumed, yet they could no longer fight recklessly as before. Above them, the Fire Phoenix and the giant python battled, unleashing flames that fell intermittently, thanks to both Xiao An's and Voldemort's deliberate maneuvers. After all, the flames produced by these two colossal creatures were far from ordinary. They were renowned for their ability to ignite anything. Even a small spark equated to a formidable fire curse, demanding utmost attentiveness from both combatants. With the power of the Fire Phoenix and the Fire Python, their destructive capabilities surged, prompting Harry Potter and Bella to retreat to a safe distance, wary of the escalating battle. Suddenly, the fireplaces on either side began shimmering with green light, signaling the arrival of Ministry officials, led by Fudge, devoid of any auras. Clearly, Fudge did not trust Dumbledore's warnings, treating this visit as a mere formality to appease him. Ah, he has returned. As Fudge emerged from the fireplace, he was immediately struck with shock upon seeing Voldemort engaged in combat. Both Voldemort and Xiao An sensed Fudge's presence, yet they were too engrossed in their duel to divert their attention. Bellatrix, upon seeing Fudge's arrival, lost interest in the battle and swiftly adhered to their prior plan, lunging towards the fireplace and vanishing in a flash of green light. Meanwhile, Xiao An continued to maneuver the Fire Phoenix towards Fudge and his entourage. Initially perplexed by her intentions, Voldemort soon discerned that the Fire Phoenix was indeed targeting Fudge, prompting him to halt his assault with the Fire Python. A breathtaking spectacle unfolded in the skies as the battle between the Fire Phoenix and the Fire Python intensified, with sparks raining down more ferociously than before. Both parties fully aware that this was a deliberate tactic. In a matter of moments, a wall of fire enveloped them, and they paused, standing opposite each other. It seems we cannot settle this today. However, your strength is commendable. I wonder why you hesitated to meet me last time. Upon hearing Xiao An's words, Voldemort found himself at a loss for a response. Noticing his silence, Xiao An couldn't help but revel in her triumph, for her statement was intended to mock him. I grant you an opportunity. Once you establish your dominance over Britain, we shall have our final confrontation, and we shall see whether you or I am the true Dark Lord. Very well, it is settled. We shall see who truly claims the title of Dark Lord. Voldemort readily agreed, interpreting Xiao An's words as a sign that she would not contend for supremacy in Britain, a prospect that delighted him. After receiving Voldemort's consent, Xiao An did not linger. She promptly directed her wand skyward and forcefully cast Desperation, vanishing from the Ministry. Upon witnessing her disappearance, Voldemort swiftly waved his wand, releasing a surge of magical energy that shattered every glass surface within the Ministry, sending shards cascading downward. He too vanished in an instant, having executed a forced Desperation. Meanwhile, Fudge and his team struggled to counteract the inferno conjured by the Fire Phoenix and the Fire Python. By the time they extinguished the flames, Xiao An and Voldemort had long since departed, leaving behind a scene strewn with shattered glass. At that moment, Harry Potter, standing beside Dumbledore, suddenly collapsed, writhing on the ground. Shortly thereafter, he regained his composure, albeit in a rather peculiar manner. "You have lost, Dumbledore." Suddenly, Harry Potter, who had been lying on the ground, propped himself up with both hands and, tilting his head, hoarsely uttered a few words to Dumbledore. Upon witnessing Harry in such a state, Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback, his expression a mixture of confusion and fear as he gazed at Harry. Meanwhile, after using apparition to leave the Ministry of Magic, Xiao An did not venture far. Unlike Voldemort, who was universally reviled, Xiao An's presence was not yet at that level of notoriety. Thus, his apparition merely brought him to the telephone booth outside the Ministry, for he was most familiar with this vicinity. Not wishing to stray too far, he arrived there in an instant. With no time to appreciate the beauty of London at night, Xiao An quickly performed a few more apparitions and found himself back at Hogwarts, bypassing the dormitory and heading straight for the restricted section. On his way, he encountered Filch, who, upon recognizing Xiao An, hastily retreated without uttering a word. Xiao An was unfazed by this minor interruption and proceeded directly to the restricted section. After meticulously exploring the area and familiarizing himself with its layout, he swiftly made his way to the section dedicated to the origins of magic. However, he refrained from picking up any books, as he was unsure of their contents. Thus, He merely memorized the titles, ensuring he knew what he intended to read. After determining a few magical tomes of interest, Xiao An did not linger and turned back toward his dormitory. Chapter 124. The holiday begins. Throughout his journey, Xiao An dared not tarry. For within the dormitory lay the person he cared for most, Luna, whom he had inadvertently drugged. Returning late could lead to dire consequences. The mere thought of Luna compelled Xiao An to use apparition, transforming into a beam of white light as he swiftly made his way back to the dormitory. Upon his return, he found Luna still lying on the bed, and a wave of relief washed over him. He quickly washed up, changed into his pajamas, and slipped under the covers, opting not to administer an antidote, as he had only given her a mild sleeping potion, far less potent than the elixir of life. The night passed in silence, and when Xiao An awoke the next morning, he found himself alone in the bed. Luna had risen and departed at some point. The emptiness of her former spot left Xiao An feeling hollow, grappling with unspoken turmoil as he pondered his actions and whether he had offended Luna the previous day. His thoughts became chaotic, robbing him of the desire to engage in any activity. He lay there, staring blankly at the ceiling, lost in contemplation. Just as Xiao An was mired in his thoughts, he suddenly sensed someone approaching outside his dormitory. This startling realization jolted him from his reverie. With a fiery gaze directed at the door, he knew that whoever it was would not meet a pleasant fate. To his astonishment, he noticed that the protective charms he had set up seemed to have faltered, allowing the intruder to approach the door unimpeded. Initially taken aback, a wave of elation followed. It was Luna. Overjoyed, Xiao An sat up in surprise. He recognized that only Luna could approach so freely and swiftly, as she had been granted such permission, while others would be thwarted by magic. As anticipated, the door swung open, revealing a girl dressed in a rather eccentric fashion, none other than Luna herself. Her attire had improved significantly, resembling that of a muggle girl who sang enchanting spells. Although her outfit bore little distinction from those of other students in the magical realm, her accessories lent her an air of peculiarity. Xiao An refrained from advising her against wearing such adornments, understanding their profound significance to Luna. Some served as protection against harassment, while others warded off ill intentions. Luna was considerate, having reduced the number of accessories she wore compared to before. Upon entering, Luna immediately spotted the delighted Xiao An, flashed a smile, and dashed toward him, leaping into his embrace. With Luna's return, Xiao An's worries dissipated, and he naturally wrapped his arms around her, effortlessly guiding her onto the bed. 3 weeks later, the first academic year at Hogwarts for Xiao An came to a close. Today marked the final day, and all the young wizards anxiously awaited the announcement of their examination results. However, Xiao An was free from such troubles, for he had no examinations to attend, and legally skipped them as well. Thus, he wandered about aimlessly today, just as he did on any other day. In fact, Xiao An could have left several days ago. There was no longer any necessity for him to remain at Hogwarts since his courses had concluded and he faced no exams. Yet, the reason he stayed was that he was now a man with a girlfriend, and he wished to accompany Luna. Although Xiao An was eager to be with Luna, and she enjoyed his company, their time together was limited. Unlike Xiao An, Luna had to participate in her examinations. Each time Xiao An observed Luna engrossed in her books, he felt an overwhelming desire to eliminate all 4 house heads. As night fell, Xiao An instructed Schulman to prepare a late-night snack in advance. He then exerted considerable effort to arrange his room, having decided not to attend the Hogwarts feast. Once the room was set, Xiao An lay in bed, delving into a book on magic, knowing that Luna would not return early. It is worth mentioning that 3 weeks ago, Luna had been staying with him every night. Of course, others were unaware of this arrangement. Only Luna's roommates might have had an inkling. After Luna first spent the night at his place, Xiao An had made a point to visit her roommates, ensuring they were on board with the situation in a straightforward yet effective manner. It wasn't long before Luna arrived, and upon entering, she was taken aback by the room's transformation. Wow, this is stunning. Seeing the astonished expression on Luna's face filled Xiao An with joy. However, the evening was still in progress, so he quickly feigned nonchalance, smiled, and approached Luna with utmost courtesy, extending his hand in invitation. Once Luna shyly placed her hand atop his, Xiao An gently led her to the floor-to-ceiling window, waved his hand, and the curtains vanished, revealing a vast pane of glass that showcased the entire sky. A breathtaking view unfolded before them as the stars multiplied and shimmered brightly in the distance. Then, the moon transformed into a full orb, seemingly being drawn downwards with force, gradually enlarging. Luna was mesmerized, her eyes fixed on the sky, while Xiao An briefly admired the celestial display before focusing on the enchanting sight beside him. I love magic, Xiao An thought to himself, reveling in the moment. The night passed in silence, and the following day, Xiao An awoke around noon, while Luna had risen early. Naturally, nothing transpired between them that night. Xiao An had contemplated using an age-enhancing potion, but unfortunately, it did not increase one's age. Unlike the age-reducing potion, which could revert a person to their youthful form. The age-enhancing potion in the magical realm was merely an antidote to the age-reducing potion or a means to dispel tracking spells entering a young wizard's body from their wand. Thus, Xiao An's plans were thwarted before they even began. Upon waking, Xiao An noticed Luna organizing her suitcase, which contained little more than clothes and books. Chapter 125, the beginning of vacation life. At this moment, the Hogwarts Express had already departed. Luna was aware of this, as she had woken up just as the train was about to leave. She had sufficient time to return to her dormitory for her suitcase and catch the train. Yet she chose to bring her belongings to Xiao An's room, waiting for him to leave together. Xiao An understood this situation. Merely glancing at the time made it clear. However, he secretly welcomed it, so he proceeded with his routine, rising, washing up, tidying himself, and clearing out a seamless expansion bag for Luna to use for her belongings. Afterward, Xiao An escorted Luna to Snape's office. Upon their arrival, Luna appeared quite apprehensive, a testament to Snape's notorious reputation at Hogwarts. Nevertheless, upon seeing Xiao An, she mustered the courage to follow him inside. This time, Snape remained in his office. He had anticipated that Xiao An would do as he had previously and not seek him out. However, contrary to his expectations, Xiao An acted in a manner he had not foreseen. When Snape noticed the office door opening, his mental barriers faltered momentarily, but he quickly regained composure. Xiao An, what brings you here? Snape's tone was decidedly unfriendly. Xiao An found himself at a loss, as this was a situation he had never encountered before, plunging the room into an awkward silence. After what felt like an eternity, Xiao An tentatively spoke, though not much time had truly elapsed. All three felt as though they had waited long enough. Professor, this is Luna, my girlfriend. Luna, this is my godfather. Hello, Professor Snape, Luna managed, despite her reluctance to engage with him. Your girlfriend? Snape repeated, casting a quick glance at the pair, clearly taken aback by Xiao An's declaration. Very well, I understand. Is there anything else? Well, about that okay. Godfather, is my suitcase still with you? Yes. Here you go. With a flick of his wand, Snape sent Xiao An's magical creature suitcase soaring through the air towards him. No. Godfather, I hope you can keep it for me. Fine. With another wave of his wand, the suitcase sped back towards Snape's quarters. Xiao An distinctly heard the suitcase thud as it landed. What is going on, Godfather? Why did you do that? Upon witnessing Snape's actions, Xiao An's expression darkened, and his mind raced with confusion. Godfather, what is the matter? If I have committed any offense, please let me know directly. There is no need for this. Unable to comprehend the situation, Xiao An decided to confront Snape directly, having lost his earlier jovial demeanor. Yu Snape's patience frayed at Xiao An's words, and he dropped his quill, rising to confront him. Dear, please step outside for a moment. I have some matters to attend to. Understood. With that, Luna turned and exited the office. Speak up. I am waiting, Xiao An said, now facing Snape, who towered over him. In retaliation, Xiao An cast a levitation spell, allowing himself to ascend to Snape's eye level. Xiao An was also irked, determined not to yield any respect to Snape. Very well, I will tell you now. Seeing Xiao An in such a state, Snape abandoned his mental barriers and, with an air of indignation, pointed a finger at Xiao An and exclaimed vehemently. He then employed the rare and intricate spell of legilimency to convey all his thoughts and knowledge directly into Xiao An's mind. This method is seldom utilized in the magical realm, not due to a lack of desire among practitioners, but because few possess the capability to wield such power. Perhaps only Snape and the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, Nicholas Flamel, are capable of this. Even Dumbledore himself could not accomplish it. Naturally, Xiao An could easily resist the intrusion, but he saw no need to do so. As Snape's message flooded into his consciousness, Xiao An comprehended the source of Snape's ire. It was not a grave matter, rather. It stemmed from Xiao An's refusal to join Dumbledore in confronting Voldemort during the battle at the Ministry of Magic, which had deeply wounded Snape's prideful heart. What a trivial issue, Xiao An remarked dismissively, having grasped the reason behind Snape's anger. Hearing this, Snape's frustration intensified, and he nearly raised his wand to chastise Xiao An. But Xiao An would not afford him that opportunity. Do calm down, Xiao An urged, sensing Snape's escalating fury. Voldemort cannot die just yet. He is destined to perish. But not at this moment. At present, he holds greater value alive. Would you like to know the reasons behind this? Xiao An, lacking Snape's adeptness, spoke plainly. You. Apart from that matter, what other reasons could there be? Snape retorted, turning his head away in a huff, dismissing Xiao An entirely. Ah, you are aware, Godfather. How could I not know your worth? Xiao An replied. Since you are informed, I can breathe easier. Now, please take care of my magical creature trunk. It is of utmost importance to me. Without it, everything else would be meaningless. Very well, I understand. Now, be off with you. Snape waved his wand, ejecting Xiao An from the room. Xiao An made no protest, obediently exiting Snape's office, for the task was complete, and there was no need to linger. Especially with Luna waiting for him outside. Ah, the delightful holiday has commenced, Xiao An exclaimed, pulling Luna close as he reveled in the moment. Yet a thought struck him. Wait. Could it be that my godfather has misunderstood something? Reflecting on Snape's previous actions, he decided to dismiss the concern. Never mind. It's his heart that suffers. Xiao An thought as he embraced Luna and apparat towards the train station. Chapter 126. The holiday experience concludes soon. Xiao An and Luna arrived at the heart of London. As it was only 1 in the afternoon, thanks to Xiao An's remarkable skill in apparition, they first transformed into radiant white light from Hogwarts to the station, followed by 2 successive apparitions that brought them to central London. Upon arrival, Xiao An quickly cast a disillusionment charm on them both, rendering them invisible, and dashed into a nearby clothing store to purchase several outfits. Their current attire was rather unconventional, and it was no longer the 21st century. Cosplay had yet to emerge. Once they donned new garments, Xiao An led Luna on a leisurely exploration of London, wandering aimlessly without a specific destination. Xiao An found little of interest, having grown weary of the sights after years of familiarity. Initially, he had been quite enamored with the scenery upon his arrival, but Luna was far more captivated. As they browsed through clothing, her eyes sparkled with delight, and had it not been for Xiao An's considerable magical prowess, their disillusionment charm would have been inadvertently dispelled by her excitement. I shall never allow Luna to shop unsupervised again, Xiao An vowed internally. This is so fascinating, Luna exclaimed. Look at this one. Oh, and this is even better. Seeing Luna's enthusiasm for the wares on display, Xiao An, in a moment of extravagance, declared, buy whatever you fancy, and handed her an item she had particularly admired. Almost immediately, he regretted the impulsive gesture. 3 hours passed, and Xiao An found himself utterly exhausted. Yet Luna remained spirited and eager to continue their shopping spree. Fortunately, Xiao An's enchanted bag contained ample cash, and Luna's purchases were modestly priced. Otherwise, he would have needed to make a trip to the bank, as cash was the only accepted form of payment. Noticing Xiao An's fatigue, Luna gently guided him to a nearby bench where they could rest. As she tended to him, Xiao An felt all weariness dissipate, replaced by a profound sense of gratitude. They remained on the bench, sharing quiet moments until it was time for Luna to depart. After using apparition to escort Luna to platform 9, Xiao An reluctantly parted ways. However, he did encounter his future father-in-law, who appeared amicable. Xiao An felt an urge to greet him as father-in-law and introduce himself, but he ultimately suppressed the tempting thought. After Luna's departure, he turned to leave. After a night's rest at a hotel in London, Xiao An boarded a flight to America the following afternoon. Having previously navigated life in America, he adeptly secured a plane ticket. Instead of indulging in a leisurely morning, he retrieved all the funds from his previous auction, deeming it unnecessary to rely on intermediaries now that he was headed to America. Thus, he enlisted the help of a lawyer to assist him with the transaction. Naturally, Xiao An covered the travel expenses, as he was still a child and required adult assistance to manage such affairs, lest the funds be deemed suspicious. Upon arriving in America, Xiao An and his lawyer swiftly sought out the Woolowitz family. However, he discovered that Sam Woolowitz had already moved on to a new partner. Xiao An refused to hand over the money to this unfaithful man and instead sought out his true wife, Debbie Woolowitz. Upon hearing her name, Xiao An was momentarily taken aback. However, during her visit to Debbie's, Xiao An did not make an appearance. Instead, she employed a spell of disguise to follow closely behind the lawyer, unbeknownst to the others. After resolving these matters, Xiao An chose not to seek out Kevin but to settle the lawyer's fees before embarking on a solitary journey to Las Vegas. Yet, her purpose was not to indulge in leisure. Rather, she sought to hone her skills. Since the recent battle with the Ministry of Magic, Xiao An felt an urgent desire to enhance her abilities. However, her magical growth had stagnated to a painfully slow pace. While other witches and wizards might experience a rapid surge in their powers at this stage, Xiao An found herself hindered by the sheer magnitude of her potential. On this trip to America, she had two objectives: to seek out a master of magic and to find a tranquil space to rekindle her martial arts training. Although it seemed premature for her to delve into martial arts, she could no longer afford to be concerned about the accompanying drawbacks. Nonetheless, it is fortunate that Xiao An has come to a realization. At present, he focuses not on practicing techniques, but rather on honing his footwork to evade spells. For even the swiftest reflexes are rendered meaningless if one's body cannot keep pace. As for the study of magic, his primary focus lies in the realms of close-up magic and sleight of hand, aimed at diverting attention while enhancing his dexterity, allowing for swifter and more discreet utilization of spells. With a substantial sum of dollars invested, coupled with a few incantations, Xiao An easily located two master magicians and promptly immersed himself in a state of learning. At this moment, Xiao An's holiday life was officially deemed over. Mastering the art of magic and martial footwork is relatively straightforward. One merely needs to find a reliable instructor and commit to diligent study. However, achieving true mastery transcends the mere presence of a capable teacher or the seriousness of one's efforts. It necessitates the passage of time for refinement. Fortunately, with ample financial resources to sustain his endeavors, Xiao An possesses all that he requires. Having mastered various magical techniques along with some challenging close-up magic, Xiao An has also made considerable progress in martial arts, despite a long hiatus from practice. However, he has not adhered to his initial plan of focusing solely on foundational skills. It is simply in Xiao An's nature to be restless. He finds it difficult to remain content with just the basics. During practice sessions, he is often tempted to delve into more advanced techniques. Initially, he managed to suppress his fidgety impulses, but over time, he succumbed to the allure of more complex maneuvers. Reluctantly, he began to indulge in these practices, quickly becoming addicted and unable to stop. Fortunately, under his intentional control, Xiao An did not develop muscle bulk, instead maintaining a sleek, streamlined physique. In Chapter 127, titled The Gathering in Paris, it is evident that while there are some visible muscles on Xiao An's arms, they are minimal. Other muscles are hardly noticeable, particularly his abs, which remain entirely untrained. If he were to develop them, it would undoubtedly bring him to tears. It is not that having abdominal muscles is inherently detrimental. Rather, at this stage of development, such muscles can adversely affect growth. Therefore, Xiao An deliberately moderates his training in this regard. By the way, Xiao An practices Bejiquan and Wing Chun with a touch of Baguazhang. Without these martial arts, in his previous life, Xiao An would not have met a fate of mutual destruction, but rather one of brutal demise. Although Xiao An had mastered